Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 70. The moment you step into the yin-yang gate, the surrounding noise seemed to be instantly cut off by an invisible hand. The world became eerily quiet. The only sounds were the clatter of the bluestone pavement underfoot and the occasional rustling of the wind from the black pine forest on either side of the road. This is the only way to the dojo at the top of the mountain, the yin-yang road. Call. The blue flame inside the soul-guiding lamp in Suibai's hand flickered erratically, as if it might go out at any moment. This lamp is not only a competition entry certificate, but also more like a mocking device. Its unique aura was like a searchlight in the night for the wild ghost-type Pokémon lurking nearby, full of allure. He. Really? After walking a few steps, several dark figures emerged from the mist ahead. There are three ghastly. They had no physical form, only a large, purple, misty face with fangs, its eyes greedily fixed on the lamp in Suibai's hand. Want to blow out the lamp? Suibai smiled, but didn't stop walking. Doran, this is your appetizer. Doran, yay! The Draco Messia, which had been hovering above Suibai's head, was even more excited than the ghastly. It doesn't need Suibai's command at all. With a flick of its tail, its body transformed into a streak of purple light, and it charged forward. What? Before the ghastlies could react, Dragapult rammed them, scattering their formation. Immediately afterwards, Draco Messia opened its mouth wide and took a deep breath at one of the ghastly. Snoring. Ghastly's dense ghost-type energy was actually sucked into Dragapult like jelly. Absorb? No, this is a unique devouring instinct among ghost-type Pokémon, although it only absorbs energy and doesn't eat the body itself. Hat. The ghastly was so terrified that it shrank to a size smaller, let out a scream, and burrowed into the ground. Seeing their companion's miserable state, the other two dared not cause any more trouble. They scattered like birds and beasts. Doran. The flavor is a bit bland. Doran Messia clicked his tongue, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. The cursed symbol on its chest glowed faintly, converting the absorbed energy into its own experience points. Don't rush, there are even better ones ahead. Suibai patted its head. In this eerie environment, Doran Messia was in ridiculously good form. It's like a shark that has returned to the deep sea. Like a fish in water. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more and more trainers along the way. But most people are struggling. Ah! Don't come any closer. My light. Cursed doll. Quickly use Shadow Ball to drive it away. Help! How can this night patrol spirit even have will-o'-the-wisps? Screams echoed throughout the room. The wild Pokémon here are generally between LV25 and LV30, and due to the environment, they are much stronger than Pokémon of the same level outside. Many trainers' lanterns were blown out before they had even covered a third of the distance, forcing them to leave the competition with regret. Suibai, however, seemed to be an anomaly. He strolled leisurely, hands in his pockets. Any wild elf that tried to approach him was ruthlessly deterred by Doran Messia. This is hardly a parade of 100 demons. This is clearly Dorgan's buffet restaurant. Humph, found you. Just as Suibai was passing through a narrow mountain path. Suddenly, several figures emerged from the shadows ahead and blocked the way. It was that gothic girl and her helpers. You run pretty fast. The girl toyed with a black pokeball in her hand, her eyes cold and sinister. The terrain here is narrow, and there's a cliff right next to it. Where do you think you're going to run to? The two young men behind her also released their respective spirits. A bewitching eye, a wandering spirit of the night. In addition, there's the girl's dream monster and cursed doll. 4 against 1. And they are all elites around level 30. Is this what you meant by turn off my light? Suibai stopped and glanced at the opponent's lineup, his face showing no sign of panic. Outnumbered forces bullying out fewer people is indeed a good method. But Suibai pointed to the thick fog that filled the surroundings. In this environment, quantity is sometimes not an advantage. Enough with the nonsense. The girl clearly didn't want to give Suibai a chance to catch his breath. Move. Focus fire. Turn off his lights first. Dream Demon. Magic Leaf. Cursed Doll. Shadow Ball. A captivating eye. A strange light. Wandering Night Spirit. Gravity. All four spirits attacked at the same time. The tactical division of labor was extremely clear. Gravity restricts movement, strange light controls vision, magic leaf always hits, shadow ball bursts forth. This is a killer combo. Doriki. Suibai's eyes sharpened. No extra instructions are needed. The moment the gravity pressed down, Doromejia's body suddenly became ethereal. Sneak attack. Call out. It vanished directly into another dimension, disappearing from the spot. All the attacks missed their mark, crashing onto the open ground and kicking up a cloud of rubble. Hidden. The girl sneered. Let's see how long you can hide. Scatter. Guard his light. Their target was clear, the soul guiding lamp in Suibai's hand. Suibai will be eliminated if the light is broken. However, just as they were all focused on Suibai, Doryu. A mocking whisper suddenly sounded behind them. Not by Suibai's side. It was behind them. Using the stealth attack's mobility, Doromeja circled around to the enemy's rear. When the girl turned around abruptly, Doran was hovering above the mischievous's head, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a ghostly blue light shone from the two triangular firing ports on either side of its head. That is the prototype of the dragon arrow. Although it hasn't evolved into a drawn ballot yet and can't launch a true drawn missile. However, thanks to its near-godlike talent, it can already condense small dragon-type energy bullets and fire them in rapid succession. Try this. Dragon's Fury, machine gun version. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless blue energy projectiles, each the size of a ping-pong ball, rained down like a storm. Although its single-shot power is not great, but their advantage lies in their sheer numbers and high rate of fire. Dream Demon. Hide. Smash smash smash. Caught off guard, the nightmare exploded in bursts of fireworks as it plummeted to the ground with a scream. Damn it! Cursed doll! Go catch it! The cursed doll stretched out its ghostly claws and pounced. But Doromeja was too slippery. It nimbly flipped in mid-air, dodging the ghostly claws, and then lashed out with its tail at the cursed doll's face. Dragon Tail! Smack! The cursed doll was flung away, crashing right into Suibai, and the two elves rolled into a ball. Chaos! Everything's in chaos. The four elves were completely outmaneuvered by a dragon, unable to even touch its hem. That's it. Suibai stood still, not even letting the lantern sway. Since you all like turning off the lights so much, then I'll return the favor. Suibai snapped his fingers. Doran! Put out all their lights. Doran! Received. Doromeja, who was toying with his opponent, suddenly brightened up. I like this. It flashed, activated high-speed movement, and transformed into a purple ghostly lightning bolt. It no longer attacks the sprites. Instead, it charged towards the lanterns in the hands of the three trainers. Oh no! Protect the light! The girl was terrified and lost her color. But Dorgan's speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, it has a penetrating property, so ordinary shields simply can't stop it. Hoo! A gust of cold wind swept by. Pft! 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 Three soft sounds. The soul-guiding lamps held by the girl and the two young men went out simultaneously. Wisps of smoke rose. The scene became quite awkward. You. The girl looked at the extinguished lantern in her hand, trembling with anger, pointing at Subai but unable to speak. Rule, lights off, eliminated. Thank you for your concession. Subai shrugged, looking completely innocent. You started it. I was acting in self-defense. Having said that, he ignored the loser's end, with Dorganmesia in tow, strode deeper into the mountain path. Let's go, Doran. The road ahead is still long. The true strong ones should be waiting for us at the mountaintop. Chapter 71. With that noisy roadblock gone, I can finally have some peace and quiet. Carrying the flickering soul-guiding lamp, Subai continued climbing up the bluestone path. As the altitude increased, the surrounding black pine forest became increasingly dense, its branches and leaves intertwining overhead and obscuring the already dim moonlight. The temperature in the air also dropped below freezing. Call. The warm breath I exhaled condensed into white mist in front of me. This place has a rather heavy yin energy. Subai tightened his collar. Unlike the damp, rotten atmosphere of the previous misty swamp, the cold here is a dry, penetrating cold that seeps straight into the soul. It felt like walking into a freezer in a morgue. Doran. It smells so good. However, Dorganmesia, who was perched on Subai's shoulder, seemed unusually energetic. Its little nose twitched incessantly, and its big eyes gleamed with excitement in the darkness, like a puppy that had smelled roasted meat. Are you hungry again? Subai chuckled and patted its head. Is your belly a bottomless pit? Didn't you just eat a meal? Doran. That was just an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. The little guy stretched out his tiny hand and pointed to the corner not far ahead. Subai looked in the direction it was pointing. Suddenly, clusters of eerie blue flames appeared on both sides of the road ahead. The flames had no wicks, they simply floated in mid-air, flickering like the legendary will-o'-the-wisps. And the quantity is extremely large. There were at least 100 of them, densely packed, turning the originally dark mountain path into a stark white. This is... Subai stopped and activated Eye of Insight. Race, Candlelight/Lantern Ghost. Status, Camouflage/Formation. Skills, Will-o'-the-Wisp, Strange Light, Life Drain. They were just a group of candle spirits. Subai suddenly realized. These spirits love to disguise themselves as streetlights or candlelight, guiding lost people toward the underworld to absorb their life energy. And now, they have clearly been placed here by the dojo staff, forming a huge ghost fire lantern array. At this moment, many trainers who had arrived earlier were already trapped within the array of lights. What happened? I was walking straight, so how did I end up back in circles? Damn it! How come we can't put out this fire? My head is spinning, I feel like I'm losing all my energy. Several trainers, pale-faced, kept spinning in circles, being lost in a maze, and their Pokémon looked listless. This is the effect of absorbing life. Once inside the array of lights, one's physical and mental strength will be slowly drained by these candle spirits until one loses the ability to fight and is eliminated. There's some skill involved. Subai looked at the formation, lost in thought. This likely involves using ghostly energy to interfere with human senses, creating an effect similar to illusion. To break the formation, ordinary methods definitely won't work. Doran, can you see through it? Doran, see through? Why do you need to see through? Doran Messiah tilted his head, a glistening trickle of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. Doriki. Why not just eat it? After saying that, it couldn't wait for Subai's command at all. With a flick of its tail, it charged directly into the dark blue sea of fire. Hey! Don't eat anything you shouldn't. You'll get an upset stomach. Subai called out, but it was too late. Doran Messiah rushed up to a will-o'-the-wisp, opened his mouth wide, and sucked on it like he was sucking on a jelly. Slurp! That ball of will-o'-the-wisp, as big as a basketball, was instantly sucked into its belly. Hiccup! Doran let out a burp, a satisfied expression on his face. It's a bit hot, but it's pure ghost-type energy. It tastes amazing. Hey! The candle spirit, which had been disguised as a will-o'-the-wisp, was instantly dumbfounded. The flame atop its head, the source of life, is gone. Terrified, it revealed its true form, clutching its bald head and screaming as it burrowed into the ground. Doraemon! And many more. Buffet! Dorganmesia's eyes lit up even more. It activated its high-speed movement mode, transforming into a purple afterimage as it frantically weaved through the array of lights. One bite on the left, one bite on the right. Slurp! 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 What was originally a sinister and terrifying will-o'-the-wisp array that had trapped countless trainers has now transformed into a one-sided feast for the senses. The floating will-o'-the-wisps were decreasing at a visible rate. Wah-ya-ya! Lily! One by one, the candle spirits and lamp ghosts, drained of their energy, revealed their true forms, crying and wailing, and scattered in all directions. Where did this monster come from? They even eat will-o'-the-wisps. That's so brutal. This. The trainers who were originally trapped stared in disbelief at this scene. What kind of sprite is that? A glutton. My god, it ate up the formation. Is this how the pros break formations? I can't learn it, I can't learn it. Subai stood outside the formation, helplessly covering his face. It's embarrassing, like being reincarnated from a starving ghost. But I must say, the efficiency is really high. In just 2 minutes, the once eerie blue sea of fire has become sparse, with only a few flames still swaying erratically in the wind. Shut up! Shut up now! Just as Doran was about to make his move on the last will-o'-the-wisp, an angry roar came from the nearby woods. Immediately afterwards, a young man dressed in a dojo apprentice uniform, holding a control array compass, rushed out. Looking at the mess on the ground and the scattered, fleeing candlelight spirits, his heart bled. This was 100 ghosts bewitching array that he had spent several nights setting up. The original intention was to give the contestants a tough time and, incidentally, weed out a group of weaker participants. And the result? It was all eaten. Is your spirit a reincarnated starving ghost? The young man pointed at Subai, his finger trembling. This is a competition prop. It's public property. How could you let it eat it? Cough cough. Subai coughed twice, somewhat awkwardly. I don't think the rules say you can't use items, right? Besides, they attacked first, by draining life. What I call, an eye for an eye. Youthful resentment. But he also realized that the Doran Messiah was no ordinary creature. Being able to eat will-o'-the-wisps like snacks, this level of control and resistance to ghost-type energy is simply unheard of. Alright. Now that you've broken the formation, you've passed this test. The young man gritted his teeth, clearly not wanting to stay in front of this pervert any longer. But don't get too cocky, ahead lies the mirror corridor guarded by a third senior brother. The illusions there can't be dispelled by eating. After saying that, he put away the remaining few candlelight spirits and slunk away. Mirrored corridor. Subai did not take his threat to heart. He waved. Doran, come back, stop chasing. Doryu, I'm so full. Dorganmesia floated back, her little belly bulging, her face flushed with satisfaction. I ate so much ghost fire. Its aura surged once again. Ding! Dorganmesia has absorbed a large amount of pure ghost energy. Level upgraded to LV30. Learn a new skill, Shadow Ball. You've learned Shadow Ball. Subai's eyes lit up. This is a standard ranged attack for ghost-type Pokémon, with a power of 80 and a chance to lower the opponent's special defense. With this move, Dorgan's ranged attack capability was finally complete. Well done! Subai pinched its little cheek. Let's go digest our food. Let's go see what this so-called mirrored corridor is all about. He picked up the soul-guiding lamp and, amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the trainers around him, strode into the depths of the mountain path. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. The road ahead is even darker. But Suabai's steps became increasingly firm. Chapter 72. Having left the ghost lantern array, the road ahead became narrow and winding. The black pine forests on both sides gradually disappeared, replaced by two towering stone walls covered with moss. On the stone wall, every few steps there is a huge, ancient-style bronze mirror. These mirrors have endured countless years of erosion, their surfaces are now blurred and covered with mottled verdigris. But in the dim light, they reflected a chilling, unsettling glow. Mirrored corridor. Da. Suabai's footsteps echoed in the corridor, magnified infinitely by the mirrors on both sides, as if countless people were walking with him. Dariki. So dizzy. Dorganmesia, perched on Suabai's shoulder, shook its head. It looked at itself in the mirror. There's one on the left, one on the right, and one in front. Countless dragons were making faces at it in the mirror. This visual illusion caused its perception of ghosts to become distorted. Don't look in the mirror. Suabai reminded him, his expression grave. This is not just a visual distraction, the placement of these mirrors is clearly carefully designed to create a small, psychological magnetic field. If you stare at something for too long, it's easy to lose yourself. You've got some knowledge. Just then, a fleeting laugh suddenly rang out in the corridor. The sound seemed to come from all directions at the same time, making it impossible to distinguish the source. Who? Suabai stopped and looked around warily. Who I am is not important. The important question is, can you find the real me? As the words fell to the ground, suddenly, dozens of bronze mirrors on both sides simultaneously lit up with an eerie purple light. Immediately afterwards, a tall, slender figure dressed in a black and white Taoist robe and wearing a mask slowly walked out of the mirror. Not one. There are dozens. In each mirror, an identical masked person emerged. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, even their breathing was completely in sync, as they surrounded Suabai. The third senior disciple of the rock gym, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Mirror Without Fate. All the masked figures spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping and creating a chilling echo. The rules for this level are very simple. Defeat my spirit, or, find out my true form. Come forth, Miss Magius. A clear, ethereal chant. Dozens of purple elves, wearing large magic hats and resembling witches, appeared on the shoulders of each masked person. Race, Dream Demon. Level, LV35. Attribute, Ghost. Characteristic, Levitation. Status, Illusion/Overlap. Everyone is level 35. Suabai activated Eye of Insight, only to be surprised to find that the data returned by the system was also overlapping. All the dream monsters have the exact same stats. Even the slightest energy fluctuations were exactly the same. This is Shadow Clone combined with the advantages of the terrain. Suabai understood instantly. This so-called mirror corridor is itself a giant illusion amplifier. Here, the effect of shadow clones is amplified to an extreme, even reaching a level of realism that is indistinguishable from reality. Doran, can you tell the difference? Doran. Is it all fake? Or all real? Dorganmesia's eyes darted around as it tried to throw a will-o'-the-wisp at the nearest dream demon. Phew! The flames passed through the nightmare's body as if passing through a layer of smoke. Fake! He. All the dream monsters laughed at the same time. They waved their magic wands, which were actually part of their bodies, and countless colorful rays of light intertwined to form a net. Move, magical leaf. Guaranteed hit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sharp energy blades shot towards Suibai and Duolong from all directions without any blind spots. Drool. Protect. Bang bang bang. Although the green light shield blocked the attack, the enormous impact still sent the dragon drifting backward. It's useless. Jing Weiyuan's voice rang out again. Here, I am everywhere. Can you block it once, 10 times, 100 times? Although the illusion has no physical form, the attack itself is real. That's what makes illusionists so terrifying. It's a mix of truth and falsehood, hard to tell the difference. When you hit it, it's just air, when it hits you, it's a knife. That's interesting. Hiding behind the dragon's shield, Suibai not only didn't panic, but instead started rummaging through his backpack. I originally intended to save it for when I had the bottom card. Since you're playing this game, don't blame me for cheating. Suibai's finger rested on a pair of oddly shaped red goggles. This item was a niche item he got from the newbie gift pack, and he had kept it at the bottom of his inventory without ever using it. But on this occasion, it is. Official cheat. Sylph Scope. Note, in the original work, this is an item used to see through the true form of ghosts at the Pokémon Tower. Effect, able to see through all ghost-type Pokémon's disguises, invisibility, and illusions, revealing their true spiritual nature. Click. Suibai put on the slightly retro-looking red goggles. Zi. My field of vision changed instantly. The originally dimly lit corridor transformed into a world of black and white lines under the lens. Those lifelike dream demon clones instantly transformed into wisps of thin grey mist in the field of vision. And within this grey fog, only one spot emitted a blinding red light. That is the main unit. Found you. Suibai's lips curled into a cold smile. It didn't hide at the very back, nor did it blend in with the middle. Instead, it hovered openly and legitimately directly above Suibai's head. The so-called all directions are merely reflections from a mirror. The real killer always hides in the darkest corners. Dariki. Suibai suddenly looked up, his finger pointing directly at the dome. Ignore all the counterfeit goods around. Directly above the target. 3 meters away. That new move I learned. Shadow Ball. Dariki. Although Doromacia cannot see its true form, it blindly obeys Suibai's commands. It did not hesitate at all. He opened his mouth wide, and the newly upgraded ghost-type energy within his body surged wildly. An energy ball, the size of a basketball and crackling with black lightning, instantly took shape. Boom! The shadow orb shot straight up into the seemingly empty darkness above, accompanied by a whistling sound. What? Jing Weiyuan, who had maintained a calm tone throughout, finally let out a panicked cry. He never expected that Suibai could lock onto his dream demon so accurately. Dream demon! Hide! It's too late. The shadow ball is too fast. Moreover, in order to maintain the massive illusion array, the dream demon remained in a static casting state, leaving it no time to react. Bang! A solid, muffled thud. In the void, a purple elf was struck and forced to reveal its true form, screaming as it fell from the ceiling. Splash! As the main body is damaged, the dozens of masked men and dream demons around them shattered instantly like glass, turning into specks of fluorescent light and dissipating into the air. The illusion has shattered. Cough cough. A slightly disheveled figure emerged from the shadows. It was that third senior brother, Jing Weiyuan. His mask had cracked open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How did you find out? My mirror flower, water moon formation is so difficult that even elite trainers would have a hard time seeing through it. Suibai took off his goggles and waved them in his hand. I didn't see through it either. But I have a cheat code. Jing Weiyuan. He looked at the strangely shaped glasses in Suibai's hand. Although he didn't recognize what they were, he knew they must be some kind of advanced detection device. Is this the power of money? Jing Weiyuan gave a bitter smile and put away the dream demon that had lost its ability to fight. I lost. Having passed the lamp maze and mirror gallery tests in such a short time, you are indeed qualified to see your master. He stepped aside, clearing the last stretch of path leading to the summit. However, I must remind you of something. My master, she has quite a temper. Especially those who try to challenge her status as the Ghost King. Thanks. Suibai nodded and put away his goggles. Doran, you're gone. Doran, we won again. I'm so hungry. The little guy floated over, looking at Suibai expectantly. Shouldn't there be a reward for winning a fight? Okay, here you go. Suibai took out a curse talisman. He had plenty in his backpack, and stuffed it into its mouth like a candy. Crunchy and delicious. Watching the two figures walk away, Jing Weiyuan pushed up the tattered mask on his face and muttered to himself. Eating cursed runes like snacks. Where did this monster come from? Pass through the mirrored corridor. The view suddenly opened up before me. An ancient, solemn, and eerily dark black palace stands amidst the clouds atop the mountain. At the entrance of the main hall hangs a black plaque. 3 large, pale characters were written on it. The Palace of the Underworld. Is this the ghost-type gym? Suibai stood in front of the main hall, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from it. The temperature here is at least 10 degrees lower than down the mountain. The 5th badge. Suibai gripped the soul-guiding lamp tightly in his hand. I am coming. Chapter 73. Crunch. With a heavy scraping sound, the dark wooden door of the Netherworld Palace slowly opened inward without anyone pushing it. A cold, stale wind, mixed with the scent of sandalwood and decay, blew out from the crack in the door, causing the soul-guiding lamp in Suibai's hand to flicker. Call. Suibai adjusted his breathing and stepped over the high threshold. The interior of the main hall was very spacious. There were no electric lights, only a ring of ever-burning lamps embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a faint green glow. In the very center of the main hall, there was a grand chair made of the bones of an unknown giant beast. Sitting on the chair was an old woman with a hunched back, dressed in black funeral clothes, her full head of silver hair tied in a bun. Her eyes were closed, and she was leaning on a withered wooden cane, the tip of which was inlaid with a purple gemstone, which was rhythmically tapping the ground. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed in the empty hall, each beat seeming to strike one's heart. The old hag. Master of Fengdu Taoist Temple. He is also one of the most mysterious and feared trainers in the entire Jiangnan province. This junior, Suibai, has come to challenge you. Suibai walked to the center of the hall, undeterred by the eerie atmosphere, and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. Doryu. Doran Messiah also floated above his head, curiously looking around, before finally fixing her gaze on the old woman, revealing a hint of wariness. It could sense that many eyes were hidden in the old woman's shadow. He he he. A hoarse laugh came from the old woman's mouth. She slowly opened her eyes. Those were eyes with absolutely no whites, as black as ink, so deep they seemed to suck away one's soul. Young people these days are really bold. They actually dared to treat my light array like a buffet. He broke the inescapable mirror array again using cheat-like methods. The old woman's murky gaze fell on Suibai, a half-smile playing on her lips. Your Doran Messiah, is it having a good appetite? Suibai. Sure enough, the old lady knew everything. Ahem, the child is growing, it's normal for them to eat more. Suibai said shamelessly. Growing taller. The old woman glanced at Duolong, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. He's definitely a promising talent. The ghostly energy within him is frighteningly pure, and it even carries a trace of ancient dragon might. Since you've made it this far, it proves you're qualified to witness the true netherworld. The old woman stopped talking nonsense. She slowly stood up, her cane slamming heavily against her hand. Boom! The floor of the main hall suddenly cracked open, revealing a bottomless black abyss below. Several floating stone slabs rose up, forming the battlefield. Netherworld Realm. Here, the power of Ghost-type moves is greatly amplified, and the speed of all non-Ghost-type Pokémon is suppressed. The rule is 3v3. If you can beat me, this Ghost Batch, and the Spirit Realm Rift spot you wanted, are both yours. But if you lose... The old woman gave a sinister smile. How about leaving your dragon here to be my gatekeeper and keep this old woman company? Dariki. No way. There's not even anything good to eat here. The little guy was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Suibai. Mother-in-law is joking. Suibai's eyes narrowed, and he gripped the pokeball tightly. They are my family, not bargaining chips. And I didn't intend to lose. Good breath. The old woman waved her sleeve and threw out the first pokeball. It was a jet-black dark sphere. Come forth, coffin of the dead. The Grim Reaper's coffin. Bang! Black fog filled the air. A coffin-shaped spirit, cast entirely in gold and covered with ancient runes, but with 4 black ghostly hands, landed heavily on the field. Race, Death Coffin. Level, LV40. Attribute, Ghost. Ability, Mummy. Upon contact with an opponent, its ability changes to Mummy. Status, Calm/Cursed. The Coffin of Death. Suibai activated Eye of Insight. This is an extremely one-dimensional Pokémon. With a physical defense of 145, it's practically a wall of despair. Moreover, its ability is extremely disgusting. Any Pokémon that attacks it with a contact move, such as Punch or Bite, will have its original ability erased, turning it into a useless mummy. This is a trap specifically designed for physical attackers. Since it's defensive, Suibai did not send out Dragoon. Drow Ranger is currently focused on special attack, but the level difference is too large, and it is easy to be worn down. He reached for the heavy red ball at his waist. Then let's use absolute violence to smash this rotten piece of wood. Go, Gyarados! Roar! A burst of red light erupted. A colossal red tyrant appeared, hovering in mid-air, its massive body almost filling half the arena. Having been tempered in the dragon's secret realm, it has now reached level 46 and exudes an ancient dragon's might. Intimidation. Although its inherent characteristic is overconfidence, its domineering aura has an intimidating effect. However, faced with Gyarados' roar, Coffin simply stood there quietly, not even lifting an eyelid. Completely ignoring the pressure. There is no elemental advantage/disadvantage relationship between attributes. Gyarados, launch a probing attack. Crush it. Dark type is super effective against Ghost. Roar. Gyarados opened its gaping maw, dark type energy coiling around its fangs, and suddenly swooped down, aiming a bite at the top of Coffin's skull. When a crisp metallic clang. Gyarados felt as if it had bitten into a solid gold brick, and its teeth ached. Although it bit me, it still caused damage. The effect was outstanding. But the Coffin of Death merely swayed, and the health bar only dropped a small portion. So hard. At the same time. Buzz. A grayish-white, bandage-like energy suddenly surged from the Coffin of Death, instantly wrapping around Gyarados' body. System notification: Gyarados' overconfidence ability has been overridden. Characteristic changed to Mummy. Oh no. Suibai frowned slightly. Overconfidence backfired. This means that Gyarados has lost its snowballing ability to become stronger with each battle. He, are you in such a hurry? The old hag chuckled sinisterly. The worst is yet to come. The Grim Reaper's coffin, Will-o'-the-Wisp. Call. Purple flames simultaneously ignited in the 4 demonic hands of the Coffin of Death, striking Gyarados' face at close range. Will-o'-the-Wisps again. Once burned, Gyarados' physical attack is halved, making it completely unable to break through the steel plate. Gyarados. If you can't dodge, don't bother. Use the water jets. Throw it away. Roar. Despite the risk of being burned by the will-o'-the-wisp, Gyarados whipped up water with its tail and unleashed a sweeping attack. Bang! The coffin of death was flung away. But purple flames also appeared on Gyarados' face. Burns. The special ability has been disabled, and the attack power has been halved. A bad start. This is called boiling a frog in lukewarm water. The old hag seemed to enjoy the process of slowly tormenting her opponent. The coffin of death, hold it. Then let's share the pain. Nausea. That's disgusting. First, use the will-o'-the-wisp to cripple your damage output. Then use high defense to absorb damage. Finally, when you've whittled down its health by half, it shares the pain, directly distributing your health evenly, and then it recovers itself. This is a typical ghost-type defense team strategy. Trying to play a war of attrition with me. Seeing the Gyarados struggling in the battle, Pseudo-legendary didn't panic. Instead, he took something out of his backpack. It is not a medicine. It's not a Pokeball either. Instead, it is a Musicuo. Effect, cures all abnormal statuses. Gyarados. Here. Pseudo-legendary tossed the fruit with force, and it landed precisely in the mouth of the Gyarados. Snap! Juice splashed. The purple flames on Gyarados' body instantly went out, and the burn status was lifted. Roar! Having regained its full strength, Gyarados once again unleashed a deafening roar. It's not over yet. Pseudo-legendary's eyes were sharp. Since the special ability is blocked, let's use this move to break the deadlock. Gyarados. Dragon Dance. Stacking statuses. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 74. Boom. Gyarados' massive body twisted and turned strangely in the air. A red storm of dragon-like energy formed around it. The confidence and domineering aura that were originally sealed due to the mummy characteristics have now returned with the blessing of Dragon Dance. Attack power increased. Speed increased. At this moment, the red Gyarados, although its ability is still blank, has inflated its stats to a terrifying degree. A very impressive momentum. The old woman, leaning on her cane, watched the giant red dragon dancing wildly in mid-air. Instead of panic, those dark eyes gleamed with a deep, eerie light, like will-o'-the-wisps. But, young man, in the realm of ghosts, the greater the power, the greater the price to pay. The coffin of death. Before those teeth fall. Offer sacrifice. Curse. Buzz. The four ghostly hands on the coffin of death suddenly plunged into its own body. The golden coffin trembled violently, as if it were enduring immense pain. Its stamina was instantly reduced by half. Instead, a huge, jet-black nail, radiating an ominous aura, appeared out of nowhere in Gyarados' shadow. Curse, when used by a ghost-type Pokémon, it consumes half of its maximum HP to inflict the curse status on the target, causing them to lose 1/4 of their maximum HP each turn. This is a devastating blow that inflicts 1,000 casualties on the enemy while simultaneously damaging 800 of your own. Want to trade your life? Pseudo-legendary's eyes turned cold. He's very familiar with this skill. Once cursed, Gyarados won't last more than 4 turns unless it's switched out of the battle. But before that, let's expose you first. Pseudo-legendary waved his hand, exuding a murderous aura. Gyarados. Now. Bite it down. Roar. Gyarados had now fully charged up its power. Ignoring the black nail that was driving into its shadow, it opened its blood-red maw, and dark energy coiled around its fangs like black lightning. The speed boost from the Dragon Dance made it a red afterimage, instantly traversing the arena. Snap! A sickening metallic shattering sound echoed throughout the hall. Gyarados' fangs, powerful enough to crush steel, gnawed fiercely at the golden shell of the coffin of death. Evil Ghost. Dragon Dance increases damage. The power of this strike is enough to pierce through mountains. Ugh! The coffin of death let out a low, mournful wail. It had already lost half its strength due to activating the curse, so there was absolutely no suspense in facing this devastating attack. The hard, golden coffin lid was bitten through directly, and the black, ghostly aura dissipated. Boom! The coffin of death slammed heavily onto the stone slab, its eyes rolled back, if it had eyes, and it completely lost its ability to fight. Death coffin cannot fight. The referee, a dojo student, announced loudly. But Suibai showed no joy whatsoever. Because the moment the coffin fell, the black nail also pierced deeply into Gyarados' shadow. Tisk! Gyarados' massive body trembled violently, letting out a painful groan. A black, cursed energy crawled up its body along the shadow, frantically devouring its strength like a maggot. Round 1, 1/4 of your health is lost. Come back. Without any hesitation, Suibai took out a Pokeball. The curse status is too deadly, if you don't switch characters, Gyarados will be worn down and killed. Roar! Gyarados let out a low growl of reluctance, but its weakened state prevented it from resisting, and it turned into a red light and returned to its ball. A wise choice. The old hag retrieved the coffin of death, her expression remaining calm and composed. I traded one of my main fighters for your ace's enhancement. In this deal, I, as an old woman, don't feel I lost out. 1-0, you're leading in kills, but the pace. It's still in my hands. She slowly pulled a second Pokeball from her sleeve. It was a stone sphere that looked very old and had cracks all over its surface. Come forth, you amalgamation of 108 evil spirits. Flower Rock Monster. He 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 he. It was accompanied by a chilling, eerie laugh. A strange wedge-shaped stone lay on the ground. Immediately afterwards, purple gas erupted from the stone, condensing into a hideous, distorted ghost face that spun wildly in the air. Race, Flower Rock Monster. Level, LV42. Attribute, Ghost/Dark. Special feature, Pressure, drains opponent's PP by double. Status, Malice/Thirst. Flower Rock Monster. Suibai frowned and activated Eye of Insight. This is an extremely difficult opponent. The Ghost/Dark type combination was a famous no-weakness Pokémon before the Fairy type appeared. Even with the addition of the Fairy type, its defenses are still incredibly high, making it a true Ghost-type tank. Since it's a Ghost-type civil war. Suibai touched the Doran Messiah on his shoulder. Little one, can you chew this bone? Doran. I'm going to eat it. Doran Messiah looked at the purple gas, but instead of feeling fear, she seemed to see some kind of delicious cotton candy, and her mouth was practically watering. In its worldview, anything that is a ghost is food. Okay. Let's go test your teeth then. Suibai waved his hand. Go, Dorgan Mija. Dariki. The little guy floated to the center of the field and confronted the hideous ghost face. The size difference is huge. However, in terms of sheer presence, the quasi-god-like pressure emanating from Dorgan Mija was in no way inferior. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The old woman sneered. The Flower Rock Monster, let it know what fear is. Evil Wave. Had. The Flower Rock Monster opened its massive maw, and countless black malevolent thoughts converged into a ring-shaped shockwave that spread outwards. Dark type is super effective against Ghost. Get out of the way. Move at high speed. Dariki. Dorgan Mija swayed slightly. It instantly transformed into a streak of purple lightning. It traced a Z shape in the air, easily avoiding the bombardment of the evil wave. Wow, so fast! A hint of surprise flashed in the old woman's eyes. This dragon is even faster than the intelligence reports suggested. Since you're so fast, then we'll block your movement. Flower Rock Monster. Rock Blockade. Rumble. The suspended stone slabs around the site suddenly shattered. Countless pebbles flew through the air, forming a dense stone net that enveloped Duolong. It's useless. Suibai's lips curled up slightly. Drool. Pierce it. Sneak attack by a hidden spirit. Call out. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of rocks, Dorgan Mija did not dodge. Instead, his body became ethereal, and he instantly vanished into another dimension. The rebel missed its target. The next second, behind the Flower Rock Monster, space shattered like a mirror. Dariki. The little creature burst forth from the void, its body enveloped in dense ghostly flames, and slammed fiercely into the Flower Rock Monster's wedge-shaped body, its weak point. A sneak attack. The old woman, far from being flustered, instead revealed a triumphant smile. I've been waiting for you for so long. Flower Rock Monster. Surprise attack. What? Suibai was taken aback. How could the Flower Rock Monster, with its clumsy appearance, launch a surprise attack? Yeah. Just as Doran was about to hit him, the purple gas surrounding the Flower Rock Monster suddenly surged. A black, ghostly claw shot out from the mist with incredible speed, arriving before the enemy. Surprise attack always attacks the opponent who is about to launch a move first. Bang! A muffled thud. Doran Messia was sent flying by the sudden claw strike, tumbling several times in the air before finally coming to a stop. Dorium. The little guy rubbed his head, which had been slapped, looking aggrieved. I was the one who started it. Don't rush. Suibai took a deep breath to calm himself down. This is the experience of a veteran restaurant owner. I anticipated your prediction. Since getting close will result in a counterattack, let's keep our distance and fight. Doryu. Use our new moves. Shadow Ball, Rapid Fire. Dariki. The little guy's eyes sharpened. It stopped trying to get closer and hovered at a distance, opening its mouth and unleashing jets of black energy like machine guns. With the blessing of the curse symbol, plus the accumulation of a large amount of ghost fire absorbed last night, its Shadow Ball's power is now vastly different from what it used to be. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted on the Flower Rock Monster. Although the rock ruff has high defense and special defense, it was still forced to retreat repeatedly under this dense barrage of fire, letting out an angry roar. Remote consumption. The old woman frowned. Flower Rock Monster is slow and has short legs, making it most vulnerable to this kite-like tactic. Since that's the case, a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. Then let's muddy the waters. Flower Rock Monster. Strange light. Buzz. A strange, seven-colored ray of light shot towards Doran. Close your eyes. Suibai shouted. Doran skillfully closed his eyes. It's no use. Try again. Hypnosis. Hypnotic ripples followed closely behind. A stand-in. Puff. Doran created a doll to shield himself, while his true form had already moved on. The two exchanged blows, their moves flowing seamlessly, creating a dazzling spectacle. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, Suibai keenly noticed that the Flower Rock Monster seemed to be a beat too slow. Its PP, skill points, are running low. While the pressure ability can deplete the opponent's PP, the high frequency of move usage also puts a significant strain on the Venusaur itself. Chance. Drawn. The last card. Suibai suddenly pulled a pair of red glasses from his backpack. It was thrown to Dorgan. Emphasized glasses, not the previous scarf, but the one that increases special attack. Take it. Special attack increased by 50%. Although I can only use one move, that one move is enough. The most powerful effect, misfortunes never come singly. Dariki. The little guy caught the glasses and put them on, instantly feeling a surge of energy within him. It opened its massive maw, and a purple, ghostly beam of light converged into a destructive torrent, hurtling straight toward the flower rock monster's wedge stone body. This attack was a gamble with all of our special attacks. Chapter 75. Boom! 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 A torrent of purple ghosts, like an angry river Styx, relentlessly washed over the flower rock monster's hard, wedge-shaped body. This was a desperate, all-or-nothing attack. Elegant Glasses increases special attack by 50%. Curse Symbol increases ghost-type power by 20%. This is a bonus. Even if the misfortunes never come alone didn't trigger the status doubling, the flower rock monster wasn't afflicted with any abnormal status, this pure energy surge was still enough to shake mountains. Jehovah! The flower rock monster let out a painful howl. Its prized dual defenses crumbled like paper under the relentless barrage of special attacks. The purple gas was dispersed, revealing the core, a wedge-shaped stone riddled with cracks. Bang! As the energy dissipated, the wedge stone crashed heavily onto the floating stone slab, rolled twice, and then came to a complete stop. The hideous ghost face vanished, leaving only a lifeless stone. The flower rock monster is unable to fight. The referee's voice echoed in the empty hall, trembling with disbelief. 2-0. Although Suabai's Gyarados was eliminated with low health, cursed, judging from the number of kills, he had already secured the match point. Huff, huff. Dorganmesia hovered in mid-air, panting heavily. Its red glasses had slipped halfway down its face, making it look somewhat comical. This attack drained most of its physical and mental strength, but looking at its fallen enemy, its big eyes were filled with excitement. Doran! I won! I'm going to eat 2 essence cubes! It turned its head and showed its praise to Suabai. Okay, I'll make you an extra meal when we get back. Suabai smiled and gave a thumbs up, but his eyes remained focused. He knew the real test was yet to come. The old hag hasn't played her trump card yet. Do you care about glasses? The old woman withdrew the flower rock monster, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her murky eyes, as if she saw through everything. Sacrificing a lock-on move for maximum damage output. Young man, you've got guts, and your methods are pretty unconventional. Most newcomers wouldn't dare use such a powerful item with such severe side effects in a gym battle. Fortune favors the bold. Suabai did not become arrogant because of his lead, instead, he became even more cautious. Faced with your flower rock monster, unless we use drastic measures, we're afraid we won't be able to defeat it. He, well said. The old woman gently tapped her cane, making a tap, tap sound. However, you're now locked in a spell. With only misfortune strikes again available, does Dragapult have any chance against my last Pokémon? Come out! The master of the underworld palace. Gengar. He. A chilling, eerie laugh suddenly rang out from behind Suabai's shadow. They didn't come out of a Pokeball. It has always been hiding in the shadows. A purplish-black, plump figure slowly rose up, its scarlet eyes shining like 2 ghostly lamps in the darkness, and its wide mouth, stretching to its ears, revealing gleaming white fangs. Race, Gengar. Rank, LV45, Peak Elite. Attribute, Ghost/Poison. Trait, Cursed Body, when attacked, there is a chance to seal the opponent's move. Status, Playful/at its peak. Powerful. Very strong. Suabai activated Eye of Insight, and after just one glance at the panel, cold sweat broke out on his back. This Gengar has an incredibly high special attack stat and a very extensive move pool. Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, and even 100,000 volts. It's practically an all-around turret. More importantly, Doran is now wearing stylish glasses and is locked onto the misfortunes never come alone skill. Without the help of abnormal status effects, the power of misfortune alone is only 65, which is no match for Gengar. Come back, Doran. Without hesitation, Suibai took out a Pokeball. Replacement. This is the only way to remove the negative effects of the essential item skill lock. Doryu. I'm outta here. Dorganmesia sensed that the fat monster was not to be trifled with, and darted back into the ball. Trying to run away. The old woman sneered. Now that you've changed people, let's see who's next to die. Gengar, set up your formation. Black eyes. Ya. Gengar's eyes shot out two black beams of light, which intertwined to form an invisible net that enveloped the entire area. This means that the next Pokémon to enter the battle will not be able to escape or be replaced. Catching a turtle in a jar. Was the timing of the substitution predicted? Suibai gripped the Pokeball in his hand, his fingers turning slightly white. He doesn't have many cards left to play. Gyarados was low on health and cursed, so it was a suicide mission from the start. Dorgan had just come off the field and was extremely exhausted. Appledra is weak to poison, although it has psychic-type moves to cover its weaknesses, it's not as fast as Gengar. It's all up to you now. Suibai took a deep breath and pulled out the black and yellow Pokeball. A battle of speed against speed. Go, Beedrill! Bang! A flash of blue light. The brilliant Beedrill flapped its wings and hovered in mid-air. Its needles are crossed, and its gaze is as cold as a knife. Although it is a bug/poison type moves are only half as effective against Gengar, Ghost/Poison, due to its poison resistance. But it has one huge advantage. Ground-type move Drill Rush. Ground-based poison counters 2x damage. Furthermore, Beedrill has an extremely high speed stat, and combined with its sniper ability, a single hit to a critical spot is enough to take down Gengar. Beedrill. The old woman paused for a moment, then laughed. Even insects want to challenge the Demon King. Gengar, Sludge Bomb. Ya. Gengar opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of purplish-black venomous mud, which flew at great speed straight toward Beedrill. Get out of the way. Move at high speed. Cheers. The giant bee swayed its body, instantly becoming a blur, easily avoiding the venomous mud. Wow, so fast. The old woman's eyes narrowed slightly. This shiny Beedrill is even a fraction faster than her Gengar? Now. Make your move. Suibai shouted. Direct thrust drill. Yay! Beedrill spun in the air, its two stingers coming together, and its body began to spin at high speed. Earth-yellow ground-type energy enveloped its entire body, transforming it into a giant drill. It aimed straight at Gengar's chest. Want to get closer? The old woman was not alarmed. Gengar, Phantom Assault. Call out. Gengar vanished into thin air in an instant. The drill missed its target and instead created a large hole in the ground. Have they gone invisible? Suibai looked around. Beedrill, watch out behind you. He he he. A strange laugh rang out from above the bee's head. Gengar extended its ghostly claws from the void, imbued with the chilling energy of the ghost type, and slammed them hard against Beedrill's back. There's no escaping it. Since we can't dodge it, then let's fight back. A ruthless glint flashed in Suibai's eyes. Beedrill. Double sting. Cheers. The Beedrill twisted its body forcefully in mid-air, its two long stingers shooting out like venomous snakes, piercing towards the ghost claw. Bang! The devil claw slapped Beedrill on the shoulder. The giant bee cried out in pain and its body sank. But its two needles also pierced Gengar's arm with pinpoint accuracy. Pfft! Although it was a bug-type move, which is generally not very effective, this attack triggered a critical hit. Sniper special ability activated. Damage increased. Ya! Gengar, in pain, drifted backward. Not dead. Suibai looked at Gengar, who had only suffered minor injuries, and thought to himself that it was a pity. If the drill had hit it directly, it would have dealt it a severe blow. You've got some skills. The old woman nodded. It can actually keep up with Jengar's speed. However, the game is over. Jengar, hypnosis. Buzz. Suddenly, strange ripples appeared in Jengar's scarlet eyes. They're too close. The bee had barely regained its footing when it didn't even have time to close its eyes. Oh no! Suibai's heart sank. Once you fall asleep, you're basically a dream-eating machine. Drill's eyelids began to droop, and its body swayed precariously, as if it would fall at any moment. Sleep, sleep. The old woman's voice was like a lullaby. Just as Beedrill was about to close its eyes. Ding! A crisp bell suddenly rang in Drill's mind. It suddenly opened its eyes, and its gaze returned to clarity. A green fruit hanging around its neck shattered instantly, turning into energy that dispelled its drowsiness. Tools, mint fruit. Effect, relieves sleep. What? The old woman's smile froze on her face. Tree fruits again. Just how many of these targeted props did you bring? Dust-proof goggles protect against powder, peppermint berries prevent drowsiness. Did this kid empty the prop shop? Not much, just a little over 1 billion. Suibai grinned. Now, it's my turn. Beedrill. Gather your energy. Cheers. Beedrill took a deep breath, and its momentum suddenly increased. The next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Direct thrust drill. Full power. Chapter 76. Boom. The ochre-colored spiral storm transformed into an unstoppable drill bit at that moment. Drill's twin needles spun at high speed, piercing Jengar's round belly with a shrill sound that tore through the air. Pfft! That's the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Immediately following was a muffled explosion. Direct punch drill, ground system. Counters poison-type attacks, 2x. Gathering power plus sniper traits. Guaranteed critical hit. And critical hit damage increased to 2.25 times. The power of this attack even surpassed that of Dorgan Mija's misfortune befalling the Eyes attack. Jehovah! Jengar let out a piercing scream. Its large face, which had been carrying a mocking smile, instantly became distorted and deformed. The terrifying impact pierced through its body, sending it flying like a ball. Bang! Jengar slammed heavily against the wall of the netherworld, embedding itself deeply into the stone bricks, surrounded by numerous cracks. The black, ghostly aura dissipated like a deflated balloon. It struggled, trying to slide down the wall, but its body wouldn't obey its commands. The two scarlet eyes darted around twice before finally losing their luster. I completely fainted. Quiet. A deathly silence. Even the ever-burning lamps on the surrounding walls seemed to have dimmed somewhat due to the force of that attack. The giant bee hovered in mid-air, slowly retracting its two needles. Its blue carapace gleamed with a cold, chilling light in the dim glow, and its compound eyes remained completely still. It was as if he had just defeated not an elite-level demon king, but merely a roadside fry. This is the discipline of an assassin. Having accomplished his task, he dusted off his clothes and departed, concealing his identity and name. Jengar is unable to battle. Winner, Suibai. The referee's voice broke the silence, echoing in the empty hall. 3-0. Following his victory at the Flower Gym, Suibai once again achieved a clean sweep, taking down this ghost gym that strikes fear into the hearts of countless trainers. Call. Suibai breathed a sigh of relief and tossed an energy cube to Beedrill. Well done, Blue Bee. Exactly. The Beedrill took the cube, crunched it in one bite, and a look of satisfaction flashed in its eyes. Slap, slap, slap. Applause erupted. The old woman recalled Jengar and slowly walked over, leaning on her cane. A faint, almost benevolent smile appeared on her grim old face, though it still looked terrifying. Good. 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 She said good 3 times in a row. Use items to break hypnosis, gather energy for a burst of power. You're not only rich, you're smart too. This old woman, utterly admit defeat. She stretched out her withered, claw-like hand, in which lay a purple skull-shaped badge. Ghost badge. Take it. This is your 5th badge. Suibai accepted the badge with both hands, feeling the cool aura emanating from it, and felt reassured. We're only 3 tickets away from the national competition. And this too. The old woman pulled a pitch-black CD from her sleeve. Move Trainer, Shadow Ball. I see that while your Dragon Messiah has learned Shadow Ball, its usage isn't quite mastered yet. Take it back and study it carefully, it can take its special attack to the next level. Thank you, Grandma. Suibai's eyes lit up. This is exactly what Doran needs right now. Don't thank me yet. The old woman waved her hand, her expression suddenly turning serious. Badges and skill machines are just extras. The real reward is yet to come. She turned around and pointed with her cane to a stone door at the deepest part of the hall that was sealed with a talisman. That's the entrance to the spirit realm rift. According to the rules of the night parade of 100 demons, as the winner, you are qualified to enter and cultivate for 1 day. A rift in the spirit world. Suibai looked at the stone door. Even from a great distance, he could feel the dense, almost impenetrable ghostly energy emanating from behind the door. It felt like standing on the edge of another world. That's right. The old woman explained. That's where reality and the spirit world meet. The flow of time there is different from the outside world, not actually different, just with a higher concentration of energy. The ghost-type energy inside is extremely violent, but also extremely pure. For ghost-type Pokémon, that's the best training ground. 1 day there is equivalent to 6 months of arduous training outside. But the old woman abruptly changed her tone, her voice turning sinister. It's dangerous inside too. Not only are there wandering evil spirits, but there's also the possibility of getting lost in the illusion, never to escape. Do you dare to go? Dare. Suibai did not hesitate at all. Fortune favors the bold. Draco Mesha is currently stuck at LV30, and has a long way to go before evolving. If I can level up 8 or 10 levels in this rift, then the upcoming gym battles will be a sure thing. And Suibai touched the treasure radar in his backpack. These special maps usually hide priceless treasures. Not going would be a complete waste. Doran. Are you scared? Suibai released Dorgan Mishia. Doran. Smells delicious. I want to eat it. As soon as the little guy came out, he stared intently at the stone door, his mouth practically watering. Afraid? It does not exist. To a foodie, it's a giant buffet. It seems I don't need to say anything more. The old woman's lips twitched as she looked at Duolong's greedy expression. What a special little guy. In that case, let's go in. Remember, you only have 24 hours. When the time comes, no matter what you're doing, you must come out immediately, otherwise the gate will close, and you'll be relegated to the spirit world as a ghost. Clear. Suibai nodded and tidied up his equipment. Open the door. The old hag chanted a spell and pointed her cane. Buzz. The runes on the stone gate burned out, and the heavy gate slowly opened. A surge of purplish-black mist instantly erupted, engulfing Suibai and Duolong. Walk. Suibai stepped inside. My vision went completely black in an instant, and my body felt as if it had lost its weight. When vision returned to clear, Suibai found himself standing on a grey, desolate wasteland. There was no sun overhead, only a purple moon hanging in the sky. Countless translucent ghosts drifted around, emitting mournful howls. Spirit Realm Rift. Is this the spirit world? Suibai activated the treasure hunting radar. Upon seeing this, he almost cried out. The radar screen was filled with countless tiny dots of light. Green, blue, purple, and even a few gold ones. Spirit cloth. Dark stone. Curse symbol. Treasures are everywhere. Dariki. Suibai patted the little guy on his shoulder, his voice trembling. You're welcome. Give me, eat as much as you want. Chapter 77. A grey sky, a purple moon. There was no wind, no sound, only endless silence and the occasional wailing of a ghost. The rift in the spirit world is a forbidden zone, off limits to the living. But for Suibai and Doran Messia at this moment, this place was simply heaven. Beep beep beep. The treasure-hunting radar interface in front of Suibai was now completely filled with countless dots of light. This isn't a treasure hunt, it's practically a wholesale purchase. Doran, don't be shy, eat that curse symbol over there. That black mist is high-purity ghost energy, absorb it. And that tattered cloth floating in the air, that's spirit realm cloth. It's a good item too, keep it. Like a conductor, Suibai directed Dorgan Mija to sweep across the wasteland. So many. So many. We can't finish them all. The little guy was so excited that he did a somersault in the air. It opened its massive mouth, like a whale sucking in water, frantically devouring the surrounding ghost-type energy. The body, which was originally translucent, began to emit a tangible purple light due to the excessive abundance of energy. Ding! Doran Messia absorbed pure ghost energy, and her experience points skyrocketed. Level upgraded to LV31. Level upgraded to LV32. In this place where time flows differently from the outside world, upgrading is as simple as drinking water. In just 1 hour, Dorgan Mija's level skyrocketed to LV38. That speed is faster than riding a rocket. I wish I could come to this wonderful place every day. Suibai picked up a piece of dark stone that had fallen to the ground and sighed. But he knew it was impossible. These cracks were extremely unstable, if it weren't for the old woman using secret methods to maintain them, they would have collapsed long ago. He he he. Just as the person and their pet were happily sweeping through the area. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from the mist ahead. Immediately afterwards, several tall, dark figures slowly emerged, blocking their path. They were 3 enormous monsters, their bodies wrapped in bandages, each with a single eye that glowed red. Night Demon. Level, LV45, LV44, LV46. Attribute, Ghost. Characteristic, Sense of oppression. Status, Greedy/Predator. These are the original inhabitants of the rift in the spirit world. They are responsible for guiding the souls of the dead, and also for increasing their power by devouring the souls of outsiders. Clearly, in their eyes, Suibai and Duolong, these 2 vibrant intruders, were just 2 pieces of walking meat. Trying to treat us like snacks. Suibai stopped in his tracks, his eyes turning cold. Perfect timing, Dorgan just ate so much, he hasn't digested it yet. These sandbags were delivered right to your door, perfect for giving you a workout. Dariki. I'm going to take on 10 of them. Dorgan Mija was currently in a state of high energy and excitement. It completely disregarded the fact that the opponent was of a higher level than itself, flicked its tail, and charged straight at them. Shadow Ball, Rapid Fire. Boom. 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 Countless jet-black energy spheres shot out like machine guns. The 3 night demons were caught off guard by the little creature's fierce firepower and had to retreat repeatedly. Roar! The leader of the night demons was enraged. Its large mouth suddenly opened, letting out a roar. Dark Gaze. Block their escape route. Immediately afterwards, the 3 demonic spirits simultaneously swung their enormous ghostly hands. Shadow Fist. Guaranteed hit. Bang bang bang. Dorgan Messia had no way to avoid it and was hit hard by 3 heavy punches. He was sent flying like a ball and crashed into a tombstone. Dorium! It grimaced in pain, and white smoke billowed from its body. After all, there's a difference in levels, and it's 1 against 3. This is the pressure of real combat. Suibai did not offer any assistance, but calmly gave instructions. Doryu, don't try to fight with brute force. Use your speed. Use your strengths. You are a ghost, and also a dragon. Pierce through them. Doriki. The little guy's eyes sharpened. It endured the pain, and its body began to disintegrate once more. Just as the night demon's fist was about to fall again, it transformed into a streak of purple light, piercing straight through its opponent's body. Sneak attack. Appearing behind. Now. Release all that excess energy from your body. Dragon dance. Buzz. Dorganmesia spun wildly in the air. The massive amount of ghost essence that had just been consumed, stimulated by the battle, finally began to boil and burn completely. Its body began to glow. It's not an upgraded version of the dim light. Instead, a dazzling, sacred light, representing an evolutionary leap in the level of life. This is... Suibai's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with elation. Is it about to evolve? Although normally Doran Messia only evolves at level 50, this is a rift in the spirit world. The high energy concentration here, combined with the countless rare and precious herbs it had consumed, finally broke the genetic chains. Roar! From within the white light, a dragon's roar, deeper and more majestic than before, resounded. Its originally small body quickly stretched and grew larger. The triangular head became wider, like the nose of a stealth bomber. Its tail became longer and more powerful. When the light fades, a dragon-type Pokémon, nearly 2 meters long, resembling a futuristic fighter jet, and radiating a faint purple light, hovered in mid-air. On its head, there was even a tiny, translucent dragon. Durankai. Evolution successful. Ding! Doran Messia has broken the limit. Evolve into Dragapult. Level instantly increased to LV42. All attributes have been significantly increased. Learned new skill, Dragon Dive. Handsome. Suibai clenched his fist. The evolved Draco has lost some of its innocent charm and gained a cold, killer aura in its eyes. It looked down at the 3 arrogant night demons, a cruel smile curving its lips. Wow! Now it's my turn. Suibai does not need to give orders. It flashed, its speed doubling. Boom! It transformed into a purple meteor, carrying terrifying dragon might, and crashed fiercely into the leading night demon. Dragon's dive! Bang! The night demon didn't even have a chance to react before it was smashed to pieces, its spirit disintegrated, turning into pure energy that vanished into the air. Instant kill. The other 2 were so frightened that they turned and ran away. Don't run! The small companion above Durankai's head suddenly flew out, tracking the enemy like a missile. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions. The battle is over. Clean and efficient. Call. Duolonki retracted its companion form and slowly floated in front of Suibai. It lowered its head and nuzzled Suibai's cheek. Although it has grown bigger and stronger, it is still that same affectionate little creature. Congratulations, Doran! Suibai held its cold head, his heart filled with boundless pride. With Durankai. Who can stop me on the journey ahead? Walk! Time's almost up, let's go harvest the last treasure. Suibai looked into the depths of the spirit realm. There stood an altar radiating golden light. Treasure radar display. That's the cursed armor, armor of spells. An item for evolving Crimson Knight? No, it's probably some kind of ancient ghostly treasure here. Chapter 78. The altar, radiating golden light, stood alone at the deepest part of the rift in the spirit world. The closer you get, the lower the surrounding temperature becomes. That kind of cold wasn't physical, it was a chilling sensation that went straight to the soul. Even the newly evolved and vigorous Duolonki had put away its playful expression. It floated in front of Suibai. Those narrow eyes scanned their surroundings warily. The little dragon, symbiotic organism, on its head also shrank into the launch port, only revealing a pair of uneasy little eyes. Strange. It's dangerous here. Dorgonkai reminded him in a low voice. I know. Suibai tightened his clothes, his gaze fixed on the center of the altar. There, suspended, was a worn-out piece of armor stained with dark red rust. It only has an upper body, with a simple and ancient design, as if it were a relic left by an ancient general. But within the gaps in the broken armor plates, two eerie purple flames burned. Like the eyes of a demon. He was coldly watching the intruder. Armor of Curses. Note, this is a key item for evolving the Azure Flame Blade Demon, and it contains intense resentment. Call. Suibai took a deep breath, trying to calm his wildly beating heart. This thing has an even stronger aura than that dominant Jengar. System, scan. Ding. High-risk item detected, spell armor, sealed. Description, armor formed from the resentment of ancient swordsmen who died in battle here. It harbors souls that yearn for battle and bloodshed. Touching it may cause ordinary people to have their minds corrupted by this resentment. Suggestion, suppress the aura using mental power, or place it in the system inventory to isolate its presence. Resentment eroding. Suibai frowned slightly. No wonder no wild elves dared to approach. This is not only a treasure, but also a murder weapon. Doran, step back. Suibai reached out and stopped Duolonki, who wanted to go up and try it out. This stuff is poisonous, you can't eat it. Would you like some too? Duronkai tilted his head. I won't eat it, I'm taking it with me. Suibai took out a pair of specially made gloves, insulating and corrosion resistant, from his backpack. Although the system says it can be placed in the backpack for isolation, the prerequisite is that he has to get his hands on it first. Step. 2 steps. The moment Suibai stepped onto the altar steps. Buzz. The worn-out armor suddenly began to tremble violently. In my ears, I could almost hear the roars and shouts of countless people. Kill. 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 Why did we lose? Blood, I need blood. A violent mental shock surged into Suibai's mind like a tidal wave, and the scene before him began to distort, as if he were on an ancient battlefield filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hallucination. Snort. Suibai groaned, biting his tongue to force himself to stay awake. He has lived 2 lives, so his mental strength is inherently stronger than that of ordinary people. In addition, his will has become as firm as a rock after years of getting used to the system. A mere inanimate object dares to try and control living people. Shut up! Under immense mental pressure, Suibai suddenly reached out and grabbed the armor that was floating in mid-air. Zzzzzzzzz. Black smoke instantly billowed from the gloves. That resentment seemed to have found an outlet, frantically trying to penetrate Suibai's body. Doran! Help! Strange! Duronkai sensed the danger his master was in. It let out an angry dragon roar, and its body erupted with dazzling evolutionary light, residual power. As a pseudo-legendary ghost type, it is a natural expert at manipulating souls. It opened its massive mouth, staring at the armor. Take a deep breath. Who? The black resentment swirling around the armor was actually partially absorbed by Duronkai. Here you go. The pressure has suddenly decreased. Suibai seized the opportunity and made a thought. System. Storage. Swish. The cursed armor, which was still struggling frantically, vanished into thin air in an instant. It was forcibly stuffed into that complete Pokédex backpack that could even hold legendary Pokémon. The world fell silent. Huff, huff. Suibai slumped to the ground, panting heavily, his back soaked with cold sweat. For a split second just now, he felt like he was about to draw his sword and kill someone. That was close. We'll have to find a tough elf to use this thing in the future. For example, Tanjiro, who hasn't been caught yet. Boom. 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 Before Suibai could even catch his breath, the ground beneath my feet suddenly began to shake violently. The purple moon overhead began to shatter, and countless dark cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Not good. Suibai's expression changed. This armor is a protective barrier for this space, it resembles red scales. If you take it away, the rift in the spirit world will collapse. Doran. Run. Strange. Doronkai reacted with lightning speed. It grew larger and carried Suibai on its back. It was a bit cramped, but he could barely sit. Hold on tight. Call out. Doronkai activated Dragon Dance acceleration mode, transforming into a purple meteor and sprinting wildly towards the entrance he had come from. Behind me. The earth is collapsing, and the void is swallowing it up. Countless wild ghost-type Pokémon that couldn't escape in time were swept into the spatial turbulence, letting out shrill screams. This is a race against death. Ahead. That point of light. Suibai pointed to the stone door in front of him that was slowly closing. There's only a slit left. Charge. A stealthy attack. Strange. Dorgan let out a roar, and its speed surged once again. In the last second before the stone gate was about to close, its body instantly became ethereal, carrying Suibai, and passed through the gap like a ghost. Bang! Fengdu Taoist Temple, Netherworld Palace. The ancient stone door slammed shut with a dull thud. Ouch! Suibai and Duolongki tumbled to the ground in a disheveled state, completely disoriented. Cough cough. Suibai got up, glanced at the tightly closed stone door behind him, and felt a lingering fear. Almost there. He was so close to becoming a permanent resident of the spirit world. They actually came out. Beside, the old woman who had been guarding the door was now staring wide-eyed at Suibai, who was covered in dust but completely unharmed. She originally thought that this arrogant young man would most likely be skinned alive by the evil spirits inside. Result: not only are the people unharmed, even the elves have evolved. That's Doronkai. The old woman nearly dropped her cane. How long have they been inside? Half a day. You went in as a level 30 baby, and came out as a fully evolved being. What exactly did you do in there? I didn't do anything. Suibai dusted himself off, revealing a set of white teeth. I'm just a little full. By the way. He patted his bulging backpack, which was filled with various evolution stones and items. We received some goods. Granny Ghost. She glanced at the rapidly fading ceiling runes on the stone gate, as their internal energy was being drained. His lips twitched violently. Purchasing goods? You've emptied out my spirit world rift, haven't you? This kid. They're practically human locusts. Grandma. Suibai put away the Duolongki, looking completely obedient. Now that the trial is over, can I leave? Get out of here. Leave now. The old woman waved her cane to shoo him away, afraid he might take a fancy to something else in the dojo. Don't let me see you in Fengdu again. All right. Suibai laughed, slung his bag over his shoulder, and ran out of the main hall without looking back. This trip, they made a killing. Not only do the dragons evolve, but the entire team levels up. They also obtained the legendary item, Armor of Spells. 5th badge obtained. Next. Suibai walked out of the ancient town and looked at the rising sun on the horizon. It's time to keep that promise. Magic City, Psychic Gym. As well as. He took out his phone and dialed a number. That was the contact information left by Lu Qingqing, the down on her luck girl from before. Hello? Master? Are you still in Zhongcheng? No, I'm in Fengdu. Subai smiled and said. Help me look something up. I'd like to know where charcoal servant has been spotted lately. Chapter 79. Beep, beep. The sound of typing came from the other end of the phone. Clearly Lu Qingqing was using the Lu family's intelligence network to look up information. Charcoal samurai. Wow, you've got a really picky palate. Lu Qingqing's voice carried a hint of surprise. This type of Pokémon is mainly found in the Padilla region. It's extremely rare here, even harder to find than the starter Pokémon. What? You want to raise a fire-type melee fighter? I guess so. Subai touched the spell armor emanating a chilling aura inside his backpack. Of course, he couldn't say that it was to find an owner for this legendary piece of equipment. Found it. 2 minutes later, Lu Qingqing excitedly shouted. Recently, there have been eyewitness reports about Fire Spirit Valley, located 300 kilometers from Fengdu ancient town. It's said there's a very eccentric samurai there who often picks fights with wild Pokémon, and. And what? And it seems to be a lone wolf, not sociable, and has even rejected several trainers' attempts to capture it. A lone wolf, hey. Subai's lips curled into a slight smile. Has a unique personality. I like. Thanks, I'll treat you to candied hawthorns next time. TCH. Who wants candied hawthorns? I want a big meal. Remember you owe me one. After hanging up the phone, Subai didn't linger. He went directly to the station and bought a ticket to the nearest stop to Fire Spirit Valley. 4 hours later, the train stopped at a small station called Lava Town. As soon as he got off the bus, a wave of scorching heat hit him, instantly dispelling the yin energy he had picked up in Fengdu. This is a famous volcanic landscape area, and the air is filled with the smell of sulfur. This temperature difference is like jumping from an icebox into a furnace. Subai took off her coat and put on a light short-sleeved shirt. Dorgan, come out for some fresh air. Doran. It's so hot. I don't like it. As soon as Duolongki came out, he wilted, like a dehydrated salted fish, and listlessly slumped on Subai's shoulder. It's a ghost/dragon hybrid, and it hates high-temperature environments. Just bear with it. Once I catch a new friend, I'll take you for ice cream. Subai offered a reassuring remark, then looked at the pokeball that had remained silent. Come forth, Arrowhawk. Chirp. The eagle soared into the sky, letting out a joyful cry. This place is practically its home turf. The active fire element in the air made its feathers even more vibrant. Let's go. Up in the mountains. Fire Spirit Valley. This is a long, narrow canyon located between two extinct volcanoes. The valley is filled with strangely shaped rocks, and the red rocks look like burning charcoal in the sunlight. Every now and then, a few lava worms or coal turtles would crawl through the crevices of the rocks. Subai activated the treasure radar, searching for supplies while simultaneously looking for the red target. Beep beep beep. The radar showed that there were many fragments of firestone and charcoal in the vicinity. It seems there are quite a few resources here. Subai casually picked up a few pieces of high-quality charcoal and tossed them into his backpack, as snacks for the fiery arrow eagle. It took about half an hour to walk. Sudden. A fierce fight broke out ahead. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a dull thud, there were also several angry roars. Something's up. Subai immediately concealed himself and stealthily crept over. Through the gaps in the pile of rubble, he saw that lone wolf. It was a tiny creature, only half a meter tall. It was entirely black, like burnt charcoal, but wore a red, armor-like outer shell. A cluster of inextinguishable flames burned atop its head, like a fluttering red tassel. Its hands have no fingers, but two sharp hand knives. Charcoal Samurai. Now, it is facing an extremely unfair battle. Opposite it stood three ferocious-looking duck-billed fire beasts. Race, duckbill fire beast. Level, LV32, LV30, LV33. Attribute, fire. And that little charcoal servant. Race, charcoal servant. Level, LV25. Attribute, fire. Ability, flash fire, when attacked by a fire-type move, absorbs flames, increasing the power of own fire-type moves. Status, injured/stubborn. The difference in their levels is enormous. The difference in quantity is enormous. Roar. The lead duck-billed fire beast spewed a jet of flame straight at Charcoal Servant's face. Charcoal Servant did not dodge. It stood still, its eyes cold and indifferent. The moment the flames reached it, its armor suddenly glowed red. Hoo! The flame was actually sucked into its body like noodles. Flammability. Cheers! Charcoal Servant, having absorbed the flames, was not only unharmed, but his aura surged. With a leap, it transformed into a black and red afterimage, instantly rushing towards the duck-billed fire beast. Let's get started. The knife falls. Night slash. Pfft. The duckbill fire beast had a shallow scar on its belly. But not enough damage. Tanjiro hasn't evolved yet, its base stats are too low, and its level is also suppressed. Bang! Another fiery duck-billed beast nearby seized the opportunity to swing its fist. Thunder Fist. Tanzayashi was blasted away by a punch, crashing heavily into the rock wall before sliding down. It struggled to stand up, but its body had reached its limit. Roar! Three duck-billed fire beasts surrounded them, their faces bearing mocking grins. They wanted to teach this arrogant little brat a lesson. Is this the swordsman you've been looking for? Suibai looked at the charcoal servant who was swaying precariously but still trying to raise his hand to chop, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. That look in his eyes. This kind of unyielding spirit. He was just like those aloof swordsmen from my past life. That armor suits you perfectly. Suibai stood up and dusted himself off. Doran, wake up. Go help your new little brother. Doran. Little brother. Dorankai, who had been dozing off, instantly perked up. It loves recruiting followers. Go. Dragon's Dive. Strange. Duolonki transformed into a purple meteor, bursting out from behind the pile of rocks, and with terrifying dragon might, crashed fiercely into the three duck-billed fire beasts. Boom! A blast of air rolled in. The battle was turned around in an instant. Chapter 80. Boom! A purple meteor fell, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. The smoke and dust cleared. The three once menacing fire beasts now lay sprawled on the ground like bowling pins hit by a heavy truck, their eyes glazed over, groaning and unable to get up. This is the true value of the pseudo-legendary Draco. Even without using their full strength, just one dragon dive is something these ordinary wild Pokémon can't withstand. Amazing! Done! Dorankai hovered in mid-air, flicked its tail, and yawned somewhat boredly. Too weak. There's absolutely no challenge. Well done. Suibai emerged from behind the pile of rubble, his footsteps making a soft sound as he stepped on the loose stones. Cheers! I heard footsteps. The charcoal servant, who was already teetering on the brink of collapse, suddenly turned around. Its red armor was covered in scratches, and the flames above its head were somewhat dim, but its eyes. It's still frighteningly bright. It braced itself, adopting a defensive stance, its fire blades trembling slightly, yet still firmly pointing at Suibai. Even when facing its savior, it did not lower its guard. This is a swordsman accustomed to traveling alone, with an instinctive aversion to strangers. Take it easy. Suibai stopped at a safe distance and raised his hands to indicate that he meant no harm. Those 3 guys have been driven away. I'm not here to fight. Just leaving, here. Tanzayashi let out a low warning sound. It needs no pity. They don't need companions either. She's quite stubborn. Suibai smiled. Instead of leaving, he took out a bottle of purple spray from his backpack. Powerful healing potion. Your leg is bleeding. If it's not treated, it could be permanently damaged. Suibai pointed to its right leg. There was a charred wound there, grazed by a lightning punch, from which red energy liquid was oozing. Tanzayashi glanced down, swayed, and almost fell over. But it still braced itself against the ground with its hand, staring intently at Suibai, its eyes full of stubbornness. What a disobedient brat! Suibai shook his head. Doran, hold it down. Strange. Darankai's figure flashed, instantly appearing behind Tanjiro. It didn't attack, it simply wrapped its tail gently around Tanjiro's body and lifted him up. Charcoal servant struggled desperately, but its resistance was futile in the face of hierarchical oppression. Don't move, it will hurt a little when I apply the medicine. Suibai stepped forward and squatted down. Sizzle. A cool, medicinal mist was sprayed onto the wound. Tanzayashi's body trembled violently, but then the excruciating pain began to subside, replaced by a tingling, cool sensation. Its struggling movements stopped. It gazed at the focused profile of the human before it. Is he helping me? Why? In its memory, humans are all greedy. They would just hold up a pokeball, shouting that they wanted to catch it, or ordering their Pokémon to attack it. No one would ever care about its injuries first in a situation like this. All right. A few minutes later, Suibai put away the medicine and fed it a cheng fruit to restore its strength. Doran, let it go. Doran released its tail. Charcoal servant landed. It moved its right leg, although it was still a little sore, it no longer affected its movement. It raised its head, looked at Suibai, and its eyes became somewhat complicated. What do you want? It asked. It doesn't believe in kindness without a reason. Clever. Suibai stood up and clapped his hands. I do have ulterior motives. I've got my eye on you. Tanzayashi was taken aback, then took a half step back and assumed a defensive stance. Really? You still need to subdue me. Don't rush to refuse. Suibai did not take a pokeball. Instead, he slowly took something out of his backpack. It was a worn-out half-body armor, stained with dark red rust. But within the gaps in the armor, 2 eternally burning, eerie purple flames burned. Malicious armor. Buzz. The moment the armor appeared, Tanjiro's body trembled violently as if struck by an electric current. Its gaze was fixed on the armor, unable to look away even a fraction. That feeling. It's like a traveler lost in the desert finding a clear spring. It's like a swordsman who has lost his sword seeing a peerless master sword. A yearning from the depths of the soul roars madly. Get it. We must get it. As long as I wear it, I will become stronger. Stronger. Precisely. Tanjiro uncontrollably took 2 steps forward, reaching out to touch the armor. Snap. Suibai withdrew his hand and put the armor back. Want to? Suibai smiled like a creepy uncle trying to kidnap a child. Give it to me. Tanzayashi panicked, and the flames above his head suddenly shot up half a meter high. I can give it to you. Suibai pointed to himself. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. I snatched this armor from a group of ferocious ghosts, it only recognizes the truly strong. Let's make a bet. Suibai took out a deluxe ball and placed it on the ground. Let's have a fair and square duel. 1v1. If you win, this armor is yours. I'll turn around and leave without a second thought. But if you lose... Suibai pointed to the pokeball on the ground. You belong to me. From now on, be my partner, and together we'll face even stronger opponents. Dare you? Provocation. For a spirit like Tanjiro, who has a strong sense of self-respect and a strong desire to become stronger, this is an irresistible scheme. Tanzayashi looked at Suibai, then at the armor that, though put away, still exuded an alluring aura. Its gaze gradually hardened. To become stronger. For that armor. It's willing to gamble its freedom. Chase. Let's fight. It roared, and the flaming blade in its hand ignited, pointing at Suibai. Soaring fighting spirit. Good. A hint of appreciation flashed in Suibai's eyes. He likes this kind of tough guy. Doran, come back. You're not needed this time. Suibai didn't let the much stronger Duolongki go into battle, because even if they won, the little guy wouldn't be satisfied. He reached for another pokeball at his waist. There, nestled, was another creature equally eager for battle, equally renowned for its speed and sharpness. Trump card. Come out. The swordsman of the sky. Fierce arrow eagle. Chirp. Chirp. A red light flashed. The eagle took flight, hovering low in the sky. Its feathers are like iron, and its eyes are like hooks. Fire type vs fire type. Swordsman vs swordsman. This is not just a war of subjugation. It's also a battle for dignity, a fight over whose knife is sharper. Charcoal servant, are you ready? Suibai took a step back, leaving the battlefield to the two elves. Start. Chapter 81. Who? A hot wind blew through the canyon, stirring up a few grains of red sand. Suibai retreated to the edge of the arena, leaving the stage entirely to the two red sprites. On one side is the sky's overlord, the arrowhawk, circling overhead. On one side stands the solitary swordsman, Tanzayashi, towering above the earth. Although there is a huge difference in size, there is also a significant difference in level, LV32 vs LV25. But in terms of momentum, Tanzayashi did not back down in the slightest. Its hands hung slightly at its sides, and the two hand blades, which seemed to be polished from obsidian, faintly emanated a purplish-black evil energy. That's the starting stance for its signature move, ambush to the vital points. You've got quite the presence. A hint of admiration flashed in Suibai's eyes. This charcoal servant, although it hasn't evolved yet, has already touched the threshold of sword intent. Fierce arrow eagle, don't let your guard down. Since this is a duel between swordsmen, let's settle it with swords. Steel wings. Chirp. Chirp. The eagle let out a clear, melodious cry. It didn't use its strongest fire-type move, since everyone has the flash fire ability, there's no point in just scratching each other. With a flap of its wings, a cold, metallic luster appeared. The once soft feathers transformed into steel blades capable of cutting through iron like mud. Whoosh! It folded its wings, and its body, like a silver shuttle, swooped down from the sky. It was so fast that it even cut through the air, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Cheers! Tanzayashi's eyes narrowed. It did not hide. In its dictionary, a swordsman has only one way to deal with an attack. Parry. Counterattack. Clang. A deafening clang of metal echoed through the canyon. Sparks flew. The steel wings of the fiery arrow eagle slashed fiercely at Tanzayashi's crossed hand blades as he parried. The immense impact caused Tanzayashi's feet to sink deep into the mud, sliding backward several meters and carving two deep furrows. But it's blocked. Such hard bones. Suibai raised an eyebrow. This little charcoal servant's physical strength was even greater than he had expected. Yay! After blocking the attack, Tanjiro didn't even catch his breath. Taking advantage of the arrow eagle's weakened state, it suddenly unleashed its power, its steel wings snapping open. Its right hand, a black afterimage, pierced straight into the arrow eagle's abdomen. Ambush on vital points. That strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. Hit the nail on the head. The reaction was very quick. Suibai's lips curled up slightly. However, aerial combat is not just about dive bombing. Fierce arrow eagle. Swallow return. Chirp. The arrowhawk completed an incredible sharp angle turn in mid-air. His falling body suddenly rose, dodging Tanjiro's slash. Immediately afterwards, it drew a perfect U-shaped trajectory in the air and slashed back from behind Tanjiro at an even faster speed than before. Guaranteed hit, swallow return. The prototype of this move is the famous sword technique swallow return, which is specifically designed to break through defenses. Charcoal Servant was greatly alarmed. It only felt a blur before its eyes, and the enemy's presence vanished. Immediately afterwards, a chill ran down my back. It desperately tried to turn around and block. But it was too late. Bang! The eagle's wings were like a heavy sword, slamming hard against its back. Gurgle! Charcoal Servant was slapped so hard he tumbled and crashed heavily into the pile of rocks. Can you still stand up? Suibai did not press his advantage, but instead quietly looked at the pile of rubble. Splash! Stones rolled down. Tanzayashi stood up unsteadily. Another crack appeared on its red armor, and a trickle of energy liquid seeped from the corner of its mouth. But its gaze remained undimmed. Cheers! Again. It assumed a fighting stance, its flames, though faint, still burning stubbornly. It hasn't lost yet. As long as the knife in its hand isn't broken, it can still fight. Chirp! Even the eagles in the sky showed a hint of admiration. As an opponent, it acknowledged the little guy's will. Then let's give it the highest respect. Suibai took a deep breath. Fierce arrow eagle. Full power. Brave bird, attack. Chirp! Chirp! With a fold of its wings, the fiery arrow eagle was instantly enveloped in azure flight-type energy, transforming into a giant blue energy eagle. It doesn't use any fancy tricks. It's the front. It's a head-on clash. Tanjiro also sensed the decisiveness of this attack. It knew this was its last resort. It took a deep breath, gathering all the power and all the flames within its body onto the blade in its right hand. A dark red light ignited on the blade. It did not back down. Instead, they charged head-on towards the enormous blue energy eagle. To live in the face of death. Boom! The blue giant eagle clashed with the red blade in the center of the canyon. The blinding light engulfed everything around it. Immediately following was a muffled explosion. The blast wave whipped up dust and sand, obscuring visibility. A long time. The smoke and dust cleared. The arrowhawk stood somewhat disheveled on a rock, panting heavily, with a few scrapes on its body. And on the ground in front of it, Tanzayashi lay sprawled at the bottom of the pit, his eyes rolling around, completely unconscious. Its fist remained clenched tightly, maintaining the posture of wielding a knife. We lost. Though defeated, he was still honorable. Call. Suibai stepped forward, looking at the stubborn little guy with gentle eyes. He's a promising talent. He took out the deluxe ball he had promised and gently touched Tanzayashi's forehead. From now on, I'll sharpen your sword for you. A flash of red light. Charcoal Servant transformed into a streak of light and entered the sphere. Thump. Thump. Ding. There was no struggle. This is not just about subjugation, but also about recognition. Suibai picked up the deluxe ball, feeling the warmth emanating from its interior. The sixth main force has officially returned. Doran. Come out. Duolong, did you win? Did you win? Doronkai peeked out from behind the rock and floated over curiously. We won. Suibai took out the armor of spells. From now on, this thing belongs to them. Let's go find a safe place to heal its wounds, and then. Suibai looked into the distance. Hold the induction ceremony. Chapter 82. As the sun sets, it paints the rocks of Fire Spirit Valley with an intoxicating crimson hue. Beneath a sheltered rock face, the campfire was lit again. Come out, everyone. Suibai waved his hand, and all 6 Pokeballs opened simultaneously. Bang bang bang. A white light flashed. Red Gyarados, Dragapult, Appledra, Beedrill, Talonflame, and the newly caught Larvitar. Although it hasn't scored a goal yet, Suibai has already prepared a deluxe ball for it, all appeared in the camp. In addition, there was Tanjiro, who was released at the end. Suibai's main force has assembled for the first time. Just as soon as Tanzayashi appeared, his body tensed up immediately. It cautiously looked around, its hand instinctively rising to strike. As a lone wolf who had been wandering alone for a long time and made a living by fighting, it was not used to being surrounded by a group of strange elves. Especially that enormous red Gyarados, even a single breath from its snort carried a suffocating sense of oppression. Take it easy. Suibai walked over, pressed down on its shoulder, and made it relax. From today onwards, they are your comrades in arms. Come on, let's get to know each other. Hey? New here. Gyarados lowered its massive head, its crimson eyes fixed on Tanjiro. It's too small. It's not even as big as one of its scales. However, considering we're both from the same family, in the Hyuxia zodiac, we can barely be considered distant relatives. Gyarados exhaled a gentle stream of water vapor, without much force, as a greeting. Hey! Hi! I'm the boss. Darankai floated over, it was the most enthusiastic. It circled Tanjiro twice, even trying to poke the flames on Tanjiro's head with its tail. Take it! Don't touch me! Tanzayashi took a step back, his eyes fierce. Stop teasing it! Suibai pulled Duolongi back. Just then, the fiery arrow eagle came over. It folded its wings, losing its fierce fighting spirit, and instead looked at you with a hint of approval. Chirp! Your knife is quick. Well, you're not bad either. The 2 elves, both pursuing speed and sharpness, exchanged a glance. Although there were no extra movements, a tacit understanding called mutual appreciation flowed in the air. As for Beedrill, it merely glanced at it coldly, then closed its eyes and rested beside it, clutching its 2 needles. As fellow melee assassins, we'll have plenty of opportunities to spar in the future. What left Tanzayashi speechless was that baby Jira's. Yo! Want to eat stones? The chubby boy handed over his half-eaten rock, his face beaming with a simple, honest expression that said, good things should be shared. Sumi Kozamurai. I'm a swordsman. Not a miner. It turned its head away aloofly. All right, stop with the awkward small talk. Suibai clapped his hands and brought out today's main event. Dinner's ready. Now that a new member has joined, we must have an extra meal tonight. With a thought, Suibai opened his system inventory. This time, he really went all out. Special Rage Block, for Gyarados. Top Tier Ghost Essence, for Dragapult. High Purity Mineral Crystals, for Eurythmus. Sweet and Sweet, for Apple Wrapped Dragon. Premium Insect Nutrient Solution, for Beedrill. Fire Gem Shard Rice, for the Flaming Eagle. At last, Suibai took out an exquisite mahogany box and placed it in front of Tanzayashi. This is yours. Tanzayashi was taken aback for a moment. It opened the box somewhat hesitantly. An extremely rich aroma of fire-based energy instantly filled the air. Inside the box, a dozen or so crystal-clear red cubes were neatly stacked. Charcoal Essence Block. This is a top-tier dish made with high-quality charcoal and rare fire elemental tree fruits. It not only fills your stomach but also purifies your fire elemental energy and enhances the temperature of your flames. Gurgle. Tanzayashi's stomach gave an unwelcome growl. It usually lives in the wild, feeding on dry branches or low-quality coal. Where would it have seen such high-class food? This is practically a Manchu Han imperial feast. I'm not hungry. It still wanted to maintain its aloof swordsman persona and tried to push the box away. But once he reached halfway out, he couldn't move his hand away. It smells so good. Every cell in my body is yearning. Eat up, there's more if you're not full. Subai smiled and gently rubbed its head. It was a little hot, like touching a hand warmer. In my team, there is only one rule. That means full meals. Tanzayashi looked into Subai's sincere eyes, then glanced at his teammates who were eating without any regard for their image. Especially that young Hila's, its face was covered in crumbs, and it was grinning like an idiot. There's no need to pretend anymore, is there? Snap! It finally couldn't resist and grabbed a cube, stuffing it into its mouth. In that instant, it felt as if its soul had been elevated. Tasty! A warm current flowed down his throat and into his limbs, rapidly healing the hidden injuries left from the battle. Yay! It smells so good! Her public image has collapsed. Charcoal Boy stopped pretending and started wolfing down the food, eating no better than larvae. Seeing this, Subai smiled like a proud father. Done! To win the heart of a fairy, you must first win its stomach. The ancients were right. After the meal, everyone is resting and digesting their food. Subai called Tanzayashi to the campfire. He took out the armor of spells from his backpack. In the firelight, the two eerie purple flames on the armor appeared even more sinister and profound, radiating a chilling resentment. Cheers! Upon seeing the armor, Tanzayashi immediately put down the empty box he was holding, his eyes burning with desire. This is the power it has always dreamed of. I know you want to evolve. Subai held the armor, his expression serious. But not now. Why? Charcoal Servant grew anxious. Because your body isn't strong enough, and your willpower isn't strong enough to suppress the resentment within. Subai pointed to the will-o'-the-wisps on the armor. This stuff has side effects. If you force yourself to evolve now, you're very likely to be devoured by the vengeful spirit within the armor, turning into a monster that only knows how to kill. I don't want my partner to become like that. Charcoal Servant was stunned. Seeing Subai's serious expression, it gradually calmed down. It could sense the madness contained within the armor, something it couldn't fully control in its current state. So, let's try a different approach. Subai handed the armor to it. Don't put it on yet. Instead, carry it with you, nurture it daily with your flames, gradually eroding its resentment and transforming it into your own power. When you can completely ignore this resentment one day, that's when you draw your sword and evolve into the Azure Flame Blade Demon. I understand. Tanzayashi solemnly accepted the armor. Heavy. This is not just a piece of equipment, but a promise and an expectation. It carried its armor on its back, though it was rather large, like a tortoise shell, its gaze resolute. It will do it. It will become the strongest swordsman. All right, get some rest. Subai stretched and looked at the starry sky. We still have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Next stop. Subai took out his phone and glanced at the map. The rock gym in Rocky City has been defeated. I've also cleared the grass-type gym in Flora City. The water system of Zhongcheng, the lightning system of Hangzhou, the ghost system of Fengdu. I now have 5 badges. There are still 3 months until the national competition, there's plenty of time. Now that we've taken in Charcoal Servant, we need to find it a suitable place for special training. Subai's finger slid across the map, eventually landing on an icon of a bustling city. Modu City. That is the most prosperous international metropolis in Jiangnan Province, and also the location of Superpower Dojo. I heard there's an underground fighting tournament being held in Shanghai recently. This kind of real-world opportunity is practically a tailor-made upgrade for Tanzaishi. And Suibai remembered the stone of light in his backpack. The auction houses in Shanghai are nationally renowned. It's a good opportunity to go and see if I can find anything good, or perhaps exchange this stone for more useful resources. It's decided. Suibai stood up and waved his fist at the starry sky. Target, Shanghai. Let's go and experience the vibrancy of that city that never sleeps. Chapter 83. We bid farewell to the desolate and rugged Gobi Desert. The maglev train, like a giant silver dragon, winds its way across the plains of Jiangnan province. 2 hours later. Dear passengers, our next stop is Shanghai. Shanghai is an international metropolis and a hub for psychic-type Pokémon. Please be aware of the city's no-fly zone, for large flying-type Pokémon. As the broadcast began, Suibai looked out the window. Although it was night, the land was illuminated as if it were daytime. Far away, countless skyscrapers have sprung up, piercing the clouds. Huge holographic projection advertisements flickered between buildings, and neon lights dyed the sky a mesmerizing purple. Shanghai. A city that never sleeps. We've finally arrived. Suibai stepped out of the station and took a deep breath of the air, which carried a hint of modern industrial atmosphere. Compared to previous wilderness adventures, the bustling atmosphere here feels like stepping into another world. Moreover, the ecology of the elves here is completely different. Hudi, lift that steel plate up. At a construction site by the roadside, an alakazam holding a spoon is using its telekinesis to easily lift several tons of building materials onto a high-rise building. Please show your identification. The person in charge of traffic control wasn't a traffic policeman, but a natural bird floating in the air, its eyes flashing blue as it precisely directed the trajectory of the hover cars. Even the vending machines on the roadside are controlled by a rotom possessing him. Is this the superpowered city? Suibai watched with great interest. Here, superpowers have become completely integrated into human life. It's so noisy. Charcoal Sparrow poked half its body out of the pokeball, looking at the bustling crowd and flashing lights around it, and shrank its neck a little uncomfortably. It was accustomed to the silence of the wilderness, and this noise made it uneasy. Don't rush, I'll take you to a nice place. Suibai smiled and comforted him. There are no neon lights there, only sweat and blood. Perfect for a swordsman like you. He took out his phone and, based on the information he had previously gathered, called a private car. Driver, to the Nightfall Bar. The driver glanced at Suibai in the rear-view mirror, his expression somewhat strange. Young man, that's an underground place in the North District, it's so late at night. Going to see a friend. Suibai made it up on the spot. Half an hour later. The car stopped at the entrance of a dimly lit alley. At the end of the alley, hangs an inconspicuous neon sign, Night Scene. 2 burly bodyguards stood at the entrance, each with a fierce-looking black rhino crouching beside them. What do you do? The bodyguard stopped Suibai. Participate in the competition. Without wasting words, Suibai directly revealed his trainer Pokédex and slightly released the aura of the red dragon scale he carried. That was the oppressive aura of a top-tier dragon overlord. Ugh! The 2 black rhinos seemed to have smelled something terrifying. They tucked their tails between their legs and shrank behind the bodyguard, letting out fearful whimpers. The bodyguard's expression changed. Expert! Please come in. It's the second basement level. The bodyguards immediately stepped aside, their attitude becoming much more respectful. Suibai pushed open the door and entered. We walked through the bustling dance floor and entered a hidden elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened. A wave of heat, mixed with sweat, hormones, and a faint smell of blood, instantly hit me. Hit! 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 Tear it apart. Mach choke. Get out of the way. Use brick break. The deafening shouts nearly lifted the ceiling. This is a huge underground arena. In the center was an octagonal cage-like arena, surrounded by a crowd of spectators waving banknotes and their faces flushed. And on the ring, a Machoke is engaged in a brutal, hand-to-hand combat with a quick punchman. There are no flashy special attack effects. Only the clash of muscles, the thud of bones, and the most primal fighting techniques. Underground Fighting Tournament. One of the most famous black industries in Shanghai, and also a holy land for countless fighting-type trainers to hone their combat skills. Tanzayashi, who had been somewhat listless, suddenly brightened up the moment he saw this scene. Its blood began to boil. The visceral impact of each punch, the skill of dodging and counterattacking at the last second. This is the kind of battle it yearns for. It prefers the thrill of risking its life to those mages who stand at a distance and throw energy balls at each other. Do you like it? Suibai felt the vibration of the charcoal sprite's poke ball. Cha! It's my turn to go on stage. Tanji let out a longing cry from inside the ball. Don't rush, register first. Suibai walked to the registration area. A newcomer. The person in charge of registration was a bald, burly man smoking a cigar. He glanced at Suibai. Do you understand the rules? There are no restrictions on skills or items here. As long as you don't kill them, you can fight however you want. Win a match, and you'll get a prize of 100,000. Win 10 consecutive matches and you can challenge the champion, with a prize of 5 million plus a fighting gem. Code name. Suibai thought for a moment, then glanced at the poke ball at his waist. Code name. Red Lotus. Where are the elves? Charcoal-wielding samurai. Charcoal samurai. The bald, burly man paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Young man, you're not kidding, are you? This is a fighting tournament, full of superhuman strength, even monstrous muscles. You're using a tiny, unevolved little thing to fight. What's the difference between this and sending someone to their death? Several burly men in the queue nearby also laughed. In their view, although rare elves like Charcoal Servant are precious, they are too fragile for the underground fighting arena and simply cannot withstand the torment. Whether we're going to throw our lives away or not, we'll only know after we fight. Suibai remained calm, tossing out a card to pay the registration fee. Schedule me for the fastest possible showtime. Fine, since you want to be tortured, I'll grant your wish. The bald, burly man exhaled a smoke ring and typed a few keys on the keyboard. 10 minutes later, cage number 8. The opponent is Bone Crusher Iron Spin, and his wrestling Hawkman. Good luck, Little Red Lotus. Suibai took the number tag and turned to walk towards the rest area. Charcoal Servant, did you hear that? He said softly. They look down on you. Just. Charcoal Sprite emerged from the ball and stood on Suibai's shoulder. It looked at the massive fighting-type Pokémon around it, its eyes showing no fear, only 2 burning flames. It slowly raised its hand blade and made a fainting slash in the air. Do you look down on me? Then. Cut them off. Chapter 84. Cage number 8. Next group, get ready. Accompanied by a rough roar coming from the loudspeaker, Suibai led Tanzayashi through a dimly lit, narrow metal corridor filled with the smell of sweat. At the end of the passage was a rusty iron gate. Push open the door. The blinding spotlight instantly shone on the person and their pet. This is an octagonal cage arena surrounded by thick, high-strength steel bars. On the canvas of the arena floor, there were still traces of dark red blood from the previous battle, not yet dried. Ladies and gentlemen. Next up is the new face in cage number 8. Code name, Red Lotus. And his spirit, a charcoal servant. The host's voice, carried through the microphone, resonated throughout the venue, his tone revealing undisguised astonishment. After a brief silence. Boom! A deafening chorus of boos and laughter erupted from the surrounding audience. What the hell? I paid to see real, hand-to-hand combat, not some kindergarten kids playing house. Has this kid been weaned yet? Bringing an unevolved fire-type baby to underground boxing matches. Get out of here. Don't waste my time. A torrent of profanities and boos surged toward the center of the ring like a tsunami. In the underground fighting arena, weakness is the original sin. Nobody here cares how rare your Pokémon is, they only care if your Pokémon can break their opponent's bones. Just. Charcoal Servant stood in front of Suabai, and the flame on its head trembled slightly as it listened to the overwhelming laughter around it. But it did not retreat. Its eyes, seemingly polished from obsidian, were fixed intently on the iron gate opposite the arena. There. Its adversary is unleashing a ferocious killing intent from the darkness. Don't let the surrounding noise distract you. Suabai crouched down and gently patted the little servant's red armor, his voice calm and steady. A swordsman's heart should be as cold as ice and as fiery as fire. Treat their ridicule as a whetstone for your knife. Cheers. Tanzayashi nodded emphatically. It took a deep breath of the blood-stained air from the arena, its hands hanging slightly at its sides, assuming the classic sword-drawing stance. Clang! The iron gate opposite was kicked open. Next up. Our meat grinder, who secured our 5th consecutive victory in cage number 8. Bone-crushing hand. Iron whirlwind. And his ace killer Hawkman the wrestler. Roar. R.O. The audience erupted in cheers, with countless people waving banknotes and chanting Tai Xian's name wildly. A muscular man with a scar on his face walked onto the ring with a sinister grin. Behind him followed a slender bird spirit with wide, cloak-like wings. Like a proud wrestling star, it spread its wings as soon as it stepped onto the stage, showing off its muscles to the audience and eliciting screams. Race, Wrestling Hawkman. Level, LV35. Attribute, Melee/Flying. Characteristic, Soft, will not cause paralysis. Status, Excited/Contemptuous. Suabai activated his Eye of Insight and narrowed his eyes slightly. The level difference is 10 levels greater than the opponent's. Moreover, the combination of hand-to-hand combat and flight is an unstoppable, thuggish advantage in the close-quarters melee combat of underground boxing. Kid, you're here to die. Tai Xian clenched his fist, making a cracking sound as his bones popped. He glanced disdainfully at Tanzayashi, who was barely knee-high. Surrender now, or my Eagle Man will tear your little toy to shreds. You can say that when you meet my elf. Suabai retorted coldly. You're asking for it. Tai Xian's eyes sharpened. Referee. Can we begin? The referee, standing outside the cage, glanced at Suabai, confirmed that he had no intention of withdrawing, and expressionlessly raised the red flag in his hand before slamming it down. The match begins. Hawk Wonder Man. Make him bleed. Clear-handed chop. Ha! The Hawkman let out a sharp battle cry and kicked off with both legs. Its speed was extremely fast, like a colorful lightning bolt, instantly covering half the distance of the arena and appearing above Tanzayashi's head. Its broad wings folded, and its right arm, like a battle axe, cleaved fiercely towards Tanzayashi's forehead with a sharp whooshing sound. This strike was powerful and heavy. Next. Block it. Suabai didn't shout to get out of the way. In the confined space of an octagon, constantly dodging will only hand over the rhythm to the opponent. Tanzayashi's eyes were cold, and he showed no sign of backing down. Its legs were slightly bent, its heels firmly planted on the floor, and its hands were crossed above its head. A purplish-black evil energy ignited at his wrist. Ambush to a weak point starting stance, parry. Bang! A dull, loud thud. The Hawkman's bare-handed chop landed squarely on Tanjiro's crossed hand blades. A tremendous force traveled down his arm. Crunch! The canvas beneath Tanzayashi's feet tore instantly, and its feet slid backward more than 2 meters on the ground, carving 2 deep tracks on the arena. Its little face turned bright red from the effort, and the flames on its head were pressed almost to its scalp by the strong wind. The difference in physique and social class was vividly demonstrated at this moment. Ha ha ha! Do you see that? That's the difference in power. Tai Xian laughed wildly on the sidelines. Crush it! Ha! A cruel glint flashed in the wrestling hawkman's eyes, and he increased the force in his arm, intending to crush Tanjiro directly. But at that moment, it suddenly noticed that the seemingly fragile little creature beneath it had raised its head. There was no pain, no fear in those obsidian-like eyes. Only the hunter's ruthlessness when locking onto his prey. Use their strength. Counterattack. Suibai's voice boomed like thunder inside the octagonal cage. Yay! Tanzayashi suddenly let out a roar. Instead of resisting head-on, it took advantage of the downward pressure from the wrestler, its arms suddenly sinking, and its body tilting backward like a roly-poly toy. The hawkman used too much force and instantly lost his balance, his body involuntarily leaning forward, leaving his chest wide open. What? Tai Xian's smile froze. At exactly 0.01 seconds after the hawkman lost his balance, Tanjiro's body, which was about to touch the ground, was like a spring compressed to its limit. He pushed off with both feet. He transformed into an arrow released from a bow, hurtling upwards and grazing the belly of the wrestling hawkman. A brilliant purplish-black light shone from the fire blade in his right hand. Ambush on vital points. Swish! A cold, black blade flashed across the center of the arena. Pfft! The sound of a sharp blade slicing through feathers and muscle. Ha! The hawkman let out a shrill scream, a spray of blood splattering from his abdomen, and his body was thrown out like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into the iron mesh of the octagon. Clang! The wire mesh trembled violently. Quiet! The once bustling underground fighting arena fell silent instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, at the center of the ring in disbelief. That little charcoal servant was less than half the size of the wrestling hawkman. He is currently maintaining the posture of swinging his sword. Hot blood was still dripping from the blade. Its back was straight, and the flames on its head burned fiercely, like a true lone swordsman. One strike. Reverse. Chapter 85. Tick-tock. A drop of blood slid slowly down Tanzayashi's black hand, dripping onto the canvas and blooming into a dark red blood flower. The area around cage number 8 was deathly silent. Those gamblers who were laughing maniacally just a moment ago, waving banknotes and demanding that the meat grinder tear charcoal boy apart, were now like ducks with their necks choked, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. The hawkman who dominated cage 8 for 5 consecutive wins. He was cleaved away by a tiny fire-type creature that hadn't even evolved yet. Gurgle. Someone swallowed hard. Immediately afterwards, like a spark falling into a powder keg, the entire audience area exploded. Holy crap! What did I just see? Reverse attribute. A devastating blow from a higher level. That kid's swordsmanship is too unorthodox. He borrowed the force of the wrestling eagle's downward press. Impossible. It's definitely a fixed match. Refund. The frantic shouts, curses, and even the sound of beer bottles shattering on the barbed wire blended into a chaotic cacophony. Beside the ring, bone-crushing hand Tai Xian's face had turned a deep liver color. He felt the laughter of those around him was like a series of loud slaps across his face. Stand up! You piece of trash! Tai Xian gripped the barbed wire tightly with both hands, roaring towards the arena. How have I always taught you? Don't engage him in ground combat. Use your advantages to crush him. Ha! The edge of the octagonal cage. Clutching his wounded abdomen, the hawkman struggled to his feet. Although that sneak attack on a vital spot injured it, But this was a killing machine bred in an underground fighting arena, and this pain only served to unleash its ferocity. Its eyes instantly became bloodshot, turning completely red. Humiliation. As the reigning champion, being defeated in one move by an unknown little guy is an unbearable humiliation. Ha! The wrestling eagleman let out a shrill and furious cry, and suddenly spread its wings. Bang! It pushed off the iron pillars of the ring with both legs, and its whole body shot into the sky like a cannonball, flying directly to the top of the octagon. Fighting and flying type. It must abandon ground combat and leverage its greatest advantage, air superiority. This is troublesome. Some knowledgeable audience members began to shake their heads. Hawkman is getting serious. Once it creates space, Charcoal Knight won't be able to touch it at all. And although this octagonal cage is enclosed, its top is very high, enough for the Hawkman to perform a rapid dive. On the arena, Tanzayashi raised his head and looked at the eagle man circling overhead like an angry vulture, his eyes narrowing slightly. It can't fly. This is a fatal flaw. Faced with attacks from the air, it could only passively defend, which violated the swordsman's creed that offense is the best defense. Just. It stamped its foot on the floor impatiently, the flames above its head flickering with its emotions. Calm down. Just then, Suabai's voice, as calm as a still lake, clearly reached its ears. Don't let it throw you off balance. Suabai stood outside the cage, hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the Hawkman moving at high speed through the air. While flying is an advantage, being in this enclosed octagonal cage, its flight path is restricted. Close your eyes, Tanzayashi. Close your eyes. Upon hearing this, the surrounding audience stared at Suabai as if he were a madman. Faced with a deadly attack that could strike at any moment from the sky, he actually let his Pokémon close its eyes? Is this a case of wanting to die even faster? Exactly. Tanzayashi was also taken aback for a moment. But trusting in Suabai's previous brilliant command, it hesitated for only half a second before decisively closing its obsidian-like eyes. The world was plunged into darkness. The surrounding noise and curses seemed to be shut out at that moment. Listen. Suabai's voice seemed to resound directly in its mind. A true swordsman doesn't see the world with his eyes, but with his heart. Listen to the sound of the wind, listen to the friction of the air currents, listen, to the moment when killing intent descends. Tanzayashi held his breath. It gripped the blades in its hands tightly, containing the fire energy within its body while amplifying its senses infinitely. Hoo-hoo! It heard it. That was the sound of the Hawkman's wings cutting through the air as he circled in the air. You're asking for it. How dare you close your eyes? Seeing this, Tai Xian was enraged but laughed cruelly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Hawk Wrestler. Grant him his wish. Use your signature ultimate move. Flying under immense pressure. Ha! The Hawkman in the air let out a shriek. It suddenly rebounded from the top of the octagon, folded its wings, and its entire body transformed into a heavy cannonball falling from the sky. This move deals damage with both melee and aerial attributes. With terrifying gravitational acceleration, the air was torn apart, emitting a deafening shriek. Death bombardment! Boom! Almost in the blink of an eye, the wrestling Hawkman had closed to within 2 meters of Tanzayashi's head. The immense wind pressure even caused the bloodstains on the arena to scatter and splash everywhere. It's over. Someone in the audience sighed. However, just 0.01 seconds before the wrestling Hawkman's body was about to crush Charcoal Boy, Charcoal Servant moved. It did not open its eyes. 3 inches to the left, facing the wind. Suabai's voice and Tanzayashi's movements were perfectly synchronized. Tanzayashi slammed his right foot on the ground, and his whole body slid half a step to the left like a ghost. Just half a step. Boom! The wrestler's devastating flying slam grazed Tanjiro's shoulder and slammed hard into the canvas of the ring. The entire octagon trembled violently, and a shallow crater was even smashed into the steel ring floor. Missed. Tai Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Now! A sharp glint flashed in Suibai's eyes. Tanziashi suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, the flames that had been contained above its head suddenly shot into the sky with a boom, transforming into a dazzling pillar of fire. Instead of retreating to create distance, it used the twisting force from its previous slide to make its body resemble a fully drawn bow. A blazing orange-red flame erupted from the blade in his right hand. It's not just fire energy. In the instant the swordsman swung the blade, his will merged into it, and a sharp white light shone from the edge. Stored flame strike combined with splitter. Give me the kill. Yay! This strike landed squarely on the back of the hawkman, who had just landed and was in a state of great stiffness. Bang! Flames explode. The blade flashed through his body. Ha! The hawkman didn't even have time to scream. The eyes rolled back. After a series of violent convulsions, its massive body collapsed like mud into the crater it had created. Feathers scattered, accompanied by a burnt smell. One cut, two halves. Inside the octagonal cage, Tanjiro remained in the stance of slashing down with his sword, flames roaring above his head, dispelling the darkness on the arena. It slowly retracted its hand and glanced at its opponent lying on the ground. Then, she turned her head and looked at the boy outside the cage, who always had his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. This moment, it suddenly realized that following this human, it seems not bad. Chapter 86. Wow, Hawkman is incapacitated. The winner, the new challenger in cage number 8, Red Lotus. The referee's hand holding the microphone was trembling slightly, and his voice even cracked. He served as a referee in this underground fighting arena for 5 years, witnessing countless upsets and bloody battles. But like today, a fire-type Pokémon, without even an evolved form and barely taller than its opponent's knee, actually defeated the reigning champion with a single strike in pure close-quarters combat. This is unheard of. Boom! The entire underground arena erupted in cheers as the referee announced the result. Half of the gamblers who had been mocking Suibai earlier were now cursing and smashing their beer bottles because they had lost money. Meanwhile, the other half of the daredevils, who were betting on the underdog and taking a gamble, were so excited that their faces turned red, and they shouted the name Red Lotus at the top of their lungs. Here, no one sympathizes with the weak. They only worship the strong who can bring victory and money. Well done, little one. That was so cool. Now I have all my drinking money for next month. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the deafening noise, the iron gate of the octagon was slowly opened. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Bone Crusher Iron Whirl slumped to the side of the ring, staring blankly at the hawkman lying in the crater, his feathers scattered all over the ground, muttering to himself. He couldn't accept this fact. The killing machine that I had painstakingly nurtured with countless resources was instantly killed by a baby-level Pokémon. Suibai ignored Tai Xian's breakdown. He walked calmly onto the stage with his hands in his pockets and came to Tanziashi's side. Huff, huff. At this point, Tanjiro had already disengaged from combat. The towering pillar of fire above its head weakened again, and it gasped for breath. That charged flame strike combined with splitting counterattack just now drained almost all of its stamina. If that one strike hadn't finished off Hawkman, it would be him falling now. Just. Seeing Suibai approach, Tanziashi struggled to stand upright, trying to maintain the dignity of a swordsman, despite his weak legs. Don't force yourself. Suibai chuckled softly and squatted down. Instead of forcibly recalling it with a poke ball, he treated it like a comrade in arms, taking out a bottle of good healing potion and a Simplacos to restore its stamina from his backpack. Tisk! The cool medicine was sprayed onto Tanjiro's shoulder, the spot where he had been chafed by the wind pressure when he slid. Charcoal servant did not dodge. It obediently gnawed on the sweet tree fruit, its obsidian-like eyes fixed on Suibai without blinking. In the past, it always fought alone and licked its wounds alone. It believed that becoming stronger could only be achieved through its own efforts. But that battle just now. Without this human's almost divine close your eyes command, and without his precise control over the timing of his slide, it would have been impossible. He knew he couldn't possibly dodge that fatal flying, heavy impact. Is this the power of a trainer? It's not about commands, but rather, guidance and trust. Yes. Thank you. Tanzayashi called out softly. Although the voice was very soft, it lacked some of the arrogance and contained more of a sincere gratitude. This is all your own achievement. Suibai rubbed its warm head and activated Eye of Insight. Ding! Tanjiro defeated a powerful enemy of a higher level, gaining a large amount of experience points. Level upgraded to LV27. Level upgraded to LV28. Learn a new skill, Purge Smoke. He was promoted 3 ranks in a row. Furthermore, he mastered the poison-based move Cleansing Smoke, which can eliminate changes in the opponent's ability level. In the ever-changing battle, this is definitely a god-tier skill. Let's go, let's collect our spoils. Suibai stood up, and Tanzayashi immediately jumped onto his shoulder in perfect unison. A person and their pet calmly walked out of cage number 8 under the watchful eyes of countless people filled with awe, fervor, and even envy. Front desk registration area. The cigar that the bald, burly man was holding had long since fallen onto the table, burning a hole through it without him even noticing. He stared in disbelief as Suibai approached. You really beat Tai Xian. Although he saw the whole thing on the big screen, it still felt like a dream. Bonus. Suibai didn't waste any words and gently tapped the table. Oh. Yes. Yes. Bonus. The bald, burly man seemed to wake from a dream, and hurriedly pulled an anonymous black card from the drawer. 100,000 alliance coins have been deposited. The password is 6 zeros. He handed the card to Suibai with both hands, his attitude completely changing, his face now plastered with a fawning smile. Brother Honglien, you truly are unassuming. That charcoal servant is incredibly well trained. You really got our venue a lot of attention in that battle. Here, strength is the only passport. Is there anything else? Suibai asked casually as he took the black card. That. The bald, burly man rubbed his hands together and asked tentatively. Are you playing again today? Lots of people on the sidelines want to see you play another match, the odds are definitely going to be high. No rush. Suibai put the black card into his pocket and glanced at Tanzayashi, who was resting with his eyes closed on his shoulder. Although his stamina had recovered somewhat, the continuous combat in such a high-intensity arena was too much of a burden for Tanjiro, who had not yet evolved. Haste makes waste. That's all for today. Put me on tomorrow's match list. Suibai turned and walked towards the elevator. Save the fighting gem for me after my 10-win streak. Watching Suibai's departing figure, the bald, burly man took a deep breath. This kid's here to take everyone down. Just then, the red internal telephone on the bald man's desk suddenly rang. His expression changed, and he quickly answered the phone, his body involuntarily straightening up. Boss. A languid yet undeniably authoritative female voice came from the other end of the phone. Investigate the background of that person codenamed Red Lotus. Cold sweat beaded on the bald, burly man's forehead. Boss, he's wearing a mask and using a fake identity. Our rules here are. Rules are inanimate. A woman's voice interrupted him. To train a mere charcoal servant's mind to this extent, enabling him to accurately predict the trajectory of the wrestling Hawkman's attacks. Such combat skills could not have come from an unknown individual. If he comes again tomorrow, arrange some interesting opponents for him. I want to see where his limits are. Yes, boss. At the same time, inside the luxurious VIP box located at the very top of the arena, a woman in a purple evening gown, swirling a glass of red wine, watched Suibai's retreating figure disappear into the elevator through the one-way mirror. Beside her floated a Hudi, sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed. The two silver spoons in Alakazam's hands were humming softly. Alakazam, you felt it too, didn't you? The woman took a sip of red wine, a hint of interest curving her lips. On that boy's body, there is an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation that has been deliberately concealed. It seems that the stagnant waters of Shanghai are finally about to be stirred up by a newcomer. Chapter 87. It was late at night when we left the underground fighting arena. The neon lights of Shanghai still flicker, adorning this city that never sleeps like a dream. Suibai found a high-end elf hotel not far from the arena and checked in. Although the 100,000 alliance coins prize is just a drop in the ocean compared to his current wealth, it represents the first pot of gold that Tanzaishi has earned in this world with his own sword. It is of great significance. The room was spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the bustling Shanghai skyline. Come out. Suibai released Tanzaishi. Exactly. When Charcoal Servant came out, instead of finding a corner to stand guard as usual, he consciously walked to the fire-resistant mat in the center of the room, which was specially prepared for fire-type Pokémon. It sat cross-legged and placed the heavy spell armor on its knees. Close your eyes. The flames overhead began to flicker rhythmically. Have you started the warming process yet? Suibai leaned back on the sofa, quietly watching this scene. As Tanzaiashi's breathing rose and fell, the pure fire energy within its body slowly overflowed, like a warm halo, enveloping the armor that exuded a cold, resentful aura. Buzz! The armor seemed to sense the presence of a living person, and the two eerie purple flames within the gaps suddenly surged. The eerie auditory hallucinations echoed faintly in the room once again. The resentment from the ancient battlefield transformed into wisps of black mist, which followed the arm of Tanzaishi, attempting to penetrate its body and devour its sanity. Tanzaishi frowned, a pained expression on his face. But it didn't let go. Today's life-or-death battle in the octagon not only boosted its level but also thoroughly tempered its swordsman's spirit. Get out of here! Tanzaishi let out a silent roar of anger in his heart. Boom! The flames above its head instantly turned a fiery orange-red. This pure, blazing, and indomitable flame of life surged down its arm, colliding violently with the black resentment. A tug-of-war unfolded between icy resentment and fiery vitality on the armor. Hiss hiss hiss! White smoke, from the evaporation of energy, filled the air. Gradually, the two raging, dark purple ghost flames, under the resilient will and suppression of the flames, finally subsided and retreated back into the gaps in the armor. Although the resentment still lingers, it is no longer as aggressive as it was at the beginning. Instead, a very faint trace of ghost-type energy flowed through Tanjiro's flames and into its body. Call! Tanzaishi opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of stale air tinged with purple sparks. Its eyes became even more profound. Ding! Tanjiro has successfully suppressed the resentment of the armor of curses. Increased compatibility with items. Mental strength has slightly increased. Suibai looked at the system notification and nodded in satisfaction. Here you go. It's like forging iron, every time you confront resentment, you're tempering your will. The day you can completely harness this resentment as your own power, you will be able to draw that azure flame sword. Yes. I will. Tanzaishi carefully put away the armor, and a deep sense of attachment appeared in his eyes as he looked at Suibai. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the thin mist of Shanghai. Suibai didn't rush to the underground fighting arena. Shanghai during the day presents a different scene altogether. Following the map navigation, he arrived at the most bustling commercial district in the city center. Here stands a magnificent building shaped like a giant crystal ball. Starry Night Auction House. This is the largest and most authoritative trading venue for Pokémon items in Jiangnan province. The owner behind it is shrouded in mystery, and it is said that he has connections with high-ranking members of the League and the Superpower Gym. Hello, sir, how can I help you? As soon as I entered the lobby, a receptionist in a business suit with a smile greeted me. On her shoulder, a bird with its eyes closed was resting. I'd like to have something appraised and then consign it. Suibai's tone was flat. Okay, please follow me to the testing room. Inside the testing room, an elderly man with grey hair and wearing a monocle sat at the table. Behind him stood a hypno, holding a hypnotic ring and using its superpowers to help the old man sense the energy fluctuations of objects. Young man, what do you want to be appraised? The old man asked without looking up. Without wasting any words, Suibai took out the evolution stone he had found in Fengdu ancient town directly from his backpack. Snap! A strange stone, completely transparent and seemingly sealed with a pure white light inside, was gently placed on the table. Shiny stone. Buzz! The moment the stone was taken out, the ring in the Dream Eater's hand trembled violently. The old man also suddenly raised his head, his single eye, clad in a monocle, fixed intently on the stone on the table. This pure light energy. The old man was so excited that his hands were trembling. He carefully picked up the stone of light, as if he were holding a rare treasure. Top-notch. Absolutely top-notch. The purity of this light stone is at least 95%. It's far superior to those inferior synthetic products on the market. Young man, how much are you planning to sell this for? Our auction house can buy it at a premium. The old man looked at Suibai anxiously. A top-grade light stone. This is a treasure coveted by fairy and normal-type masters, it can be used to evolve to Jekus, etc. In a place like Shanghai, where rich people abound, it would definitely fetch an astronomical price. Not for direct sale. Suibai shook his head. Arrange for me to get into the biggest auction of the month, highest bidder wins. Additionally, I'd like to purchase a high-quality awakening stone or some top-tier fire-type resources at this auction. No problem. Leave it to us. The old man readily agreed and handed Suibai a gold-plated VIP card. This is your VIP card. We look forward to your attendance at the weekend dinner 3 days from now. Leave the auction house. Suibai has resolved a matter that has been weighing on his mind. With this top-grade light stone in hand as a bargaining chip, we have more confidence in the subsequent resource exchange. Night fell once more. Suibai put on a mask and a baseball cap, walked into the dimly lit alley again, and pushed open the door of the night bar. 2 basement levels. When he reappeared in the arena, the atmosphere instantly ignited. Look! It's a Red Lotus. The ruthless person who killed Tai Xian with a single strike has arrived. Red Lotus! Red Lotus! Red Lotus! With just one battle, he became a star here. Upon seeing Suibai, the bald, burly man hurriedly wiped his sweat and ran over, his expression somewhat unnatural. Brother Honglian, you've finally arrived. What's wrong? Suibai sensed something was amiss. Today's opponent is a bit tricky. The bald, burly man lowered his voice and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The boss above personally gave the order and arranged a special champion for you. This guy has won 8 consecutive matches here, his strength is terrifying, and what? And its properties are completely your weakness. The bald, burly man pointed to cage number 8 not far away. Under the spotlight, a muscular behemoth, the size of a small mountain, stood in the center of the arena. Its entire body is covered in blue skin, with black mosquito coil-like patterns on its belly, and its arms are as thick as 2 water pipes. Polyrath. Attribute, water/fighting. Water overcomes fire. Fighting is the best way to beat melee combat. Hiss! The surrounding audience gasped. This is incredible. They actually sent out Water Ghost Base. Base's Mosquito Coil Swimmer is a level 38 monster. And a water type fighting a fire type, isn't that like a father beating his son? It's over. The legend of the Crimson Lotus will end tonight. Absolute suppression of attributes. Absolute dominance in terms of level. To everyone else, it was a one-sided massacre with no suspense whatsoever. Water system. Subai stared at the muscular monster on the stage, radiating a violent, watery aura. He turned his head and looked at the little charcoal servant on his shoulder. Are you scared? Cheers. Tanzayashi snorted coldly. It jumped off the shoulder and walked step by step toward the octagonal cage. The flames overhead burned ever brighter in the darkness. A swordsman is never picky about his opponent. Even if what lies ahead is a vast ocean. One sword strike, and it'll cleave it in two. Chapter 88. Clang. The steel gate was heavily locked. Inside the octagonal cage, it felt like another world had been created. As the Mosquito Coil Swimmer's massive, mountain-like body stepped into the ring, the humidity in the air suddenly rose. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Water droplets dripped continuously from its blue, muscular skin, pooling on the floor. This is not just a matter of physical size, but also of dominating the playing field. Enveloped in this thick moisture, the originally blazing flames above Tanzayashi's head were visibly dimmed by 3/10, leaving only a weak flame flickering stubbornly. He he he. Outside the octagonal cage, a gaunt man with a mohawk and wavy tattoos on his face let out a grating, eerie laugh. Red Lotus, right? I heard you killed Iron Whirlwind's bird with a single strike last night? That was impressive. He is the trainer of this Mosquito Coil Swimmer, nicknamed Water Ghost Base. Base lay prone on the barbed wire, his eyes as cold and sinister as a viper's. It's a pity you ran into me today. Water overcomes fire, this is an ironclad law of nature. My Mosquito Coil Swimmer will extinguish your little flame of life bit by bit, crushing every bone in your body, inch by inch. Faced with Base's provocation, Subai put his hands in his pockets and didn't even spare him a glance. He simply gazed calmly at the little charcoal servant inside the cage. Charcoal servant, can you feel it? Subai's voice, penetrating the iron mesh, clearly reached Tanzayashi's ears. This suffocating steam. Just. Tanzayashi let out a low growl. It certainly sensed it. I feel terrible. It was as if he was immersed in an icy pool of water, making even breathing heavy, and the fire energy in his hand blades was like being stuck in quagmire, its circulation extremely sluggish. Don't try to fight water with fire. Subai's eyes revealed an all-knowing wisdom. You are a fire-type spirit, but more importantly, you are a swordsman. Now that the flames are suppressed, use your blade to slice through this vast ocean. Tanzayashi suddenly raised his head, his obsidian-like eyes flashing with a sharp light. Its hands were crossed in front of its chest. Although no flames ignited, its restrained sharpness was even more piercing than before. How arrogant! Base snorted coldly and suddenly waved his hand. Mosquito Coil Swimmer. Give him a cold shower. Water ripple. Pfft. The Mosquito Coil Swimmer suddenly clasped his arms together, and the black mosquito coil pattern on his abdomen burst forth with a blinding blue light. A super-compressed water sphere, over half a meter in diameter and spinning at high speed, hurtled towards Tanzayashi like a depth charge, accompanied by a deafening roar. That's too fast. And it covers a very large area. In the cramped space of an octagonal cage, there's simply no way to avoid it. Slide. Cut it open. Subai decisively gave the order. Cheers. Tanzayashi's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted force with both legs. Instead of retreating, it charged straight at the giant water sphere. just 0.01 seconds before being swallowed by the water sphere. A faint, yet highly concentrated, purplish-black light suddenly appeared on the knife in Tanzayashi's right hand. Ambush on vital points. Swish. A single slash. There was no spectacular explosion, nor any earth-shattering roar. There was only a very faint sizzle sound. That water wave, containing terrifying force, was perfectly sliced in two from the very center by Tanjiro's black hand blade. Splash! The water, cut through, swept past Tanjiro's body on both sides, slamming heavily against the iron mesh behind him, splashing water everywhere. Tanzayashi remained in the stance of wielding his sword, his whole body soaked, but his back was ramrod straight. What? Base's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The audience below the stage also let out a gasp of disbelief. It's been cut open. A physical attack severed the water wave, a pure energy entity. How is this possible? The bald, burly man in the audience gasped. Just how abnormally skilled is this kid in terms of mastery over his skills? This is the hidden gain Sobai gained from having Tanzayashi nurture the armor of curses last night. In the process of fighting against resentment, Tanzayashi's mental strength has been tempered. Its perception of energy and its grasp of the angle of cutting have reached a level that can be described as microscopic. Don't get too cocky. Base roared in exasperation. So what if you cut the water balloon open? It's just an appetizer. Mosquito coil swimmer. Close combat. Let him see the absolute difference in strength. Bulk up. Roar. The mosquito coil swimmer let out a deafening roar. Its muscles swelled instantly, veins bulging, and its already massive body now looked like an unshakable mountain of flesh. Attack power increased. Defense increased. This is the most classic, and also the most despair-inducing, power-up opening move in the fighting style. Once this heavily armored tank stacks up its attributes, it becomes an invincible bulldozer in the octagon. Not only that, mosquito coil swimmer. A mountain pressing down on you. Boom. 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 The fully enhanced mosquito swimmer, with his powerful legs striding like an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle, stomped so hard that the arena trembled violently as he crushed towards Tanzayashi. A muffled sonic boom even echoed in the air. The size difference is too big. No matter how sharp Tanjiro's sword is, it's impossible for him to block this enhanced Mount Tai-like crushing blow head-on. We're going to lose. In the audience, everyone held their breath, unable to bear watching the horrific scene of Tanzayashi being crushed into a meat patty. However, facing a colossal beast that lunged at them like a mountain crashing down, a cold smile curled at the corners of Subai's lips. Enhancement. You've got the wrong person to play a buff build against me. His gaze sharpened, and his voice pierced through the fog like a sword. Charcoal Samurai. Let him see what you learned last night. Cleanse its arrogance. Clear smog. Just as the giant shadow of the mosquito coil swimmer was about to engulf Tanjiro, Tanjiro neither raised his sword to parry nor dodged. It took a deep breath. His chest bulged high. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a bizarre cloud of purplish-gray smoke at the mosquito coil swimmer who was right next to it. The smoke had neither intense heat nor explosive power. But when it touched the bulging muscles of the mosquito coil swimmer, it's like throwing a red-hot iron block into ice water. Hiss hiss hiss. Roar. The mosquito coil swimmer let out a muffled groan of terror. It was horrified to discover the explosive power of his body-building state, which had just accumulated within him, melted away completely in an instant under the erosion of this strange smoke, like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Attack power decreased. Defense reduced. Back to square one. What? The sneer on Base's face froze instantly. The once imposing, overwhelming force of Mount Tai suddenly lost its power, creating a fatal flaw. Now. Subai snapped his fingers, his eyes as cold as knives. Draw your sword. Chapter 89. Draw your sword. Accompanied by Suibai's calm, completely undisturbed voice. Inside the octagonal cage, time seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. Without the support of his well-built muscles, the mosquito coil swimmer's once unstoppable Mount Tai crash now appears full of flaws. Its center of gravity is completely out of control. The massive body continued to tilt forward due to inertia, but the suffocating sense of oppression had completely vanished. Cheers! Charcoal servant moved. Its eyes gleamed with an extremely cold light within the dimly lit octagonal cage. There was no backing down. Without hesitation, it stomped its right foot hard on the floor. Instead of retreating, the entire body moved forward. Like a black lightning bolt, it cut directly into the blind spot of the mosquito coil swimmer's massive body. That's too fast. It was so fast that everyone present didn't even see the afterimage. Swish! The fire blade in Tanjiro's right hand did not ignite, despite being countered by water. Instead, there was an extremely concentrated, purplish-black malevolent energy. The swordsman's killing move. Ambush on vital points. Break it for me. Tanzayashi let out a silent roar of anger in his heart. The dark blade flashed, drawing a perfect crescent-shaped arc in the air. Impartial. It struck with extreme precision right in the center of the black mosquito coil pattern on the swimmer's abdomen. That's the weakest point in its entire defense system. It is also the most vulnerable point after the power is lost. Pfft! A sickening sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The purplish-black blade sliced through the mosquito coil swimmer's blue skin without any resistance, and the violent dark energy instantly exploded within his body. Critical hit. Absolutely a critical hit. Roar. The mosquito coil swimmer's forward lunge suddenly froze in mid-air. Its eyes, which were originally filled with violence and contempt, were now filled only with extreme terror and pain. Immediately afterwards. Boom! A deafening roar. Mosquito coil swimmer's massive body, like a tattered sack drained of all its strength, flew over charcoal servant's head and slammed heavily onto the arena floor behind it. The steel-framed arena trembled violently. Even the wire mesh of the octagonal cage creaked under the weight. Smoke and water vapor instantly filled the entire arena. Quiet. A deathly silence. The entire underground arena, filled with thousands of enthusiastic spectators, seemed to be frozen in place. Their mouths were agape, their eyes wide, staring intently at cage number 8. They even forgot to breathe. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. In the center of the arena, the mosquito coil swimmer's massive body lay on the ground, a mixture of blood and water, his eyes rolled back, his enormous muscles twitching unconsciously. They have completely lost their ability to fight. And in front of it, the charcoal servant, only 1/10 the size of it, was slowly retracting the knife in its right hand. The flames above its head, in this steamy cage, miraculously reignited. Moreover, it's even more intense and dazzling than before. One cut. Reverse attribute, killing opponents of higher levels. Clang. Off the field, Water Ghost Base dropped his lighter on the ground. He collapsed onto the barbed wire like a lump of mud, his face ashen, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. No. It's impossible. My mosquito coil swimmer is LV38. How could water-based elements lose to fire-based elements? Base's worldview completely collapsed at this moment. Until the referee's trembling voice echoed throughout the stadium via the microphone. The mosquito coil swimmer is incapacitated. The winner is Crimson Lotus. Boom. After an extreme silence of suppression, what follows is a volcanic eruption powerful enough to blow off rooftops. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Amazing! This kid's a god! One slash! Another slash! I don't care about elemental advantages or heavy tanks, I'll just slash you once and for all. Red Lotus! Red Lotus! Red Lotus! The entire underground venue erupted into a frenzied frenzy. Countless gamblers smashed their beer bottles on the ground, frantically tore at their clothes, and vented their shock with primal roars. In this underground world that worships the strong, Suibai and Tanzayashi, with their absolute aesthetics of violence, completely conquered everyone. Beside the ring, Suibai remained calm despite the overwhelming cheers around him. He simply stared at the system notification that popped up on his retina, a slight smile playing on his lips. Ding! Tanjiro defeated a powerful enemy of a higher level, completed the reverse attribute challenge, and gained a massive amount of experience points. Level upgraded to LV29. Level upgraded to LV30. Learned a new skill, Sword Dance. Sword Dance. Suibai's eyes lit up. This is a god-tier enhancement skill that physical attackers dream of. It can significantly increase attack power. With this move, Tanjiro's damage output will experience a qualitative leap. We're one step closer to drawing the Azure Flame Sword from the armored armor. Let's go, Tan-chan. Suibai turned around, showing no interest in the cheers from the crowd. Exactly. Tanzayashi nodded, then leaped and landed steadily on Suibai's shoulder. Its obsidian-like eyes coldly swept across the entire room. In that instant, the cheers from the entire audience paused briefly. It was a terrifying sense of oppression belonging to apex predators and lone swordsmen. At the same time, inside the luxurious VIP box at the very top of the arena, clap clap clap! A burst of crisp applause rang out in the quiet room. The woman in the purple evening gown was standing in front of the huge one-way glass, looking down at Suibai, who was preparing to leave. Her eyes gleamed with intense interest. Use clearing smoke to neutralize the opponent's buffs, then deliver a fatal blow with ambush to the vital point, precise to the millimeter. Perfect tactics, terrifying execution. The woman's voice was languid and magnetic. This is not a newcomer at all. This is a battle-hardened monster. Hyudy. She turned her head and looked at the psychic-type Pokémon beside her, which had kept its eyes closed. Who? Hyudy slowly opened his eyes. The two silver spoons in its hands were trembling slightly. That is the instinctive tremor when encountering beings of the same or even higher rank. Can you uncover the secrets he's hiding? The woman asked. Hyudy shook his head, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Unable to see through it. The woman wasn't angry at all, instead, her smile became even more captivating. This is getting more and more interesting. She picked up the walkie-talkie on the table and pressed the red button. Tell the people below. Tomorrow, raise the difficulty of the 10-win streak challenge to the highest level. Since he wants that fighting gem, then let him come and see me in person. Chapter 90. Late at night. Shanghai, Starry Night Elf Hotel, Penthouse Suite. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire city is a dazzling sea of neon lights. The lights in the room were not on. Only a single orange-red flame burned quietly in the darkness, dispelling the surrounding chill. Just. Charcoal servant sat cross-legged on a specially made fire-resistant mat. Its eyes were tightly closed. And on its knees, the spell armor that exuded an ominous aura was strangely quiet at this moment. The eerie purple flames emanating from the gaps in the armor no longer raged as fiercely as they had the night before, instead, they flickered faintly in sync with Tanzayashi's even breathing. As if it is afraid. Or rather, it is surrendering. The stunning comeback in the octagon during the day not only shattered the pride of Mosquito Coil Swimmer, but also completely awakened the dormant potential within Tanjiro. Level 30. This is a watershed moment. Call. Suibai leaned back on the sofa, holding a glass of warm water, quietly watching Tanzayashi, who was in a meditative state. He didn't disturb them. Because he knew that Tanjiro was processing the lessons learned from today's battle. Sudden. Tanzayashi suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, it seemed as if two cold, sharp blades flashed by. It didn't get up, but slowly raised its arms. Zhang! A clear, sharp sword sound suddenly rang out in the room. Immediately afterwards, centered on Tanzayashi, visible concentric circles of fiery red energy rippled outwards like waves. Around its body, 4 illusory light swords made of pure fire energy actually materialized. The lightsaber circled around it, slowly rotating. With each spin, Tanzayashi's aura grew stronger. Even the air itself seemed to rip under the weight of this overwhelming force. God-level enhancement skills. Sword dance. Such powerful pressure. A hint of surprise flashed in Suibai's eyes. The sword dance of ordinary elves is simply a dance performed in place, full of fighting spirit, to stimulate the adrenaline in their bodies and increase their attack power. But Tanjiro's sword dance? It actually condensed into a tangible sword aura. This is no longer just a skill, it's the integration of the way of the sword into the very depths of one's soul. Cheers! With a low growl, the 4 flaming swords surrounding it instantly disintegrated, turning into specks of starlight that merged into its body. Attack power greatly increased. How are you feeling? Suibai asked with a smile. Yes. Very strong. Stronger than ever before. Tanji clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him that seemed about to burst forth. It lowered its head and glanced at the armor of spells on its knees. This time, when it stretched out its hand, encased in flames, and gently stroked the cold armor plates, the resentment within the armor, like a mouse encountering a cat, instantly retreated to its deepest recesses, not daring to even entertain the slightest thought of resistance. It was completely suppressed by Tanzayashi's sword intent at this moment. It seems the day you wear it isn't far off. Suibai stood up and stretched. Get some rest. Tomorrow night, we'll go get that fighting gem. The following day, at night. Night scene bar, basement level 2. When Suibai once again stepped into this underground world filled with bloodshed and hormones, the atmosphere was completely different from the previous 2 days. The contempt was gone. The mockery ceased. When his signature baseball cap and mask appeared at the entrance, the once noisy arena fell silent for a brief moment. Immediately afterwards, Red Lotus! Red Lotus! Red Lotus! A deafening roar of cheers swept through the stadium like a tsunami. In this place that reveres the strong, Suibai won everyone's awe with 2 miraculous comebacks against opponents of higher levels. Brother Honglien, you've arrived. The bald, burly man was already waiting at the front desk. But this time, the smile on his face looked more like a grimace. His forehead was covered in a dense layer of cold sweat, and even the hand that handed Suibai the number plate was trembling slightly. What? You're not scheduling me to play today? Suibai glanced at him. No. No. The bald, burly man swallowed hard, lowered his voice, and spoke with a hint of pleading. Brother, listen to my advice. Take your bonus from these 2 days and let's go. Today's 10-game winning streak challenge, you can't do it. Suibai raised an eyebrow slightly. Why? Because the higher UPS have given the order. The bald, burly man stamped his feet in frustration. The boss personally selected you, he wants to launch the ultimate strike against you. They released that monster from the confinement cell on the 3rd basement level. 3 underground levels? Solitary confinement? Suibai keenly noticed these 2 words. What is that? He's a madman. A deep fear flashed in the bald, burly man's eyes. The last time that guy appeared, he not only tore the opponent's Pokémon to shreds, but he also almost crippled the opposing trainer. It has absolutely no idea what stopping at the right time means. Brother Honglien, your Tanzaishi is a genius. There's no need for him to risk his life here for that gem. Listen to the bald, burly man's advice. Suibai remained silent. He simply turned his head and looked at the little charcoal servant on his shoulder. Exactly. Tanzaishi tilted his head, showing no fear whatsoever, but rather a strong fighting spirit. Suibai smiled. He turned around and snatched the gold number plate representing the 10-win challenge from the bald, burly man's hand. Thanks. However, the phrase retreat without a fight does not exist in a swordsman's dictionary. Suibai strode towards cage number 8. The bald, burly man was left standing there, sighing in despair. It's over, another genius is going to die young. Ladies and gentlemen. On the arena. The host's voice was unusually high-pitched today, even carrying a hint of frenzied trembling. Tonight. We're about to witness the most exciting moment in the underground arena. 10-game winning streak challenge. The challenger. It's our rising superstar who's only emerged in the last 2 days. Miracle Swordsman. Crimson Lotus. Boom. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. And the defending champion. The host's voice suddenly lowered. The lights in the entire arena instantly turned a somber, blood-red color. Let's welcome. Underground Tyrant. A ruthless meat grinder. Rogue Panda. Clang. 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 Accompanied by the host's hoarse shouting. The heavy steel door opposite was smashed open from the inside by an extremely violent method, punch after punch. Twisted steel. Sparks flew. Roar. A ferocious roar, beyond compare, echoed from the darkness. Immediately afterwards. A colossal creature, over 2.5 meters tall, with muscles as bulging as granite, carrying a bamboo stick in its mouth and covered in rough black and white fur, strode heavily into the octagonal cage. Dark/fighting type. Extremely ferocious Pokémon. With every step it took, the entire arena trembled violently. A suffocating stench of blood and a sense of oppression swept through the entire venue, almost tangible. Several audience members in the front row were so intimidated by this aura that they collapsed to the ground. Suibai narrowed his eyes slightly. The Eye of Insight, open. Race, Rogue Panda. Rank, LV45, Peak Elite. Attribute, Fighting/Dark. Ability, Iron Fist, power of punching moves is increased by 20%. Status, Berserk/Bloodlust. Level Suppression, a full 15 levels. This is the final sniper of the underground fighting arena. It leaves no way out, it's an absolute dead end. Chapter 91. Roar. It was accompanied by a furious roar that seemed to tear the octagonal cage's iron mesh apart. The match has begun. There was no probing. There were no fancy starting moves. The massive panda, over 2.5 meters tall, was like a heavy dump truck speeding across the arena, crashing down with a deafening roar. Boom! 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 The heavy footsteps echoed throughout the entire underground arena. That's too fast. Despite its enormous size, the speed it unleashed was utterly terrifying. Cheers! Tanzaishi's eyes sharpened. It didn't retreat. Faced with this overwhelming charge, the swordsman's pride would not allow him to retreat even a step. With a sudden burst of power from its legs, it charged headlong into the moving mountain of flesh. On his right-hand chop, the purplish-black evil energy instantly boiled over. Ambush on vital points. Swish! A cold, sharp blade flashed, precisely slicing into the rogue panda's abdomen. This was the decisive blow that annihilated the mosquito coil swimmer yesterday. However, this time, the miracle did not happen. Ding! A sickening clang of metal clashing. Tanzaishi's indestructible hand chop struck the thick, needle-hard black and white fur on the rogue panda's belly. Sparks flew. But it's impossible to cut through. The massive level gap of 15 was transformed into a despair-inducing physical defensive barrier at this moment. Roar! The rogue panda lowered its head. Those scarlet, ferocious eyes glanced contemptuously at the tiny creature at its feet, which wasn't even as tall as its knees. It's like watching an ant trying to shake a giant tree. Immediately afterwards, its right fist, which was even larger than Tanjiro's entire body, clenched tightly. A blinding white light erupted from the fist. Comet Fist. Furthermore, it's a devastating punch, enhanced by the Iron Fist ability, which increases the power of fist-type moves by 20%. Bang! The air produced a muffled sonic boom under the impact of that punch. Get out of the way! Outside the stadium, some spectators gasped in shock, unable to bear watching. But it's too close. Cheers! Tanzayashi only had time to cross his arms in front of his chest. The next second, the fist, as huge as a meteorite, slammed solidly into its body. Boom! Tanzayashi's body is like a golf ball that has been hit with full force by a golf club. He was sent flying backwards in an instant. It traced a parabola in midair and slammed heavily onto the steel wire mesh at the very edge of the octagonal cage. Bang! A steel wire thicker than an arm was smashed into a deep dent. Just. Charcoal Servant slid down the iron mesh and fell to the ground. Its red armor developed large cracks. The once blazing flames above his head dimmed under the terrifying impact of the punch, as if they might be extinguished at any moment. One strike. It was just a regular strike. The miraculous swordsman who was dominating the battlefield yesterday is now facing a life-or-death situation. Quiet. The entire underground arena was deathly silent. No one cheered, and no one laughed. Everyone was stunned by the pure, violent, and unreasonable power of the rogue panda. This is not a heavyweight fight at all. This is a one-sided massacre. Completion. The bald, burly man closed his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. This is the true value of an underground tyrant. That little charcoal servant is doomed. Beside the ring, Suibai looked at Tanzayashi lying on the ground. His hands were still in his pockets, but his eyes had become more focused than ever before. He didn't take out a poke ball. They didn't concede defeat. Because he knew that the proud swordsman had not given up yet. Splash! A sound of rubble rolling down echoed in the deathly silent octagonal cage. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone, that petite red figure, the small man whose flames were almost extinguished. It turns out, with trembling hands, he supported himself on the blood-stained ring floor. Little by little, he stood up again. Charcoal Servant looked up. There was no fear, no despair, in those obsidian-like eyes. Only burning with madness to the extreme. It stared intently at the rogue panda opposite it, and once again assumed a sword-drawing stance. Roar! Even the rogue panda seemed surprised that this ant could actually stand up. It felt its authority as a tyrant had been challenged. Roar! It roared again. This time, instead of white light, a ball of orange-red flame ignited on the massive right fist. Fire Punch! Both are powered by Iron Fist. It's going to use fire-type moves to completely crush this fire-type brat. Boom! 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 The rogue panda launched another attack. That giant fist, burning with raging flames and carrying the aura of death, instantly enveloped Tanzayashi's head. Now! Suibai's voice, though not loud, was like a morning bell and evening drum, piercing through all the noise and clearly entering Tanzayashi's heart. What you grasped last night, was it merely a phantom for show? A sword is not for cleaving mountains. A sword is used to cut through fear. Let's dance. Let's show these guys who live in the sewers what's what. What is the true sword dance? Zhang! A crisp, clear sword cry suddenly exploded within the octagonal cage. just as the raging panda's giant fist was about to smash Charcoal Servant to pieces. Tanzayashi closed his eyes. The faint flame atop its head, at this moment, seemed to have been doused with millions of tons of hot oil. Boom! A towering pillar of fire erupted from the center of Charcoal Servant. The intense shockwave even forced the massive body of the rogue panda to stop half a step. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gazes of the entire audience, 4 illusory lightsabers, formed from pure fire energy, radiating a blinding white light. They appeared out of thin air around Tanzayashi. The lightsaber spun, showing off its sharp edge. That extremely sharp sword intent even cut the canvas on the arena floor to shreds. Yay! Tanzayashi suddenly opened his eyes. It didn't retreat, it advanced. With 4 lightsabers encircling its body, it transformed into a dazzling aurora, facing the devastating flame fist of the rogue panda, and surged upstream. The swordsman's desperate counterattack begins. Chapter 92. Boom! 2 completely different, blazing flames collided violently in the center of the octagon. On one side, there was the rogue panda's massive, meteorite-like, orange-red flame fist, brimming with violence and destruction. On the other side, it transformed into an aurora, and Charcoal Servant sailed upstream. The difference in body size was so great at that moment that it was despairing. Faced with the massive fist of the rogue panda, Tanzayashi was like a moth drawn to a sea of fire. Go to hell! The gamblers in the stands roared wildly. However, at the very moment the 2 flames, one large and one small, came into contact, time seemed to stand still. Contrary to expectations, Tanjiro was not instantly blasted into pieces. Hiss hiss hiss! A sickening, teeth-grinding sound, like the screeching of a high-speed cutting machine slicing through steel, echoed throughout the venue. Everyone stared in shock. What did they see? Around Tanzayashi, the 4 illusory light swords formed from pure fire energy were spinning wildly at an extremely terrifying speed. These 4 lightsabers are like an indestructible meat grinder drill. The rogue panda's flame fist is powerful enough to smash an armored vehicle. These 4 rapidly spinning lightsabers actually managed to peel it apart layer by layer right from the center. And shred it. Roar! For the first time, the emotion called fear appeared in the rogue panda's scarlet eyes. It felt as if it had struck something far beyond the ordinary human body. It is not a weapon, but a divine weapon that can shred everything. The flames on its fist were extinguished. Its proud, hard fur on its fist was cut open. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout my body. Retreat? Do you think you can even get a refund? Outside the cage, Suibai's voice was utterly cold, devoid of any warmth. Charcoal Samurai! 4 swords united as one. Give it the final blow. Yay! Charcoal Servant, at the center of the firestorm, let out a sword cry that pierced the heavens. The flames above its head turned an extremely eerie purplish red at that moment. That is, it was placed in the room with the armor of spells, and a strange spiritual resonance was formed between us from afar. Buzz! The 4 lightsabers surrounding Tanjiro converged instantly the moment he swung his right hand. It adhered to its hand blade. A 2-meter-long, translucent, purplish-red flaming giant sword materialized out of thin air. The ultimate technique of ambush to the vitals. Add to that the ultimate burst of power from sword dance. Whoosh! Inside the entire octagonal cage, all sound and all light seemed to be completely sucked away the moment that sword was swung. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, only this breathtakingly beautiful purple sword light remained. It flashed by. Sizzle! There were no obstacles. This 2-meter-long flaming giant sword sliced right through the middle of the rogue panda's massive right arm and pierced through its thick chest. The sword light pierced through his body and slammed into the steel net behind him. Boom! 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 The 3-meter-high steel mesh was cleaved open by this sword strike, like a fragile paper toy, leaving a massive 5-meter-long crack. At the cut, molten, dark red iron was even dripping down. Silence. A deathly, chilling silence. The rogue panda remained frozen in place, still in its punching stance. It lowered its head. He stared blankly at the deep, bone-revealing sword wound on his chest, which was still burning with purple flames. Bang! Its massive body swayed. My legs went weak. Boom! Like the collapse of the pyramid's load-bearing wall, this once invincible underground tyrant knelt heavily on both knees, and then its massive body crashed to the ground. It kicked up a cloud of dust. His eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. Level suppression of 15. The final sniper strike in the underground arena. It was utterly shattered by this sword. The entire arena, filled with thousands of spectators, was completely silent, like roosters being strangled. Their minds were completely blank. Even the bald, burly man at the front desk had his legs give way and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ring, Tanzayashi remained in the position of having his back to the rogue panda. Its right hand, wielding a knife, slowly lowered. His back was ramrod straight. It stands like a solitary, towering monument. We won. One audience member swallowed hard and spoke in a trembling voice. However, only Suibai, who was standing closest to the cage outside, saw the true situation. He strode forward and yanked open the broken iron cage door. Click! Suibai walked up to Tanzayashi, but instead of cheering, he reached out his hands and gently and steadily supported its upright body. Just. Tanzayashi's eyes were tightly closed, a trace of blood hung at the corner of his mouth, and his breathing was extremely weak. The flames above its head had been completely extinguished. Actually, the moment it swung that sword, it had exhausted all its physical strength, mental energy, and even life force, and fell into a complete coma. But even after losing consciousness, the swordsman's pride still supported its body, refusing to fall. A swordsman who fainted while standing. Here you go. Suibai's voice was soft, filled with unprecedented tenderness and respect. He didn't use a pokeball. Instead, he took off his coat and carefully wrapped it around Tanzayashi's small, battered body, then held it in his arms. You've not only proven yourself. You deserve that armor now. Suibai, holding Tanzayashi, slowly turned around. His gaze swept coldly across the entire room. That moment, throughout the entire underground arena, among thousands of unruly desperados, not a single one dared to meet his gaze. They involuntarily stepped back, making way for the boy holding the fire-type baby in the crowded aisle. The prize money and gems for a 10-game winning streak. As Suibai passed the bald, burly man sprawled on the ground, his steps faltered slightly, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Deliver it to my hotel within 10 minutes. 1 point less. I'll tear this place down. After saying that, he walked into the elevator without looking back. He left behind only a silhouette that sent shivers down the spines of the entire underworld. At the same time, inside the VIP box on the top floor. Snap! The mysterious woman in the purple evening gown accidentally dropped her wine glass, which shattered on the expensive carpet. Red wine spilled all over the floor, like a pool of glaring blood. But she was completely unaware. Her eyes were fixed on the big screen, on the back of Suibai carrying Tanzayashi away, her full breasts heaving violently. 4 swords unite as one, sword intent materializes. How is this possible? Alakazam. She turned her head abruptly, her voice trembling with barely concealed excitement and madness. Go. Find out which hotel he's staying at. Take that fighting gem to him. In addition, the woman licked her scarlet lips, her eyes gleaming with a determined light. Attached is a top-tier VIP invitation to Starry Night Auction House 3 days from now. Just say. Murong Xiu, the gym leader of the Shanghai Superpower Dojo, wants to be friends with him. Chapter 93. Late at night. Starry Night Elf Hotel, top floor suite. The heavy curtains were drawn tightly shut, completely shutting out the noisy neon lights outside the window of Shanghai. The room was filled with a strong smell of medicine. Hiss! Subai half squatted on the soft cashmere carpet, holding a valuable bottle of full recovery medicine in his hand, carefully spraying it onto Tanzayashi's cracked red carapace. Tanzayashi kept her eyes tightly closed, and even in her unconscious state, her body was still twitching slightly from the medicine irritating her wounds. That comet fist almost cost it its life. If it hadn't been for that final, desperate burst of sword dance that drained its life force, it wouldn't have survived to the end. What a reckless little guy! Subai looked at its fists, which were clenched tightly even when it was unconscious, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes, but more so, pride. He didn't blame the charcoal servant for fighting so hard. Because he understood the pride of a swordsman. Buzz. As the high-grade healing medicine took effect, the cracks on Tanzayashi's body began to heal at a visible speed. About half an hour later. Tanzayashi's eyelashes trembled slightly. It slowly opened its obsidian-like eyes, a hint of confusion still lingering in its gaze. It instinctively wanted to raise its hand as a warning. Don't move around, your injury isn't fully healed yet. Subai's gentle voice rang in its ears. Immediately afterwards, a cut and peeled pomelo was offered to its mouth. Charcoal servant was stunned. It looked at Subai in front of it, then at its own bandaged wounds, and finally the image of itself collapsing into this human's arms after unleashing that sword strike in the octagonal cage flashed into its mind. Did we win? It asked weakly. We won. Subai rubbed its head, a bright smile on his face. Not only did they win, they won beautifully. You are now a legend in the entire underground arena of Shanghai. Upon hearing this, Tanzayashi's tense body finally relaxed completely. It opened its mouth and ate the tree fruit that Subai fed it in small bites, its eyes even slightly reddening. This feeling of being cared for and looked after. Very nice. Just then. Buzz. The space in the room suddenly distorted without warning. Subai's eyes flashed, and he abruptly turned his head. All I could see was the open space in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the room. A ripple, like waves, spread through the air. Immediately afterwards, a yellow sprite holding 2 silver spoons, sitting cross-legged and floating in mid-air, appeared out of thin air in the room. Instant teleportation. Alakazam. End. Subai's eye of insight swept over, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Level, LV58, Gym Leader. Charcoal servant instantly bristled, ignoring his injuries, and leaped in front of Subai, warily eyeing the suddenly appearing powerful spirit. Take it easy. Subai patted Tanzayashi on the shoulder, signaling it to relax. He looked at the husky, without the slightest panic. The delivery service is pretty efficient. Who looked at Subai's calm gaze, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It didn't speak, psychic-type Pokémon can communicate through telepathy, but it couldn't. It merely waved the spoon in its hand slightly. Clatter. An exquisite black and gold combination lock case gently landed on the coffee table in front of Subai. Then, a black card, emitting a faint fragrance, drifted down like a falling leaf and landed on the lock of the combination lock. After doing all that, Hude gave Subai a deep look, then his body transformed into a distorted ball of light and shadow, vanishing from the room into thin air. They come without a trace, and go without a trace. That entrance really does live up to the high standards of the psychic gym. Subai muttered a complaint and stepped forward. He picked up the black card. There is only one line of small gold embossed text above. 3 days from now, at the Starry Night Auction House's penthouse banquet. Looking forward to seeing you there. Mirongziu. Mirongziu? Gym leader of the psychic gym. Suibai's lips curled into a playful smile. It seems that his high profile these past few days has already caught the attention of this local bigwig in Shanghai. Click. Suibai opened the combination lockbox. Two things lay quietly inside. An anonymous black bank card, for the 5 million prize money from 10 consecutive wins. And a rhomboid crystal emitting a rich brown light. Fighting gem. Is this the ultimate reward from the underground arena? Suibai held the gem in his hand, feeling the surging fighting type energy within, and nodded in satisfaction. Good stuff, keep it for now. He casually tossed the jewels and bank cards into his backpack. Then, he turned his head and looked at Tan Xiaoxi, who was standing to the side with an intensely burning gaze. I've received the reward. Suibai's voice became more solemn than ever before. He slowly reached out and, from the deepest part of his backpack, took out the garment that exuded a profound resentment. Armor of curses. Buzz. The armor appeared. The temperature in the room instantly dropped to freezing. But this time, Tan Xiaoxi did not back down. It looked at the armor as if it were looking at its long-lost half. Your sword strike yesterday not only shattered the pride of the rogue panda. It also completely shattered the vengeful spirit within the armor. Suibai, holding the armor, walked up to Tan Xiaoxi. Now, it is simply a divine weapon, awaiting its master. Charcoal-wielding samurai. Are you ready to draw your sword? Yay! Tan Xiaoxi let out a furious roar. It did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his hands and grasped the heavy magical armor. Boom! The instant its hands touched the armor, a burst of purplish-red flames, like a volcanic eruption, engulfed both Tan Xiaoxi and the armor. The light of evolution. Unlike the soft white light that appears when other Pokémon evolve, Tanjiro's evolutionary light is blazing. It's an aggressive purplish-red. Hiss hiss hiss. Within that purplish-red cocoon of flames, the ancient magical armor transformed into streams of pure ghost-type energy, which surged wildly into Tan Xiaoxi's body. Its body began to elongate. Her originally petite figure has become tall and slender. Its entire body was covered in black armor, and purple ghostly flames burned on its shoulders. And the most eye-catching, it's its hands. The original hand blades, tempered by the flames, transformed into two enormous long swords burning with purplish-red flames. Zhang! A sharp, soul-crushing sword cry erupted amidst the flames. The raging cocoon of flames was instantly shattered by two intersecting purple sword beams. It transformed into a rain of fire, which drifted throughout the room. The flames died down. A ghostly swordsman, nearly 1.6 meters tall, clad in Dark Knight's heavy armor, wielding two enormous cyan flame swords in his hands. She stood quietly in front of Suibai. Its eyes burned with a mesmerizing purple flame. A perfect blend of fire and ghosts. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Ding! Tanjiro has successfully fused with the armor of curses. Break free from the constraints of life forms. Successfully evolved into Azure Flame Blade Demon. Level skyrocketed. Current level, LV36, Elite. Master the exclusive divine skill, Regret Sword. Whoosh! Azure Flame Blade Demon slowly raised its head. It looked at Suibai. Sudden. It knelt on one knee, plunged the Azure Flame Sword in its right hand upside down into the floor, instantly scorching the floor, and placed its left hand on its chest. He performed the oldest and most standard knightly salute to Suibai. My blade will fight for you. Looking at the incredibly handsome ghost knight in front of him, Suibai could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Welcome back, my chief swordsman. Chapter 94. Get up. Suibai looked at the Azure Flame Blade Demon kneeling on one knee, like the most loyal knight, and chuckled as he extended his hand. Whoosh! Azure Flame Blade Demon slowly rose to his feet. As it moved, the dark heavy armor on its body emitted a low, metallic scraping sound. It was much taller than the previous Tanjiro form, nearly 1.6 meters tall, and with those two huge long swords burning with purplish-red flames, it was incredibly imposing. Suibai did not back down, instead, she curiously reached out and touched the purple flame on its shoulder. It's not hot. It even carried a hint of the eerie chill characteristic of the ghost type. But within this chilling coldness lies a terrifying heat capable of incinerating a soul. This is Azure Flame. System, View Panel. Race, Azure Flame Blade Demon. Rank, LV36, Elite. Attribute, Fire/Ghost. Ability, Flash Fire, when attacked by a Fire-type move, absorbs flames, increasing the power of own Fire-type moves. Exclusive skill, Regret Sword. Skills mastered, Sword Dance, Ambush to weak points, Smoke of Destruction, Charged Flame Strike, Shadow Ambush. Status, Absolute Loyalty/Perfect Sword Intent. The Sword of Regret. Suibai's gaze was fixed intently on this exclusive skill. Regret Sword, Fire Attribute Physical Attack. Concentrates your lingering attachment to the world into the sword tip to strike your opponent. Restores half the HP of the damage dealt. Amazing skill. Absolutely divine skill. What is the most lacking quality for a melee assassin who is meant to charge into battle on the front lines? It's about battery life. It's about tolerance for error. With the terrifying life-steal effect of Regret Sword, combined with the attack power enhancement of Sword Dance, the current Azure Flame Blade Demon is a tireless perpetual motion machine that grows stronger with each battle. Come out, everyone. Meet your new partners. With a wave of his hand, Suibai released all of his main Pokémon, except for the oversized Gyarados. A flash of white light. Doran Kiss, Beedrill, Talonflame, Appledra, and Larvitar gnawing on half a rock all appeared in the spacious suite. Strange. As soon as Dorankai appeared, he curiously circled around the Azure Flame Blade Demon. It can sense it. This huge creature possesses a ghost-type aura that originates from the same source as itself. But the sharp, piercing sword intent made it feel a sense of danger. Where is that little one who used to be able to poke my head all the time? Yo! Young Kira's blinked its big, innocent eyes. It glanced at the half-eaten hard stone in its hand, then at the Azure Flame Blade Demon's cold, heavy armor. I hesitated for a moment. It still trudged over with its short legs and handed the drool-covered stone to the Azure Flame Blade Demon. Want some? It's crunchy. Azure Flame Blade Demon looked down at the green, clumsy iron figure. If it were the stubborn and hot-tempered Tanzayashi from before, he probably would have slapped her already. But now, evolution not only changed its body, but also made its mind more mature and composed. It slowly retracted the azure flames on its body, stretched out its hand encased in black armor, and gently rubbed young Hela's head. He shook his head slightly. His movements were gentle, displaying the grace of a knight. Yes. Thank you, I'm not hungry. This scene left Suibai in awe. Her personality has changed so much. He used to be a headstrong, impetuous swordsman, but now he is a reserved, composed, and profound master of swordsmanship. Buzz. Just then, a faint, high-frequency flapping sound came from the corner. It's a beedrill. It hovered in mid-air, its pair of scarlet compound eyes fixed on the azure flame blade demon. With his needles crossed, he exuded an undisguised fighting spirit. As the team's original number 1 physical assassin, it felt a tremendous threat from Azure Flame Blade Demon. Equally sharp. Equally deadly. Azure Flame Blade Demon turned its head and met Drill's gaze. Two equally cold gazes collided in the air. There were no unnecessary movements, but the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees instantly. A long time. Azure Flame Blade Demon nodded slightly, acknowledging the senior's strength. The beedrill also put away its stingers, closed its eyes, and continued to meditate in the corner. Healthy competition. This is exactly the kind of team atmosphere Suibai wanted to see. Alright, everyone go back and rest. Suibai smiled and put everyone back into their pokeballs. The room returned to silence. Suibai walked to the coffee table, picked up the black VIP invitation card that had a faint fragrance, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. The gym leader of the psychic gym. Star Auction House. 3 days from now, let me see what big fish is lurking in the deep waters of this magical city. Time flies like an arrow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Suibai neither challenged the superpower gym nor went to the underground arena. He and his Azure Flame Blade Demon had booked a top-tier testing ground with the strongest resistance to attacks at a training base on the outskirts of Shanghai. Get thoroughly familiar with the evolved body and new skills. Especially the timing of releasing Regret Sword and the control of its energy. Until the evening of the 3rd day. As dusk settles, the city lights begin to twinkle. In the heart of Shanghai, the Star Auction House, resembling a giant crystal ball, is now illuminated by dazzling lights, looking like a star fallen to earth. Outside the auction house, luxury cars were everywhere. Countless high society figures, dressed in suits and tuxedos, entered the venue in an orderly fashion, each accompanied by their elite Pokémon, under the guidance of security personnel. Suibai has also arrived. He didn't wear any of those flashy designer suits, instead, he changed into a clean and sharp black casual suit. On its shoulder, the Durongkai, which looked like a scarf, was still perched. "Sir, please show me your invitation." The waiter at the door politely stopped him. Suibai didn't speak, but simply took out the black card with gold foil stamping from his pocket. "Hiss." The moment I saw the black card, the waiter's expression changed drastically, his back bent at a 90-degree angle, and his tone became extremely respectful. "Distinguished VIP guest. You've finally arrived. Boss Murong has already instructed that upon your arrival, you will be immediately taken to the exclusive VIP room on the top floor." Upon hearing this statement, several wealthy individuals and high-level trainers who were queuing to enter nearby all turned to look. Top-tier VIP? The highest-class private room? This is a privilege reserved only for the league's top leaders or elite figures. This boy looks so young. Who on earth is this deity? Amidst the astonished and uncertain gazes of the crowd, Suibai remained calm and followed the waiter into the private, transparent elevator that led directly to the clouds. Star Auction House, top floor. The most extravagant den of iniquity in Shanghai. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Suibai immediately spotted the highlight of the evening's auction on the central display stand, protected by layers of bulletproof glass and a super-powered barrier. I only glanced at it. Suibai's pupils suddenly contracted. This thing, it actually appeared here. Chapter 95. Star Auction House, top floor lobby. Beneath the dazzling crystal chandelier, the bulletproof glass display stand in the center of the hall appeared exceptionally sacred. There were armed security personnel all around. A visible pale blue super energy barrier even permeated the air. This is the highest level of security. At the heart of this heavily guarded site, quietly displayed, lies a peculiar round stone, no bigger than a glass marble. Its entire body displays a dazzling, multicolored luster. What's most striking is the mysterious pattern that naturally forms inside the stone, resembling a DNA double helix structure. The wealthy people passing by mostly just watched the spectacle, whispering about the stone's quality and its value as jewelry. But in Suibai's eyes, this seemingly insignificant glass marble is no different from dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake. System, scan. Suibai gave a low shout in his mind and activated Eye of Insight. Ding! Unknown high-level energy carrier detected. Item name, Keystone. Item status, inactive/energy dormant. Item description, a mysterious stone containing incredible power. When the bond between a trainer and a specific Pokémon reaches its peak, and when combined with the corresponding Mega Stone, it can break the limits of evolution and trigger Mega Evolution. It really is a keystone. Suibai gasped, his hands clenching involuntarily. In this world, although research on elves is quite advanced, the theory of Mega Evolution seems to be in an extremely confidential exploratory stage, and has not even been made public yet. This means that, to the average person, this stone is simply an ancient relic containing unknown energy or a beautiful gemstone. But in the eyes of Suibai, a transmigrator with complete encyclopedic knowledge, this thing is priceless. It is the ultimate key to enabling the team's strength to leap forward at a nuclear fission level. Looks like coming tonight was the right decision. Suibai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the elation in his heart, and looked away from the keystone. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Before you get your hands on it, you absolutely must not show any unusual enthusiasm for the item. Sir, your private room is this way. Please follow me. The waiter beside them bowed respectfully and gestured for them to enter. Suibai composed himself and followed the waiter through a corridor covered with a thick red carpet. At the end of the corridor, it was a heavy wooden door inlaid with dark gold patterns. The sign above the door prominently displayed 3 large, elegant characters, "Number 1 in the Heavenly Palace." This is it. Boss Murong is already waiting for you inside. The waiter bowed deeply and then quietly withdrew. Suibai stood in front of the door. He didn't push the door open immediately. Because, even through that heavy wooden door, he could clearly sense a spiritual force that felt almost tangible. It was a terrifying sense of oppression, as if someone were high above, able to see right through people's hearts. It was like an invisible net that had completely enveloped him. A show of force. Suibai's lips curled into a cold smile. Buzz. The dog that had been lying quietly on his shoulder like a scarf suddenly raised its head. A sharp glint of ghostly energy flashed in his large eyes, instantly shutting out the mental pressure. At the same time, a pokeball at Suibai's waist also trembled slightly. That's the Azure Flame Blade Demon. As long as Suibai gives the order, it is ready to break free of the ball and sever all mental shackles. Don't be nervous. Suibai pressed the pokeball at his waist and soothed the Azure Flame Blade ghost. Then, he simply extended his hand. Click. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door to the private room, which represented the highest power in Shanghai. Inside the door, it is an extremely luxurious and spacious area. Directly opposite the main entrance is a massive one-way bulletproof glass wall, offering a commanding, unobstructed view of the entire auction venue. And on a genuine leather sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a woman was sitting there. She wore an elegant purple evening gown that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. She held a glass of scarlet liquor in her hand, her long legs crossed. What's most impressive about her are her eyes. Profound, mysterious, as if possessing a natural allure and an all-seeing sharpness. The gym leader of the Superpower Dojo in Shanghai, Murong Xiu. Beside her, the gym leader level Alakazam holding 2 spoons was floating cross-legged in mid-air, resting with its eyes closed. You are much younger than I imagined. Murong Xiu did not get up, but turned her head slightly, her gaze falling on Suibai. Her voice was languid and magnetic, carrying an innate air of authority. Master Murong is also much more inclined to test others than rumored. Suibai was completely unaffected by this aura. He walked straight to the sofa opposite Murong Xiu, sat down casually, and poured himself a cup of tea. It flowed smoothly, without the slightest hint of constraint. How dare you? Buzz. The Alakazam next to me suddenly opened its eyes. 2 tangible blue superpower beams, like 2 invisible swords, pierced straight at Suibai's brow. It's protecting its owner. However, faced with this sudden, museum owner-level mental shock, Suibai not only didn't dodge, but his hand holding the teacup didn't even tremble. Hudy, stop! Just as the superpower was about to touch Suibai, Murongzio parted her red lips slightly. Buzz! That terrifying mental force abruptly stopped less than 3 centimeters from Suibai's nose. Then it receded like a tide. Sorry, it has a bad temper. Murongzio put down her wine cup and looked at Suibai's calm and composed gaze, her admiration growing even stronger. In the underground arena, I defeated the rogue panda, despite being a much stronger opponent. He remained unfazed by the mental pressure from a gym leader level Pokémon. You're a really interesting person. She leaned slightly forward, and a mysterious, subtle fragrance wafted towards Suibai. I heard you collect badges. You've already got 5. Suibai took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. Yes. So, I came to Shanghai. He raised his head, his gaze meeting the haughty, superpowered queens. Master Murong invited me here today. Could it be that this is just a preliminary test of the challengers? He. Murongzio let out a pleasant chuckle. She extended her fair finger and pointed to the auction hall below, which was already packed with people and filled with a great deal of noise. I invited you here today for 2 reasons. Firstly, to make friends. Secondly, I wanted to show you the depth and resources of my Starry Sky auction house. The exceptional stone of light you brought has been arranged to be the second and final item in tonight's auction. As for the fire-type resources you want, or that ancient relic you were staring at downstairs for a long time. Murongzio's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked at Suibai with a half-smile. As long as you can afford the price. Here, you can find everything. The words had barely left his mouth. On the auction stage below, a blinding spotlight suddenly shone down. An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a tailcoat, walked onto the stage with a ruddy complexion, holding a gavel. Distinguished guests. Starry Night Auction House, top-tier autumn auction. Now, let's officially begin. When? The crisp sound of the hammer echoed in the hall. Chapter 96. The first item up for auction. An elderly man with white hair stood under the spotlight and suddenly ripped off the red cloth in front of him. On the tray lay a rare, out-of-print skill disc radiating a purple glow. Move learning tool, Psychic. Starting bid, 3 million alliance coins. Each bid must be at least 100,000 more. The words had barely left his mouth. In the hall below, a number plate was immediately raised. 3.5 million. 4 million. 5 million. The price skyrocketed, doubling in just half a minute. In Shanghai, the city of superpowers, there is no shortage of wealthy psychic trainers. Psychic Boost, this top-tier special attack move, with a power of up to 90 and a chance to lower the opponent's special defense, is absolutely a god-tier move that all psychic-type Pokémon dream of. Inside the number 1 VIP box, Suibai leaned back on the soft leather sofa, holding a cup of fragrant premium flower tea, quietly watching the wealthy people below bidding wildly. His eyes remained completely expressionless. This item might be a top-tier item for others, but in his complete skill collection, he has way too many of these skill discs. What? You don't like it? Murongzio swirled the red wine in her glass, her long, narrow eyes slightly narrowed, her gaze lingering on Suibai's face. She tried to find even the slightest trace of greed or excitement in the boy's micro-expressions. But she was disappointed. Suibai's eyes were as calm as a dry well. I don't have any psychic-type Pokémon in my team. Suibai took a sip of tea and answered calmly. Oh? Is that so? Murongzio's red lips curved slightly, and she suddenly leaned forward. In that instant, an extremely concealed yet needle-sharp spiritual force followed her gaze and silently pierced Suibai's waist. She was testing Suibai's Pokeball. She wanted to know what trump card this boy, who was dominating the underground arena, was hiding. However, buzz. Just as that spiritual force was about to touch Suabai's belt, the dragon on Suabai's shoulder didn't even open its eyes. It just lazily flicked its tail. A surge of extremely pure ghost-type energy rippled outwards like water, silently and completely devouring Murongzia's spiritual power. A hint of surprise flashed in Murongzia's eyes. Such pure ghost energy. This sprite that looks like a pendant actually has such strong counter-surveillance capabilities? Master Murong. Suabai put down his teacup, turned his head, and looked at her with a half-smile. Is it considered proper hospitality in Shanghai to pry into other people's privacy? Instead of feeling embarrassed at being caught, Murongzia covered her mouth and chuckled. The flowers trembled violently. Sorry, it's just a professional habit. As someone with superpowers, I'm always filled with curiosity about the unknown. She leaned back on the sofa, and her gaze towards Suabai now held a genuine sense of respect. This boy. Not only is his combat command superhuman, but his mind is also terrifyingly meticulous. 7,500,000. Sold. Below. As the white-haired old man's gavel fell, the first item was snapped up by a portly, wealthy businessman. The auction continues. A top-grade water stone, an ancient dragon-type elixir, and even a starter Pokémon with exceptional potential. Various rare resources were put to use in turn. The atmosphere in the auction house was getting increasingly heated. But Suabai never made a move. He's waiting. Until the middle of the auction. The white-haired old man's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. Everyone. The next item up for auction is an absolute treasure, a priceless gem for any fire-type trainer. 4 burly security guards pushed a cart covered by a specially made heat-resistant glass cover slowly onto the stage. Separated by thick glass. You can still feel a scorching heat wave hitting you. Inside the glass enclosure. It was a strange piece of charcoal, only the size of a fist, dark red in color, and covered with magma-like patterns on its surface. Even though it wasn't ignited, the air around it was violently distorted. Earth's core embers. The old man shouted excitedly. This isn't your average charcoal prop. This is a top-quality item that the expedition team risked their lives to bring back from the edge of the Earth's core, deepest part of the Crimson Lotus volcano. Not only can it permanently increase the power of fire-type Pokémon's moves by 20%, but it can also continuously replenish the Pokémon's purest fire-type energy during battle. Starting bid, 10 million. Each bid increase must be no less than 500,000. Boom. The entire audience erupted in uproar. A starting price of 10 million. This is more expensive than all the previous items combined. But in the number 1 VIP box, Suabai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened them. Buzz. A strong tremor came from the pokeball at his waist. That's the Azure Flame Blade Demon. It sensed the terrifying energy contained within this Earth's core embers. This stuff is an absolute lifesaver for the Azure Flame Blade Demon, which has just evolved and desperately needs to solidify its power and enhance its Azure Flame strength. Finally, something good has appeared. Suabai sat up straight. 12 million. 15 million. In the lobby below, although many people were deterred by the prices, there were still a few experts specializing in fire magic who were bidding fiercely. The price quickly broke the 20 million mark. And it's still soaring. 23 million. From VIP box number 3, a slightly arrogant young male voice rang out. I'll take this piece of charcoal. The moment the price was announced, the lobby quieted down considerably. Spending over 20 million on a single prop has exceeded many people's expectations. What, you want it? Seeing that Suabai had finally made a move, Murongziu gently swirled her wine glass. Do you want me to lend you some money? It's interest-free. Need not. Suabai's expression remained calm. He stretched out his finger and gently pressed a few numbers on the bidding machine in the private room. Then, Press confirm. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out throughout the auction hall. Immediately afterwards, on the giant screen representing the top-tier VIP box, a number popped up that made everyone gasp. 30 million. Chapter 97. The moment those three cold numbers popped up on the screen, the entire hall of the starry auction house fell into a deathly silence that lasted for several seconds. Everyone simultaneously raised their heads and looked towards the top one VIP box, which stood high above and represented the highest power in Shanghai. Are you crazy? A piece of earth core charcoal has a starting price of only 10 million. Although it is of the highest quality, its market price is only a little over 20 million. Increase it to 30 million in one go? This is practically throwing money away like it's nothing. Bang! A sharp cracking sound came from the number 3 private room. A teacup shattered. The arrogant young voice from before now rang out through gritted teeth, clearly filled with anger and resentment. 31 million. My friend, number 1 in the heavenly rank, I am Wang Teng of the Wang family of Jinling, specializing in fire magic. This piece of embers is of utmost importance to me. Please do my Wang family face, we will repay you handsomely in the future. Upon hearing this statement, a murmur arose in the hall below. So he's the eldest son of the Wang family of Jinling. No wonder he's so wealthy and powerful. Now, the person in the top-tier VIP box should be willing to give us a way out, right? After all, we're all respectable people. However, the discussion hadn't even subsided when... Ding! On the top-ranked bidding screen, the numbers started flashing again. No unnecessary words. They ignored the so-called Wang family of Jinling. The numbers on the screen became glaringly bright. 40 million. Boom! The entire place erupted in chaos. This is a blatant slap in the face. Aren't you concerned about saving face? Aren't you going to bring up your family background? Fine, I'll just bury you in money and shut you up. There was complete silence in box number 3. 40 million for a piece of charcoal? Even if he's the young master, the head of the family would break his legs if he went back. 40 million, 40 million. The top bidder has offered 40 million. Is there anyone offering higher? The white-haired old man on the stage was so excited that his face was flushed, and even the auction gavel in his hand was trembling. 40 million once. 40 million twice. 40 million 3 times. Sold. When? The wooden mallet fell repeatedly. Inside the number 1 VIP box, Subai calmly withdrew his finger from the bidding device. With the 5 million bonus for a 10-game winning streak, plus the savings he'd accumulated from his sweeping victories in secret realms and underground arenas, he could easily afford the 40 million. A favorite thing is priceless. He'd spend 100 million, let alone 40 million, to help the newly evolved Azure Flame Blade Demon stabilize its realm and increase its strength. What a crazy person who doesn't value money at all. Murong Ziyu sat to the side, watching Suibai's decisive and efficient way of raising the price, her beautiful eyes shining with increasing admiration. That spoiled brat from the Wang family is probably furious enough to vomit blood. Suibai picked up the teacup and gently blew on the floating tea leaves. Since it's an auction, let the money do the talking. If you want to build relationships, go to a tea house, not an auction house. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the private room. 2 security guards respectfully carried in the heat-resistant glass case containing the Earth's core charcoal. Suibai paid directly by swiping his card. Buzz! The glass box had just been opened. The luxurious ball at Suibai's waist began to shake violently. I know you're in a hurry, go inside and suck it in slowly. Suibai chuckled, picked up the scorching hot, dark red charcoal, and without hesitation stuck it to the button on the deluxe ball. Sigh! A purplish-red flame peeked out from the crack in the sphere, like a greedy fire serpent, and instantly coiled around the embers at the Earth's core. In just a few breaths, this top-grade item, worth 40 million, turned into a pile of ashes without any energy fluctuations, which fell softly onto the carpet. The luxurious ball, however, turned a bright red and was even a little hot to the touch. Clearly, the Azure Flame Blade Demon was undergoing an extremely satisfying deep digestion inside. This extravagant scene made the waiter next to him twitch with excitement. 40 million, swallowed up in one bite. The auction is still in full swing. Several transitional high-end props were then auctioned off. The lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. All the spotlights instantly converged on the center of the stage. The white-haired old man took a deep breath, and his expression became more solemn than ever before. Distinguished guests. Next up is our second-to-last item for tonight. This is the highest quality and most perfect evolution stone we've received in the past 5 years. As he finished speaking, the platform in the center of the stage slowly rose. On an exquisite tray covered with black velvet, lay a transparent stone, its interior sealed with a ball of pure white light. The moment it appeared, the entire stage was illuminated as if it were daytime. A pure, warm energy of light made everyone present feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze, even from a distance. This is such pure light. Without a single impurity. The top figures in the private room who hadn't made a move until now were all getting restless. Stone of light! The old man shouted passionately. After repeated verification by our chief appraiser, the Dream Eater, this stone of light has reached an astonishing purity of 98%. This is truly exceptional. A miracle born of nature. For Pokémon like Togekiss and Rosalia that require a light stone to evolve, this stone not only guarantees a 100% perfect evolution, but also has a very high probability of increasing their potential. Starting price, 50 million Alliance coins. Each increase in the bid must be no less than 1 million. Auction begins. If the 40 million spent on a piece of charcoal was just Soobai's personal show, then now it's a true battle of inner strength within Shanghai's high society. 55 million. 60 million. I'm from the Jiangnan Breeders Association, nobody can take it from me. Screw your breeding program. I'll offer 70 million. Bidding erupted one after another, and within a minute, the price soared to 80 million. And there's absolutely no sign of it slowing down. Top-grade evolution stones, especially those that can improve attributes, are strategically valuable and invaluable resources at all times. 100 million. An aged yet steady voice came from the number 1 VIP box. The price was immediately driven up to 9 figures. The entire hall fell silent. This price has already deterred 99% of people. 110 million. From another private room, a woman's voice followed. Inside the number 1 VIP box. Subai watched this crazy scene with great pleasure. He picked up his teacup and took a small sip. This is the confidence that comes with a full encyclopedia backpack. A stone he casually picks up can stir up a bloody storm in the outside world. Final. After a fierce competition, this top-quality stone of light was acquired by that aged voice for a terrifyingly high price of 140 million. When the wooden mallet fell repeatedly, the white-haired old man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Congratulations to our esteemed guest at number 1, Earth Class. After deducting transaction fees, the funds will be transferred to your account within 3 minutes. Murongzio looked at Subai, her eyes full of meaning. Now you are a true billionaire. Subai nodded slightly. The vibration from his phone in his pocket indicating a bank transfer completely dispelled his last remaining concerns. Ammunition is plentiful. At this time, all the lights in the hall were turned off. Only one beam of dazzling white light shone on the very center of the stage. The white-haired old man's voice became unusually deep and mysterious. Everyone. The next item in the auction. This is our Starry Night auction house's true, and only, grand finale. Several security personnel pushed the bulletproof glass display stand, protected by layers of super-powered barriers, slowly into the center of the pillar of light. Inside the glass enclosure, the colorful round stone, only the size of a marble, with mysterious DNA double helix patterns winding inside, quietly emitted a faint glow. Subai put down his teacup. He slowly sat up straight. His deep gaze was fixed on the stone, and his fingertips gently touched the bidding device in the private room. Chapter 98. Distinguished guests. The white-haired old man's voice echoed in the silent hall, carrying a deliberately created sense of mystery. He walked to the bulletproof glass display stand, his white-gloved hands carefully pointing to the colorful, round stone that emitted a faint glow. This item has an extremely special provenance. It was unearthed in the deepest part of the East Daxia Sea, at an ancient underwater site recently discovered by the Alliance. After a joint appraisal by several top appraisers from our Starry Sky auction house, and even several masters from the Superpower Dojo, the final conclusion is. The old man paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. Its material does not belong to any known type of mineral. Moreover, this stone contains an extremely vast amount of life energy, which is tightly sealed within. Once this energy is unleashed, it could even change the current landscape of Pokémon battles. The old man finished speaking. However, the expected frenzy did not materialize in the hall below. Instead, a murmur arose. After all that talk, isn't it just a rock that we don't even know how to use? It even changes the competitive landscape. If it were that powerful, the League would have kept it for their own research long ago, instead of putting it up for auction. Seriously, spending a fortune on a glass marble to keep as a decoration? I'm not crazy. These wealthy businessmen and top trainers are all shrewd and astute individuals. Making empty promises is useless to them. Nobody wants to be taken advantage of if they don't see any tangible benefits or results. Inside the number 1 VIP box, Murong Zihu swirled her wine glass, glancing at the indifferent crowd below, a helpless smile curving her red lips. I personally led a team to bring this stone back from the seabed. She seemed to be talking to herself, yet also seemed to be speaking to Subai. Hudi attempted to forcefully break its seal using his mental power, but was instead struck by an extremely terrifying backlash and took half a month to recover. It's absolutely a treasure, what a pity. No one knows how to use it at the moment. Murong Zihu turned her head and looked at Subai sitting opposite her. But they discovered that the boy, who had maintained absolute composure since entering, was now staring intently at the stone. His breathing was even slightly more rapid than when he had just taken the picture of Earth's core embers. Although she concealed it very well, she still caught it. How? Murong Zihu's beautiful eyes flashed. You recognize this? I don't know him. Subai withdrew his gaze, picked up his teacup, and concealed the barely suppressed fervor in his eyes. No? He's more than just someone I know. That's a keystone. It's the only key to unlocking Mega Evolution. With it, and the corresponding Mega Evolution Stone, you can help your Pokémon break through the limits of its final evolution and reach an extremely terrifying new realm. In this world where Super Evolution has not yet been revealed, or even discovered, the value of this keystone is immeasurable. It's good that we don't know each other. Murong Zihu didn't point it out, but simply leaned back lazily on the sofa. I was originally thinking that if you knew me, I would give it to you as a greeting gift. It seems the only option now is to film it. At this time, the white-haired old man below tapped the wooden mallet somewhat awkwardly. Everyone. This unknown ancient artifact has a starting price of 20 million alliance coins. Each increase in the bid must be no less than 1 million. The auction is now open. An awkward silence fell. An awkward silence lasting half a minute. In the enormous auction house, not a single person raised their paddle. Spending 20 million on a blind box with absolutely no idea how to use it. The risk is too great. 21 million. Finally, in a corner of the hall, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar hesitantly raised his sign. It seems they intend to buy it for research. 22 million. Another wealthy businessman, who enjoyed collecting rare and unusual stones, also joined in the fun. The bidding was sparse, completely lacking the excitement of the auction for the Stone of Light earlier. 25 million. Prices are slowly climbing. Bai did not rush to make a move. He's waiting. Wait until these people who just wanted to join in the fun lose patience. 30 million. Sudden. A cold, arrogant, and unquestionable voice came from the top 2 VIP box. That directly increased the price by 5 million. As soon as this voice was uttered, the scholars and wealthy businessmen in the hall who were still hesitating immediately shut their mouths. The people in the second best VIP box are people they can't afford to mess with. Oh! Upon hearing this voice, Murongziu raised her eyebrows slightly. Why are the Ryu family of Kyoto also interested in this kind of unknown stone? Kyoto Ryaka? Bai's heart stirred. That is one of the most prestigious and ancient families in the Xia kingdom, specializing in dragon-type spirits, with unfathomable depths of knowledge and experience. Number 2 bidder offered 30 million. Any higher bids? The white-haired old man wiped his sweat and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the final item fails to sell, the reputation of Starry Night Auction House will be ruined. 30 million once. 30 million twice. The old man raised the wooden mallet in his hand. In the second private room of the heavenly class, a young man dressed in a pure white suit was waving a folding fan, a haughty sneer playing on his lips. Although he didn't know what the stone was for. But the Long family simply enjoys collecting things that seem to possess ancient energy. Just as the mallet was about to fall. Ding! A crisp beep interrupted the old man's actions. Everyone suddenly looked up. On the huge bidding screen representing the top tier 1 VIP box, the numbers started flashing again. Bai sat on the sofa, his finger still on the bidding device. On the screen, the cold Arabic numerals were clearly reflected in everyone's pupils. 50 million. Chapter 99. When these 3 cold, emotionless Arabic numerals appeared on the huge bidding screen in the number 1 VIP box, the entire Star Auction House seemed to have been put on pause. Dead silence. A deathly silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Those who were secretly speculating just a moment ago about how this glass marble would fall into the hands of the Long family for 30 million were now staring intently at the large screen as if they had seen a ghost. They added 20 million in one go. It's the number 1 VIP room again. It's that kind of barbaric price gouging tactic again, where they treat money like dirt and throw gold bricks at people. Click. Inside the number 2 VIP box, the young man in the pure white suit, who was originally waving a folding fan, suddenly snapped the umbrella ribs in his hand. His name is Long Yu. A rising star among the younger generation of the Kyoto Ryu family. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to openly take anything he has set his sights on from him. Moreover, the extent of the price increase was like a resounding slap in the face, a brutal blow to his cheek. Good. Very good. Long Yu laughed in fury, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He abruptly pressed the bidding button. 60 million. He spoke into the microphone, his voice deep and menacing. Friend number 1, I am Long Yu from the Long family of Kyoto. My Long family will take this stone back for research on ancient books. I hope your excellency. However, his words hadn't even finished. Ding! On the top-ranked bidding screen, the numbers started flashing again. His self-introduction was ruthlessly interrupted. 80 million. Boom! A long-suppressed gasp finally erupted in the hall. Insane! Absolutely insane! 80 million for a worthless rock. Who on earth is sitting in this top-tier room? He doesn't even give face to the Long family of Kyoto. Is he trying to climb to power by stepping on the Long family? A chorus of gasps and gasps filled the air. In the second VIP room, Long Yu's face had turned ashen. This is outrageous. 100 million. His eyes were bloodshot. He slammed his fist on the bidding platform and roared. This price represents all the personal funds he could mobilize for this trip. Young master, no. Behind Long Yu, an elderly man dressed in a black tang suit changed his expression and quickly spoke up to stop him. Spending hundreds of millions on a stone of unknown use, if the head of the family found out. Shut up. I can't afford to lose face like this. Long Yu stared intently at the number 1 VIP box across from him. 100 million. This is already the total revenue of a typical dojo in a first-tier city for several years. He refused to believe that the guy on the other side would dare to follow. But he underestimated Suibai's determination to obtain that stone. They also underestimated how much ammunition Suibai currently had in his pocket. He had just sold the Stone of Light and received 140 million, in addition to his original savings. At this moment, Suibai had absolute confidence. Inside the number 1 VIP box, Murong Ziel looked at the calm-looking young man beside her, who didn't even frown. For the first time, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, which seemed to see right through people. Suibai remained silent. He simply extended that long, slender finger once more. I tapped the bidding device a few times casually. Ding! The crisp sound, at this moment, seemed to become a death knell. On the bidding screen, a string of numbers that would take everyone's breath away lit up. 120 million. The entire auction house was deathly silent, as if it had become a giant tomb. The white-haired old man stared with his mouth agape, so much so that he forgot to breathe. In the second VIP box, Long Yu slumped onto the sofa, clutching his hair tightly with both hands, his eyes filled with resentment and anger, but he no longer had the strength to press the bidding button. 120 million. Buy a glass marble whose purpose is unknown. This goes beyond simply being extravagant. This is pure dimensional reduction attack. 120 million once. The white-haired old man finally came to his senses, his voice trembling violently. 120 million twice. 120 million 3 times. Make a deal. When? With the resounding thud of the mallet, this mysterious relic, imbued with unknown ancient power, finally found its true owner. Suibai leaned back on the sofa and let out a long sigh. The weight that had been hanging over my heart has finally been lifted. With this keystone, as long as the corresponding megastone can be found later, he can create a truly invincible ace, capable of sweeping away everything. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door of the private room. The waiter carefully carried in a bulletproof combination lock case. Sir, your item. The waiter placed the briefcase on the coffee table, not even daring to raise his head, and respectfully withdrew. Suibai did not hesitate. He swiped his card directly and paid a huge sum of 120 million. Click. The combination lockbox was opened. The keystone, no bigger than a marble and with colorful double helix patterns inside, lay quietly on the black velvet. Upon closer inspection, it appears even more profound than when viewed on stage. It's as if a miniature universe is sealed inside. Suibai extended his hand. The instant his fingertips touched the surface of the keystone. Buzz! An extremely subtle yet terrifyingly powerful energy fluctuation traveled from his fingertips and instantly spread throughout his entire body. It was a wondrous tactile sensation that seemed to connect the souls of humans and elves. He could clearly sense that the stone was alive. It yearns for the resonance of some kind of bond. Suibai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pounding in his heart. With a flick of his finger, he quietly stored the keystone into the system's complete encyclopedia inventory. Placing it in the system space is the safest option. After doing all that, Suibai stood up and straightened his casual suit. Master Murong, thank you for your hospitality tonight. The auction is over, I should go back now. Subai turned around and walked towards the door of the private room. However, just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, behind me, Murongziu's languid, magnetic voice, yet carrying an irresistible quality, slowly rang out. They spent 120 million without even blinking an eye. Murongziu swirled her wine glass, stood up, and her purple evening gown swayed gracefully under the lights. Subai. Now, you can tell me. What exactly was that stone used for? Chapter 100. Subai's hand stopped on the brass doorknob. He didn't turn around immediately. Even with his back to Murongziu, he could still clearly feel the almost tangible gaze behind him. Profound. Sharp. It was as if they wanted to completely peel away his layers, revealing everything from the outside in, including the secrets deep within his soul. I have no idea. Subai turned his head slightly, his expression remaining impeccably calm. Have no idea. Murongziu felt as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She walked slowly behind Subai in her high heels, the distance between them less than half a meter. That mysterious and mature fragrance instantly lingered around Subai's nose. Spending 120 million to buy a stone whose purpose is unknown. Murongziu leaned closer, her voice low and alluring. Little brother, lying to your sister will have consequences, you know. Buzz. Accompanied by her voice. The air inside the private room seemed to instantly become thick and sticky. An immense, suffocating spiritual force, like an invisible tide, instantly locked onto Subai. This is the absolute aura of the superpowered Queen of Shanghai. An ordinary trainer would probably have collapsed to their knees by now, their legs weak, and they might even have a mental breakdown. But Subai did not. Instead of backing down, he turned around and looked directly into Murongziu's captivating eyes. Intuition. Subai uttered two words calmly. That stone resonated with my spirit in an extremely strong way. Subai met her gaze without flinching. As a trainer, I trust my Pokémon's intuition. Is this reason sufficient, Master Murong? Their eyes met. It was as if invisible sparks were colliding wildly in the air. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Sudden. He he he. Murongziu let out a soft, bell-like laugh. The suffocating sense of mental oppression receded like a tide in that instant, as if it had never existed. Intuition, a very good answer. She turned around and took out a mysterious purple metal card from the business card holder on the coffee table. Then, he gently tucked it into the breast pocket of Subai's suit. This is the Super Challenge card for the Psychic Gym. Murongziu stretched out her slender fingers and straightened Subai's collar. I'll be waiting for you at the dojo tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock am. I hope your abilities are as sharp as your intuition. Subai glanced down at the card on his chest. Good. Without saying another word, he pushed open the door and strode out of the number 1 VIP room. Until Subai's figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. The smile on Murongziu's face slowly faded. Hudi. Who? Alakazam, floating cross-legged in mid-air, opened its eyes, the silver spoon in its hand trembling slightly. Do you think he's telling the truth? Hudi was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. Its master-level perception was so powerful that it couldn't detect even the slightest flaw in the boy's emotions. It was as calm as a stagnant pool of water. Yes, it's perfect. Murongziu gazed at the dazzling night view of Shanghai outside the window, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intense interest. The perfect lie is its biggest flaw. Subai, just how many secrets are you still hiding? We left the starry night auction house. A cool night breeze blew in, allowing Subai's tense nerves to relax slightly. The exchange with Murongziu in the private room just now, although it only lasted a few words, was an invisible mental battle that was even more exhausting than fighting a life-or-death battle in the octagon. This woman is not simple. Suibai took a deep breath. However, it was all worth it. Feeling the keystone lying quietly in his system inventory, Suibai's heart burned with excitement. I've got the keys. Now, all that's missing is the corresponding super stone. As he pondered his next move, he headed towards the Starry Night Elf Hotel where he would be staying. The hotel is not far from the auction house, it's just a short walk along a relatively quiet, tree-lined path. Night deepened. The streetlights along the tree-lined path were dim, and only the occasional passing hovercar broke the momentary tranquility. Tap, tap, tap. Suibai's footsteps echoed through the quiet street. Sudden. The blinding headlights suddenly blazed on. Two beams of light, like sharp swords, instantly tore through the darkness, shining directly onto Suibai's face, causing him to subconsciously squint. Squeak! Accompanied by an extremely piercing screech of brakes. A long, custom-made black luxury sedan was parked arrogantly across the middle of the alley. They completely blocked Suibai's path forward. Click! The car door opened. Spotless white leather shoes stepped onto the slightly damp asphalt road. A young man dressed in a pure white suit, holding a brand new folding fan, slowly stepped out of the car. It was none other than Long Yu, the young master of the Long family from Kyoto, who was in the second VIP room earlier. And behind him, the old man, dressed in a black tang suit and with a sinister face, followed me like a ghost, never leaving my side. 120 million. Standing in the backlight of the car headlights, Long Yu looked down at Suibai, a mocking and arrogant smile playing on his lips. Kid, you've got guts. You're the first person to dare show the Kyoto Long family no respect whatsoever in Shanghai. Suibai stopped in his tracks. He glanced at the luxury car blocking his way, then at Long Yu who was standing in his path. His facial expression remained completely unchanged, without even the slightest fluctuation. What's up? The cold, clear voice sounded particularly jarring in the night wind. This blatant disregard for the other party instantly ignited the anger in Long Yu's heart. Don't play dumb. With a snap, Long Yu closed his folding fan, pointed at Suibai, and said in an extremely forceful tone. 150 million. Hand over the rock you just photographed. Consider the extra 30 million as a reward from this young master for your errands. Incidentally, you'll also gain the friendship of the Long family of Kyoto. He raised his chin, as if he had given Suibai a gift that Suibai could not refuse, and that Suibai should even kneel down to express his gratitude. In the Xia kingdom, countless people would do anything to establish even the slightest connection with the Long family of Kyoto. However, Suibai just glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Then, hands in pockets. He didn't even bother to refuse, he simply strode around the arrogant luxury car and prepared to continue walking. Stop right there! Long Yu was furious. No one has ever dared to ignore him like this before. You shameless wretch! Seventh uncle. Since he won't listen to reason, let's teach him some manners. Let him know that some things are not for a peasant like him to possess. Yes, young master. The elderly man in the tang suit, who had been silent all along, suddenly flashed a sharp light in his eyes. He ran his withered hand across his waist. A high-end ball streaked across the night sky with a blinding red light. Bang! Roar! A deafening roar, filled with ferocity and bloodlust, erupted instantly. It was accompanied by a heavy thud. A terrifying dragon, over 2 meters tall, with a red and blue body and a head as menacing as a rock covered in barbs, suddenly appeared in the middle of the path. Pure blood dragons. Red-faced dragon. Level, LV42, beginner level, gym leader. The raging dragon's might swept out like a hurricane, even rustling the leaves on the leaves of the trees lining the path. Suibai finally stopped walking. He slowly turned around. Looking at that red-faced dragon exuding a terrifying aura. Right hand. He casually placed it on the luxurious ball at his waist, which had become scorching hot after consuming Earth's core embers. Chapter 101. Roar. The red-faced dragon's rough, sandpaper-like roar, mixed with endless violence, echoed along the empty, tree-lined path. A fierce wind howled. Its scarlet vertical pupils were fixed on the tiny human before it. Pure-blooded dragons are born with an arrogant and haughty demeanor. What's more, this is a fully grown dragon with a level of LV42, already stepping into the threshold of becoming a gym leader. Whoo! A violent dragon breath spewed from its nostrils, even turning into white waves of air in the slightly humid atmosphere. The roadside ornamental trees, under the oppressive force of this dragon's might, trembled wildly, rustling under the strain. Kid, it's too late to regret it now. Long Yu stood in front of the luxury car's headlights, arms crossed, staring at Suibai as if he were a dead man. He knew his seventh uncle's temper all too well. Once the ball is released, they absolutely will not stop until blood is drawn. Seventh uncle, spare his breath. Long Yu cruelly licked his lips. Break his legs and pull that backpack full of stones over to me. Yes, young master. The elderly man in the tang suit bowed his head slightly. Then, he raised his cloudy yet sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, and looked coldly at Suibai. It's all your fault for messing with the wrong person. Red-faced dragon, dragon claws. Roar. Without the slightest hesitation or delay, the red-faced dragon stomped its thick legs hard on the asphalt road. Snap! The hard road surface was instantly trampled into two deep pits covered with spider-web-like cracks. Its massive and heavy body suddenly unleashed an extremely terrifying burst of power, charging towards Suibai like a runaway heavy tank. Three solid, blood-red energy claws, each half a meter long, instantly materialized from its two thick front paws. Tearing through the air, it emitted a chilling shriek. That's too fast. That's too ruthless. To the average person, not even the afterimage of the crimson-faced dragon could be seen clearly. All that could be seen was a blood-red scythe of death, instantly closing in on Suibai's face. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The strong wind had already ruffled the stray hairs on Suibai's forehead. But he still didn't back down an inch. There was not a trace of fear in those deep eyes when facing a dragon of the same caliber as the museum's master. Only a chilling coldness. A level 42 gym leader level dragon, hey! Suibai murmured softly. His right hand gently caressed the luxurious ball at his waist, which had become scorching hot after absorbing Earth's core embers. It's indeed a good litmus test. Come out. Let this night in Shanghai feel your warmth. Click. The button for the luxury ball was pressed. But this time, what shot out from the ball was not the soft white light that usually appears when a spirit enters the field. Instead, a purplish-red pillar of fire shot into the sky. Boom! A violent burst of flames instantly exploded in front of Suibai. An indescribable, terrifying heat wave, like a tsunami, swept wildly in all directions. Hiss hiss hiss. The originally damp asphalt road surface was instantly dried out under the scorching heat, and even emitted a pungent burnt smell. What? The red-faced dragon, charging at the forefront, was the first to feel the intense heat. Its originally unstoppable charge was abruptly halted in mid-air. Although pure-blooded dragons are tough and resilient, they still instinctively felt a sense of apprehension when faced with these purplish-red flames that seemed capable of burning one's soul. And in front of the luxury car, Long Yu and the old man in the tang suit were forced to take 3 steps back by the sudden heat wave. What kind of fire is this? Long Yu shielded his eyes with his hand, looking both surprised and uncertain. How could an ordinary fire-type Pokémon possibly have such an exaggerated temperature and aura? The flames slowly dissipated. In the rising crimson flames, a figure nearly 1.6 meters tall, clad in Dark Knight's heavy armor, stood silently in front of Suibai. Its eyes burned with two mesmerizing purple flames. Its hands have no fingers. Instead, there were two enormous long swords, held upside down and burning with purplish-red flames. Like a ghostly knight who has stepped out of hell. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. What kind of sprite is this? The elderly man in the tang suit's pupils suddenly contracted. As a high-ranking retainer of the Kyoto Long family, he had traveled extensively for decades and had seen countless rare spirits. But this ghostly fire sprite, which resembled a swordsman, was something he had never heard of before. And no. With his sharp eyes, the old man instantly saw through the Azure Flame Blade Demon's true nature. This Pokémon's energy fluctuations are only around LV36. A mere mid-level elite dares to stand in the way of a gym leader-level dragon. A sneer of disdain flashed in the old man's eyes. A bluff. Red-faced dragon. Don't stop. Tear it to shreds, along with that brat. Roar. The red-faced dragon suppressed the instinctive apprehension in his heart. Being forced to stop by a weak creature that was 6 levels lower than itself was incredibly humiliating. It roared and swung its enormous, blood-red dragon claw once more. With the force of Mount Tai crashing down, it slammed down fiercely on the Azure Flame Blade Demon below. The immense wind pressure even left several clear claw marks on the ground. Faced with a blow powerful enough to shatter a boulder, Azure Flame Blade Demon did not retreat. It didn't even look up at the crimson dragon claw that blotted out the sky. It simply raised the Azure Flame Sword in its right hand slowly. The first battle. Suibai's voice remained clear and steady amidst the raging dragon's breath. Let him see your newly learned swordsmanship. The Sword of Regret. Whoosh. Accompanied by Suibai's words. The purple ghost flame in the Azure Flame Blade Demon's eye socket suddenly twitched. Its right hand drew an extremely mysterious and poignant purple arc in the air. There wasn't much build-up. There were no fancy sound and light effects either. That giant sword, burning with azure flames, effortlessly swam upstream. Facing the red-faced dragon's ferocious and incomparable dragon claw, he slashed out with his sword. Boom! The crimson sword light and the blood-red dragon claw clashed together in the darkness without any frills. A violent energy shockwave instantly swept across the entire street. Several streetlights on both sides of the road shattered with a loud bang under the terrifying impact. Amidst the flying shards of glass, the old man in the tang suit, whose face had been filled with contempt and sneers, suddenly twisted in pain after seeing the scene at the center of the collision. Chapter 102. This is impossible. The old man in the tang suit screamed as if he had seen a ghost, and it sounded particularly jarring on the broken street. In his line of sight, the center of the collision, the Nether Knight, less than half the size of the red-faced dragon, was not smashed into mincemeat by the ferocious dragon claws as he had expected. Not only not. It didn't even take a single step back. Azure Flame Blade Demon gripped the giant sword burning with purplish-red azure flames in one hand, its blade firmly blocking the crimson-faced dragon's 3.5-meter-long blood-red energy claws. Level 6 Suppression. Elite-level battles against gym leader-level opponents. It turns out. A draw. Roar. A hint of utter astonishment, almost human, flashed in the crimson vertical pupils of the red-faced dragon. It felt that what it had photographed was not an elf at all. It is an unshakable volcano. What terrifies it even more is... Hiss hiss hiss. The crimson nether fire on the azure flame sword that was blocking it was spreading wildly upwards along with the dragon claw energy it had condensed. Like a bone-deep carbuncle. It instantly wrapped around its thick right arm. Roar. The red-faced dragon let out a shrill scream. The fire not only scorched its scales. It was frantically devouring and draining the life force from its body. Visible to the naked eye. Strands of crimson life energy flowed back into the blade of the Azure Flame Demon, following the purple flames. Exclusive divine skill, Regret Sword. Concentrate your lingering attachment to this world into the tip of your sword to strike your opponent, restoring half of the damage dealt to them. The blood-sucking effect is terrifying. As life force reverses, the purple ghost flames hidden beneath the dark helmet of the azure flame blade demon burned even more fiercely. Its aura continued to rise even during the battle. One rises as the other falls. Seventh uncle. What are you doing? Make it hit harder. Smash that charlatan to death. Beside the luxury car behind them, Long Yu roared in exasperation. He simply couldn't understand this deep-seated energy game. All he saw was his proud gym leader level dragon being blocked by an unknown Pokémon of a significantly lower level, which was even howling in pain. This made him feel like Suibai had stomped his face into the ground. Young master, step back. That fire is strange. The elderly man in the tang suit was, after all, a seasoned trainer, and fine beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. Red-faced dragon. Break free. Use your tail to create distance. The old man grew anxious. He realized that the purple flames possessed an extremely strange absorption effect. If this stalemate continues, the red-faced dragon will be completely drained of its stamina. Roar! Red-faced dragon endured the excruciating pain and weakness emanating from his right arm. Its massive body twisted suddenly. The thick tail, resembling a meteor hammer covered in spikes, swept fiercely towards the waist of the azure flame blade demon with a whistling sound. The dragon tail is extremely powerful. If it hits, it can even force the opponent back into their poke ball. Faced with this powerful and heavy tail swing counterattack, Azure Flame Blade Demon did not try to withstand the attack head-on. The will-o'-the-wisp in its eye socket flickered slightly. Whoosh! Its body, just as the dragon's tail was about to strike, transformed into a wisp of ethereal purple smoke. Boom! The dragon's tail lashed out violently into the air, the force so great that it even slammed a long, deep rut into the asphalt road. Gravel flew everywhere. But missed. What? The old man in the tang suit nearly popped his eyes out. Ghost type. Only at this moment did he finally see the second attribute of this strange elf. A dual-type spirit combining fire and ghost elements. It's too late to realize this now. Suibai's icy voice slowly echoed in the night breeze. He put his hands in his pockets, looked at the red-faced dragon that was briefly stunned after missing its target, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Dragon-type characters do indeed have extremely high resistance to fire-type characters. But this is only the general case. The Azure Flame Blade Demon's fire is an azure flame that has devoured the earth's core embers and fused with the resentment of the cursed armor. Not to mention, a swordsman never has only one sword. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Shadow Attack. Accompanied by Suibai's casual instruction. Roar. The red-faced dragon suddenly froze. Its beast-like instincts frantically sent it a deadly warning. But there was nothing in front of me. Where did that ghost rider go? Just as it looked around in panic. At its feet, within its own vast shadow cast by the streetlights, a mass of purplish-black energy, like ink, silently dissipated. Swish! A cold figure clad in dark heavy armor, like the Grim Reaper from hell. It slowly rose from the deepest darkness behind the red-faced dragon. Two massive swords, burning with crimson flames, crossed in the night sky, forming a despairing X-shape. The chilling sword intent instantly locked onto the red-faced dragon's unsuspecting neck. Chapter 103. The chilling sword intent instantly locked onto the red-faced dragon's unsuspecting neck. At this moment, the red-faced dragon's ferocious vertical pupils were finally filled with the fear of death. Get out of the way. Quickly use guard. The old man in the tang suit's mournful screams sounded distorted in the night sky. Too close. The timing of the shadow strike was absolutely perfect. It hits the very spot where the red-faced dragon's tail has been swept away, and the old power has been exhausted while the new power has not yet been generated. That most fatal moment of stun. Swish! The azure flame blade demon's eyes, hidden beneath its dark helmet, held not a trace of pity. Only the purest ruthlessness of a swordsman. The giant's sword, crossed in both hands, was suddenly pulled outwards. Ambush on vital points. Sizzle! Two crescent-shaped, purplish-black sword beams intertwined in mid-air, forming a deathly X mark. Without any hindrance, they cut open the proud, hard scales on the red-faced dragon's neck. Roar! A mournful cry, filled with pain and despair, echoed throughout the tree-lined path. Crimson flames surged wildly into the red-faced dragon's body like maggots clinging to its bones, rampaging and devouring its life force. Boom! It was accompanied by a deafening roar. That was a giant dragon, over 2 meters tall, as solid and indestructible as a rock, belonging to the pavilion master class. It was like a building that suddenly collapsed. It crashed heavily onto the asphalt road. The earth trembled violently. The red-faced dragon's massive body convulsed painfully on the ground a few times, then its eyes rolled back and it completely lost consciousness. Sold out instantly. Even with a level 6 advantage. Even if the opponent is a pure-blooded dragon with extremely high fire resistance. Despite the elusive assassination tactics and terrifying azure flames of the azure flame blade demon, it was still slain in a single blow. Dead silence. A suffocating, deathly silence. A night breeze swept by, swirling up a few fallen leaves that drifted past the unconscious red-faced dragon. Clatter! The pokeball that the old man in the tang suit was clutching tightly fell to the ground. His once stern and confident old face was now deathly pale, devoid of any color. He was trembling uncontrollably. We lost. He was a high-ranking guest of the prestigious Long family of Kyoto. To be defeated so thoroughly and so miserably by an unknown boy. They didn't even know the details of the opponent's Pokémon. Thump! Standing in front of the luxury car, the once arrogant Long Yu suddenly felt his legs go weak and collapsed onto the damp ground. His spotless white suit was now covered in mud. But he seemed oblivious. He just stared wide-eyed at the netherworld knight not far away, wielding 2 swords and standing beside the giant head of the crimson-faced dragon. It's like watching a demon from hell. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of slow, rhythmic footsteps echoed through the quiet street. Suibai put his hands in his pockets. Stepping over the shards of glass and scorch marks scattered on the ground, he walked step by step toward Long Yu, who was slumped on the ground. He walked very slowly. But to Long Yu, the footsteps sounded like the Grim Reaper tolling his death knell. You stay away. Long Yu shrank back in terror, his back slamming heavily against his own luxury car, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. 7th uncle! Stop him! Stop him now! He screamed at the top of his lungs, completely unlike the arrogant young master of Kyoto he once was. The elderly man in the tang suit gritted his teeth, forcing his trembling legs to try and stand in front of Long Yu. Whoosh! A purplish-red afterimage flashed by. Azure Flame Blade Demon appeared before the old man as if by teleportation. The great sword, burning with azure flames, was gently and effortlessly placed against the old man's neck. Even if they are only a few centimeters apart. The terrifying heat still managed to instantly singe the old man's hair and eyebrows. The old man's body stiffened, and even his breathing stopped. He had no doubt that if he dared to move, the sword would not hesitate to sever his head. In this elf size, there is an absolute disregard for life. Suibai ignored the stiff old man. He walked straight up to Long Yu, looking down at the trembling spoiled brat. Just now, you said you were going to break my legs. Suibai's voice was very soft and calm. But what he heard made Long Yu's scalp tingle. Misunderstanding. Long Yu's teeth chattered violently as he stammered, trying to explain. I am a member of the Kyoto Ryu family. My grandfather was a veteran of the league. If you touch me, the Long family will absolutely not let you off. Even at this point, he could only resort to bluffing by invoking his family's background. Kyoto Rayquaza. Suibai slowly savored those 4 words, and a chilling smile suddenly appeared on his lips. I'm sorry. This is the backstreets of Shanghai, not your Long family's backyard. Suibai slowly bent down. He reached out a hand and gently patted Long Yu's face, which was contorted with fear. Since you've brought men to rob us in the middle of the night, you should know the rules of robbery, right? Long Yu was stunned. What are the rules of robbery? My spirit was severely frightened while fighting that giant lizard and needs nutritional support. Suibai held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of Long Yu. You just said you planned to spend 30 million to buy the stone I have, right? Now, transfer that 30 million to me, consider it payment for your leg. Chapter 104. Buy legs. Long Yu slumped in the mud, completely dumbfounded. He's the eldest son of the Long family in Kyoto. From childhood to adulthood, he's always been the one extorting others and breaking their legs. When did it ever happen that others would try to blackmail him? You dare to blackmail me? Long Yu's eyes widened, his voice sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Do you even know what crime it is to rob the Ryu family of Kyoto? The Alliance's rangers will definitely throw you in an underwater prison, and you'll never get out. Faced with Long Yu's desperate threats, Suibai didn't even lift his eyelids. Whoosh! He merely turned his head slightly and glanced at Azure Flame Blade Demon. They are of one mind. The purple ghost flames hidden beneath the dark helmet of the Azure Flame Blade Demon suddenly leaped up. The Azure Flame Greatsword, which was resting against the old man in the tang suit's neck, pressed down 1 millimeter very slowly. Sizzle! It's only a millimeter away. The terrifying purplish-red flames instantly ignited the old man's collar. The pungent smell of burning flesh, accompanied by the old man's suppressed groans of pain, filled the air. Young master. The elderly man in the tang suit stood stiffly, managing to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Give it to him. He could sense that this ghostly sprite was truly capable of killing. In a lawless area like the Black Street, if 1 or 2 people die, even if the Long family were to tear Suibai to pieces afterward, he wouldn't survive. I'll give it. Seeing the purple flames burning on Uncle Seven's neck, Long Yu finally broke down. Forget about family honor, forget about the dignity of a young master. Faced with an absolute threat of death, everything else becomes utter nonsense. He shakily pulled his phone out of his pocket, his fingers trembling as he opened the Union Bank transfer interface. Account? Long Yu asked, his voice trembling with tears. Suibai recited a string of numbers without any expression. Ding! 10 seconds later, Suibai's phone emitted a crisp notification sound. Your affiliate account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 30 million.00 yuan. Looking at the long, tempting string of zeros on the screen, Suibai put his phone back in his pocket with satisfaction. Including the money the auction house made previously, his current net worth is approaching 200 million. Really getting rich overnight? It's a pleasure working with you. Suibai straightened up, looking down at Long Yu, who was as limp as mud. If you ever want to rob me again, remember. Bring a dragon that can withstand a lot of damage. After saying that, Suibai turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the end of the tree-lined path without looking back. Whoosh! Azure Flame Blade Demon withdrew the 2 swords that were held against the old man's neck. The will-o'-the-wisp in its eye socket glanced coldly at the 2 of them, then turned into a cloud of purple smoke and merged back into Suibai's shadow. Until Suibai's figure completely disappeared into the night. The terrifying sense of oppression that had enveloped the tree-lined path finally dissipated with the wind. Huff, huff. The elderly man in the tang suit collapsed to the ground, panting heavily as if he had just escaped death. A shocking black scorch mark was left on his neck. Meanwhile, Long Yu, after confirming that Subai had really left, finally let out a hysterical roar. He frantically grabbed his hair and slammed his fist into the muddy water. Kill him! I'm going to kill him! No matter where he runs, I will tear him to pieces. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He was beaten up in the street, a top-tier player, and even extorted 30 million for his life. If this gets back to Kyoto, Long Yu will become a laughingstock in high society. Young master, please calm down. The elderly man in the tang suit shook his head bitterly, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. That elf, it's so weird. That kid is definitely not an ordinary person. We can't act rashly before we find out his background. Shut up! You piece of trash! Long Yu suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, and roared at the old man. You can't even beat an elite-level BD, what use are you to the Long family? As night fell, all that remained for the master and servant of the Kyoto Ryu family was their impotent, furious roars. The next day, early morning. Shanghai enjoyed some rare good weather. The rising sun pierced through the thin mist, bathing the entire city in a golden glow. Inside the penthouse suite at the Starry Night Hotel. After washing up, Subai changed into a clean set of sportswear. Last night's little incident didn't affect his sleep, on the contrary, because he had made 30 million for free, he slept exceptionally soundly. Time to get down to business. Subai stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city center in the distance. There is a magnificent building with an extremely peculiar shape, seemingly defying the laws of physics. They were several enormous, irregularly shaped rhomboid crystals, displaying a mysterious purple hue. They have no base. It just floated in mid-air without any scientific basis. The crystals are connected by translucent energy bridges. Even during the day, those crystals emitted a captivating, ethereal purple light. Shanghai Superpower Dojo. One of the most prestigious and mysterious dojos in Xia Kingdom. Let's go meet that Master Murong. Subai hung the pokeballs on his waist and went out the door. Half an hour later, Subai stood beneath the enormous crystal structure that floated in mid-air. Only by standing here can you truly feel the visual impact of this building. The surrounding space even felt slightly distorted due to the massive superpower field. Hello, please show your challenge appointment. In front of the energy elevator leading to the floating gym. A receptionist in a purple uniform politely stopped Subai. Subai didn't speak, but instead took out the purple metal card that Murong Xiu had personally given him last night from his pocket. This is... The receptionist's pupils contracted sharply the moment she saw the card. A top-tier challenge card. Her attitude instantly became extremely respectful, even showing a hint of awe. The curator has already given the instructions. Mr. Subai, please proceed directly to battle space number 1 on the top floor. The doors of the energy elevator slowly opened. Subai stepped inside. With a slight feeling of weightlessness, the elevator, like a streak of light, soared into the sky. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. What comes into view is not a traditional dojo venue. Instead, it was a void space that felt like being in the cosmos. Beneath my feet lies the deep Milky Way, dotted with countless stars. All around, fragments of meteorites of varying sizes floated. And at the very center of the space, Murong Xiu wore a tight-fitting purple combat suit that outlined her breathtakingly perfect curves. She stood atop a massive meteorite, looking down at Subai as he slowly approached. Chapter 105. Nothingness. Profound. This was Subai's first feeling after stepping out of the energy elevator. There was no solid ground beneath their feet, only a dazzling Milky Way that seemed to be formed from countless stars. Stepping on it can even create dreamlike ripples of starlight. And in the surrounding void, dozens of enormous meteorites of varying sizes are defying the law of universal gravitation, drifting aimlessly in this space at an extremely slow speed. This is the exclusive battleground for the Psychic Gym, Starry Sky Domain. In the center of the space, Murongziu stood on the largest meteorite. Instead of wearing that luxurious evening gown, she changed into a tight-fitting purple combat suit that accentuated her figure to the extreme. High ponytail, tall combat boots. Having shed the languid and alluring demeanor she displayed at the auction house last night, she now exudes a sharp and imposing aura befitting a top-tier trainer. A very realistic holographic projection. Suibai looked around and could even feel the breeze stirred up by the meteorite as it passed by. It's not all projection. Murongziu looked down at him, her red lips slightly curved. The anti-gravity field here is maintained jointly by 4 gym leader level Alakazam. In this space, there is no concept of up or down. All meteorites are real entities, they can be used as stepping stones or as cover. Certainly. She paused, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. If you or your spirit accidentally step into an empty space, you will fall all the way to the bottom of the void. A 3D, all-around zero-gravity battlefield. This not only tests the Pokémon's raw strength, but also pushes the trainer's spatial awareness and tactical skills to the limit. No wonder the Shanghai Superpower Gym is known as one of the most challenging gyms in Daxia. The venue alone is enough to make 90% of the challengers dizzy and disoriented. A very interesting venue. Suibai didn't find it troublesome at all, instead, a flame of excitement ignited in his eyes. This kind of unpredictable battle is worthy of his current strength. You don't seem nervous at all. Murongziu lightly touched the meteorite with her toes, and like a fairy unaffected by gravity, she floated down into the void 10 meters in front of Suibai. Last night in the black market, I crippled a Kyoto Ryu family's lord-level red-faced dragon and even extorted 30 million from it. Suibai, you're so brave, even I'm a little scared. She looked at Suibai, her tone tinged with a hint of probing. No matter what happens in Shanghai, it won't escape the eyes of this super-powered queen. Not to mention the commotion of last night. Master Murong's intelligence network is more advanced than I imagined. Suibai stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. Since the curator knows everything, he should also know that I'm here today for only one thing. He raised his head and looked directly at Murongziu. The 6th gym badge. I'll take it. Undisguised arrogance. But coupled with Suibai's calm and composed tone, it all seemed perfectly natural. He. Murongziu laughed. She laughed so hard her legs trembled. Good. Very good. I love your arrogant personality. Her smile vanished abruptly, her eyes blazing with a fighting spirit like a burning purple flame. According to the Alliance's rules, once a challenger has 5 badges, the difficulty of the 6th badge will automatically increase to Elite Peak. 3v3, all-out battle. Challengers can freely change their Pokémon during the challenge, but the gym leader cannot be changed. Are you ready? Suibai didn't waste any words. He simply took a high-grade ball from his waist. Psychic type, weak to bug, ghost, and dark. And coincidentally, his current team has no shortage of top-tier assassins with these 3 attributes. Doran, come out and stretch your muscles. Suibai flicked his wrist. Bang! A burst of white light exploded in the starry sky. Strange! Accompanied by a clear dragon's roar. With a slender build, resembling a stealth bomber, Dorankai appeared out of thin air above the galaxy. Its big yellow eyes darted around, and it immediately adapted to the weightless environment. It even excitedly flew around a floating meteorite twice. Ghost-type Pokémon are not bound by normal gravity. This venue is a perfect fit for it. Race, Doranki. Level, LV44, Elite High Level. Attribute, Dragon/Ghost. A quasi-god. Murongziu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she watched Duolongqi swimming freely in the starry sky. The growth of a quasi-god is extremely slow, but once it takes shape, it is almost invincible among those of the same level. Furthermore, ghost type is a perfect counter to psychic type. They were definitely prepared. Murongziu took out a purple healing orb from her waist. However, in my starry sky domain, attribute advantages are not absolute. Please, darling of the sun. Bang! A red light flashed. A graceful, cat-like four-legged sprite landed lightly on a meteorite in front of Murongziu. Its entire body is light purple. On his forehead was a strange crystal that resembled a ruby. The forked tail swayed slightly in the void, as if it could sense the most subtle changes in the airflow. Sun EV. Level, LV46, Peak Elite. Attribute, Superpower. Characteristic, Magic Reflection, can nullify certain status moves targeted at the user and reflect them back to the user of the move. He just appeared on stage. The ruby on Espion's forehead then flashed with a breathtaking red light. An immense spiritual force, so powerful it even distorted the surrounding space, instantly locked onto Duolongqi, who was swimming in mid-air. Bye! Espion let out an ethereal cry. There was not the slightest probing. Strike first. EV. Focus. Murongziu's cool voice echoed in the starry sky. Buzz. The void trembled. An invisible yet incredibly powerful psychic storm instantly swept towards Drakis, centered on Espion. Just how strong was this mental power? Several meteorites, each weighing several tons, that had been blocking the way between the two were actually squeezing under this psychic force, emitting a teeth-grinding crackling sound, their surfaces instantly covered with spider-web-like cracks. An unavoidable area of coverage. As expected of the owner of the Shanghai Pavilion, he went all out right from the start. A glint of light flashed in Suibai's eyes. Drow. Infiltrate the shadows. Sneak attack by a hidden spirit. Strange. Duolongqi's body suddenly arched forward. Just a fraction of a second before that terrifying storm of psychic energy was about to crush it into a meat patty. Its body resembled a drop of ink falling into a black ocean. It instantly merged into the void. It's completely gone. Boom. Having lost its target, the psychic power slammed into a huge meteorite behind where Duolongqi had originally been standing. The hard meteorite was like a detonated powder keg. It instantly exploded into a rain of rubble. In the weightless space, these pebbles shot out like bullets in all directions. Disappeared. Murongziu stood on the meteorite, looking at the empty starry sky, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. In my domain, any attempt to hide is futile. EV. Predict the future. Chapter 106. EV. Predict the future. Accompanied by Murongziu's cool and confident command. In the realm of stars. The ruby on Espion's forehead suddenly burst forth with an extremely dazzling, yet utterly harmless, red light. The red light did not shoot out in all directions, but instead shot straight into the sky. It merged directly into the deep void above. It was as if nothing had happened. But in Suibai's eye of insight, the energy field of this star battlefield has been completely altered. Precognition, Psychic Type Ultimate Move. The user locks onto a specific point in the future during the current turn, unleashing massive amounts of psychic power across time and space to indiscriminately bombard the future. I see. Suibai stepped on the starlight, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Since we can't track Doriki's trajectory in the other dimension, let's just freeze the attack in the future. As long as Dorgan emerges from the shadows to attack, he will inevitably be hit by this delayed nuclear bomb. As expected of the owner of the Shanghai Arena, his tactical awareness is simply perfect. Just then, in the void behind Sun EV, a wisp of purplish-black ghostly energy silently dissolved like ink. Whoosh! Duolongqi's figure, as stealthy as a stealth fighter, suddenly burst out from the alternate dimension. Sneak attack. With its unstoppable ghost-type energy, it slammed into Espeon's unsuspecting back. Boom! Ghosts are super effective against superpowers. The effect is outstanding. Espeon let out a painful groan, its small body flying like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into a floating meteorite. The surface of the meteorite cracked instantly. Bye. Espeon struggled to stand up, its strength visibly dwindling to the dangerous level of red health. However, Mirongzio showed no sign of panic. She didn't even glance at the injured Espeon, she simply raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Time is up. Buzz. Just as Duronkai landed his blow and was about to disappear into the void again. Above its head, the once peaceful starry sky suddenly shattered like glass. A massive, suffocating storm of superpowers, long accumulated, transformed into a thick pink pillar of light, descending with an aura of annihilation. Predict the future. A deadly threat is looming. Strange. Duronkai was terrified and tried to dodge, but this psychic storm was not only extremely fast, but it also locked onto the space around it, leaving it nowhere to escape. Hold on! Suibai's voice rang out at the opportune moment, as calm as a glacier. Boom! The terrifying beam of psychic energy slammed solidly into Duronkai's body. The entire starry sky was illuminated by this dazzling light. Duronkai let out a painful dragon roar, his body plummeting like a meteorite, crashing heavily into the force field at the bottom of the starry sky, creating violent ripples. Dariki! Strange! The starlight faded. Duronkai floated back up, swaying unsteadily. His once slender body was now covered with burn marks from his psychic powers. Although he did not lose his ability to fight, he was severely injured. This is the ultimate move of a gym leader level peak Pokémon. A very tenacious vitality. Mirongzio looked down at Duolonki, her red lips slightly parted. However, in this one-for-one exchange, you lost. Although Espeon is severely injured, as long as it has a breath left, it can continue to use Psychic to suppress you. And can your Dariki withstand a second superpowered nuclear bomb? This is a calculated, open strategy. By sacrificing Solari's health, we forced a devastating blow to Dariki and regained control of the game. 1-for-1. Suibai looked at Espeon, which was standing on the meteorite and regrouping its psychic power, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Master Mirong, you've got a very shrewd plan. But I never intended to play turn-based games with you. Suibai suddenly raised his right hand, pointing it directly at the sun Eevee in the sky. Dariki! Harvest it! Rapid U-turn! Strange! Upon hearing the command, Duronkai endured the excruciating pain in his body. Its large yellow eyes blazed with an extremely fierce fighting spirit. Buzz! Duronkai's body was instantly enveloped in a layer of dazzling light green insect-type energy. Insect superpower. Its speed broke through the limit at this moment, transforming into a green zigzag lightning bolt, frantically borrowing force and refracting between several floating meteorites. With each refraction, the speed increases dramatically. Oh no! Espeon, use Protect! Mirongzio's expression finally changed. She never expected that Suibai would choose this bug-type skill, which has a tactical rotation aspect, at this time. But Duronkai was too fast. It didn't give Espeon any time to condense its energy shield. Bang! The green lightning, with extreme precision and without mercy, pierced through Espeon's last line of defense. Smash it hard and send it flying. Bye! Espeon let out a mournful cry, its body tumbling several times in the weightless space before finally losing its balance. Its eyes darted around, and it completely lost consciousness. Duronkai landed a successful blow. It transformed into a streak of red light. Following the rapid return skill mechanism, it automatically flew back to the Pokeball on Suibai's waist. Perfect harvest. Perfect retreat. A brief silence fell over the entire battlefield in the starry sky. Slap. 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 Murongziu stood on the meteorite and gently clapped her hands. Wonderful. Using the bug type U-turn to finish off the weakened opponent, while simultaneously avoiding Espeon's subsequent counterattack, I smoothly brought the heavily injured Drakisaki back into the Pokeball to rest. This tactical rotation is executed with masterful skill. She recalled Espeon, which had lost its ability to fight. The initial probing look in her eyes when she looked at Suibai was gone. All that remained was an absolute solemnity, regarding the opponent as an equal. But Murongziu took a heavy, high-grade ball from her waist. U-turn is useful, but it also means that your next Pokémon will have to face my next trump card without any preparation. Crush him. Steel Fortress. Bang. The advanced sphere exploded in the starry sky. There was no melodious chirping. There was only a dull, metallic roar that seemed capable of crushing the starry sky. Konkin. A colossal beast, its entire body constructed of cold, indestructible, silver-blue steel, and possessing four thick mechanical arms, suddenly appeared atop the largest meteorite. The moment it appeared, the meteorite, weighing tens of tons, couldn't withstand its terrifying weight and force field, and began to slowly sink with a creaking sound as it struggled to bear the weight. Metamorphoses. Level, LV48, Peak Elite. Attribute, Steel/Psychic. Ability, Clean Body. Ability rank cannot be lowered by the opponent's moves and abilities. Quasi-God. The vice-captain of the Psychic Gym is also a pseudo-legendary. Moreover, it's a Metagross with terrifying Steel-type defense and powerful Psychic-type firepower. The Steel and Psychic-type combination perfectly resists damage from many types, including Bug, Normal, and Flying. Facing this Steel Fortress, Murongziu looked down at him, her eyes sharp as knives. Your Draco is already half crippled, what else can you use to break through its defenses? Suibai stared at the giant golden monster that radiated a cold, metallic luster. His hand slowly rested on the still warm luxury ball at his waist. Steel system. A wildly enthusiastic smile curved the corners of Suibai's lips. What a coincidence! I happen to have a newly forged sword, and I'm just worried about not finding a hard enough testing stone. Click. The button for the luxury ball was pressed. Come out. Let this starry sky witness your azure flames. Boom. In the deep, cold realm of the starry sky, a purplish-red pillar of fire shot into the sky, like a sharp sword, instantly piercing through the void. Chapter 107. Boom. The crimson pillar of fire instantly illuminated the cold, deep starry sky. The terrifying heat, which seemed capable of igniting the very soul, caused the surrounding slowly floating meteorite fragments to crack under the immense pressure. The flames died down. A ghostly knight, clad in dark heavy armor and gripping a great sword of blazing light in both hands, hovered silently in mid-air. Its feet were not on any meteorite. With just the faint purple flames emanating from beneath his feet, he perfectly neutralized the anti-gravity field of the starry sky, standing firmly in the void. That is. Murongziu stood on the largest meteorite, a look of unprecedented shock flashing in her beautiful eyes. With her experience and intelligence network, she didn't recognize the elf's origin at first glance. A humanoid bipedal elf, radiating intense fire and ghost-type energy. A rare spirit from the Padai region, the Azure Flame Blade Demon. Murongziu, being the owner of the Magic City Pavilion, was well informed and quickly retrieved the relevant information from the deep database in her mind. But it was precisely because she recognized him that her expression became even more serious. Fire type is strong against Steel type. Ghost type, super effective against Psychic type. Azure Blade Demon's two signature attributes perfectly, without any blind spots, completely counter her ace Metagross. Dual attribute advantage. No wonder you're so confident. Mirongzihu took a deep breath, her ample chest heaving slightly, but the fighting spirit in her eyes burned even more fiercely. Absolute elemental superiority, coupled with that sword that looked incredibly dangerous. This is indeed a trump card capable of turning the tide of the game. But... Mirongzihu suddenly waved her hand, her voice like piercing clouds and tearing silk. The foundation of a quasi-god, coupled with the 12-level gap, cannot be bridged simply by attribute advantages. Metamorphosis. Bullet punch. Kong Jin. A blinding silver light suddenly burst forth from the Metagross's four thick mechanical arms. Steel-type preemptive skill. Boom. With its terrifying explosive power, Metagross's heavy body transformed into a silver meteor in zero gravity. It's so fast that no one has time to react. In the blink of an eye, that heavy steel fist, powerful enough to smash through armor plates, had already reached Azure Flame Blade Demon's face. Too slow. Faced with this thunderous preemptive strike, Subai simply uttered 3 words. Whoosh! Just 0.01 seconds before Metagross's fist was about to hit Azure Blade Demon. The purple ghost fire in the Azure Flame Blade Demon's eye sockets flickered slightly. Its body strangely shifted backward by half a meter. In the weightless expanse of space, with no point of leverage, how could it possibly move horizontally? Mirongzihu's pupils suddenly contracted. She saw it clearly. It's the giant sword in the Azure Flame Blade Demon's left hand. In the instant it swings its sword, it utilizes the recoil force generated by the blade to perform extremely precise micromanagement maneuvers in a zero-gravity environment. This perfectly integrates the propulsive force of flames into swordsmanship. Boom! Metagross's bullet punch grazed the tip of Azure Blade Demon's nose and slammed into a meteorite behind it. A meteorite with a diameter of over 3 meters was instantly blasted into dust by this punch. Now! Subai's voice was as cold as ice. Give it back! The sword of regret! Yay! The Azure Flame Blade Demon emitted a sword cry that sent shivers down one's spine. On the Azure Flame sword in its right hand, the crimson nether flame suddenly surged. Using the momentum it had used to dodge, it suddenly spun around and twisted its waist. At an extremely tricky angle, it slashed fiercely at Metagross's side belly, which had been exposed due to excessive force. Metamorphosis. Use your mace to block it. Mirongzihu reacted very quickly and immediately shouted. Kong Jin. Metagross's terrifying computing power allowed it to find the optimal solution in a fraction of a second. It abruptly retracted its 2 thick mechanical forearms, crossing them over its abdomen, like an indestructible steel shield. Clang! A powerful fire-type physical attack clashed fiercely with the absolute defense of a steel-type pseudo-legendary in the starry sky. A deafening clang of metal clashing against metal, loud enough to pierce eardrums, resounded throughout the entire stadium. A visible white shockwave, mixed with purple sparks, spread wildly in all directions. Stalemate. A suffocating stalemate. On the Metagross's mechanical arm, which could withstand even cannonballs, a deep sword mark was actually slashed by the Azure Flame Blade Demon's great sword. Hiss hiss hiss. Even more terrifying is... The crimson flames clinging to the blade were scorching the Metagross's steel body. Even a quasi-god with extremely high heat resistance began to glow red in the face of this nether fire, which was infused with the embers of the Earth's core, and even showed signs of melting. Roar! A flicker of disbelief flashed in the Metagross's cold, red, cross-shaped electronic eyes. This flame is actually draining its energy. Is this its special skill? Mirongzihu gritted her teeth. We can't let this stalemate continue. Metagross has high defense, but its fire attack is too unpredictable, and its type advantage is undeniable. Create distance. Use your mental power to blast it to pieces. Konkin. The metal cross on the Metagross's forehead burst forth with a dazzling blue light. An immense amount of psychic power erupted instantly, like a tsunami, attempting to forcefully push away the azure flame blade demon that was right in front of him. Want to leave? Suibai watched Metagross try to use its superpowers to create distance, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Do you think a swordsman only has one sword? Azure Flame Blade Demon, dual sword style. A sneak attack on vital points. Whoosh! At the moment when Metagross's right side was firmly restrained by Regret's sword, Azure Flame Blade Demon's left hand, which had been poised to strike. Suddenly, he unleashed a crescent-shaped sword beam as black as ink. Ghost-type stab, plus the terrifying critical hits from dark-type moves. It directly tore apart the psychic storm that Metagross had just created. Hard. Without any hindrance. It struck the Metagross's massive metallic face. Boom. Chapter 108. With a deafening explosion, a blinding flash of light erupted within the starry sky. The pitch-black, dark sword aura struck Metagross's face, which resembled an iron fortress, squarely. Kong Jin. The Metagross let out a painful metallic screech. Its massive body, weighing hundreds of kilograms, completely lost its balance in the weightless space, like an out-of-control satellite, tumbling wildly backward. It crashed into 7 or 8 huge floating meteorites along the way before barely managing to stabilize itself. The stardust dissipated. The center of the Metagross's face, which was originally smooth and shiny, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. A terrifying sword mark, half a meter long and deep enough to reveal the intricate internal structure, suddenly appeared. At the edge of the sword mark, lingering purplish-red flames and pitch-black evil energy continued to erode its steel body. It turns out, Murong Xiu stood on the distant meteorite, her eyes, which always held a languid air and an air of complete control, now filled with disbelief. It directly overwhelmed the suppression of psychic and even severely injured Metagross. Just how monstrous is the attack power of this Azure Flame Blade Demon? Dual sword style. Suibai stood in the void, hands in his pockets, looking at the panting Megalodon, his tone frighteningly calm. Use the fire-based physical attack Regret Sword with your right hand for direct confrontation and lifesteal to wear down your opponent. Using the dark-type move Dark Strike with my left hand, I exploited an opening to deliver a fatal critical hit. Master Murong, are you satisfied with this knife-cutting technique specially prepared for your superpower dojo? Arrogant. Extreme arrogance. They actually compared the demigod Metagross to a piece of meat on a chopping board. Suibai, you truly are a surprising monster. Murong Xiu took a deep breath, her high, firm chest heaving violently. Instead of anger, her long, narrow eyes burned with a fervent fighting spirit, as if she had met her match. But my Metagross isn't so easily shredded. Crush it. Metagross. Comet Fist. Konkin. The heavily damaged Metagross went completely berserk. Its cross-shaped electronic eye on its forehead flashed an extremely dangerous red light, and its 4 thick mechanical arms bent backward at the same time, like springs compressed to their limit. A blinding silvery white light gathered on its fists. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, it truly transformed into a gigantic comet exuding an aura of destruction. Boom! The Megalomon suddenly erupted, its massive body creating a violent cosmic storm as it crashed down towards the Azure Flame Blade Demon. This is a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. Faced with this terrifying impact, powerful enough to destroy a skyscraper, Azure Flame Blade Demon did not retreat. Cheers! The purple will-o'-the-wisps in its eye sockets instantly burned to their fullest extent. He crossed the dark sword in his left hand and the cyan sword in his right hand in front of his chest. Zhang! A clear, sharp sword cry echoed through the starry sky. Sword dance! 4 illusory lightsabers made of pure fire energy appeared around the Azure Flame Blade Demon, and then instantly merged into the 2 swords in its hands. Attack power greatly increased. A single sword strike decides the outcome. Suibai's eyes flashed like knives. Azure Flame Blade Demon, Regret Sword, unleash your full power. Boom! A burst of fire suddenly erupted from the void beneath the azure flame blade demon's feet. It transformed into a crimson aurora, heading upstream against the current towards the falling silver comet. One big and one small. One silver, one purple. Two streaks of light collided with a deafening roar in the very center of the starry sky. Thump! There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only one extremely dull thud, a terrifying sound that seemed to strike everyone's heart. The moment of collision. The surrounding space seemed to freeze for an extremely short time. Immediately afterwards, a blinding purplish-red sword light, like a laser slicing through tofu. Without any hindrance, it cleaved in two right in the center of that enormous silver comet, cutting through it in one fell swoop. Sizzle! The silver light shattered. The figure of the azure flame blade demon appeared behind the Metagross. It still maintains the posture of crossing its hands to wield a sword. The purplish-red flames on the blade were greedily flowing back into its body, replenishing the energy it had just expended. And behind it, click, click. The Metagross's massive steel body froze in mid-air. A huge, charred X-shaped sword mark appeared on its chest armor. The next second, boom! Metagross completely lost all power, its electronic eyes dimmed, and its massive body plummeted straight towards the bottom of the star field like scrap metal. It struck the invisible energy field, creating ripples. A kill against a higher-level opponent. A near god has fallen. The entire battlefield in the starry sky fell into a deathly silence. Only the netherworld flame burning on the azure flame blade demon's shoulder emitted a slight crackling sound. Come back, Metagross! A long time. Murongzia raised the red pokeball and recalled the Metagross, which had lost its ability to battle. She glanced down at the pokeball in her hand, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Then, she raised her head and looked at Suibai again. This time, her face no longer held disdain, probing, or her usual nonchalant ease. All that remained was the purest form of solemnity in the face of an opponent of equal strength. Suibai! Murongzia spoke slowly, her voice echoing in the vast expanse of the starry sky. You're the first challenger to put me in this position without me even sending it out. You've trained this azure flame blade demon to be a perfect assassin. But... Her tone suddenly changed. No matter how strong an assassin is, before an absolute god, they are destined to be crushed. Buzz. As Murongzia finished speaking, the anti-gravity field across the entire starry sky suddenly became violently disordered. The meteorite, which had been drifting slowly, suddenly froze in mid-air. It's like a terrifying force, far exceeding the limits of this space, is about to descend. Is it coming? Suibai put his hands in his pockets, and finally a slight change in his expression. His gaze was fixed intently on the luxurious ball that Murongzia was slowly tossing up. Bang! There was no dazzling light. There was only a moment when space itself distorted like ripples on water. The next second, a yellow sprite, holding two silver spoons, floated cross-legged in front of Murongzia. Appeared out of thin air. Hudi! The moment its tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Boom! A blue spiritual storm, almost tangible, swept across the entire starry sky from its center. LV58. The absolute pressure from a high-level master. Faced with this terrifying spiritual power, even the purplish-red flames on the azure flame blade demon's shoulder were suppressed and trembled violently, as if they would be extinguished at any moment. Chapter 109. A blue spiritual storm, like a raging deep-sea whirlpool. Under this terrifying superpower field, the entire starry sky seemed to be frozen in time. The huge meteorite, which had been floating erratically just moments before, now seemed to be stuck in solidified cement, unable to move an inch. Who? The land of Who floated in the void. It didn't even glance at the azure flame blade demon in the distance. Those slightly open eyes were filled with a cold indifference that belonged to a higher life form looking down on ants. The two silver spoons in his hands clinked together very casually and lightly. Ding! A crisp metallic clang rang out. The next second. Boom! 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 The space around the azure flame blade demon instantly distorted to an extremely exaggerated degree. An immense, invisible psychic force, like an invisible hydraulic press, with the power to crush everything, surged towards the azure flame blade demon. No skills were used. It's merely physical compression caused by the outward projection of mental energy. This is LV58. Absolute dominance at the master level. The azure flame blade demon let out a painful roar. The purple ghost fire on its shoulder was suppressed to a mere spark, and its dark heavy armor creaked under the strain, as if it would shatter at any moment. The difference is too big. A full 22 level gap. If it weren't for azure flame blade demon's indomitable swordsman's will holding it up, an ordinary elite level elf would have already mentally collapsed the moment it was locked onto by this psychic power. Cut it open. Suibai's eyes were cold, showing no sign of panic. Cheers! Azure flame blade demon struggled to raise its hands. Crimson flames and black evil energy intertwined wildly on the blade. Swish! 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 In less than a second, it unleashed dozens of sword strikes at the invisible walls of psychic energy surrounding it. Sword energy crisscrosses. Sizzle! A piercing tearing sound echoed through the starry sky. Thanks to the absolute type advantage of Dark and Ghost, Azure Flame Blade Ghost managed to cleave a tiny crack in that airtight psychic cage. Bang! Using this tiny gap, the Azure Flame Blade Demon transformed into a purple afterimage and escaped from the center of the compression in a very disheveled state. Even so, it was already kneeling in mid-air, using its sword to support its body, panting heavily. Oh! They actually managed to break through Alakazam's mental blockade by using their attribute advantage. Murongziu stood behind Hudi, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. But then she shook her head. Very tenacious, yet also powerless. Suibai, this Azure Flame Blade Demon has reached its limit. Before my lands, the chasm of social class is an insurmountable barrier. She extended her slender finger and touched it gently. Let's end it. Hudi, keep your spirits up. Buzz. The blue light in Alakazam's eyes suddenly intensified. This time, it's no longer a casual release of mental energy, but a true superpower-based ultimate move. Within the starry sky, more than a dozen meteorites, each weighing several tons, were instantly captured by this terrifying psychic power and, like cannonballs, were hurled at the Azure Flame Blade Demon from all directions. Complete blockade. There's no way to avoid it. Faced with the overwhelming rain of meteors, Azure Flame Blade Demon gripped his twin swords, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. Just then. That's fine. Suibai's calm and gentle voice reached its ears. Whoosh! A flash of red light appeared. Just 0.01 seconds before the first meteorite was about to strike the Azure Flame Blade Demon. Without hesitation, Suibai pressed the button on the pokeball and recalled it. Boom! 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 A dozen or so meteorites, having lost their targets, collided violently, triggering a massive explosion in space, sending debris flying everywhere. Well done, my chief swordsman! Suibai looked at the slightly warm luxury ball in his hand, a proud smile playing on his lips. At level 36, it defeated 2 elite-level pseudo-legendary monsters and EV in succession. It even withstood a round of pressure from a LV58 ace-level gym leader. This record is something to be proud of. A very wise choice. Murongziu watched as Suibai retrieved the spirit, but did not stop him. If they force themselves to continue, that genius elf will likely suffer irreversible internal injuries. As a trainer, you are very qualified. She crossed her arms, her purple, tight-fitting combat suit showcasing her stunning figure perfectly. However, this is your last struggle. Dariki is severely injured, and Azure Flame Blade Demon is exhausted. What cards do you have left to play? In Murongziu's view, this challenge had already ended prematurely. For a newcomer who has only been in the industry for a short time to produce two such incredibly powerful Pokémon is already a miracle within a miracle. There is absolutely no possibility that a third entity could rival the Alakazam. No cards to play. Suibai hung the luxury ball back on his waist. He raised his head, looking up at Murongziu, who seemed to have the whole situation under her control. The smile on his face gradually faded. Instead, it exudes an extreme coldness and sharpness. Master Murong. Azure Flame Blade Demon is indeed the chief swordsman in my team. But before it joined, Suibai's hand slowly reached into the deepest part of his backpack, to the special Pokeball engraved with a golden bug-type pattern. My team's #1 assassin is someone else entirely. Click. The crisp click of the button stood out clearly in the deathly silent starry sky. Come out and see the blood. Old buddy. Bang. There were no towering pillars of fire. There was no strange spatial distortion either. Even the radiance of their entrance seemed somewhat dim. But the moment the Pokeball opened, throughout the entire starry sky, there was a blue psychic field created by Alakazam that seemed almost tangible. It was as if a curtain had been pierced with a huge hole by something extremely sharp. Buzz. A high-frequency, chilling flapping sound exploded in this weightless space. This sound doesn't seem to come from a living being. It looks more like a high-speed rotating chainsaw cutting through steel. That is. Murongziu's pupils suddenly contracted. In that dim white light, a giant venomous bee, a full size larger than its peers, with eerie dark gold and pure black stripes all over its body. It hovered silently in the void. It lacks the ferocious aura of the Azure Flame Blade Demon, which burns everything. But its pair of scarlet compound eyes, and the two enormous needles that gleamed with a chilling light as they were crossed in front of its chest like spears. Yet it exudes an extreme purity, without a trace of impurity. Killing intent. This is a deadly aura forged through countless frenzied battles on the brink of life and death. Shiny bead rill. Attribute, insect/poison. Insects. It's also an absolute killer that has a fatal double advantage against psychic-type Pokémon. Who? Alakazam kept his eyes closed, showing no sign of flinching even when facing the Azure Flame Blade Demon. At this moment, his eyes snapped open. The silver spoon in its hand began to vibrate slightly, almost uncontrollably. That was the body's instinct sending it its most dangerous warning. Chapter 110. Buzz. The high-frequency flapping sound, like the Grim Reaper's chainsaw, echoed wildly in this weightless realm of space. There are no flashy lighting effects. There was no earth-shattering energy eruption. But this glittering bead rill, with its body interwoven with dark gold and pure black, merely hovered there, causing countless fine cracks to appear in the originally solidified blue psychic field of the entire space. It's like a mirror about to shatter. Ding, ding. Hudi floated cross-legged in the void, its eyes, which had been slightly closed and filled with the indifference of a high-level life form, were now fully open. It stared intently at the large bee not far away. The two indestructible silver spoons in his hands, formed from pure spiritual energy, were trembling uncontrollably and clanging against each other with a crisp sound. Trembling. This is a tremor from the depths of our genes, a shiver from the very instinct of life. How is that possible? Standing on the meteorite, Murongziu's stunningly beautiful face finally revealed an undisguised look of horror. She looked at her LV58 Alakazam, a master-level Pokémon that already stood at the pinnacle of Shanghai's gaming scene. You're actually scared? Afraid of a giant bee? Beedrill is a Pokémon with poor base stats and a short lifespan, it simply cannot possibly possess the power to fight Alakazam. Murongzio gritted her teeth, trying to analyze the situation rationally. But her powerful supernatural senses were frantically warning her. You'll die. If that beedrill gets close, even a gym leader level Alakazam would be instantly pierced through. Bug types are doubly effective against psychic types, I understand. Murongzio took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pounding in her heart, her voice becoming colder than ever before. But as long as it doesn't touch it, it's just a fragile insect. Alakazam. Create some distance. With strong willpower, grind it into mincemeat. Buzz. The husky let out a sharp screech. It couldn't wait to eliminate the source of its fear. The blue light in his eyes instantly reached its peak, even surpassing the original brilliance of the starry sky. Boom! Boom! The psychic storm, several times more violent than when it suppressed the azure flame blade demon, burst forth like a flood, transforming into a terrifying blue beam of light over 10 meters in diameter, and hurtling towards the beedrill. The space along the way was even visibly twisted and folded. If this attack hits, it would be devastating to beedrill's fragile body. Even a mountain can be evaporated in an instant. Faced with this devastating spiritual torrent, Subai did not back down. He put his hands in his pockets, looked at the blue beam of light that seemed to swallow the entire starry sky, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The big-headed mage's biggest fear is an assassin at point-blank range. Beedrill. Gather chi. Move at high speed. Hiss. The beedrill let out a chilling hiss. A cold, intensely focused glint flashed in its scarlet compound eyes. Gathering chi greatly increases the probability of hitting the opponent's vital points. The next second. Just 0.01 seconds before that terrifying beam of psychic energy was about to engulf it. Whoosh! The beedrill has disappeared. There was no trace of spatial fluctuation, nor was any skill such as teleportation used. It is simply. It's almost at its limit. It's so fast that even light and the retina can't detect it. Boom! The thick beam of psychic energy slammed into the void where the giant bee had been hovering, tearing the illusory starry sky behind it to shreds. Missed. Where? Murongzio's pupils suddenly contracted, and her immense mental power swept across the entire starry sky like a radar in an instant. Ding! The spoon in Alakazam's hand suddenly pointed to its left rear. Teleport! Quickly! Murongzio shouted at the top of her lungs. Whoosh! Alakazam's body instantly transformed into a distorted mass of light and shadow, vanishing into thin air. And at the very instant it disappeared. Sizzle! A dark golden bolt of lightning, carrying a nauseatingly toxic stench, pierced with pinpoint accuracy the spatial node where Alakazam had just been. If Alakazam had been even a fraction of a second slower, its head would have been pierced through by those two needles. That was close. Murongzio broke out in a cold sweat. But this was only the beginning of the nightmare. Whoosh! Hootie's figure had just appeared on a meteorite 100 meters away. Before it could even catch its breath. Buzz! The high-frequency flapping sound, like a chainsaw, rang out again in its ears like a leech. What? Murongzio suddenly turned her head. The beedrill's dark golden figure drew an extremely strange Z-shaped zigzag line in the weightless starry sky. It didn't use any skills to track it. It relied solely on its extremely keen, beast-like sense of danger to predict Alakazam's landing point the instant it activated teleport. Then, with absolute speed, it forcibly caught up. This is Subai's first assassin. It was forged through countless days and nights of grueling training, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Viridian Forest, into an absolute killing instinct. Who? Seeing the beedrill so close, Alakazam's usually indifferent face finally revealed an expression of extreme terror. It didn't even have time to use teleportation again, and could only instinctively cross the two silver spoons in front of its chest. A thick layer of blue mental energy shield instantly condensed in front of it. Is this the ace of Shanghai's strongest dojo? Su Bai looked at Hudi, who was cornered, without a trace of pity in his eyes. A mage who only knows how to passively take hits doesn't even qualify to be prey. Tear it apart. Crosscut shears. Hiss. Drill's two enormous stingers, gleaming with a chilling light, suddenly crossed in front of it. The extremely concentrated light green insect-type energy, like two peerless scythes of death, carries the terrifying critical hit rate brought by gathering energy. Without reservation. Hard. It struck the mental energy shield in front of Hudi. Click. Chapter 111. A crisp, resounding crash, like shattering glass, exploded across the deathly silent starry sky. The blue shield in front of Alakazam, formed from pure spiritual energy, could even withstand several hits from Metagross's comet punch. Before the crisscrossing cross-shaped scissors of the bead rill. It only lasted for less than half a second. Bug-type attacks are doubly super effective against bug types. Add to that the terrifying critical strike from gathering chi. Bang! The seemingly indestructible mental shield shattered into countless blue specks of light. Who? A fleeting, almost human-like panic finally flashed in Hudi's eyes, which were usually filled with indifference and wisdom. That's too fast. That's incredibly sharp. The moment the shield shattered, the two dark golden needles, exuding a nauseatingly poisonous aura and resembling the Grim Reaper's scythes, mercilessly pierced its chest. Clang! At the critical moment. With the terrifying reflexes of a gym leader-level Pokémon, Alakazam suddenly held the two silver spoons horizontally across its chest. The piercing clang of metal against metal echoed through the void. Sparks flew. The drill's two stingers were firmly pressed against the cross-shaped intersection of the silver spoon. An overwhelming and terrifying physical force traveled through the spoon and into Alakazam's arms. Boom! Alakazam's fragile mage body simply couldn't withstand this level of melee impact. His entire body was sent flying backwards wildly through the weightless starry sky, as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. How so? Standing on the meteorite in the distance, Murongzio gasped, her full breasts heaving violently. A VIP level 58 player from Shanghai was completely outmatched in melee combat by a single bead rill. Hiss! After repelling Alakazam with one strike, Beedrill did not stop. In its scarlet compound eyes, the killing intent not only did not diminish, but burned even more fiercely. Buzz! Its four transparent wings vibrated at a high frequency, transforming into a dark golden lightning bolt, and it chased after the flying Hudi once again. It's a fight to the death. That's enough. Murongzio was completely enraged. As the proud queen of superpowers in Shanghai, she absolutely would not allow her trump card to be toyed with by a mere insect. Alakazam! Push it down! Gravity! Who? The Hulk, flying backwards, let out a furious roar. The blue light in its eyes instantly turned into an extremely deep purplish black, accompanied by a burst of its spiritual power. The rules of the entire starry sky realm have been forcibly altered. The countless enormous meteorites that were originally in a weightless state and floating around suddenly seemed to be subjected to an immense weight. Boom! 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 All the meteorites, like a meteor shower, plummeted wildly towards the bottom of the starry sky. Meanwhile, the giant bee, transformed into lightning, was chasing after the Hulao Pass. His body suddenly sank. It was as if an invisible mountain had suddenly pressed down on its high-frequency vibrating wings. Gravity, over the next few rounds, gravity will change drastically, forcing all floating Pokémon to fall to the ground and severely limiting their movement speed. Bang! The Beedrill fell uncontrollably from the void, crashing heavily onto the surface of a huge meteorite that was also falling. Its 6 legs gripped tightly against the crevice in the meteorite, attempting to take off again. But the terrifying pressure of gravity made its movements extremely slow. Gotcha, you disgusting bug! Mirongziu's eyes were icy cold. Faced with an absolute level gap, once Beedrill loses its prized extreme speed, it will only end up as a sitting duck. Alakazam. End it. True energy bullet. Buzz. Having escaped the close quarters entanglement, Hyuga regained its composure as a top-tier turret. It clasped its hands together in front of its chest. A ball of extremely violent, highly compressed fighting-type energy, radiating a blinding white light, expanded wildly between its two palms. The surrounding air even emitted a sharp sonic boom due to the pull of this energy. Ultimate move. An absolutely devastating ultimate move. The Beedrill, pressed firmly against the meteorite by gravity, stared intently at the ever-growing white energy sphere with its scarlet compound eyes. It has no fear. It struggled frantically, trying to raise its two needles for a final block. It's over, Suibai. Mirongziu looked down at Suibai, her tone tinged with regret. Your Beedrill is truly a miracle, even forcing Alakazam to change the rules of its domain. But even miracles have their limits when faced with the absolute power of LV58. However, just as that devastating true chi bullet was about to be unleashed, Suibai suddenly smiled. He was smiling. Despite being trapped in such a hopeless situation, he actually smiled incredibly brightly. Master Mirong, you're right. Suibai stood with his hands in his pockets, a near-mad light flashing in his deep eyes. Under normal conditions, Beedrill has indeed reached its limit. Ordinary insects cannot cross this level 20 chasm. He spoke as he spoke. With remarkable composure, he took something out of his pocket. It was a colorful, round stone, only the size of a marble, embedded in a specially made bracelet. Inside the stone, the mysterious pattern, resembling a DNA double helix, shimmered with a breathtaking luster under the starlight. It was that 120 million yuan final lot that fetched a record price at last night's auction. Keystone. The moment I saw this stone, Mirongziu's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. An extremely strong sense of unease instantly enveloped her entire body. What are you doing? She exclaimed in shock. Nothing. Suibai slowly raised his left hand and aimed the bracelet inlaid with the keystone at the Beedrill that was being pressed down on the meteorite by gravity. I just wanted to let this bug break the limits. Buzz. At the same time, 100 meters away, a Beedrill, its light suppressed on a meteorite. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling dark golden light burst forth from an inconspicuous black leather collar around its neck. At the center of that light, it was inlaid with a mysterious evolution stone that echoed the keystone in Suibai's hand. Beedrill Evolution Stone. Products from the complete illustrated backpack series are guaranteed to be of high quality. That is. Mirongziu's eyes widened. In that instant, she clearly saw the priceless glass marble in Suibai's hand and the stone on the neck of the giant bee. It actually crossed 100 meters of void, connecting a visible, colorful beam of light that resembled a genetic chain. Resonance. The ultimate resonance between soul and life. Beedrill. Suibai's gaze was intense, and his voice at that moment seemed to possess a sacred magic. Its sound resounded throughout the entire starry sky. Show your true colors. Super evolution. Boom. Accompanied by Suibai's roar. A massive amount of life energy, inexplicable by science, exploded in the cosmos. A colossal, mysterious totem displaying a colorful DNA double helix structure instantly enveloped the entire Beedrill. An extremely dazzling light of evolution. Like a rising, dark golden sun. It even completely obscured the light of the true energy bullet that Hyuga was about to unleash. Chapter 112. Boom. A dark golden light, mixed with a mysterious beam of 7 colored bonds, exploded in the center of the starry sky. This moment, even the vast, boundless starry sky seemed to pale in comparison to this incredible life energy. What is this? Mirongziu stood on the meteorite, her stunningly beautiful face filled with unprecedented shock and confusion. The light of evolution. As the superpowered Queen of Shanghai, she is all too familiar with the light of elf evolution. But Beedrill is clearly the final evolution of Weedle. There is absolutely no record of Beedrill evolving again in any of the Pokédex entries or academic documents published by the League. This completely overturned her decades-long understanding of the common sense of elf studies. And the colorful totem, suspended above the light and resembling a giant DNA double helix, exuded a sacred aura that even made her, a super-powered individual of the museum's master level, tremble. Hiss. In the light, Drill's body is undergoing an extremely violent remodeling process. Its originally rounded belly has become more slender, full of streamlined aerodynamic beauty. The transparent wings on its back split into 6 lighter, higher frequency blade wings. What's most terrifying is its weapon. The 2 spears that were originally in its hands not only became thicker and sharper, but even its legs transformed into 2 deadly dark golden venomous stingers. In addition, there's a thick, sniper rifle barrel-like needle at the rear, dripping with a purplish-black venom. 5 long spears. Born for pure slaughter and speed, the ultimate physical assassin. Buzz. The light instantly receded. A high-frequency wing beat, countless times more violent than before, directly tore apart the gravity field set up by Alakazam. Mega Beedrill. Ability change, adaptability. When using a move of the same type as the user, the power bonus is increased from 1.5x to 2x. Unbeatable, ultimate output. Hootie's heart, which had been as calm as a still pond, was completely consumed by fear at this moment. It watched helplessly as the insect, which had been suppressed on the meteorite, transformed into a monster whose true nature it could not fathom in just a few seconds. The shadow of death gripped its throat. Boom! Driven by the instinct for survival, Alakazam no longer cared about maintaining any gym leader level composure. It roared madly, and slammed the true energy bullet, compressed to its limit and radiating a destructive white light, between its palms towards the Super Beedrill. Die! Die! Murongziu also lost her usual composure and shouted at the top of her lungs. That enormous energy blast, like a devastating comet, instantly vaporized all the floating meteorite fragments along its path, and with a deathly roar, it slammed into the face of the giant Beedrill. Faced with this terrifying attack that could level a mountain, the giant bee didn't dodge. There was not a trace of emotion in those compound eyes, which shone like rubies. It simply raised the dark gold spear from its right arm with extreme slowness. Cut it open. Suibai's voice, as cold as death, echoed through the starry sky. Scissor. Whoosh. There was no elaborate build-up, no earth-shattering roar. The giant Beedrill casually drew a cross shape in front of its chest with its arms. That's too fast. After Mega Evolution, its base speed stat reaches an astonishing 145. Its attack power also skyrockets to a terrifying 150. Furthermore, the adaptability trait provides an absolute boost. The 2 light green insect-type cross slashes transformed into 2 extremely fine threads in the air. Sizzle. A soft sound. It's like a hot knife slicing through butter. The true energy bullet, containing ferocious fighting-type energy, failed to explode upon contact with the cross slash. Instead, it was cut into 4 regular pieces perfectly smooth from the very center. How is that possible? Murongziu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A physical attack that sliced through the highly compressed energy sphere. Moreover, the cut is as smooth as a mirror. How insane would that attack power, how terrifying would its penetrating power be, to achieve that? Boom! 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 The energy blast, now cut into 4 pieces, finally lost its balance after passing both sides of the giant drill's body. Behind it, 4 earth-shattering explosions were triggered. Flames shot into the sky. However, The giant bead rill, which was directly in front of the explosion, was completely unaffected, not even one of its blade wings was damaged. Bathed in the flames of the explosion behind it, it resembled an invincible deity. Who? The silver spoon in Hooty's hand clattered into the air. Its brain was no longer able to process what was happening before its eyes. Despair. A profound despair. I said that. Subai lowered his left hand, the keystone on his wrist still radiating a warm luster. A mage who only knows how to passively take hits doesn't even qualify to be prey. Now. Subai raised his head, his gaze sharp and fixed on the terrified Hooty. It's my turn. Bead rill, poison jab. Buzz. The instant Subai finished speaking, Murongziu had completely lost sight of the super bead rill. It's not invisible. It's not teleportation. Rather, its speed exceeded the limits of the naked eye and nerve reaction. Alakazam. Defend. All-around psychic shield. Relying on her beastly instincts as the owner of the pavilion, Murongziu issued her final command with all her might. Buzz. Hooty squeezed out the last bit of mental energy in his body, trying to build a 360-degree blue defensive shield around his body. But it's too late. Just as its shield had begun to take shape, less than the thickness of a sheet of paper. Pfft! A sickeningly sharp sound of a blade piercing flesh rang clearly in Alakazam's ears. Hooty stiffly lowered his head. A dark gold spear, radiating a dense, purplish-black, highly poisonous light, had somehow and casually pierced its right shoulder. The deadly poison instantly spread throughout its body via the bloodstream. And behind it, that tall, slender figure, like the Grim Reaper, hovered silently in mid-air. The giant drill's crimson compound eyes coldly reflected Alakazam's old face, edged with fear and despair. The remaining 4 deadly spears were now aimed at Alakazam's back, cervical spine, kidneys, and brain, respectively. Chapter 113. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Dark purple venomous blood dripped, drop by drop, from the giant drill's dark golden spear, which resembled a deadly weapon, into the void. In the weightless realm of space, the poisonous blood did not fall, but instead transformed into purple blood beads that floated around the Alakazam. It exudes a chilling aura of death. Who? Hooty hovered stiffly in mid-air. As a level 58 gym leader level Pokémon, its mental strength is immense, even capable of self-repairing like limbs regenerating. But at this very moment, it dared not use even the slightest bit of its superpowers. It dared not use teleportation to escape, nor dared it use self-regeneration to heal its wounds. Because the 4 dark gold spears, radiating a chilling killing intent, were pressed tightly against its back, cervical spine, kidneys, and cerebral cortex at an extremely tricky angle. As long as there is even the slightest fluctuation in its superpowers. With its terrifying speed of 145 km per hour, Super Beedrill would definitely be able to do something before it can unleash its attack. Grind it completely into a ball of minced meat. He's going to die. This is a tactical impasse that no amount of maneuvering can salvage, it's an absolute physical stalemate. Gurgle. On the distant meteorite, Murongziu swallowed hard. Her originally sexy and languid voice was now trembling uncontrollably. Subai. Make it stop. I concede defeat in this round. I admit defeat. The mighty Queen of Shanghai. One of the top gym leaders in Xia country. When faced with a rookie trainer who wasn't even an adult yet, he actually uttered the words "I give up." If other high-ranking members of the alliance were present, they would be absolutely shocked. But Murongziu had no choice. She could sense that the Beedrill that had undergone an unknown mega evolution was a heartless killing machine. As long as Subai doesn't speak, it really will kill the Huns. Beedrill, come back. When Subai heard Murongziu concede defeat, he didn't show any ecstatic expression on his face, as if it were all within his expectations. He simply raised his left hand calmly and gently pressed the keystone on the bracelet. Buzz! The killing intent in Superb Drill's scarlet compound eyes receded instantly, like a receding tide. It slowly withdrew the spear that had been thrust into Hudi's right shoulder. Then, accompanied by a dazzling light of evolution and degeneration, Superb Drill's long, slender body, imbued with a violent aesthetic, began to shrink, and its six-bladed wings transformed back into transparent wings. The light faded. It transformed back into its original form, the shimmering bead rill, and obediently flew back to Suabai's side, affectionately nuzzling Suabai's cheek with its antennae. It was as if the ultimate assassin who had just pierced the starry sky and crushed the museum owner was not it at all. Whoosh! Suabai took out a pokeball and recalled the bead rill, which was exhausted. While Mega Evolution is powerful, it consumes an enormous amount of Pokémon's stamina, especially before they are fully adapted, and cannot be sustained for long. Come back, Alakazam! Murongzio quickly took out a high-level ball and recalled Alakazam, who was weakened by excessive blood loss and extreme fear. Click! With Alakazam reclaimed, the anti-gravity field maintaining the entire starry sky domain instantly collapsed. Those enormous floating meteorites, against the backdrop of the dazzling Milky Way, shattered and dissipated in the air like broken glass. Holographic projection is off. The two returned to the top floor of the Shanghai Superpower Dojo, to the spacious, bright, high-tech metal battle arena. Sunlight streamed into the room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Everything felt like a dream. But the violent heaving of Murongzio's chest and the fine beads of cold sweat on her forehead reminded her that everything that had just happened was real. Suabai! Murongzio, wearing high heels, slowly walked up to Suabai. She stared intently at the specially made bracelet with colorful stones inlaid on Suabai's left wrist, her beautiful eyes flashing with an extremely complex light. There was shock. There is a desire. There is also a deep sense of awe for the unknown. What was that just now? Another evolution beyond the final evolutionary form. Murongzio's voice was even a little hoarse. That stone at last night's auction, it's the key to unlocking this evolution, isn't it? No wonder you were willing to spend 120 million without even blinking an eye. She understands completely now. What kind of bullshit intuition is that? This boy clearly knew the true value of that stone from the very beginning. If this secret were revealed, let alone 120 million. Even if it's 10 billion. The top families and kings of the entire alliance would fight tooth and nail for this stone. This is a miracle that can forcibly raise the upper limit of the elven race and break down class barriers. Faced with Murongzio's barrage of questions, Suabai simply smiled slightly. He neither admitted nor denied it. Master Murong. Suabai extended his right hand, palm open, his tone calm and polite. We can discuss academic questions about evolution when we have more time. But now, as the challenger, I have won this all-out 3v3 battle. Where is my badge? Murongzio was stunned. Seeing Suabai's unyielding attitude, only interested in the badge, she suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She knew that if Suabai didn't want to talk, she simply couldn't get him to open his mouth. Moreover, after witnessing the terrifying power of that super bead rill, she dared not use force against Suabai again. UBD. Murongzio gave a wry smile and shook her head. She took out an exquisite rosewood box from the pocket of her combat uniform. Snap! The box is opened. A badge, its entire surface a deep purple, shaped like two overlapping, mysterious eyes, lay quietly on a velvet cushion. It emitted a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Proof of the Shanghai Superpower Dojo. Mind badge. Murongzio handed the box to Suabai and gave him a deep look. It's yours now. Suabai reached out and took the badge, feeling its cool touch, and finally a genuine smile appeared on his lips. The sixth badge. Got it. Only 2 badges are needed to reach the 8-badge threshold for the national competition. In addition to the badge, according to the league's rules, the gym must also provide an extra completion reward for defeating challengers of elite difficulty or higher. Murongziu then took out a purple skill disc and handed it to Suibai. Move learning tool, Psychic. That ticket that sold for 7.5 million at last night's auction, even though you don't have any Psychic-type Pokémon in your team right now, would be excellent for trading for resources. Thank you. Without any hesitation, Suibai tossed the badge and CD into his full encyclopedia backpack. Having done all this, Suibai turned to leave. Having completed the dungeon in Shanghai, it's time for him to head to the next dojo city. Wait, Suibai. Just as Suibai was about to step into the energy elevator, Murongziu suddenly called out to him. She stood in the sunlight, her eyes, which seemed to see right through people, now filled with an unprecedented solemnity. You possess that kind of power that transcends reason, which is good, but also dangerous. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Recently, there's been a lot of undercurrents within the Alliance, especially in the underworld. Many restless individuals are searching for carriers of high-level energy. Murongziu looked at the keystone on Suibai's wrist, her tone carrying a hint of warning. Don't try to show off your miracles in front of important figures until you have absolute power to protect yourself. Those ancient monsters who have lived for hundreds of years are capable of using any means necessary to break through their limits. Suibai paused in his steps. He didn't turn around. He simply turned his back to Murongziu and gently raised his hand. Play hard. The boy's voice echoed softly on the empty top floor of the dojo. Then I'll be there before they reach out their hands. Cut off their claws, along with their heads. Chapter 114. The sunlight was a bit too bright. Suibai stepped out of the energy elevator at the bottom of the Shanghai Superpower Dojo and took a deep breath of the air, which carried a slightly fishy smell of river water. He glanced back at the purple crystal building that seemed to float in mid-air, like a miracle. The Shanghai instance is now completely cleared. From the life-or-death trials in the underground fighting arena to the extravagant spending at the Star Auction House, and finally to acquiring this 6th Mind badge. In just a few days, his power underwent an extremely terrifying nuclear fission. Not only has the team gained a new member, the Azure Flame Blade Demon, whose combat power is unfathomable. They even obtained the ultimate key to unlocking Super Evolution, the Keystone. Where should we go next? Suibai took out his phone and opened the map showing the distribution of gyms in the Xia Kingdom Alliance. Only 2 badges are needed to reach the 8-badge threshold for participating in the national competition. His slender fingers slid across the screen, finally settling on a super city located in the northernmost part of the Xia Kingdom, which was the largest in terms of territory and also the oldest in history. The capital city. Also known as Kyoto. That place was the political and power center of the Xia Kingdom Alliance. It is also the place where the oldest and most powerful family resides. In the heart of the capital city lies the most formidable gym in the entire Xia Kingdom, the capital Dragon-type gym. Dragon-type, hey! Involuntarily, Suibai recalled the arrogant and domineering young master of the Long family who drove a luxury car in the dark street last night. Since we've already offended the Kyoto Ryu family. And this 7th badge. Go take it from your den of dragons and tigers. A sharp glint flashed in Suibai's eyes. A swordsman is never afraid of any challenge. Since a clash was inevitable, he not only had to accept it, but he also had to crush the opponent's home turf with the most ferocious force. Without any hesitation, Suibai booked a first-class ticket on his phone for a flight to the capital an hour later. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, in the capital, within a vast, antique-style manor, as luxurious as an ancient royal palace. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap echoed in the empty, solemn hall. Useless! A middle-aged man dressed in a dark gold tang suit, exuding an air of authority without being angry, withdrew his trembling right hand. His name is Long Zhentian, the current head of the Kyoto Ryu family. He is also a heavenly king-level powerhouse with extremely high influence within the Xia Kingdom alliance. At this moment, his eyes, which were as imposing as a dragon's, were burning with raging fury. And in front of him, last night, Long Yu was all arrogant in Shanghai, but now he was kneeling on the cold marble floor like a dead dog, clutching his swollen cheek. They didn't even dare to lift their heads. 30 million is a small matter, but you actually got your ace player destroyed in the street, and then you were blackmailed. Long Zhentian kicked Long Yu in the shoulder, sending him tumbling several meters away. You idiot, you've completely ruined the reputation our Long family has built up over hundreds of years. On both sides of the hall stood more than a dozen core high-ranking members of the Long family. Faced with the enraged patriarch, no one dared to plead for mercy, not even daring to breathe loudly. Master, please calm your anger. Just then, a very weak voice came from a corner of the hall. It was the old man in the black tang suit with thick bandages wrapped around his neck, Uncle Chi. He knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold floor tiles. The fault lies entirely with this old servant for failing to protect you properly. But please, Master, be wise, that boy named Subai is truly extremely strange. Uncle Chi raised his head, and in his cloudy eyes, the deep fear he felt last night when he faced the Azure Flame Blade demon still lingered. His fire-type ghost Pokémon, wielding two swords, couldn't be accurately identified by the level detector. Moreover, its flames can actually directly devour the red-faced dragon's life force. In all my years, I've never seen, nor have I ever heard of, such a terrifying creature in any illustrated guide. Hearing what Uncle Seven said, the previously angry members of the Long family in the hall all frowned. A flame that devours life force. A humanoid elf wielding twin swords. Could it be some kind of undiscovered ancient mutant? Long Zhentian gradually calmed down. He returned to the main chair and sat down, his fingers lightly tapping the dragon head carving on the armrest. A glint of extreme greed flashed in his eyes. For a large family like theirs, which has a history spanning hundreds of years, face is certainly important, but rare elves that can bring absolute power are an irresistible temptation. Regardless of who he is, and regardless of what kind of mutant that elf is. Long Zhentian stopped striking, his voice as cold as the wind from the far north. He dares to act recklessly and trample on the reputation of the Long family, he must pay a bloody price. He suddenly looked up at a man in black in the shadows of the hall. Shadow Guard. Your subordinate is here. The man in black knelt on one knee. Activate our informants in Shanghai and other locations, and keep a close eye on this kid named Subai. As long as he dares to set foot in the capital. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Long Zhentian's lips. I want him to vanish from the face of the earth. His spirit, and that stone worth 120 million. Take them all back to the Long family. Yes. 3 p.m. A luxury passenger plane flying from Shanghai to Beijing landed smoothly at Beijing Capital International Airport. Subai pulled his baseball cap down, slung his full illustration backpack over his shoulder, and followed the crowd out of the arrival gate. Unlike the technologically advanced and modern atmosphere of Shanghai, the air in the capital city seems to be filled with a profound sense of historical vicissitude. Ancient city walls and towering skyscrapers complement each other, creating a perfect collision between tradition and modernity. We've finally arrived. Subai stretched and was about to call a taxi to go to the city center. Sudden. His steps faltered slightly. The extremely keen senses granted by the Eye of Insight allowed him to instantly detect several extremely subtle yet malicious gazes from the surrounding crowd. Someone is following him. Moreover, it wasn't just one group of people. From the moment he stepped out of the airport, he was completely targeted by an invisible net. You're pretty quick. Subai's lips curled into a cold smile. He didn't need to guess to know that it was definitely a spy from the Kyoto Long family. This is the power of a local bully. But, unlike ordinary people, Suibai did not panic and try to shake off his pursuers. Instead, he calmly walked towards an outdoor cafe in the airport plaza in front of everyone. I ordered a coffee. He sat down leisurely. He took out a heavy poke ball from his waist. Bang! A flash of white light. A grayish-green elf, resembling a chubby little creature clad in hard armor, appeared on the table. Young Kyola. Oh! Young Kira's rubbed its big eyes, looking a little confused. Suibai didn't speak, but instead took out a piece of precious obsidian containing extremely high mineral content from his backpack, which he had casually dug up in the secret realm of Shanghai. Eat. Suibai stroked its little head, his eyes gradually sharpening. Young Kurlas has been stuck on the edge of evolution for a long time. And now, the capital city surrounded by wolves. This is the perfect battlefield for this desert tyrant to shed its immature shell and transform into a butterfly. Chapter 115. Snap! Snap! A sickening chewing sound came from the outdoor cafe. Young Helas held the exquisite obsidian, which contained pure mineral energy, as if it were a crisp cookie. Divided in 3 or 5 steps. Not a single stone fragment was left, it swallowed it all. Hiccup. After finishing his meal, young Kailas let out a satisfied burp. Immediately afterwards. Buzz. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling sound, like that of an ancient ferocious beast awakening, emanated from its body. Its grey-green skin began to glow with an extremely dazzling pure white light of evolution. The light grew brighter and brighter, even overshadowing the glaring afternoon sun. Boom! A massive and violent surge of rock-type energy, centered on larva, instantly transformed into a small sandstorm, sweeping outwards in all directions. The parasols on the surrounding coffee tables fluttered loudly in the wind, startling several nearby travelers who quickly backed away. In the shadows, those Long family informants disguised as passengers, cleaners, and even airport security guards all stared wide-eyed at that moment. It's evolved. This kid actually made a Pokémon evolve in front of everyone. A man in a suit, disguised as someone reading a newspaper, discreetly pressed a miniature communicator under his collar, his voice urgent. Reporting to headquarters. Target at the airport plaza. His baby Helas is evolving. Requesting instructions. Should we act now? During the evolution of a Pokémon, battles are impossible, making it the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. However, before the communicator could send back any instructions. Pfft! Suddenly, a piercing shriek of high-pressure gas erupted from the light of evolution. The dazzling light instantly subsided. Instead, there was a strange sprite, its entire body a grayish-blue color, resembling a giant, hard metal pupa. It was more than twice the size of larva. That grayish-blue shell gleamed with a cold, heavy rocky luster, as if even armor-piercing bullets couldn't leave a mark on it. Its eyes, hidden in the crevices of its carapace, exude a fierce and imposing aura. It has neither hands nor feet. But it did not touch the ground. Instead, it uses high-pressure gas compressed inside its body to spray downwards from 4 jet holes on its carapace, allowing its body, weighing over 100 kilograms, to hover steadily in mid-air, half a meter above the ground. Ding! Young Jiras has absorbed a top-grade ore, and its energy accumulation has exceeded the critical value. Break free from the constraints of life forms. Successfully evolved into Pupitar. Level skyrocketed. Current level, LV30, Elite level beginner. Shakira's. Suibai looked at the indestructible armored pupa in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. The first transformation of a pseudo-god. Although he lost his hands and feet, Shakira's defensive capabilities have undergone a qualitative leap. What's even more terrifying is its mode of movement: high-pressure gas jets. Once it gets going at full speed, it's no longer an elf, but a powerful humanoid cruise missile. Yo! Shakira's let out a deep, muffled roar, its thick carapace rubbing against each other with a teeth-grinding metallic sound. It sensed the unprecedented explosive power within its body and excitedly circled around Suobai twice. I just finished eating, shouldn't I stretch my muscles a bit? Suobai picked up the now cold coffee on the table and took a small sip. He slightly raised his eyes. A seemingly casual glance, yet with remarkable precision, locked onto the man in the suit who was speaking directly to his collar 10 meters away. Boom! The moment the man in the suit met Suobai's gaze, he felt his brain go blank. It was a deadly sense of oppression, like being targeted by a top predator. We've been discovered. The man in the suit felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively wanted to turn around and blend into the crowd. But it was too late. Shakira's. Suobai put down his coffee cup, his tone flat, yet chillingly cold. Say hello to my friends in Beijing. Charge. Pfft. Following Suobai's command, the compressed gas inside Shakira's exploded instantly. Visible white, high-pressure air waves shot out from the 4 jet nozzles. Bang! Its hard body, weighing over 150 kilograms, truly transformed into a cannonball fired from the barrel. The speed is outrageously fast. It even produced a sharp sonic boom in the air. 10 meters, covered in an instant. No. The man in the suit had only turned halfway around when he felt a terrifying, overwhelming gust of wind coming from behind him. He didn't even have a chance to release the spirit. Boom! Instead of crashing directly into the man in the suit, Shakira's hovered with remarkable precision less than a foot in midair in front of him. But its sudden stop generates terrifying recoil, and its violent rock-type energy. A crater more than 2 meters in diameter was blasted directly into the hard marble floor tiles beneath the man in the suit's feet. Gravel flew everywhere. A fierce wind is blowing. Ah! The man in the suit was thrown to the ground by the terrifying wind pressure. He was so frightened that he trembled all over, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. If that monster had gotten even an inch closer, he would already be a pile of minced meat. Dead silence. The once bustling airport plaza instantly fell silent. The Long family's spies hidden in the shadows all froze on the spot, cold sweat pouring down their backs. What kind of monster rookie is this? How dare they take action right there in the crowded capital airport? Tap, tap, tap. With his hands in his pockets, Suobai calmly stepped over the pebbles and walked to the man in the suit who was slumped on the ground. He bent down. He reached out and roughly ripped the miniature communicator off the man's collar. On the other end of the communicator, the faint hissing sound of electricity could still be heard. Clearly, everything that just happened has been transmitted back to the Long family in real time. Suobai held the communicator to his lips. A wildly arrogant smile curved his lips. Hello, can you hear me? I am Suobai. The cool, clear voice, transmitted through radio waves, reached the main hall of the Long family manor, thousands of miles away. Tell Long Zhentian. I've arrived in the capital. Make him wash his neck clean and get his badge ready at the Dragon-type gym. One less. I'll just demolish his dojo. Click. Suobai suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. The sturdy miniature communicator instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal in his hand, which fell onto the man in the suit's face with a rustling sound. He ignored the horrified looks from those around him. Suobai dusted off his hands, and with Shakira's hovering behind him like a cruise missile, strode out of the airport plaza. They flagged down a taxi. They sped away, leaving everyone in their dust. All that remained was a chaotic airport plaza and dozens of Long family informants staring at each other, their spines tingling with fear. The Ryu family manor in Kyoto. The solemn hall was deathly silent. All the high-ranking members of the Long family held their breath, not daring to even breathe loudly. The person in the main seat. The patriarch, Long Zhentian, held a broken teacup in his hand, scalding tea dripping from his fingers onto the expensive carpet, but he was completely unaware. His face was extremely gloomy. Arrogant. This is utterly outrageous and lawless arrogance. In the capital city, someone actually dared to openly challenge Long Zhentian and even threatened to demolish the Long family's martial arts school. Good, very good. Long Zhentian laughed in extreme anger, his eyes flashing with terrifying killing intent. Since this kid is courting death, then I'll grant his wish. He suddenly stood up, and a terrifying aura belonging to a heavenly king-level expert instantly swept across the entire hall. Pass the word down. Seal off the dragon-type gym in the capital. Keep the news of the young master's return from Shanghai last night completely under wraps. Don't let the Alliance headquarters or other families know. I'd like to see what this powerless country bumpkin has in store for him to use to intrude into the dragon family's den of tigers. Chapter 116. Young man, that area of ancient buildings ahead is the Imperial Capital Dragon-type gym. The taxi driver stepped on the brakes and stopped the car at the end of a wide cobblestone road. He glanced at the meter, then turned to look at the boy in the back seat, his face obscured by a baseball cap, and couldn't help but kindly offer a reminder. However, you've come at an inopportune time. I just overheard my colleague on the walkie-talkie saying that the Dragon-type gym suddenly announced its closure for maintenance today, refusing all challengers. The entire street over there is blocked off by the Long family, not even a fly can get in. You should go tomorrow. No need, today is fine. Subai handed over 100 yuan bill, keep the change. After saying that, he pushed open the car door and walked straight towards the deserted cobblestone street. Behind him, the creature, resembling a metallic pupa and gleaming with a cold, rocky sheen, was steadily suspended in mid-air, following closely behind, using the high-pressure airflow ejected from its body. Sigh. The faint hissing sound was exceptionally clear on the quiet street. The driver watched the backs of the man and his pet, and for some reason, suddenly shivered. He always felt that the boy wasn't there to challenge the dojo. Instead, they went to cause trouble. The end of the Bluestone Path. A vast, imposing building, resembling an ancient royal palace, stood quietly there. The Vermilion Gate is 10 meters high. In front of the gate, two enormous dragon statues carved from pure obsidian stood menacingly, exuding a suffocatingly ferocious aura. This is the most difficult barrier to conquer in the Xia Kingdom. Imperial Capital Dragon-type Dojo. At the same time, it is also the stronghold of the Ryu family, the most powerful family in Kyoto. This place is usually bustling with traffic, and countless trainers with dreams line up to take on challenges. But today, the vast plaza of the dojo was completely deserted. No, to be precise, there wasn't a single outsider. Instead, there were dozens of elite members of the Long family, dressed in uniform black and with stern faces. They stood guard every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, completely surrounding the main entrance of the dojo. And lying around them are ferocious and highly aggressive Pokémon such as Red-Faced Dragon, Haxorus, and even Gyarados. A strong sense of impending doom filled the air. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps broke the deathly silence of the square. Almost simultaneously, all the black-clad guards raised their heads, their dozens of cold, cruel, wolf-like gazes locking onto the figure approaching from the end of the street. Target spotted. The leader, a scarred-faced captain, pressed the communicator to his ear, his voice chillingly cold. The landlord has a rule. Kill them on the spot, dead or alive. Roar. With Scarface giving the order, the dozens of ferocious-looking elves in the square simultaneously let out a deafening roar. The raging dragon's might and killing intent mixed together, transforming into a visible shockwave that crushed towards Subai. This is not a gym challenge at all. This is a premeditated, relentless, one-sided encirclement and suppression. The Long family will use the most violent means to completely crush this ant that dared to challenge their dignity outside the dojo gates. 7 level 35 red-faced dragons, 5 level 38 Haxorus, and a dozen or so low-level elite mobs. With his hands in his pockets, Suibai faced a terrifying lineup that would scare an ordinary trainer so much he'd wet his pants, yet he didn't even pause for a moment. He merely raised his eyes slightly. I glanced at the tightly closed vermilion dojo gate. They don't even dare open the front door. Is this all the petty arrogance the Kyoto Ryu family has left? Suibai's voice was not loud. Yet it echoed clearly in the quiet square. Still talking tough even when you're about to die. The scarred captain, enraged, laughed coldly and suddenly waved his hand. Tear him apart! Roar! The 7 crimson-faced dragons at the forefront, like 7 heavy armored vehicles, crushed the blue stone slabs beneath their feet and roared as they charged toward Suibai. Its gaping maw opened wide, and a raging dragon's breath gathered wildly in its throat. Faced with this overwhelming charge, Suibai still didn't take out any pokeballs. He merely turned his head and glanced at the grey-blue armored insect pupa floating beside him. Shakira's. Today is your first battle in your evolution. Let them see what true absolute defense and absolute violence are. Clear the area. Yo! Following Suibai's command, Shakira's eyes, hidden in the gaps of its thick armor, suddenly shot out an extremely fierce red light. Pfft! From its 4 jet nozzles on its shell, a terrifyingly high-pressure airflow, far exceeding what it had experienced at the airport, instantly erupted. The white blast even created a small vacuum zone around it. Boom! The ground collapsed instantly. The Shakarazna, weighing over 150 kilograms and with a body as hard as solid steel, was propelled by a terrifying recoil force, transforming directly into a humanoid cruise missile that broke the sound barrier. No skills were used. It's the purest, most primal physical impact. Bang! The red-faced dragon charging at the very front didn't even have time to swing its dragon claw before it was struck head-on in the chest by Shakira's. Click! A chilling sound of bones cracking echoed across the square. That pure-blooded dragon, over 2 meters tall and renowned for its defense and strength, actually had its chest caved in by that one impact. Its massive body was like a rag doll thrown about by a high-speed train traveling at full speed. Flying backwards in a frenzy. Boom! 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 Its body, flying backward like a bowling ball, knocked over several Haxorus charging at it from behind. Screams and the cracking of bones filled the air. One strike. A brutal collision in a single encounter. The seemingly impregnable elite defenses of the Long family were forcibly torn open, leaving a huge gap. What kind of monster is this? The scarred captain's pupils dilated in shock, his face filled with horror. That's a level 35 red-faced dragon. It couldn't even withstand a single impact from this pupa. This defensive capability, this impact force, is 10 times harder than steel. Stop it! Stop it now! He roared at the top of his lungs, commanding the remaining elves to launch a ranged attack. Dragon's breath! Destroy the light! Flame breathing! In an instant, beams of multicolored, violent energy, like a dense net of fire, bombarded Shakira's from all directions. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another, and the entire square was shrouded in blinding flames and thick smoke. Humph! Even the hardest shell will turn to dust under this concentrated fire. The scarred captain sneered. However, his smile hadn't even fully bloomed before it froze completely on his face. Hoo! A powerful hissing sound tore through the thick smoke. Shakira's grey-blue armored body emerged unscathed from the epicenter of the explosion. Those attacks, powerful enough to melt steel plates, struck its carapace, which had been tempered by top-grade obsidian, and didn't even leave a trace of white. Shakira's, the compressed gas inside his body can not only be used for jet propulsion, but the hardness of his carapace can also deflect any attack. Too weak. Suibai stepped on the pebbles scattered on the ground and walked step by step toward the main entrance of the dojo. Since you refuse to open the door. Shakira's. Knock on the door. Yo. Shakira's let out a deep roar, unleashing the full power of its internal jets. Pfft. It drew a white trail of air in mid-air. He completely ignored the terrified elites of the Long family around him. Carrying immense power. Hard. It crashed into the thick, vermilion bronze gate, a symbol of the Long family's centuries-old prestige. Boom. A terrifying roar, like a meteorite crashing to the ground, instantly echoed throughout half of the capital. The entire ground around the dragon-type gym trembled violently. Under the horrified gazes of everyone. That bronze gate, which was said to be so difficult even for a celestial-level Pokémon to breach. Centered on the point where Shakira's struck, the area was instantly covered with countless cracks. Immediately afterwards. Bang! The gate was blown apart with a deafening roar. Countless bronze fragments, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, flew inward like cannonballs, smashing numerous valuable sculptures and ornaments behind the door. Sunlight. Through the violently blasted open door, they entered the dark and solemn dojo hall. Amidst billowing smoke and dust, Suibai put his hands in his pockets. Stepping on that broken gate that represented the face of Kyoto's premier family. Under Shakira's protection, they slowly entered the Dragon Clan's headquarters. He looked up. Their gazes were fixed on the middle-aged man sitting in a grand chair at the far end of the hall, his face so dark it was almost dripping with gloom. Challenger, Suibai. The boy's clear, cool voice echoed throughout the vast dragon-type gym. Come and collect my 7th badge. Chapter 117. Challenger, Suibai. Come and collect my 7th badge. The boy's voice was not loud. It was like dropping a depth charge on a calm lake, creating a huge upheaval in the vast and empty dragon-type gym hall. Both sides of the hall. Dozens of high-ranking members and core members of the Long family stared at the young man with his hands in his pockets at the gate as if he were a madman. How dare he! They smashed the Long family's gate to pieces and broke the arms and legs of the Long family's elite guards. Then he swaggered in, saying he was there to challenge the gym. Good. 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 At the far end of the hall, Long Zhentian, the head of the Long family, who was sitting in a grand chair, suddenly laughed in extreme anger. He said good 3 times in a row. With each word spoken, the air in the entire hall seemed to grow heavier. Bang! Long Zhentian slammed his hand on the armrest. A terrifying aura belonging to a true heavenly king-level expert at the pinnacle of the Xia Kingdom alliance, like a tangible mountain, crashed down upon Suibai. This oppressive force is terrifying. Even the solid marble pillars in the hall creaked under the weight of this aura. If it were an ordinary elite-level trainer, they wouldn't even be able to stand up, they would be forced to their knees. However, Suibai was at the very center of the oppressive aura. He simply raised his hand and adjusted the baseball cap on his head in a very casual manner. His spine was straighter than a sword. Patriarch Long. Suibai met Long Zhentian's murderous gaze with a calm and unwavering tone. If you're the gym leader, then according to the league rules, you must participate in a battle. If you're just an old man who likes to intimidate younger generations with your aura, then move aside, don't waste my time getting the badge. Boom. These words caused an uproar throughout the room. Arrogant. That's utterly outrageous arrogance. He actually dared to call Long Zhentian old man in front of all the high-ranking members of the Long family. Outrageous. You little beast, who do you think you are, daring to speak to the head of the family like that? Kill him. Patriarch, let me kill this arrogant BD. The members of the Long family were enraged, trembling with rage, and reached for the pokeballs at their waists. Shut up, all of you. Long Zhentian raised his hand, stopping his men from rioting. His deep, ambitious eyes were fixed on Suibai, and the grey-blue armored insect pupa floating beside Suibai. Not only can it ignore my oppressive aura, but it can also cultivate mutated spirits that aren't even recorded in the Pokédex. No wonder even 7th Brother's Crimson Dragon, a gym leader level creature, fell to you. Long Zhentian sneered, looking down at Suibai with an air of superiority. Suibai, you truly are a genius. But geniuses, without sufficient background and a sense of awe, don't live long. He stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the armrest of the armchair. You crippled my men and smashed up the gates of the Long family. Even if the higher UPS of the Alliance intervened, you'd be dead 1,000 times over. However, I, Long Zhentian, am someone who cherishes talent. The true intentions are revealed. A glint of extreme greed flashed in Long Zhentian's eyes. Hand over the stone you bought at the auction last night. Also, unbind all your Pokémon from their Pokeballs and leave them there. I can make an exception, cripple your hands and feet, spare your life, and send you out of the capital. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. Killing Suibai is a small matter, but the mysterious stone in Suibai's hand, as well as those terrifyingly powerful mutated elves, are the priceless treasures that the Long family truly desires. With these, you'll have everything you need. The Long family's position in the capital will never be shaken again. Hearing Long Zhentian's magnanimous pronouncement, Suibai did not fly into a rage. He simply lowered his head and sighed with utter helplessness. I originally thought that anyone who could sit in the position of head of one of the 4 great families would at least have some brains. Suibai raised his head again, his cold eyes now filled with undisguised mockery and murderous intent. Turns out, they were just a group of robbers dressed in suits. Since your Long family has no intention of following the rules, then I'll use my rules. Suibai slowly placed his hand on the luxurious ball at his waist. Today, you have to give me this badge, whether you like it or not. No. I'll keep hitting you until you give up. You're asking for it. Just then, a loud shout came from the senior members of the Long family. A tall, well-built young man in a custom-made black suit, whose face bore a resemblance to Long Zhentian, strode out. Dragon War. Long Zhentian's eldest son. A top genius among the younger generation in the capital, known as one of the Twin Stars. He is also the current acting gym leader of the Dragon-type dojo in the capital. His gaze toward Suibai was filled with deep disdain and cruelty. Dealing with trash like you doesn't even require my father's intervention. Didn't you want a gym battle? Long Zhan walked to the combat area in the center of the hall, suddenly ripped off his tie, and threw it on the ground. I am Dragon Warrior, the acting gym leader of the Dragon-type gym. I accept your challenge. If you lose, your life, and everything you have, will belong to the Long family. Long Zhan's face contorted in a ferocious grin as he suddenly plucked an extremely rare luxury sphere from his waist. Come out! Tear him to pieces! Bang! A burst of red light. It was accompanied by a ferocious dragon roar that seemed capable of tearing eardrums apart. A terrifying behemoth, over 3 meters tall, with blood-red wings and an extremely ferocious blue dragon body, crashed down in the center of the hall. With a casual sweep of its whip-like tail, it cracked a marble pillar beside it. Salamander. A true pseudo-god. And Suibai's eye of insight swept over, and his pupils contracted slightly. Level, LV52, Peak Master Level. It's a full 10 levels higher than that red-faced dragon from last night. This is truly the premier family of Kyoto, their true heritage and rising star. Ha ha ha. Kid. Tremble. Long Zhan pointed at Suibai and laughed wildly. I know your mutated armored pupa has strong defense. But my Salamence is an absolute killing machine with the overconfidence ability. It has even torn apart Pokémon of the Elite 4 level. Facing this peak level quasi-god at the level of a gym leader, radiating terrifying dragon might. Suibai did not take out the Azure Flame Blade Ghost. He simply put his hands in his pockets. I glanced at the silent, grey-blue pupa floating beside me. Shakira's. Some say it can tear you apart. Yo! Shakira's eyes, hidden in the slit, instantly turned blood red. Chapter 118. Yo! Facing a peak quasi-god of the guild master level who was more than 20 levels higher than him and exuded a terrifying dragon aura. Shakira's eyes, hidden in the gaps of his grey-blue carapace, instantly turned blood red. It has no hands or feet, so it can't strike a sword-drawing pose like Tanjiro. But the high-pressure gas inside its body, which was being compressed wildly and making a violent roar, was announcing to everyone the rage of this desert tyrant. Roar! Sensing Shakira's provocation, the Salamins let out a deafening roar. The pride of a pure-blooded dragon made it unable to tolerate a pupa without even limbs acting arrogantly in front of it. Tear it apart! Salamins! Long Zhan stood at the edge of the battle zone, his eyes filled with extreme cruelty, and suddenly waved his hand. Crush them with overwhelming force. Dragon Rush! Boom! With the command of Dragon Battle, the massive body of Salamins suddenly soared into the air. An extremely terrifying, almost tangible, murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire dojo hall. A thick, purplish-red energy cloak, resembling a ferocious dragon, condensed on the surface of the Salamanki's body. With earth-shattering force, it crashed down from mid-air towards Shakira's. This is a divine move among dragon-type physical attacks, possessing immense power and an overwhelming sense of oppression. Once locked on, even ordinary elves would be paralyzed by the murderous aura. That kid's finished. Among the higher UPS in the Long family, someone let out a cold laugh. Young Master Dragon Salamins has mastered Dragon Dive to perfection, even a Snorlax of the same level would be instantly pierced through. Using a newly evolved, transitional Pokémon to fight head-on is practically suicidal. However, Subai, who was at the very center of that terrifying killing intent, didn't even lift his eyelids. He stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the crimson dragon fall like a meteorite, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Transition period. The concept of a transition period doesn't exist in my dictionary. Shakira's. Subai's voice was steady and resolute. Let them see what it means to be indestructible. Iron wall. Buzz. Shakira's let out a deep, muffled growl. Its already solid, steel-like grey-blue shell suddenly shimmered with an extremely dazzling silver-white metallic luster. Defense capabilities greatly increased. The next second. Boom! The Salamanki's Dragon Dive, carrying immense force, slammed into Shakira's solidly and without reservation. The entire dojo hall seemed to erupt as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The hard marble floor shattered into countless pieces like a spider web at the point of impact. A violent shockwave, mixed with debris, swept wildly in all directions. Ha ha ha! You've turned into minced meat. Long Zhan laughed arrogantly, even beginning to imagine the grey-blue pupa being torn to pieces. But as the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, Long Zhan's maniacal laughter suddenly froze. He stared intently at the center of the collision, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. How is this possible? In the center of the ruins, where a huge crater had been blasted out, Shakira's remained steadily suspended half a meter above the ground. Not a single scratch was left on its thick, silvery white carapace. Completely unharmed. The Salamins, several times larger and more menacing than the Salamins, clutched its head and howled in pain in midair due to the impact. Roar! Salamins realized that what it had just bumped into wasn't a Pokémon at all. It was actually a solid lump of iron made of a special alloy with extremely high density. Its proud dragon-type energy and terrifying power vanished the moment it touched that carapace. Like a mud ox sinking into the sea, it couldn't even break through the opponent's defenses. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Zhan's mentality collapsed. He pointed at Shakira's and roared hoarsely. How could a level 52 dragon dive not even break through a guard? What kind of monster is your elf? It's not just about dragon battles. The high-ranking members of the Long family on both sides of the hall, including Long Zhentian sitting in the grand chair, all changed their expressions at this moment. He managed to withstand the 22-level gap without taking any damage. This level of defense completely defies the common sense of Pokémon studies. You're surprised? Bai stepped onto the cracked marble floor, his eyes as cold as knives. If it only takes beatings, then it doesn't deserve to be called the desert tyrant. Shakira's. Let this lizard see what real violence is. An eye for an eye. Pfft. Following Bai's instructions. From the 4 jet vents beneath the shell of Shakira's, a terrifyingly high-pressure airflow, several times greater than before, instantly erupted. A white sonic boom cloud exploded directly around it. An eye for an eye, dark-type physical move. If attacked by the opponent this turn, the move's power is doubled. Combined with Shakira's terrifying jet propulsion, the power of this attack was amplified to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! Shakira's 150 kg body transformed into a dark cruise missile that broke the sound barrier. From bottom to top, it slammed into the Salamence, which was still in midair and briefly stunned by the recoil. That's too fast. It was so fast that even the Salamanque's beast-like instincts didn't have time to react. Bang! A dull, grating thud. Shakira's incredibly hard head slammed solidly into Salamanque's soft belly. Roar! The Salamence let out an extremely shrill scream. Its massive body was folded in half in midair by the terrifying impact. An immense force passed right through his body. Boom! Salamence was propelled upwards and slammed violently into the gym's hall ceiling, which was over 10 meters high. The magnificent chandelier shattered instantly. A huge dent appeared in the ceiling, and cracks spread wildly like a spider web. Salamander! Long Zhan's eyes widened in horror, his arrogance turning into utter terror. He never expected this. His prized trump card was utterly crushed like a punching bag in front of this pupa that didn't even have hands or feet. It's not over yet. Bai stood with his hands in his pockets, his tone as cold as if he came from the deepest hell. This lofty dragon only learns how to walk on 2 legs after its wings are broken. Shakira's. Smash it down. Spirit attack. Yo! While suspended in midair, Shakira's rock-type energy surged wildly within him. Swish! 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 Countless massive rock spikes, sharp as knives and gleaming with a cold luster, instantly materialized around it. Rock-crushing flight. Double the restraint. Under the terrifying jet thrust of Shakira's, these rock spikes, like machine gun bullets, rained down on the wyverns clinging to the ceiling with extreme ferocity. Get out of the way. Use guard now. Long Zhan roared hoarsely. However, the Salamence, frozen in midair and having just suffered severe damage, could hardly muster any energy to form an energy shield. Pfft! 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 Sharp rock spikes mercilessly pierced the Salamanque's proud blood-red wings. Roar! Blood rained down from midair. The Salamence let out a desperate cry, completely losing its ability to fly. Its massive body plummeted from the ceiling, which was more than 10 meters high, like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The massive dragon's body slammed heavily into the center of the battle zone, creating a huge crater. Dust flew everywhere. The hall was deathly silent. Only the extremely steady hissing sound of Shakira's jets remained, whirring in mid-air. My Salamence! Long Zhan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. He stared blankly at the quasi-god whose wings had been pierced, lying in a pool of blood, its fate unknown. My mind went completely blank. We lost. The eldest son of the prestigious Long family in Kyoto, a genius with a LV52 Grandmaster level ace. On their home turf, they were utterly and completely crushed by a peer who had come from afar, using a newly evolved Pokémon that was 20 levels lower, in the most primitive and violent physical way. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps broke the suffocating silence. Pseudo-legendary walked slowly to the center of the battle zone, stepping on the scattered pebbles. He looked down at Long Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground. There was no pity, nor the ecstatic joy of a victor, in those deep eyes. Only endless indifference. Is this the strength of a dragon-type gym leader? Pseudo-legendary's voice was like a resounding slap, striking the faces of all the members of the Long family. Vulnerable. He turned his head, his gaze passing over Long Zhan, and looked directly at Long Zhentian, whose face was ashen, sitting on the grand chair at the far end of the hall. Old man. This badge, you now. To give it, or not to give it. Chapter 119. Old man. This badge, you now. To give it, or not to give it. Pseudo-legendary's calm, even authoritative voice echoed softly in the dilapidated dojo hall. Dead silence. Even the air seemed to freeze at that moment. The high-ranking members of the Long family standing on both sides were so stunned that they stopped breathing. This is insane. That kid is an absolute madman. He crippled the acting gym leader, crushed a pseudo-legendary Salam Ince, and yet he dares to question the dignified head of the Dragon Clan, a champion-level being, in such a commanding tone. Ha 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 ha. Sudden. Long Zhentian, sitting at the far end of the hall, let out a low, chilling laugh. He didn't look at his eldest son lying in a pool of blood again. Instead, he slowly stood up from the armchair. Snap! As he stood up, the grand chair made of the finest golden Nanmia wood instantly turned into a shower of wood chips. It was torn to pieces by the terrifying killing intent that overflowed uncontrollably from his body. Batch! Long Zhentian's eyes had turned bloodshot. He looked down at Pseudo-legendary from his high position, like a demon god from the abyss. I'll give it to you. Wait until I crush every bone in your body, inch by inch, and extract your soul. I will have the badge engraved on your tombstone. Boom! Long Zhentian abruptly ripped off his dark gold tang suit, revealing his muscular physique covered in crisscrossing scars. He reached behind his waist and plucked a high-grade ball that was dark red in color and exuded an extremely ancient and violent aura. Originally, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with a junior like you. But today, I'll show you the most cruel consequences of provoking the Kyoto Ryu family. Tear him apart, old buddy. Bang! The dark red pokeball exploded in mid-air. There was no dazzling light. There was only an overwhelming, nauseating stench of blood, and a terrifying sandstorm that instantly swept through the entire gym hall. Hoo-hoo! The wind howled. Yellow sand filled the sky. The lights inside the dojo dimmed instantly, as if we had fallen from daytime into the dark heart of a desert in an instant. Trait, Sand Cloak/Sandstorm Power. The absolute territory, which changes the terrain the moment it appears. In the heart of that raging sandstorm, a terrifying behemoth, nearly 4 meters tall, covered in hard scales interwoven with deep blue and red, with arms like 2 giant scythes of death, slowly straightened up. It has streamlined appendages on its head, resembling those of a jet aircraft. Those golden, vertical pupils revealed an absolute ruthlessness that regarded all things as mere straw dogs. Garcomp. Moreover, its body was covered with various old wounds, including a huge claw mark that pierced through its left eye, making it look even more ferocious and terrifying. Roar! Garcomp let out a terrifying roar that shattered eardrums. Ding! The Eye of Insight has been activated. Race, Garcomp. Level, LV68, Mid-Stage Heavenly King. Type, Dragon/Ground. Status, Fury/Kill Lock. Level 68. The absolute ace of the mid-level king rank. This is the greatest source of confidence that allows Long Zhenjian to firmly hold his position as the head of one of the 4 major families in the capital. With its roar, the entire dragon-type gym was on the verge of collapse, and the marble floor tiles churned and shattered like ocean waves. Ha ha ha! Father's Garcomp! Father's Garcomp has appeared! Collapsed in the ruins, Long Zhan, ignoring his injuries, burst into maniacal laughter. Kid! You're dead! You won't even leave ashes! Heavenly King level, that's power from another dimension. Even the incredibly strong defense that Shakira's just displayed would be no match for a level 68 Garcomp, and it wouldn't be able to withstand even the most basic normal attack. Shakira's, come back! Suobai stood in the midst of a raging sandstorm. The wind howled, making his clothes flutter, but he remained completely calm. He took out a Pokeball and recalled Shakira's, which had already completed its mission. A level 30 fighting a level 68 is not training, it's suicide. Suobai wouldn't let his Pokémon take on such meaningless damage. What? Finally, you're scared? Long Zhenjian stood beside the massive body of Garcomp, like a tyrant who held the power of life and death. It's no use taking your spirit back. I told you, today not only your spirits, but also your people, will die here. Garuda. Dragon Rush. Roar. Garcomp suddenly lowered its body. No power-up at all. Its body instantly transformed into a purplish-red afterimage, carrying a terrifying killing intent capable of shattering everything, directly tearing through the sandstorm and crashing towards Suobai's location. It moved so fast that it even left a long vacuum trail in the air. A strike of the highest caliber. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to stop it. It's over. The surrounding Long family elders sneered, already prepared to enjoy the sight of Suobai's flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, faced with this certain death blow, Suobai's lips suddenly curled into an extremely strange, even pitying, smile. He did not dodge. They didn't even make any defensive moves. He simply and casually extended his right hand, which had been in his pocket the whole time. Between his 2 fingers, he gently held a strange scale, only half the size of his palm, its entire surface a deep, dark red. Kyoto Rayquaza. Specializing in dragon types? Suobai's voice sounded exceptionally clear amidst the raging sandstorm. You bunch of frogs in a well, do you even understand anything? What exactly constitutes a true dragon? The moment the words left his mouth, Suobai's fingers suddenly clenched tightly around the red dragon scale. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no dazzling light either. But at this very moment, an indescribable, ancient, desolate, and terrifying dragon's might seemed to originate from the primordial era. Centered on the scale in Suobai's hand, it erupted with a deafening roar. This is not oppression based on hierarchy. This is pure, life-level, absolute suppression from the deepest recesses of the bloodline. Buzz. In that instant, it was as if all the air in the dojo had been completely sucked out. The raging sandstorm, as if encountering a true god, instantly dissipated in a mere second upon the eruption of this aura. It vanished into thin air. Sizzle. The Garcomp, which had already turned into a purplish-red afterimage and was about to smash Suobai, was now gone. Its movement occurred when it was less than 2 meters away from Suobai. Absolutely. Strangely. It stopped. Roar, woo. This LV68, battle-hardened, ruthless, king-level behemoth. At this moment, those golden vertical pupils were filled with an undisguised, extreme fear. Its pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Its muscles were trembling violently, as if it had encountered a natural enemy etched deep into its genes. Garuda! What are you doing? Tear him apart! Long Zhenjian stood at the back, completely unaware of what was happening, and roared in exasperation. But no matter how much it roared, Garchomp didn't dare to move forward even an inch. Is this all the foundation you have? Holding the red dragon scale between his fingers, Suabai slowly walked step by step toward the Garchomp that stood frozen in place. With each step he took, the Garchomp's massive body trembled violently. In the face of a true overlord, Suabai walked up to Garchomp. Slowly raising its head, its deep eyes coldly gazed at the king-level behemoth. You dare call yourself a dragon? Give me! Kneel down! Boom! With a cold shout from Suabai, the ancient pressure emanating from the red dragon scale was unleashed to its fullest extent. Ugh! A low growl filled with wailing and submission. Under the horrified gazes of everyone present, including the heavenly king-level expert Long Zhentian, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. That arrogant LV68 Garchomp! My legs went weak. With a bang, he knelt heavily before Suabai. The enormous head was pressed firmly against the marble floor, not even daring to lift it to look at Suabai. Bloodline suppression. A pure example of dimensional reduction. Suabai put away the red dragon scales. He put his hands in his pockets and walked past the trembling Garchomp kneeling on the ground. He walked directly up to Long Zhentian, who was staring blankly, his worldview completely shattered. Now! The boy's voice was like the pronouncement of death. Give me the badge. Chapter 120. Now! Give me the badge. Suabai's calm, even slightly languid voice echoed in the deathly silent dojo hall. Now! Not a single person in the entire Kyoto Ryu family dared to utter a sound. All eyes were fixed on the level 68 Garchomp kneeling at Suabai's feet, trembling violently. My worldview collapsed completely at that moment, leaving not a trace. Who is that? That's the absolute trump card of the Dragon family patriarch, a dignified heavenly king-level expert. He was a ruthless tyrant who had torn apart countless powerful enemies and bathed in countless blood during the national competition. Now, it's like a lapdog seeing a tiger, pressing its proud head firmly against the cold marble floor, whimpering mournfully. Garuda! Stand up! Stand up! Long Zhentian's eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler who had lost all his chips, and he roared hoarsely. He couldn't accept this fact. His dignity as the dignified head of the Long family has been completely trampled into the mud today. However, no matter how much he roared, Garchomp didn't dare to move. The aura emanating from that dark red scale, about half the size of a palm, was an absolute taboo for pure-blooded dragons, emanating from the very depths of their souls. Come back! Come back here! Long Zhentian panicked completely. He suddenly raised the Ultra Ball in his hand, aimed it at Garchomp, and pressed the recall button. Whoosh! A beam of red light shot out from the poke ball, precisely enveloping Garchomp's massive body. However, a chilling scene unfolded. Buzz! Just as the red beam of light touched Garchomp's body, a faint, dark red ripple suddenly spread across the red dragon scale between Suabai's fingers. Snap! That beam of light from the poke ball, crafted with the highest technology in the league, should have been absolutely effective. In midair, it shattered like fragile glass, piece by piece. It transformed into countless red specks of light and vanished into the air. Recall failed. This is impossible. Long Zhentian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He stared at the high-grade ball in his hand, which was emitting a wisp of black smoke and was completely destroyed. He was struck dumb and took 3 steps back. The surrounding Long family executives gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. The pokeball's beam was forcibly interrupted. What the hell is this power? It's important to know that the pokeball's release and return mechanism is based on the laws of space. The power to forcibly distort the laws of space and sever the connection between a Pokémon and its pokeball with just a wisp of energy. This is no longer ordinary intimidation. This is the realm of the gods. What are you holding in your hand? Long Zhentian's voice trembled, and his finger pointing at Suibai shook uncontrollably. He finally realized it. The seemingly harmless boy in front of me is by no means some country bumpkin who can be easily manipulated. He is a terrifying monster who possesses godlike power that could overturn the entire alliance's understanding. Faced with Long Genshin's horror, Suibai simply flipped the red dragon scale lightly between his fingertips. You don't need to know what it is. Suibai looked at Long Genshin's pale old face, his tone filled with undisguised mockery. All you need to know is this. In the face of a true dragon, the foundation your dragon family is so proud of is utterly worthless. Now. Suibai's smile vanished, his eyes turning as sharp as a knife. I'll say it one last time. Give me the badge. Otherwise, I'll make this giant lizard kneel here forever. A blatant threat. At the dragon family's headquarters in Kyoto, in front of all the dragon family's high-ranking members, he threatened the dragon family's patriarch. If this had happened 10 minutes ago, anyone who dared to say such a thing would have been considered a madman and beaten to death. But at this moment, the vast dojo hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak. Everyone was looking at Long Genshin. Long Genshin's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, his chest heaving violently. Humiliation. This was an unprecedented humiliation he had never suffered in his decades of leadership of the Long family. But would he dare to refuse? He dares not. He could sense that if the boy in front of him had a single thought, the oppressive aura emanating from that terrifying scale would instantly crush the Garchomp's mind, turning it into a complete idiot. Garchomp is the foundation of his position as a champion. Absolutely no accidents can happen. Fine, you win. Long Genshin practically ground his teeth to powder as he squeezed out those words. With trembling hands, he pulled a sandalwood box carved with a wild dragon pattern from his inner pocket. It opened with a click. A badge, entirely dark gold in color and shaped like two intertwined dragon teeth, lay quietly inside. Proof of the Imperial Capital Dragon-type dojo. It is also one of the most prestigious and hardest to obtain badges in the Xia Kingdom Alliance. Reverse Scale Badge. Long Genshin stared intently at the badge, his eyes filled with resentment. But he ultimately closed his eyes, then suddenly swung his hand and threw the box at Suibai. Take your badge. Get out of the dragon family. Snap. Suibai caught the box steadily in mid-air. After glancing at the badges inside, Suibai happily added them to his complete encyclopedia backpack. The 7th badge. Got it. They're just one step away from participating in the national competition. Suibai then reclaimed the red dragon scale from the system space. The terrifying ancient dragon aura that enveloped the entire dojo vanished without a trace, like the receding tide. Hoo-hoo. Air was forced back into the hall. The Garchomp, kneeling on the ground, looked as if it had just been pulled from the water, its entire body drenched in cold sweat. It was panting heavily, too weak to even stand up, and could only lie weakly on the ground. Let's go, Shakira's. Suibai didn't glance at the group of Long family members who looked like they had lost their parents again. He put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and walked towards the door that had been smashed to pieces. Sigh. Suspended in mid-air, Shakira's glanced with utter disdain at the limp Salamence and Garchomp on the ground. Then it unleashed a powerful gust of air, closely following behind Suibai. Suibai. Just as Suibai was about to step out the door, behind him came Long Genshin's cold, extremely venomous voice. The Kyoto Ryu family has taken note of what happened today. You'd better pray that thing will protect you for life. Suibai paused slightly in his steps. He didn't turn around. He left the entire Kyoto Ryu family with only a solitary and arrogant silhouette. I'm available anytime. But next time. It's not as simple as just breaking a few doors. Sunlight fell on the boy's shoulders. Under the fearful gazes of the Long family's elite, Suibai's figure completely disappeared at the end of the bluestone street. Inside the dojo, there was a deathly silence and utter chaos. Medical personnel rushed in cautiously to provide emergency treatment to the severely injured dragon warrior and Salam Ince. Long Zhentian stood still, staring intently at the direction of the gate. His gloomy face twitched slightly with muscles contorted by extreme anger and some kind of insane speculation. "Master!" Uncle Chi, with a bandage wrapped around his neck, walked over with faltering steps, his voice bitter. "Are we just going to let him go like that? Otherwise what?" Long Zhentian suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot like a spider web. Even Garcomp was completely suppressed, and they could even interrupt the spatial laws of the Pokeball. "Can't you see it yet?" Long Zhentian's breathing became extremely rapid. He lowered his voice, his tone carrying a morbid fanaticism and deep awe. "That scale! That pure, unparalleled power, like the ancient dragon's might emanating from the heavens. In this world, the only dragon-type Pokémon that my Garcomp wouldn't even dare to look me in the eye is that legendary god who dwells above the ozone layer." Upon hearing this, Uncle Key's pupils suddenly contracted, and he gasped. "You mean, the sky god, Rayquaza?" Chapter 121. Uncle Seven's trembling, almost cracking voice echoed in the dilapidated dragon-type gym hall. It was like an extremely cold wind that had never melted for millennia, instantly penetrating to the very marrow of every high-ranking member of the Long family present. Rayquaza. That is an absolute deity existing in myths and legends, dwelling above the ozone layer. It is the sole master of the sky and weather. Ordinary trainers might just consider it a legend, but in the secret records of their ancient dragon-type family, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, the terrifying power of that god is clearly recorded. That was a forbidden existence capable of erasing the entire capital from the map in the blink of an eye. Except for that one. Long Zhentian stared intently at the shattered bronze gate scattered on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with extreme fear. What power in this world could make a level 68 Garcomp kneel and submit with the mere scent of a single scale? What other power could forcibly distort the laws of space and crush the retracting beam of a Pokeball with bare hands? Long Zhentian gasped sharply, staggered, and slumped against a cracked marble pillar. He felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making even its beating incredibly difficult. If that boy named Subai really was chosen by Rayquaza. Or rather, behind him stood the god of the sky. The actions of the Kyoto dragon family just now were nothing short of recklessly testing the limits of the abyss. He's not some arrogant country bumpkin at all. They're just teasing the monkeys. Master. Several high-ranking members of the Long family turned pale with fright, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. "Then, what should we do now?" "The young master's revenge." "What revenge?" Suddenly, like a raging lion whose tail had been stepped on, Long Zhentian abruptly turned around and roared hysterically at the high-ranking officials. "Anyone who dares to mess with him again, I'll skin him alive. Relay my death order. No one is allowed to divulge a single word of what happened at the dojo today. Just so you know, the interior renovations at the Dragon-type gym accidentally triggered a gas explosion. From this moment forward, withdraw all spies watching Subai. All members of the Long family, upon encountering that young man outside, must immediately give him the runaway treatment and treat him like a grandfather." Long Zhentian was panting heavily, his eyes filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. "Before we find out what his real trump card is, our Long family will pretend that this incident never happened." In the ruins, Long Zhan, whose wounds had just been bandaged by medical personnel, heard his father's death order, which sounded like a surrender. Overwhelmed by rage, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer anger. The sun is setting. The streets of the capital were bathed in a languid orange-red hue. This was completely different from the oppressive atmosphere of the Long family, which was as if they had lost their parents and were filled with fear and unease. At this moment, Subai was leisurely strolling along Wangfujing Commercial Street, the most bustling commercial street in the capital. With his hands in his pockets, he looked at the dazzling array of shops lining both sides of the street, and the urban white-collar workers walking all sorts of exotic animals, feeling exceptionally good. Fire and run, that was so exciting. Suibai's lips curled up slightly. He certainly knew how much psychological trauma that Red Dragon Scale had inflicted on the Long family. That was a top-tier item from the entire Pokédex. Although he couldn't summon Rayquaza yet, using it to intimidate these unsophisticated aristocratic scions was a devastating blow. Gurgle. Just then, a very deep rumble came from behind Suibai. He turned his head and looked at Shakira's, who was still hovering behind him. The grey-blue armored insect pupa was currently staring longingly at a high-end mineral and power cube restaurant on the street with its eyes hidden in the crevices. "Are you hungry?" Suibai couldn't help but laugh. "That's right. I just smashed down a gate and used the pseudo-legendary salamins as a punching bag, so my stamina was definitely depleted. Let's go, let's have a good meal today, all you can eat." Suibai waved and led Shakira's into the extremely luxurious-looking elven restaurant. "Hello sir, what would you like to order?" The waiter greeted us respectfully. "A top-of-the-line private room, plus your store's most expensive rock-type special energy cube, 50 servings to start." Suibai casually handed over a black card. "Also, prepare some top-quality fire-type and insect-type nectar." The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the black card, which symbolized a deposit of tens of millions, and he hurriedly bowed and led the way. Inside the luxury private room. It has excellent sound insulation, completely blocking out external noise. Suibai took off his backpack and pressed the switch on the pokeball at his waist. Bang! 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 Several flashes of white light appeared. Azure Blade Demon, Dragon Chi, Bead Rill, and other main forces appeared in the spacious private room. "Dinner's ready. Everyone, eat as much as you like." Suibai leaned back on the sofa, watching the waiters bring out the top-tier energy cubes like they were on an assembly line. "Yo!" Shakira's took the lead, hovering as he charged towards a large basin of energy cubes that emitted a rich mineral aroma. It has no hands, so it can only lower its head, like an excavator, and swallow almost half a basin in one gulp. Their eating habits were extremely wild. The Azure Flame Blade Demon, on the other hand, appeared much more elegant. It sat cross-legged to one side, the purple flames on its shoulders swaying slightly. It picked up a top-grade fire elemental energy cube, but instead of eating it directly, it first roasted it slightly with a flame before slowly putting it into its mouth. Every gesture he made exuded the composure of a master swordsman. Strange. Dorgonkai was still the same as ever, like a mischievous ghost, drifting around the private room. One moment it tries to snatch a rock from the Shakira's basin, the next it hovers near the stinger of a bead rill, only to be impatiently swatted away by the drill's wings. Looking at this group of companions with such different personalities, yet all incredibly powerful, Suibai picked up a glass of juice, his eyes filled with contentment. He took out the dark gold reverse scale badge that he had just acquired from his pocket. 7 now. In addition, there's the Mind badge from Shanghai, the Poison Fire badge from Nanjing, and so on. His collection progress has reached an astonishing 7/8. Just one more stone is needed to secure my ticket to the national competition. Suibai put the badge into his system inventory, took out his phone, and opened the official gym map of the Xia Kingdom Alliance. His gaze swept over the remaining gyms he hadn't yet challenged. Just as he was hesitating about which city to make his final stop. Buzz! The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The screen displayed an unknown number, but the address indicated it was from Shanghai. Suibai raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. "Hello." On the other end of the phone came a familiar, languid, yet slightly helpless chuckle. "My little benefactor, you were quick on your feet. They've only been in the capital for half a day, and they've already demolished Long Genshin's gate and forced a champion-level Garcomp to kneel. It's Murong Xiu." This Shanghai superpowered Queen's intelligence network is simply terrifying and outrageous. Despite the Long family having issued the strictest gag order, she still managed to obtain such detailed information in the first instance. Master Murong's information network is truly impressive. Subai leaned back on the sofa, unsurprised. The Long family themselves don't follow the proper etiquette, I was just helping them remind themselves how to treat guests. Ha, you're quite carefree. Murong Ziyu shifted into a more comfortable position on the other end of the phone, her tone gradually becoming more serious. Long Zhentian is no saint. Although he's temporarily intimidated by you, it's impossible to guard against the underhanded tactics of a powerful family like his. However, I'm not calling you to warn you about the Long family. Oh. Subai took a sip of juice. What's that for? For your 8th badge. Murong Ziyu's voice, transmitted clearly through the receiver, reached Subai's ears. The registration deadline for the national competition has been moved up. Furthermore, this year's competition format has undergone extremely drastic changes, demanding exceptionally high resistance from the participants' Pokémon. Murong Ziyu paused for a moment, then offered a suggestion that Subai couldn't refuse. If you want to go further in the national competition, let's go to the northernmost part of the Xia Kingdom. Go there and get the 8th badge that can temper an elf's ultimate resistance. Chapter 122. The northernmost city of Xia Kingdom, Frosty Winter City. Frost Gym. On the other end of the phone, Murong Ziyu's voice lacked its usual languidness and instead carried a rare air of seriousness. Winter City. Subai leaned back on the luxurious leather sofa, gently swirling the juice glass in his hand, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. On the map of Xia Kingdom, Winter City is an extremely special place. It is located on the frozen wasteland of the far north, covered by ice and snow all year round, with extremely low temperatures. It is said that the wilderness environment there is extremely harsh, even wearing the best quality cold weather clothing, an ordinary person cannot survive in the wild for more than 2 hours. You just said that the format of the national competition has been drastically changed. Subai didn't rush to agree, but instead grasped the core point in Murong Ziyu's words. That's right. Murong Ziyu took a deep breath, seemingly also feeling a bit troubled by this new competition format. In previous national competitions, the preliminary rounds used conventional arena battles, with advancement based on points or an elimination system. But this year, the Alliance military recently secured a newly arrived large-scale S-class composite dungeon on the northwestern border. In order to select top trainers who truly possess combat skills and can survive in extremely harsh environments, the League's top management unanimously passed a decision. Let's move this year's national preliminary rounds directly into that S-level secret realm. Battle Royale. A realistic, no-holds-barred survival battle. Upon hearing this, Subai's eyes suddenly lit up. Ring battle? Turn-based? He was tired of those kinds of competitions with all the rules and regulations. If a chaotic battle royale takes place in a hidden wilderness, his complete encyclopedia backpack and wilderness survival experience will unleash an extremely terrifying level of dominance. That's interesting. Subai's lips curled into a slight smile, but what does that secret realm have to do with the gym in Winter City? It's very important. Murong Ziyu gave a bitter smile. That S-class composite secret realm contains extremely harsh natural disaster areas, including areas of extreme heat, extreme cold, and highly poisonous swamps. Inside, your Pokémon will not only have to defend against ambushes from other players and hunts from wild dominant Pokémon, but will also constantly endure continuous true damage from the environment. If your Pokémon's resistances aren't high enough, even if its level is high, it will be worn down and die from the harsh environment. And the Frost Gym in Winter City? Murong Ziyu's tone became extremely serious. The owner of that museum is a complete old madman. His dojo was built directly on an active, millennia-old glacier. The dojo maintains a terrifying dual weather field of hail and absolute zero year-round. If you can get there, withstand that extreme frost torture, and get the badge. The environmental damage in the national tournament's secret realm is practically nothing to your Pokémon, it's like a tickle. Extreme environments. Absolute zero. Temper resistance. After listening to Murong Ziu's analysis, Suabai's eyes gleamed with a burning light. Thank you, Master Murong. I really like this intelligence. Hehe, I'm glad you like it. Well then, I wish you good luck up north, don't freeze into an ice sculpture, my little benefactor. With a soft laugh, the phone call ended. Suabai put down his phone. He turned his head and looked at the elves who were enjoying their meal in the private room. His gaze slowly swept over the area. Azure Flame Blade Demon, a fire type, is resistant to ice type attacks, but if its flames are suppressed at extremely low temperatures, it will still suffer greatly. As for Duronkai and Shakira's, a dragon, a rocky and terrestrial system. Ice type moves are a double weakness against them. In those bizarre gyms where hailstorms and blizzards are a constant occurrence, the torment and damage they suffer will be multiplied. We want to become an invincible team with no weaknesses. Weaknesses are there to be overcome. Suabai looked at Shakira's, who was still carefree and gnawing on the rocks, and a nuclearly kind smile appeared on his lips. Eat more. Starting tomorrow, I'll take you out into the snow and ice to really cool down. Oh. Shakira's raised his head blankly, not knowing what had happened, but suddenly felt a chill run down his back. The next day, Suabai did not linger in the capital. Long Genshin's gag order was very thorough, the entire capital seemed to know nothing about the dragon-type dojo being vandalized yesterday, and the calm was eerily quiet. Suabai was happy to have some peace and quiet. He spent a fortune at the largest outdoor survival gear store in the capital, purchasing a batch of top-of-the-line polar cold weather clothing, specially made snow boots, and a large quantity of high-energy cubes. 3 p.m. Suabai boarded the Polar Snow Country train bound for Winter City. The train's exterior was entirely made of special thermal insulation alloy, and the windows were thickened double-layered bulletproof and cold-proof glass. It was like a steel behemoth, roaring as it headed towards the northernmost part of Xia Kingdom. Suabai sat in the warm, first-class sleeper compartment, holding a steaming cup of coffee in my hands. As the train continued its northward journey. A few hours later, the scenery outside the car window gradually shifted from the ruins of a bustling city to the plains where autumn colors were deepening. It turned into a vast expanse of pure white. The temperature is dropping rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even through the specially made double-glazed glass, you could still see a thick layer of frost forming on the edges. A fierce wind, mixed with heavy snow, raged outside the train carriage like the howling of ghosts and wolves. And on the horizon at the edge of sight, a massive fortified city entirely forged from a mixture of ice, snow, and steel. It appeared and disappeared amidst the swirling snow. Chapter 123. With a piercing metallic scraping sound, the heavy steel wheels of the Arctic Snow Country train slowly came to a stop on the frost-covered tracks. Dear passengers, we have arrived at our final destination, Winter City. Outdoor temperature, -42 degrees Celsius. Please wear your polar cold weather gear and do not expose your skin directly to the air to avoid irreversible frostbite. The synthesized voice coming from the loudspeaker sounded particularly cold in the empty carriage. Click. The heavy airlock doors of the carriage were slowly opened. The instant the door opened, whew! A violent, white gust of wind, mixed with tiny ice crystals, like countless sharp ice blades, instantly poured into the warm carriage. Hiss! Several ordinary passengers standing by the train door, who thought they were dressed warmly, were instantly chilled to the bone and turned pale, retreating in panic. Even their exhaled breath condensed into tiny ice crystals in mid-air, falling down with a rustling sound. It's so cold. This is not a temperature that an ordinary person could survive in. Subai zipped up his polar cold weather suit, put on his windproof goggles, slung his complete encyclopedia backpack over his shoulder, and calmly stepped out of the carriage. My feet stepped into the thick snow. It makes a crisp crunching sound. He looked up and glanced around. Rather than calling it a city, it's more accurate to describe it as a colossal steel fortress built to withstand extreme cold and hordes of ice-type beasts. The city wall, reaching a height of 100 meters, is entirely constructed from a special black alloy and millennia-old ice. The city walls were densely covered with anti-aircraft guns and huge searchlights. There were few pedestrians on the street, and those who were there were all hurrying along, wrapped up like dumplings. Occasionally, you can see a few enormous ivory boars or snow kings pulling heavy supply sleds, trudging through the snowstorm. Here, ice-type spirits are the true rulers. It's such a painful place, even breathing hurts. Subai exhaled a breath of white air, feeling the extreme cold that seemed to freeze his blood, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. The harsher the environment, it is the perfect crucible for forging top-tier teams. Diddy. Subai took out his phone and glanced at the navigation. The Frost Gym is located deep within the ancient glacier at the northernmost tip of Winter City, nearly 30 kilometers from the train station. Other challengers would definitely choose to travel by heated track snowmobile. But Subai did not. He glanced at the blizzard raging across the sky, a kind smile playing on his lips. Since you're here for special training, how can riding in a vehicle have the effect of tempering resistance? Subai pulled his hands out of the warm pockets and swiped them around his waist. Bang! 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 3 streaks of red light flashed in succession amidst the raging wind and snow. Aonjin Oni. Duronkai. Shakira's. The 3 main Pokémon instantly appeared in the knee-deep snow. At the moment he appeared, Azure Flame Blade Demon shuddered violently. The purplish-red ghostly flames that were originally burning fiercely on its shoulders were instantly suppressed to only a small clump of flames when it came into contact with the extremely cold air of -40 degrees Celsius. Fire type, although it is effective against ice type. However, when the icy energy becomes concentrated to a certain degree, it is enough to suppress the flames. Here, it even felt that the flow of fire energy within its body had become extremely sluggish. Strange. The situation was even worse for Duronkai, who was floating in mid-air. Dragon and ghost types are doubly weak to ice types. The white wind, infused with icy energy, swept across its translucent body, feeling like countless ice needles piercing its very soul. The cold made it hug its long tail tightly, shivering uncontrollably. As for Shakira's, its grey-blue, proudly armored shell instantly formed a thick layer of frost on its surface at temperatures below -40 degrees Celsius. Even the nozzles at its bottom, used to suspend the jets, showed signs of freezing, causing the high-pressure airflow to come out intermittently, making it sway back and forth in mid-air. It's cold, isn't it? Subai stood in the wind and snow, looking at the 3 usually majestic elves, who were now all frozen and miserable. His voice, coming through the windproof mask, was even colder than the surrounding wind and snow. You can't even handle this. In the S-level secret realm of the national competition, such extreme weather is just commonplace. If you can't even stand up in this kind of natural snowstorm that doesn't even require skill, what can we use to counter the absolute zero of the Frost Gym? What will we use to compete for the national championship? Subai's words struck the hearts of the 3 elves like a heavy hammer. A burst of indomitable light suddenly shot out from the eyes of the Azure Flame Blade Demon, which were burning with purple ghost flames. He's a swordsman. How can a swordsman be defeated by a mere cold wind? Boom! It forcefully squeezed out the fire energy within its body, attempting to reignite the azure flames on its shoulder in order to resist the severe cold. Put away your flames. Subai interrupted it without hesitation. Using fire for warmth, that's called escapism. Use your bodies. Use your willpower to withstand this chill. Until your bodies remember this cold, until this chill can no longer hinder your movements. This is the true meaning of resistance training. Cruel. Extremely cruel. This is absolutely insane training. But none of the three elves complained at all. Azure Flame Blade Demon gritted its teeth, slowly extinguishing the flames on its body, letting the cold wind and snow lash against its black heavy armor. Draco stopped trembling. It forcefully controlled its ghost-type energy, maintaining its stable suspension in the cold wind. Shakira's let out a deep roar, and the compressed gas inside his body suddenly exploded, forcibly breaking through the frost on the jet nozzles. Very good. Suibai looked at the three determined-looking elves and nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and pointed to the deepest part of the snowstorm. There stands a massive mountain range, appearing and disappearing like a colossal ice and snow beast. The Frost Gym is located on a glacier 30 kilometers away. These 30 kilometers. Let's walk over there. Step, step, step. Suibai strode forward, braving the raging white wind that could blow a person away, and walked step by step toward the city gate. Behind him, Ghost Rider, Pseudo-God Dragon, Armored Beetle Chrysalis. Not one retreated. Braving the raging blizzard, they began this hellish resistance-building ordeal in the most primitive, clumsy, yet most effective way. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of a city in the dead of winter, at the foot of an ancient glacier, the wind was still howling. Even though Suibai was wearing the best winter clothing, his eyebrows and eyelashes were covered with a thick layer of frost. The three elves following behind him were in an even worse state. The heavy armor on the Azure Flame Blade Demon's body was even frozen so badly that tiny cracks appeared, and with each step, the joints made an extremely rough grinding sound. But its spine remained perfectly straight. Within those purple will-o'-the-wisps emanated an almost insane tenacity. The movement speed of Darankai and Shakira's also decreased significantly, but the energy fluctuations within their bodies became increasingly condensed and profound in the process of resisting the extreme cold. Arrive! Suibai stopped and exhaled a thick cloud of white breath. He looked up. Directly in front of them, a massive structure carved entirely out of the interior of a huge, millennia-old glacier. It appeared right in front of me. This is not a house at all. This is a naturally formed ice and snow palace. The dojo's main gate consists of 2 transparent ice pillars weighing hundreds of tons, emanating a terrifying aura 10 times colder than the surrounding snow and wind. Welcome to hell, little ones. Suibai patted the snow off his clothes. He reached out and pushed open that heavy, frosty door. Chapter 124. Click click click. With a heavy scraping sound of ice blocks, Suibai slowly pushed open the 2 transparent ice doors, each weighing hundreds of tons, creating a gap large enough for one person to pass through. It lacked the warmth and bright lights one would expect from a dojo. The world behind the door was even colder than the blizzard outside. Who? A white mist, seemingly capable of freezing souls in an instant, surged out from the crack in the door. Suibai entered the dojo. The interior space is astonishingly large, completely hollowing out the heart of this millennia-old glacier. The surrounding walls and dome were all made of solid ice that emitted a ghostly blue light. And in the very center of the dojo, there was absolutely no flat battlefield. Only a few enormous, jagged ice flows floated precariously atop a bottomless, pitch-black ice abyss. On the largest ice floe, an old man with a full head of white hair and his body covered with countless terrifying scratch marks was shirtless. At an absolute low temperature of -50 degrees Celsius. Unarmed. He was doing squats while holding a huge ice rock 3 or 4 times his own size. 9,998. 9,999. Each time the old man squatted down, his muscles bulged like knotted steel, radiating astonishing heat, and even a ring of white steam rose from the ice around him. This is the old madman that Murongzia was talking about. Winter City's Frost City gym leader, Lang Yufeng. It seemed they heard the door open. Lang Yufeng stopped what he was doing. Boom! He casually slammed the several-ton ice rock in his hand onto the ground, causing the entire ice abyss to tremble. He turned his head. Those sharp, wild eyes, like those of a snow wolf, pierced through the icy mist and locked onto Suibai, who stood at the doorway. And behind Suibai, there were 3 elves shivering from the cold, yet still holding their backs straight. Did you walk here? Lang Yufeng's voice was extremely rough, carrying a hoarse quality from years of battling wind and snow. The blizzard outside has reached level 10. On this 30-kilometer stretch of deadly ice, even the most cold-resistant wild woolly pigs would be frozen into ice sculptures. Kid, you're a madman. Lang Yufeng grinned, revealing an extremely ferocious yet admiring smile. However, I like madmen. Compared to those pampered soldiers who come to challenge me like cowards, sitting in heated vehicles and wearing heated suits, you are the one who deserves to step onto my battlefield, Lang Yufeng's battlefield. Lang Yufeng stomped his foot suddenly. Boom! The ice dome above the dojo was slowly cracking open to both sides. The extremely violent level 10 blizzard outside, mixed with the extreme cold from the ancient glacier inside the dojo, instantly rushed in. The temperature inside the dojo plummeted once again. The rules of the Frost Gym are very simple. Lang Yufeng stood on the snow-covered ice floes, arms outstretched, letting the razor-sharp snow scrape across his bare chest. 3v3. Here, there are no half-time breaks, no weather changes. Only this never-ending blizzard, and this despair-inducing absolute zero force field. As long as your spirit can survive here and defeat me, you can take this extreme cold badge. Faced with these challenging rules that can only be described as hellish, Suibai remained silent. He simply pulled down his goggles, and a colder light, colder than a glacier, shone in his deep eyes. I understand the rules. With his hands in his pockets, Suibai walked step by step to the edge of the icy abyss, his feet firmly planted on the smooth ice. Let's begin. Good. That's satisfying. Lang Yufeng laughed heartily, then reached behind his waist and took a high-grade ball from the animal skin belt, hurling it into the air. Tear him apart. Tyrant of the snowfields. Bang! A burst of white light. It was accompanied by a terrifying roar, so deep it seemed capable of shattering glaciers. A terrifying behemoth, over 3 meters tall and covered in thick white ice and snow armor, resembling a moving ancient tree, crashed onto the floating ice. Blizzard King. Level, LV52, Beginner Level, Gym Leader. Type, Grass/Ice. Special Ability, Snowfall. Upon entering the battlefield, it will change the weather to hail. Roar. Blizzard King pounded his hard chest with both arms. With its roar, the Snowfall ability activated instantly. The already extremely violent blizzard inside the dojo was now being mixed with hard hailstones the size of a baby's fist. Like machine gun fire, it crashed wildly onto the entire battlefield. Crackling and popping. Hailstones pounded on the ice, leaving countless white marks. This is not only visually oppressive, but also indiscriminate and continuous true damage to non-ice type Pokémon. Boy, release your spirit. Lang Yufeng's eyes burned with fervor. Use your strongest fire type, or fighting type, to break my ice seal. However, Suibai did not look at the azure flame blade demon behind him, which was poised to strike. He turned his head. His gaze fell on the Duronkai, which was shivering from the cold, with even its translucent tail covered in a thin layer of ice. Dragon type and ghost type. Weak ice. And it's an extremely fatal weakness. Dariki. Suibai's voice was exceptionally clear in the howling whines of the glacier dojo. You're in for the first battle. Upon hearing this statement, not only was Duronkai stunned, the maniacal laughter on Lang Yufeng's face instantly froze. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the small dragon floating like a scarf, as if he had heard some unbelievable tale. Kid, are you crazy? Lang Yufeng roared, his voice filled with anger at being slighted. A ghost dragon. Within my absolute zero field, before the Blizzard King, you send out an ice weak elf. Are you trying to kill it? When challenging the Frost Gym, it's common sense to use fire or steel types. Dragon type? That's like throwing a red-hot piece of iron into liquid nitrogen, pure torture. Faced with Lang Yufeng's questioning, Subai remained unmoved. He looked into Darankai's large, yellow eyes, which were somewhat unfocused due to the extreme cold, and his tone was icy cold. A quasi-god should not have a fatal weakness. If you can't even overcome this bit of cold, how will you be worthy to fight against those true gods in the future? Strange. Darankai's body trembled violently. It clenched its teeth. The next second, it suddenly let out a mournful and resolute dragon roar. Strange. Braving the hailstorm and the biting wind that seemed to pierce the soul, it forcibly floated onto the floating ice above the icy abyss. Face the imposing level 52 Blizzard King. Its body swayed violently in the gale, and hailstones pelted it, leaving streaks of icy blue. But at this moment, the fighting spirit in its eyes ignited completely. Fine. Since you want it to die, then I'll grant your wish. Lang Yufeng was thoroughly enraged by Subai's arrogance. Blizzard King. Give him a quick death. Blizzard. Roar. Blizzard King opened his blood-red maw. A terrifying energy storm, 10 times colder than the wind inside the dojo and filled with countless sharp ice blades, erupted from its mouth. Blizzard. Ice-type special attack ultimate move. Furthermore, with the added advantage of hail, this move has a 100% hit rate. Absolutely a guaranteed hit. There's no way to avoid it. Boom. 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 A terrifying blizzard instantly swept across the entire ice floe. Darankai's already shaky body was as fragile as a fallen leaf in the face of this storm that could freeze steel. Don't dodge. Just as Darankai instinctively tried to slip into the shadows to escape, Subai's undeniable voice boomed like thunder. Catch it with your body. Let the ice and snow pierce your scales, let the cold freeze your blood. Then, use your dragon bloodline to utterly crush this chilling aura. Chapter 125. Boom. 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 The raging blizzard, like several ferocious polar beasts with their jaws wide open, instantly swallowed up Darankai's translucent, petite body. No dodging. No defense. Under Subai's almost ruthless command, Darankai used his flesh and blood body, which was doubly weak to ice-type attacks, to forcefully withstand this powerful ice-type attack from a gym leader level beginner. You're insane. You're a complete and utter lunatic. On the opposite ice floe, Lang Yufeng couldn't help but swear. He had seen countless cruel trainers, but none like Subai, who, knowing that his Pokémon was 4 times weak to ice, Dragon and Ghost is actually twice weak to ice, but this is to emphasize Lang Yufeng's extreme shock, making it appear as if it were 4 times worse, still made his Pokémon withstand the blizzard. This is downright murder. Snap! Snap! The eye of the storm. The extremely piercing sound of ice forming rang out in rapid succession. As the fierce winds and snow fog dissipated slightly, what came into view was an extremely large, deep blue ice sculpture that exuded a chilling aura. Darankai was frozen solid in the very center of this block of ice. It remained in the posture of raising its head and letting out a dragon's roar, but its large yellow eyes had lost their luster, as if even the breath of life had been completely extinguished by the absolute zero cold. Bang! The heavy ice sculpture fell from midair and crashed heavily onto the floating ice. It's over. Lang Yufeng shook his head, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Boy, your arrogance killed your spirit. In my Frost Gym, no Pokémon weak to ice has ever survived a full-blown blizzard attack. however. Lang Yufeng hadn't finished speaking. His eyes, sharp as a snow wolf's, suddenly narrowed. Thump! Thump! Amidst the sound of hailstones raining down from the sky, a faint yet deep throbbing sound slowly emanated from within the deep blue ice. It's like something extremely ancient and terrifying is slowly awakening in that frozen, frigid hell. That is. Lang Yufeng stared intently at the ice sculpture. At the deepest part of the ice sculpture, there was the location of Darankai's heart. Sudden, a faint, dark red light appeared, like a candle flickering in the wind. To become a butterfly, one must first break free of the cocoon. At the edge of the icy abyss, Suabai stood with his hands in his pockets, letting the fierce wind tousle his hair. His eyes were deeper than the glacier. The reason why a quasi-god is called a quasi-god. It's because deep within their genes flows the indomitable, raging blood of ancient dragons, blood capable of melting everything. Extreme cold, enough to freeze even a ghost's body. But it can't freeze the dragon's reverse scale. Buzz. As if in response to Suabai's words. The dark red light inside that block of ice, after an extremely brief period of build-up, suddenly erupted. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. The dull thumping of my heart, like the beating of war drums. Faster and faster. Louder and louder. An indescribable, terrifying heat, mixed with extremely violent dragon-type energy, surged wildly from Darankai's body. Click, click. That ancient, solid ice block that even missiles cannot easily break. A tiny crack had appeared on the surface. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread outwards at an incredibly rapid pace, like a spider web. How is this possible? Lang Yufeng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and beads of sweat even appeared on his bare chest from the sudden surge of dragon-type energy. It's generating heat using its own blood. Just how pure must one's dragon bloodline be to achieve that? Boom! The next second, a deafening roar erupted within the Frost Dojo. That block of deep blue ice was violently shattered from the inside by an extremely violent dark red energy. It exploded into ice shards all over the sky. Strange! A roar of an ancient dragon filled with violence, rage, and boundless killing intent. The sound echoed throughout the entire ice abyss. Darankai floated back into the air. Its body remained in a semi-transparent, ghostly state. But its eyes had turned a terrifying crimson. All around it, a layer of dark red dragon flames, almost tangible, was burning fiercely. It instantly evaporated the surrounding hailstones into white mist. Status: Berserk/Resistance activated. To live in the face of death. After enduring the extreme cold and the torment of life and death, Daranki not only did not collapse, but instead used this life-or-death crisis to fully unleash the raging dragon might hidden deep within his bloodline. This moment, its resistance to ice energy has been tempered and enhanced to an extremely terrifying degree. Excellent! What a brilliant example of facing death to live! Lang Yufeng stared in shock at Duolongqi, who resembled a demonic dragon descending to earth, before bursting into an even more maniacal laugh. I take back what I just said. You're not crazy, you're a real monster. Blizzard King. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Ice Hammer. Smash it back into the ice hole. Roar. The Blizzard King let out a deep roar. On its thick, ancient tree-like right arm, an enormous, hard block of ice instantly materialized, resembling a terrifying siege hammer. With the force of Mount Tai crashing down, it slammed down fiercely towards Duolongqi. Faced with this terrifyingly powerful ice-type physical attack, Suabai did not back down. His eyes gleamed with a light even colder than the dojo itself. Pain is the best wake-up call. Drow, show them what true dragon's wrath is. Dragon Dance. Take this your anger. Strange. In its berserk state, Darankai let out a soul-ripping shriek. facing the terrifying ice hammer crashing down from above. It didn't hide. Instead, incredibly, it happened amidst the raging storm, under the shadow of that giant hammer. They began to dance a war dance filled with an ancient, desolate, and mysterious aura. Buzz! The dance steps were completed in an instant. At this moment, Darankai's attack power and speed surged dramatically. Immediately afterwards, in its scarlet eyes, reason was completely replaced by endless rage and the instinct to kill. Reverse Scale, the ultimate physical attack of the dragon type, enters a berserk state, unleashing devastating attacks on the enemy for the next few rounds. Boom! Darankai's petite body transformed into a dark red bolt of death lightning. It did not choose to withstand the massive ice hammer head-on. Instead, it relies on the extreme speed brought by Dragon Dance and the unpredictable movement of the ghost type. Whoosh! It happened in a flash. It traced an extremely tricky dark red zigzag line along Blizzard King's thick arm. Bang! Blizzard King's ice hammer slammed heavily into the ice flow, creating a huge crater, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. But, it missed. Oh no! Blizzard King, behind you! Lang Yufeng's expression changed drastically, and he roared fiercely. It's too late. Having entered the reverse scale state, Darankai's speed and desire to attack have reached an astonishing extreme. Strange! It appeared like a ghost behind the massive body of the Blizzard King. Its long and powerful tail was now completely enveloped in dark red dragon energy, like a steel whip burning with hellfire. A terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air. Without reservation. Hard. It struck Blizzard King on the back when he was completely unprepared. Boom. Chapter 126. It was accompanied by a terrifying roar that shattered the glacier. Dariki's tail, burning with dark red dragon flames, struck the Snow King's unsuspecting broad back squarely, like a divine whip of punishment lashed down by a god. Roar! Blizzard King let out a heart-wrenching scream. Its massive, mountain-like body was as fragile as a giant snowman in the face of this ultimate physical attack, which was enhanced by the Dragon Dance attack and was in a berserk state of reverse scale. Snap! Snap! The thick, hard ice armor covering its back shattered inch by inch the moment it came into contact with the dragon flames. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying force penetrated through his body. Bang! The Blizzard King's body, weighing hundreds of kilograms, was directly flung off the ground. It traced a tragic parabola in mid-air, crossed most of the ice abyss, and crashed heavily onto the ancient ice wall at the edge of the dojo. Boom! 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 A violent earthquake struck the entire frost gym. The solid ice wall was smashed into a huge crater, and countless shards of ice fell like a meteor shower, completely burying the Snow King in the ruins. The hailstorm has stopped. As the Blizzard King lost consciousness, the continuous snowfall effect also dissipated. Inside the dojo, only the sound of wind and snow pouring in from the crack in the dome, and Darankai's violent, heavy breathing could be heard. The Snow King has lost his ability to fight. Standing at the edge of the arena, the dojo referee, bundled up in a thick down jacket, gritted his teeth and loudly announced the result. Call. On the ice floes. Lang Yufeng exhaled a deep breath of white air. His snow wolf-like eyes, instead of being angry about losing his starting Pokémon, burned with an even more frenzied fighting spirit. Good. Well played. He suddenly ripped off a necklace made of the teeth of an unknown ferocious beast that was hanging on his chest and crushed it violently. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of exhilarating rush of blood. Lang Yufeng stared intently at the Darankai in mid-air, which was in a state of brief confusion due to the side effects of reverse scale and was painfully shaking its head. Kid, you're strong, and your Pokémon is even stronger. To be able to unleash one's bloodline in absolute adversity, overcome a level difference of 20, and instantly kill my Blizzard King. You are worthy to witness my true power. Lang Yufeng took out another high-grade ball from the animal skin pouch at his waist. This time, his expression became more solemn than ever before. Doran, come back. Just as Lang Yufeng was about to throw the poke ball, Suibai's calm voice rang out. Whoosh! A flash of red light returned Durongkai, who was still struggling in the chaos, back into the ball. Suibai looked at the slightly warm poke ball in his hand, a satisfied smile curving his lips. The objective has been achieved. Durongkai not only overcame his fear of the extreme cold, but also forged an even purer dragon bloodline between life and death. The battles to come will no longer require it to overdraw its life force. What? You want to change generals at the last minute? Lang Yufeng sneered, in the Frost Gym, it doesn't matter who's in charge. Come forth, you reaper of the extreme cold. Bang! The advanced ball exploded in mid-air. A surge of ice energy, even colder and purer than when the Snow King appeared, instantly froze the air within a radius of tens of meters. A graceful fairy, as if draped in a magnificent kimono woven from ice and snow, landed elegantly on the ice floe amidst a shower of falling ice crystals. It has no legs, its lower body seems to be integrated with the ice and snow on the ground, gliding and floating. Those icy blue eyes held no emotion, only absolute coldness. Snow Fairy. Level, LV58, High-Level Gym Leader. Attribute, Ice/Ghost. Trait, Snow Cloak, increases evasion rate during hailstorms. The Snow Fairy. Suibai looked at the beautiful yet deadly elf and narrowed his eyes slightly. With its ice and ghost attributes, coupled with its ghostly speed and stealth, it is undoubtedly the top assassin in an environment like the Frost Dojo. That little dragon won because it withstood the blizzard and caught the Blizzard King off guard with a burst of melee damage. Lang Yufeng stood behind the Snow Demoness, his voice as piercing as an ice blade. But my Snow Fairy won't give you a chance to get close. Kid, bring out your strongest trump card. Otherwise, you won't even get a glimpse of it in this round. Faced with Lang Yufeng's provocation, Suibai remained calm, hands in his pockets, and slowly turned his head. His gaze fell on the grey-blue pupa beside him, which had been silently enduring the extreme cold and whose body was even covered with a thick layer of ice. Shakira's. Suibai's voice, though heard in the cold dojo, carried a fervent passion that stirred the blood. Did you see Dorgan's performance just now? Yo! Shakira's let out an extremely deep growl. Of course it saw it. The rock-based energy within its body had long since boiled to its limit under the pressure of this extreme cold. Ice type, effective against rock and ground types. Suibai looked at the Snow Demoness opposite him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. But as long as your rock is hard enough, and as long as you're fast enough. Faced with absolute physical overwhelming force. All fancy magic is just a paper tiger. Go. Crush it. Pfft. Following Suibai's command, the compressed gas inside Shakira's instantly overloaded. Boom. The thick layer of ice covering its body was instantly burst apart by this terrifying high-pressure airflow, blasting it into ice shards everywhere. Shakira's 150 kg, hard body transformed into a grey-blue cruise missile, hurtling towards the Snow Fairy with a deafening sonic boom. Humph, you idiot! Lang Yufeng snorted coldly, to deal with ghost-type Pokémon, you actually use this kind of reckless physical attack. Snow Fairy. Infiltrate the ice shadow. Swoosh! Just as Shakira's was about to collide with the Snow Fairy, her body, like melting snow, mysteriously merged into the floating ice on the ground. Vanished without a trace. Bang! Shakira's crashed headlong into empty space, shattering a huge ice floe into pieces. Frozen wind. Lang Yufeng's voice came from all directions. Wu! In an instant, the temperature of the entire ice abyss plummeted once again. An extremely terrifying, visible icy blue wind, like countless cold, venomous snakes, coiled towards Shakira's from all directions. Want to slow down? Suibai's eyes were icy. Shakira's Sandstorm. Chapter 127. Want to slow down? Shakira's Sandstorm. Accompanied by Suibai's cold and domineering command. Yo! Shakira's, positioned at the center of the frozen wine's encirclement, let out a deep roar like that of an ancient ferocious beast. At this moment, the rock-based energy within its body, boiling like a volcano, erupted without reservation. Boom! Boom! Countless rough, hard, and violently destructive yellow sands, centered on Shakira's, transformed into a terrifying tornado that stretched from the sky to the earth, and suddenly swept outwards. Hiss hiss hiss. The icy blue winds that coiled around like venomous snakes felt as if they had collided with countless high-speed spinning steel files the moment they came into contact with this extremely violent sandstorm. It was brutally and mercilessly torn to shreds, inch by inch. Not only that. Shakira's sandstorm, in a brutal and unreasonable manner, shot directly into the sky, forcibly dispersing the howling blizzard above the dojo. The weather has been forcibly altered. The starry sky dojo, which was originally filled with a chilling atmosphere, is now shrouded in swirling yellow sand, with visibility reduced to its lowest point. What? Lang Yufeng's snow wolf-like eyes narrowed sharply, his face filled with horror. On my millennia-old glacier, within the force field of absolute zero. Using its own energy, it forcibly reversed the natural weather. What an enormous and refined amount of rock formations that would require to achieve this. This isn't some unevolved, transitional Pokémon, it's practically a monster in a pupa's shell. Oh no! Snow Fairy! Lang Yufeng suddenly realized something, and his expression changed drastically. Frostlass's snow cloak ability only works in hail or snowy weather. The weather forecast has now been changed to sandstorm. Its cloaking is broken. Found you! Suibai's eyes, piercing through the swirling yellow sand, locked onto the shadow of a floating ice floe on his left with remarkable precision. There! The Snow Fairy, who was originally one with the ice and snow, was now painfully revealing her form due to the friction caused by the swirling sand and dust. Ice-type Pokémon will also suffer continuous true damage during sandstorms. Tear it apart. Crunch it up. Pfft. The compressed gas inside Shakira's was ejected to its maximum at this moment. It streaked across the sky in a grey-blue sonic boom cloud, carrying a cloud of sand as cover, and arrived in front of the Snow Fairy at a terrifying speed that was impossible for the naked eye to detect. Dark-type ultimate move. Perfectly counters Ghost-type. Get out of the way. Use Shadow Clone. Lang Yufeng roared hoarsely. It's too late. Suibai's eyes were extremely cold. Boom. Shakira's massive maw, hidden beneath its thick carapace, suddenly opened wide. Two rows of terrifying fangs, formed from pure evil energy and radiating a jet-black light, cleaved mercilessly into the Snow Fairy's slender body like two giant guillotines. Click! It was accompanied by a chilling sound of energy shattering. The Snow Fairy didn't even have time to scream. Its body, composed of ice, snow, and ghostly energy, disintegrated into a cluster of icy blue light spots under this ferocious crush strike. Bang! Shakira's continued its momentum, smashing through the Snow Fairy before crashing heavily into the ancient ice wall behind it, creating a huge crater. The endless yellow sand gradually subsided. In the center of the field, the Snow Fairy's figure had completely vanished, leaving only a dim, lifeless pokeball rolling on the ice. One strike. Instant kill. The level 58 Frost Assassin is as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of Shakira's unreasonable physical crushing power. The dojo referee swallowed hard, his saliva still icy, and raised the frozen red flag in his hand. The Snow Fairy, she's lost her fighting ability. Dead silence. Inside the entire Frost Gym, only Shakira's remained, hovering in midair and emitting hissing sounds. Call. Lang Yufeng took a deep breath of the biting cold air. He was not angry. There was no frustration. He glanced down at the Froslas's pokeball on the ground, and suddenly, his shoulders began to tremble violently. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Lang Yufeng raised his head and let out a deafening laugh, as wild and maniacal as a mad lion. The laughter caused the ice crystals above the dojo to fall in a flurry. That felt great. So much better. Lang Yufeng ripped off the few remaining tattered strips of cloth covering his body, revealing his bare upper body, covered in terrifying scars and as hard as steel. His eyes, which were like those of a snow wolf, were now completely ignited by a fervent fighting spirit. He stared intently at Suibai. Kid. You're the first challenger in the last 10 years to push me to this point. Your arrogance matches your strength. Lang Yufeng pulled a special pokeball from his neck. It was strung on a necklace of unknown animal bones and was a deep, dark blue color. The ball had just been taken out. The temperature inside the dojo suddenly plummeted once again, an incredibly terrifying drop. Even the white breath that Suibai exhaled froze into ice shards in an instant. This extreme cold badge is hanging around my neck. Lang Yufeng slammed the pokeball in his hand into the deepest part of the ice abyss. If you want it, then step over this ancient glacier, the true overlord. Tear him apart. The frigid fortress. Bang! A deep, dark blue light exploded violently at the bottom of the icy abyss. There was no roaring. There was no roaring. Yes, there was only a series of chilling, extremely dull crack. Crack, sounds as the ice broke. Boom. The entire frost gym seemed to have been struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Under the solemn gazes of Suibai and Shakira's. At the bottom of the icy abyss, a terrifying behemoth, so enormous it defies description, like a moving iceberg, slowly rose up. Its body is made entirely of indestructible, millennia-old ice, and its back is as flat as a giant aircraft carrier deck. On its glacier-like head, a pair of eyes emitting a cold, yellow light stared coldly at Suibai above, as if looking at a dead object. Ice Rock Monster. Rank, LV64, Heavenly King Level Beginner. Attribute, Ice. Trait, Frozen Body, cannot be frozen, and continuously regenerates stamina during hailstorms. King Level. This is the strongest trump card of the Madman Guild Master Lang Yufeng, who guards Winter City. A glacial behemoth with near-invincible physical defense, capable of withstanding missiles head-on. Click click click. As the ice rock monster appeared, the huge ice floes floating around it were instantly frozen together by the terrifying cold emanating from its body. It transformed into an extremely vast, completely frozen battlefield with no blind spots. Feel despair, kid. Lang Yufeng stood atop the ice rock monster's broad, plaza-like back, like a god of ice and snow. Faced with absolute defense and the chasm of the Heavenly King level. Your prized armored insect pupa isn't even worthy of leaving a white mark on it. I felt that terrifying sense of oppression that rushed towards me, as if it could freeze my very soul. Suibai's eyes, however, showed no sign of panic. He looked at the moving glacier. A dangerous smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Shakira's, come back. Suibai took out a pokeball and recalled Squalane, which had already completed its mission and was even beginning to freeze over. A level 30 player versus a level 64 elite rank ice-type tank. This is no longer a training exercise, it's pure self-torture. What? Planning to admit defeat? Lang Yufeng sneered. Admit defeat. With his hands in his pockets, Suibai slowly reached for the luxurious ball at his waist, which was slightly burning hot from intense desire. I just think. Since the museum owner has brought out a glacier, then I can only. Suibai abruptly pressed the button on the poke ball, his fighting spirit erupting like a volcano. Melt this glacier completely. Come forth, Azure Flame Blade Demon. Boom. Chapter 128. The crimson pillar of fire shot into the sky, like a sharp sword, instantly piercing through the suffocating absolute zero force field inside the Frost Dojo. In the rising flames, a ghostly knight, clad in dark heavy armor and gripping two enormous cyan flame swords upside down in his hands, hovered silently in mid-air. Its eyes burned with a mesmerizing purple flame. The crimson flames on his shoulder, far from being suppressed in the frigid depths of the glacier, burned even more wildly and violently due to contact with the dense ice energy. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Azure Flame Blade Demon emitted a crisp sword cry as it crossed its two swords in front of its chest. The sharp sword intent aimed directly at the terrifying behemoth below, resembling a moving iceberg, a LV64 Heavenly King level early stage ice rock monster. Fire Element. Lang Yufeng stood on the broad back of the ice rock monster, looking at the Azure Flame Blade Demon floating in mid-air, a hint of disdain flashing in his snow wolf-like eyes. Kid, you think you can melt my glacier just by bringing out a fire-type Pokémon? Faced with the absolute defense of a Heavenly King level expert, attribute advantage is nothing but a joke. Ice Rock Monster. Avalanche. Click click click. This was accompanied by Lang Yufeng's furious roar. The ice rock monster's incredibly massive body shuddered violently. The millennia-old ice covering its back transformed into countless massive ice rocks, each weighing several tons, just like a real snow mountain collapsing. These rocks, carrying a devastating force, crashed down upon the Azure Flame Blade Demon in mid-air. This is not just physical damage, but a manifestation of the power of nature. The air above the entire dojo was completely compressed and shattered by this terrifying avalanche. Cut them open. Subai stood at the edge of the icy abyss, his eyes as cold as knives. Cheers! The ghostly flame in the Azure Flame Blade Demon's eye suddenly leaped. It did not back down. Facing the massive ice rocks raining down from the sky, it transformed into a crimson aurora, flowing upstream. Swish! 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 Two giant swords burning with azure flames swung through the air, leaving countless poignant purple afterimages. Sword of Regret. Each sword strike was accompanied by terrifying heat and sharp sword energy. Sizzle! Those ancient ice formations, weighing several tons, are so thick they can withstand even artillery shells. Under the slicing of the azure flame sword, it was cut in two with remarkable smoothness, as if a hot knife were slicing through butter. At the cut, an inextinguishable purple flame was still burning. In just a few seconds, with his unparalleled swordsmanship and movement, the Azure Flame Blade Demon actually carved a bloody path through the avalanche to the ice rock monster's true form. What a sharp sword! A hint of surprise flashed in Lang Yufeng's eyes. This fire-type Pokémon's attack power far exceeded his expectations. With elite-level strength, how could it possibly cut through an avalanche created by a champion-level Pokémon head-on? But that's too naive. Lang Yufeng sneered, you think getting closer will guarantee victory? Ice Rock Monster. Ice Whirlwind. Boom. Just as the Azure Flame Blade Demon reached the top of the Ice Rock Monster's head, preparing to swing its sword down, the Ice Rock Monster's enormous, mountain-like body began to spin wildly in place at a terrifying speed that defied all the laws of physics. Its hard, glacial shell, under high-speed rotation, transformed into a death mill that shredded everything. The surrounding air, the falling hail, and even space itself seemed to be distorted and deformed by this terrifying rotating force. Bang! Azure Flame Blade Demon's determined sword strike slammed into the rapidly spinning glacier shell. It wasn't cut open. Not even a trace of white residue was left. Instead, it was the terrifying recoil that sent the Azure Flame Blade Demon flying like a cannonball. The Azure Flame Blade Demon tumbled more than a dozen times in midair before barely managing to regain its footing. A clear crack had appeared on its Dark Knight heavy armor. The difference is too big. A level gap of a full 28 levels. It's like an assassin wielding a legendary sword trying to hack through a solid steel fortress. Unbreakable defense. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? That's the absolute barrier of a heavenly king. Lang Yufeng stood on the back of the now stopped ice rock monster, laughing wildly. Young man, your swordsmanship is indeed excellent, but in the face of absolute quality, any technique is utterly inadequate. Let's end this farce. Ice rock monster. Absolute zero. Click. This was accompanied by Lang Yufeng's murderous command. Throughout the entire Frost Dojo, every sound, every movement, occurred in that instant. It's frozen. An indescribable, pure, and ultimate chill erupted from the ice rock monster's body. This chilling aura seemed to freeze even time itself. Absolute Zero, the ultimate ice-type finishing move. Once it hits, the opponent will be instantly brought to the brink of death. This is a forbidden move that even the gods fear. There's no escaping it. Lang Yufeng stared coldly at the Azure Flame Blade Demon, who was locked in place by the chilling aura and could barely move. However, at this critical moment, just 0.01 seconds before that absolute zero, strong enough to freeze the soul, was about to devour the Azure Flame Blade Demon. Who said I was going to hide? Subai, who had been standing silently on the sidelines, suddenly raised his left hand slowly. His voice, though deep within the frozen glacier, resounded like thunder. Subai calmly rolled up the cuff of his left sleeve. On his wrist was revealed an extremely ordinary-looking black leather wristband. But right in the center of this wristband. But it is inlaid with a. Last night at the Star Auction House, a glass marble worth a staggering 120 million yuan caused a sensation throughout Shanghai. Keystone. The moment Lang Yufeng saw the stone, his pupils constricted sharply. Although he didn't know what it was, his beastly instincts as a heavenly king-level powerhouse were frantically alarming him. That is Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Subai's gaze became more fervent and profound than ever before. He pointed the keystone on his wrist at the ghost knight who was trapped in mid-air. The gap between ranks can be bridged with bloodlines and bonds. Although we haven't found your piece yet. But before the ultimate sword intent, a complete form is unnecessary. Resonate with it. Lend me that power. Buzz. Accompanied by Subai's roar. The keystone on his wrist suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling seven-colored light from its internal double helix pattern. At the same time, the Azure Flame Blade Demon, suspended in mid-air, also unleashed a terrifying energy that resonated with its twin swords from its arms. That's not a megastone. That is the core crystallization of resentment within the armor of curses that it had completely subdued and integrated into its soul. Under Subai's immense mental power and the forceful pull of the keystone, this crystallized resentment was forcibly used as a medium for super evolution. Boom! An immense life energy, inexplicable by science and filled with a complex interplay of destruction and rebirth, exploded violently within the force field of absolute zero. The seven-colored beams of light, like genetic chains, tightly connected Subai and the Azure Flame Blade Demon. A colossal, mysterious totem displaying a colorful DNA double helix structure instantly enveloped the Azure Flame Blade Demon. Half a step. Super evolution. The light of mutation and evolution was extremely dazzling, like a rising purplish-black sun. They actually managed to melt away the absolute zero, a temperature strong enough to freeze everything, and create a huge vacuum. Chapter 129. Boom! The purplish-black light of mutation and evolution was like a world-destroying black sun rising slowly in an extremely cold hell. Faced with this terrifying, utterly illogical, and immense life energy, the absolute zero field, which had frozen the entire Frost Gym and even time itself, suddenly began to crack and pop under the strain. It was like fragile glass being smashed hard by a red-hot iron hammer. Hiss hiss hiss. The countless ice crystals instantly evaporated into dense water vapor, and then were completely incinerated by the extreme heat in the next second. What the hell is that? Standing on the back of the ice rock monster, Lang Yufeng's wild eyes, like those of a snow wolf, were wide open, filled with undisguised horror. Evolution. Azure Flame Blade Demon is already in its final evolved form. How could it possibly evolve again? And the bond that connected the boy through the mysterious colored beam of light even sent a shiver down his spine, a feeling that originated from the depths of his soul. The light instantly receded. Yea! A chilling sword cry, 10 times more ferocious than before, echoed throughout the entire glacial abyss. Half-step Super Azure Flame Blade Demon, fake. Lacking a dedicated Mega Evolution Stone, Suibai used the core resentment crystal of the curse armor as a substitute medium to forcibly trigger an incomplete Mega Evolution. Although it's only half a step. But at this moment, the Azure Flame Blade Demon's appearance has undergone a complete transformation. Its dark night armor became even more ferocious and heavier, and the will-o'-the-wisps burning on its shoulders and helmet turned a pure blackish purple. What's most terrifying is the pair of swords it wields. The already enormous Azure Flame Sword had now grown to an astonishing length of nearly 3 meters. The blade was entirely composed of extremely compressed black-purple flames, merely hovering there caused the surrounding space to be burned, distorted, and collapsed. Gurgle. The dojo referee on the sidelines was so frightened that he sat down on the ice with a thud, his teeth chattering wildly. What kind of monster is this? So what if you're a Heavenly King level expert? Suibai stood at the edge of the icy abyss, the keystone on his left wrist still radiating a dazzling 7-colored light. His eyes, like the Azure Flame Blade Demon in mid-air, burned with a frenzied fighting spirit. Faced with true miracles, even a 10,000-year-old glacier, I'll cleave it open for you. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Meld it. The ultimate sword of regret. The Azure Flame Blade Demon, in its near super evolutionary state, has moved. It didn't use any fancy maneuvers, instead, it simply and brutally gripped the 2 3-meter-long black-purple giant swords with both hands and raised them high above its head. Boom! The 2 swords combined. A terrifying black sword beam, over 10 meters long, carrying the terrifying power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, slashed fiercely down towards the ice rock monster below. Don't think I'll be afraid of you just because you've changed your appearance. Driven utterly mad by the terrifying sword intent, Lang Yufeng's bare chest bulged with veins as he roared to the sky. Ice rock monster. The impact that destroyed the iceberg. Final impact. Roar. The level 64 Heavenly King level beginner ice rock monster unleashed its most ferocious roar since its birth. Its massive, aircraft carrier-like glacial body was instantly enveloped by a layer of extremely dazzling white energy. Normal type ultimate physical attack. It actually abandoned its defense and, with unwavering determination, charged headlong into the terrifying black-purple sword light. One big and one small. One white, one black. 2 energies representing the ultimate physical destructive power collided violently in mid-air above the frost gym. Thump. There was no deafening explosion as expected. There was only one dull, muffled sound, as if striking the very depths of everyone's soul. Immediately afterwards. Buzz. A visible ring of energy ripples, interwoven with black and white, spread wildly in all directions from the point of collision. Boom! The seemingly indestructible, millennia-old ice walls surrounding the dojo crumbled and shattered like tofu under the sweep of this ripple. Huge chunks of ice fell into the abyss. And at the very center of the collision. Sizzle! An extremely piercing cutting sound rang out. The Azure Flame Blade Demon's dark purple regret sword forcefully sliced through the ice rock monster's seemingly indestructible ultimate impact energy shield. Roar! Extreme pain finally appeared in the ice rock monster's eyes. Not only was the shield cut open. The mutated, dark purple flames were surging wildly into its body along the sword blade, greedily devouring its Heavenly King level life force. This blood-sucking power, amplified countless times by the enhancement of the near super evolution. Break it for me! Suibai roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Forcibly maintaining this evolution that defies common sense is also an extremely terrifying strain on his mental and physical strength. The azure flame blade demon unleashed a deafening sword cry. With a sudden burst of strength from both arms. Click! A crisp snapping sound echoed throughout the abyss. That glacier, which Lang Wuifeng was so proud of, and which was said to be so powerful that even missiles couldn't destroy it. He was actually defeated by the azure flame blade demon from beginning to end. Divided in two. Boom! The ice rock monster's enormous, mountain-like body suddenly froze in mid-air. A deep, bottomless sword wound, burning with dark purple flames, stretched from its forehead to its tail. The next second, it completely lost all its vitality and crashed heavily into the abyss below. During its fall, its body, composed of millennia-old ice, rapidly melted into a cloud of water vapor under the intense heat of the mutated azure flames. Bang! Lang Wuifeng fell from mid-air and crashed heavily onto a piece of remaining ice floe. He was breathing heavily. Staring blankly at the ice rock monster below, which had turned into a puddle of hot water and was completely incapacitated. The entire dojo was filled with thick white steam. It's like a giant sauna. And in mid-air. Whoosh! As the ice rock monster fell, the seven-colored beam of light connecting Suibai and the azure flame blade demon also dimmed and dissipated. Buzz! A flash of degenerative light appeared. The azure flame blade demon reverted to its original form, the flames on its twin swords weakening to an extreme degree. It staggered in mid-air and then plummeted straight down. By forcibly using a half-step super evolution, its stamina has been completely exhausted. Come back! With lightning speed, Suibai raised the deluxe ball and fired a beam of red light, steadily bringing back the falling azure flame blade demon. Call! After doing all this, Suibai couldn't help but kneel down on one knee, panting heavily, his whole body soaked in sweat. But his hand holding the luxury ball was trembling slightly. It wasn't because of fear. It's not because of excitement. This is the power of super evolution. Even an incomplete half-step is enough to bridge the entire 28-level gap and directly kill a Heavenly King-level opponent. Dead silence. The only sound inside the frost gym was the billowing steam. The referee, huddled in the corner, didn't even have the strength to announce the result, he could only look at Suibai in despair. A long time. Ha 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 ha. On the ice floe, the old man, covered in wounds, suddenly burst into an extremely hearty laugh, one could even say an unbridled joy. Ha 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 ha. Lang Wuifeng stood up, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. He wasn't angry that his ace had been defeated. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with unprecedented fervor and admiration. Great! That was a fantastic play. I've guarded this ancient glacier for 20 years, and this is the first time someone has actually melted the ice monster alive. Kid, the power you just used. Lang Wuifeng stared intently at the keystone on Suibai's left wrist, and took a deep breath. Although I don't understand it, it is definitely a forbidden power capable of changing the entire alliance's landscape. You won. Lang Wuifeng was an extremely pure martial arts fanatic. If he lost, without the slightest affectation. He strode up to Suibai. From his close-fitting animal skin pocket, he pulled out a beautiful badge that looked as if it were carved from ice crystals and exuded a chilling aura. Proof of the Frost Gym. Extreme Cold Badge. Lang Wuifeng solemnly handed the badge to Suibai. Take it. Go to that S-rank death trap and smash the national championship trophy right in the faces of those so-called aristocratic geniuses. Suibai stood up, took a deep breath, and accepted the cold badge. Beep. He took out his phone and scanned the alliance chip on the back of the badge. On the screen, the groove for the 8th badge in his trainer profile page lit up instantly. Collect all 8 badges. Ding! Congratulations! Your trainer qualification has been upgraded to the highest level of competition privileges. Entry qualification for the national tournament S-level composite dungeon battle royale has been activated. Suibai looked at the prompt on the screen. A cold smile slowly curved at the corners of his lips. Battle royale, hey? The Ryu family of Kyoto, and those self-proclaimed chosen sons of wealthy families. Are you ready for your nightmare? Chapter 130. Winter City, outside the ancient glacier. The level 10 blizzard is still howling. But at this moment, Suibai, strolling in the wind and snow, felt no chill at all. His blood was still boiling from that battle that spanned 28 levels, a near super evolutionary struggle. Beeb. The moment Suibai put that cold extreme cold badge into his full collection backpack. In my mind, the long-awaited system notification finally rang out like heavenly music. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a milestone. Collect all 8 gym badges, highest level of participation privilege. The third layer of the complete character collection's inventory seal has been lifted by 10%. Milestone special reward, S-rank Wilderness Survival Master Suit, includes all-terrain camouflage clothing, high concentration nutrient solution, antidote, etc. Receive the ultimate special reward, 1 random Mega Stone box. A Super Stone Blind box. Suibai abruptly stopped, a fanatical glint flashing in his eyes. It's like getting exactly what you need. He now possesses the key to unlock Mega Evolution Keystone. The only missing element is the Mega Evolution Stone that can bring about a qualitative change in a Pokémon. As long as you can get Drill's exclusive Mega Stone. Or, that Super Stone, a pseudo-god hidden in the shadows, which has yet to reveal itself. He will then possess the trump card to truly sweep the national competition. System, open the blind box. Suibai issued the order without hesitation. However, ding! Ancient energy has been detected sealing the outer layer of the blind box. Activation requirements, requires absorption of sufficiently pure S-rank Secret Realm core energy to dissolve the seal. S-level Secret Realm core energy. Suibai raised an eyebrow slightly, and then a wildly excited smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. Looks like I have no choice but to cause a ruckus on this national tournament's survival battle royale. S-level composite Secret Realm. Battle Royale. Core energy. At this moment, all the clues pointed to the northwesternmost edge of the Xia Kingdom Alliance territory. Kunlun Military Region. 5 days later. Northwestern border of the Xia Kingdom, deep in the Kunlun Mountains. There are no bustling cities here, no noisy neon lights, all that exists is an endless great wall of steel, and the pungent smell of gunpowder and rust. The Kunlun Military Region, the most important military stronghold in the Xia Kingdom. A military base that is usually heavily guarded, so secure that not even a fly can get in. Now, the huge open-air helipad was packed with people. 3,000 people. These 3,000 young faces are the nation's top new generation geniuses, selected from tens of millions of registered trainers in Xia Kingdom through a rigorous screening process involving 8 badges. Among them, there are heirs to conglomerates, successors of reclusive martial arts schools, and top disciples of various top martial arts academies. It was truly a constellation of stars. But at this moment, these usually proud and arrogant geniuses were all unusually quiet in this military camp filled with a chilling atmosphere. Boom! More than a dozen massive military transport planes, resembling aerial fortresses, stood ready on the tarmac, emitting a deafening roar. Suibai, wearing the S-level all-terrain camouflage uniform awarded by the system, tactical goggles, and with his hands in his pockets, stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. On his shoulder, Durongkai, like an invisible ghost, yawned listlessly. Is this kid Suibai? Just then, at the very front of the crowd, several young people with extremely powerful auras were coldly scrutinizing Suibai out of the corner of their eyes. No one dared to approach their location within 5 meters. That's the exclusive area for the teams representing the 4 major families of Kyoto. I heard that in Shanghai, he not only crippled Long Zhan's flying dragon, but also extorted 30 million from that good-for-nothing Long Yu by pinning him to the mud. A burly young man with a buzz cut, wearing a bright red tactical vest, grinned maliciously as he clenched his fist, his bones cracking. Long Xiao, your Long family has truly lost face this time. Standing next to the short-haired youth was a long-haired youth dressed in black, with a cold and icy expression. Dragon Owl. The true number one genius of the Kyoto Ryu family. The ultimate trump card hidden in the shadows. His strength is many levels above that of Long Zhan, the acting gym leader. Long Zhan and Long Yu are nothing but two idiots in the family. Long Xiao's voice seemed devoid of any human emotion. His deep eyes pierced through the dense crowd and locked onto Subai at the edge. The mutated fire-type Pokémon in his hand, and that unknown ancient stone. Once we enter the S-rank secret realm, I will personally snap his neck and bring the item back to the Long family. Long Xiao's tone was as casual as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner. A murderous aura had already quietly spread. Besides the Kyoto Long family, there were more than a dozen extremely subtle but dangerous gazes in the crowd, also intentionally or unintentionally observing Subai. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Subai's incredible performance in Shanghai these past few days, though deliberately concealed, has still caused a huge uproar in top circles. He is now like a fierce lone wolf that has stumbled into a pack of wolves. Everyone wants to climb over his dead body to get ahead. Faced with these malicious gazes, Subai didn't even raise his head. He simply extended a finger and gently teased Darankai's chin. A group of hothouse flowers who have never been to war. Did you really think that an S-rank secret realm was some kind of playground for you to gild your resume? Just then. Attention, everyone! Stand at attention! A thunderous shout rang in everyone's ears. The sound contained extremely terrifying ultrasonic waves, which even caused some of the weaker contestants to experience a momentary blackout. On a hilltop, a burly middle-aged man wearing a dark green military uniform, his chest adorned with medals, and a black eye patch over his left eye strode up. With his appearance, an iron-blooded pressure belonging to the peak of the Heavenly King level, like a tangible sea of blood, instantly enveloped the entire helipad. One of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Xia Kingdom Alliance. Commander-in-Chief of the Northwest Theater Command, Iron Man. Newbies, welcome to Kunlun. Iron Man surveyed the entire scene with his single eye, his gaze filled with undisguised contempt and cruelty. I don't want to waste any more time on nonsense. This year's national preliminary rounds had no flowers, no applause, and no judges who only gave brief comments. You are about to enter a Class S composite death realm that has just descended upon our country's northwestern border. There are volcanoes so hot they can melt steel in an instant. There are icy plains so cold they can freeze souls. And there are deadly swamps teeming with countless overlord-level wild elves. Iron Man suddenly waved his hand. There's only one rule. Survive for 7 days. Furthermore, search for the scattered secret realm core crystals within the secret realm. 7 days later, the top 64 people with the most crystals will emerge alive and advance to the main tournament. As for those without crystal, or Iron Man's lips curled into a cruel, cold smile. They died inside. The military will be responsible for providing compensation to your families. Boom. Upon hearing this, the faces of the many geniuses who had previously considered themselves extraordinary instantly turned deathly pale. People will die. This isn't a competition, it's like throwing them into a meat grinder to fight to the death. This isn't fair. What if we encounter danger in the wild? Won't the military provide protection? A rich kid shouted, his voice trembling. Protect. Tainan sneered, suddenly drew his pistol from his waist, and fired a shot into the air with a bang. The gunshot sent a shiver down everyone's spine. The magnetic field inside the secret location is erratic, all distress signals are ineffective. Those who don't want to die can go back to their mother's arms right now. Anyone who dares to board a transport plane. Life and death are determined by fate. Boarding. With a roar from the Iron Man. The tail doors of more than a dozen military transport planes slammed shut. Subai did not hesitate at all. He pulled up his tactical goggles and, among a group of pale-faced, trembling geniuses, was the first to take a step. He strode into the dimly lit cabin. Battle Royale, hey! Inside the cabin, Subai found a window seat and sat down, looking out at the still hesitant young men from aristocratic families. He touched the deluxe ball at his waist and the kamikaze assassin inside the specially made pressure-resistant ball. In his deep eyes, a fanatical mix of bloodlust and excitement gleamed. Hopefully, these pray. So that my swordsmen can kill to their heart's content. Chapter 131. Boom. 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 A dozen or so huge military transport planes, like black steel giants, flew through the sky above the northwestern border region, where the sky was often shrouded in dark clouds. Inside the cabin, the red warning lights flashed wildly, and the piercing alarm strained the nerves of every participant. Drip drip drip. Fellow newbies. We have entered the magnetic field interference zone of the S-class composite death realm. From the loudspeaker came the captain's rough, slightly mocking voice. The rear hatch will be fully open in 3 minutes. Everyone must complete the parachute-less airdrop within 30 seconds. To reiterate. Parachute-less airdrop. If you can't even land your own Pokémon safely, then you might as well just fall to your deaths and become fertilizer. An airdrop without a parachute. These words immediately caused an uproar in the already tense and oppressive cabin. Are you crazy? This place is at least 1,000 meters above the ground. No parachute? What if my Pokémon can't fly? Several sheltered geniuses who had never experienced anything like this were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and some even vomited. Faced with these panicked voices, sitting in the corner, Subai casually tightened the collar of his S-level all-terrain camouflage uniform, then patted Duolongki, who was perched on his shoulder. Time to get to work. Strange. Duolongki yawned, his translucent body stretching slightly, clearly unconcerned about the height. Not only Subai. At the front of the cabin, Long Xiao of the Kyoto Long family, Wang Teng of the Jinling Wang family, and several other core members of truly top-tier aristocratic families all appeared completely calm and collected. The way they looked at the panicked contestants was like looking at dead people. Click. 3 minutes are up. The massive steel hatch at the rear of the transport plane slammed down with a deafening roar, accompanied by the heavy sound of machinery. A violent high-altitude airflow instantly rushed into the cabin. It felt like countless sharp knives scraping painfully across one's face. Jump! Someone roared out. Immediately afterwards. Swish! 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 Countless streaks of red light flashed by. Geniuses who possess flying or psychic-type Pokémon are the first to summon their partners, and like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they leap from the sky. Long Xiao, riding on the back of a massive Dragonite, transformed into a streak of yellow lightning and charged first into the vast, mist-shrouded secret realm below. Subai didn't rush to jump. He stood up and walked to the edge of the cabin door. Facing the fierce wind that could blow a person away, he activated Eye of Insight and looked down. This is truly a massive and suffocatingly complex world. At the edge of the horizon, there is an active volcano spewing dark red lava, there is an ancient ice field covered in white snow with extremely low temperatures, and directly below the transport plane, there is a vast, poisonous swamp forest filled with miasma that stretches as far as the eye can see. It's spectacular. Subai's lips curled up slightly, and then he leaped into the air. Whew! A feeling of weightlessness instantly enveloped my entire body. The wind howled in my ears. Subai did not summon the flying arrow eagle, but instead allowed his body to fall freely under the influence of gravity. Until they were less than 200 meters from the ground. Dariki! Suibai gave a low shout. Strange! Darankai, who had been leaning on his shoulder, suddenly swelled up. Its long tail instantly wrapped around Suibai's waist. A vast yet gentle stream of ghost-type energy instantly neutralized the terrifying impact of the fall. Swish! The two, one human and one pet, landed lightly and silently on the extremely thick trunk of a towering ancient tree, like ghosts. Silently. This is the edge of a highly poisonous swamp. The air was thick with a pungent, putrid stench, and green miasma swirled through the trees like living creatures. Rustle. Just as Suibai had regained his footing. His keen eye for observation and his sharp instincts for wilderness survival sounded the alarm almost simultaneously. There's a murderous aura about him. Moreover, it's not just one stalk. It seems there are people who are more anxious than we are. Suibai did not turn around, nor did he make any move to dodge. He simply and casually reached into the pocket of his tactical vest. Whoosh! 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 3 extremely sharp whooshing sounds came simultaneously from 3 different directions behind him. It wasn't an attack from an elf. Instead, a Gaussian tranquilizer gun with silenced operation. This is a battle royale. Eliminating rivals and reducing competitors is always the most direct and effective method. Moreover, in this unmonitored primeval forest, the elite assassins brought by those aristocratic scions wouldn't mind cleaning up right from the start. Ding! 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 3 highly concentrated tranquilizer darts, enough to knock out an elephant, stopped eerily less than 3 centimeters from the back of Suibai's head. Strange! Without even turning his head, Darankai released a faint wisp of psychic energy, which firmly held the 3 tranquilizer darts in mid-air. Then, with a thud, it fell onto the tree trunk. What? That scarf-like thing next to him is actually an elite level or higher ghost sprite. 3 barely audible gasps emanated from the surrounding tree canopy. They were assassins secretly trained by the Wang family of Jinling. Their specific role is to clear away those powerful but unconnected individuals who pose a significant obstacle for young Master Wang Teng during the initial stages of the game. Suibai, the recluse who had humiliated the Wang family at the auction, naturally became their primary target. Retreat! This kid is suspicious. Report to the young master immediately. If the first strike misses, they flee 1,000 miles away. This is the code of conduct for suicide squad members. Swish! 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 3 figures dressed in camouflage, like agile apes, used the cover of the tree canopy to flee frantically in 3 different directions. Since we're already here, isn't it impolite to leave without leaving something behind? Suibai turned around and looked at the 3 figures that had already darted dozens of meters away. His eyes were as cold as the Siberian wind. Click! A crisp click of a button echoed clearly in the silent, poisonous swamp. It was an extremely special pokeball, engraved with golden bug-type patterns. Let's see some blood. My first assassin. Buzz. Accompanied by Suibai's emotionless voice. A bolt of dark golden lightning instantly tore through the void. There were no dazzling lights or shadows, nor any earth-shattering roars. Yes, but it's an extremely high-frequency sound, chilling to the bone, like the flapping of a chainsaw. Bead rill. Hiss. A pure, unadulterated killing intent burst forth from Drill's crimson compound eyes. Its killing instinct, honed amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the Viridian forest, was unleashed in this moment. Whoosh! It's so fast. Even without undergoing super evolution, its initial speed, which exceeds all limits, is absolutely beyond the range of human vision. It was just a flash. It had already appeared behind the fastest fleeing assassin. What was that sound? The assassin felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively tried to draw the dagger from his waist to retaliate. But it's too late. Pfft! A sickening sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The giant bee's enormous double needles, gleaming with a chilling light and coated with deadly poison, pierced the assassin's right shoulder blade with unwavering precision. Blood instantly stained the camouflage uniform. Ah! The assassin let out a shrill scream as he plummeted from the treetop, crashing heavily into the bubbling, poisonous swamp below. The deadly poison spread instantly throughout his body along the wound. Just 3 seconds. His face turned a deathly purplish black, and he couldn't even scream, he could only convulse in despair in the mud. Instant kill. The other 2 assassins were terrified when they saw this. Split up and run. Quickly release your spirits to block it. The 2 screamed in terror and frantically reached for the pokeballs at their waists. However, faced with absolute speed and assassination machines, any unnecessary movement is fatal. Buzz. In midair, Drill's body traced an extremely bizarre Z-shaped line. High-speed movement. X-scissor. Suibai's cold, commanding voice followed him like a shadow. Hiss. The dark gold needles crossed at the chest. The concentrated insect-type energy transformed into 2 death scythes. Snap. Snap. 2 crisp cracking sounds of bones breaking rang out almost simultaneously. In an extremely unreasonable manner, the beadrill used its Phillips clippers to sever the arms holding the pokeballs the moment they touched them. Blood spurted wildly. 2 assassins, clutching their severed arms, plummeted from the tree like rag dolls, rolling and screaming wildly in the mud. 3 people. 3 seconds. All were severely injured and incapacitated. This is the first generation of assassins trained by Suibai, delivering an absolute, devastating blow to these so-called aristocratic family assassins. Buzz. The beadrill fluttered its transparent wings and hovered beside Suibai. The blood from the 2 needles dripped onto the leaves, drop by drop. Its eyes remained cold, as if it had merely crushed 3 insects with a casual flick of its wrist. Well done. Suibai rubbed Drill's head. He leaped down from the tree trunk and landed nimbly in front of the 2 assassins rolling on the ground. He crouched down, looking at their faces contorted with pain and fear. Whose dogs are you? Suibai's voice sounded exceptionally gentle in the eerie, poisonous swamp. Tell me. So I can go to your master and collect some compensation for emotional distress. Chapter 132. Whose dogs are you? Suibai squatted in the swamp full of putrid mud, his voice as gentle as if he were chatting with an old friend. But to the 2 assassins, whose arms had been severed and who were writhing on the ground in agony, the sound was 100 times more terrifying than the legendary soul-reaping messenger. We. One of the assassins, with a scar on his left cheek, endured the excruciating pain of his severed arm, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly raised his remaining hand, revealing a miniature, powerful poison dart launcher hidden in his sleeve. Go to hell. The distance is too close. Less than half a meter. At this distance, even a champion-level trainer would have no chance of dodging such a hidden weapon if they were caught off guard. However, he was facing Suibai, who possessed the Eye of Insight and was guarded by top-tier assassins. Buzz. There was absolutely no need for Suibai to give the order. The beadrill, hovering in mid-air, suddenly unleashed a tangible killing intent in its scarlet compound eyes. Pfft! A dark golden afterimage flashed by. Before the assassin could even pull the trigger of the launcher, his wrist was pinned to the rough tree trunk behind him by the thick, venomous stinger of the giant bee, skin and bone intact. Penetrate. Dead nail. This time, the excruciating pain, combined with the neurotoxins attached to the bee venom, instantly shattered the assassin's last psychological defenses. He convulsed wildly on the tree trunk like a dying maggot, foaming at the mouth. I don't like it when people make unnecessary little movements while answering questions. Suibai didn't even lift his eyelids. He turned his head and looked at the remaining assassin, who was so terrified that he wet his pants and was trembling like a leaf. Now, it's your turn. I'll talk. I'll talk. The assassin completely broke down, he kowtowed frantically, his face covered in mud and water. It's the Wang family of Jinling. Young Master Wang Tang sent us. He failed to snag that piece of charcoal at the auction, and you even embarrassed him, so he bribed the transport plane's dispatcher early on to find out your airdrop coordinates. He told us to cripple your elf first, then break your legs, and steal your backpack. Please. Let me go. I'm just doing this for money. The Wang family of Jinling. Wang Teng. So it was that grudge-monger. Suibai slowly stood up, a cold smile of sudden realization curling at the corner of his lips. Since he's come to him willingly, he wouldn't mind showing this young master from Jinling what true cruelty is in this S-class secret realm. Alright, your mission is complete. Suibai reached out and skillfully unfastened the tactical backpacks from the waists of the two assassins. I opened it and took a look. It contained a high concentration of antidote, compressed field rations, and a red flare gun that could force players out of the game and call for military assistance. Since it's a battle royale, you won't need these life-saving gadgets. Without any hesitation, Suibai stuffed all the supplies and flare guns into his fully equipped inventory. What are you going to do? Seeing Suibai confiscate the signal flare, the assassin's eyes revealed utter despair. You can't do this. This is a highly poisonous swamp. Without an antidote and a flare gun, we'll die here. Military regulations stipulate that other participants cannot be intentionally killed. Regulation. Suibai felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He looked down at the assassins struggling in the mud, his eyes colder than the miasma of the swamp. When you shot and tried to assassinate me, didn't you think about military regulations? I didn't kill you. I merely took the spoils that belonged to the victors. After saying that, Suibai patted Duolongqi on the shoulder, put his hands in his pockets, and turned to walk into the depths of the forest shrouded in thick green miasma. And behind him, the bee pulled out its stinger. The pungent smell of blood, in this primeval, highly poisonous swamp, is like the most deadly lure. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, countless enormous bubbles rose from the black swamp beside them. Immediately afterwards, a dozen pairs of eyes gleaming with greedy green light, accompanied by nauseating slime, slowly emerged from the depths of the swamp. Those were hordes of wild sludge and vampires. No. Don't come any closer. Help. Help me. Desperate screams echoed through the forest, but were quickly drowned out by the horrifying sounds of chewing and churning in the mud. Half an hour later, wearing all-terrain camouflage clothing and a gas mask, Suibai traversed this seemingly endless primeval forest. The environment here is extremely harsh. Even wearing S-level protective gear, one could still feel the cold, damp, and highly corrosive toxic gas constantly eroding the outer layer of the protective suit. For ordinary participants, walking here for an hour would deplete most of their energy. Hiss. Sudden. From a dead forest shrouded in poisonous fog ahead, a chilling sound of scales rubbing together could be heard. Stop. Suibai stopped abruptly, his right hand resting on the pokeball at his waist. Eye of Insight, activated. Through the thick, green miasma. There it was, on a huge, withered tree that would require 10 people to encircle. A terrifying giant snake, over 15 meters long and as thick as a bucket, was coiled up there. Its entire body is a deep purple, and the patterns on its neck are bizarre and ferocious, like the face of a grinning demon. Race, Arbok Overlord Mutant. Level, LV55, Mid-Stage Guild Master. Attribute, Poison. Status, Territory Guardian / Berserk. A level 55 Overlord level wild Pokémon? That's some interesting starting strength in Battle Royale. Xiaobai was not afraid at all. Instead, his gaze went past the giant arbok and landed on the hollow of the withered tree behind it. There. A fist-sized, multifaceted crystal radiating a rich purple light is floating silently. The crystal seems to contain an immense amount of primordial energy. Secret Realm Core Crystal. Commander Iron Man said that this is the only proof of advancing to the main competition of the national tournament. It is also the crystallization of the energy of this S-level secret realm. If you want the crystal, you'll have to kill this watchdog first. A glint of light flashed in Xiaobai's eyes. Bead Rill, it's all yours now. A swift and decisive victory. Buzz. The bee, hovering in mid-air, emitted an extremely piercing high-frequency wing-beating sound. Its scarlet compound eyes were fixed intently on the giant snake in front of it. Bug/poison type, with extremely high resistance to poison. Here, Beedrill can unleash its full fighting power. Hiss! The dominant Arbok also sensed the intruder. It straightened its forebody, and the demonic patterns on its neck suddenly opened, emitting a deafening screech. Hoo! A torrent of garbage shot, as thick as a waterfall, transformed into a rain of purple poison that swept towards the location of Beedrill and Xiaobai. This venom is extremely corrosive, it can even dissolve rocks on the ground into white smoke the moment it comes into contact with it. Spread out and cut into the blind spots. Xiaobai calmly gave instructions. Whoosh! Beedrill has taken high speed to the extreme. It left a dark golden Z-shaped afterimage in mid-air, passing through the gaps in the poisonous rain with exquisite precision. In an instant, they've got close to Arbok's vital spot. Deadly Needle PK. Hiss! The thickest stinger at the tail of the giant bee suddenly burst forth with a dazzling red light. A powerful bug-type physical attack. If you defeat your opponent with this move, your attack power will increase dramatically. Pfft! There were no obstacles. Drill's poisonous stinger, honed countless times, possessed terrifying penetrating power, and forcefully pierced through the hard purple scales of the dominant Arbok. It pierced deep into its vital spot. Ayo! Arbok let out an extremely tragic roar, its massive body twisting and tumbling wildly, its thick tail sweeping away the surrounding trees. But the bee remained firmly embedded in its body, and no matter how much it struggled, the bee continued to inject increasingly potent venom into its body. In just over 10 seconds, the dominant Arbok struggled less and less until it finally crashed heavily into the swamp, completely losing its life. Simply neat. This is the killing efficiency of the ultimate assassin trained by Xiaobai. Here you go. Xiaobai stepped forward, past the Arbok's corpse, and reached directly into the hollow of the withered tree. He grabbed the secret realm core crystal that was emitting a purple light in his hand. The instant his finger touched the crystal, a sudden change has occurred. Buzz! The immense primordial energy within the crystal surged wildly into his body through his arm. In my mind, the system's cold, mechanical voice exploded wildly like heavenly music. Ding! High purity S-grade secret realm core energy detected. Energy is being absorbed. The seal on the Mega Evolution Stone blind box has begun to dissolve. Current progress of reopening, 10%, 20%, 30%. Listening to the progress bar in my mind constantly accelerating. Suddenly, an uncontrollable fervor and ambition burst forth from Xiaobai's deep eyes. The blind boxes are finally going to open. Chapter 133. In Xiaobai's deep eyes, a fervent light burned as if it were a tangible force. As the system notification sound faded in his mind, the secret realm core crystal in his hand, which had originally emitted a dazzling purple light and contained immense primordial energy, began to dim at a visible speed. In just a few seconds. Click! A soft sound. The crystal, completely drained of its S-grade core energy, turned into a puddle of grayish-white powder in Xiaobai's hand, drifting away with the wind through his fingers. Ding! Energy absorption complete. Current unlocking progress of the Super Evolution Stone Blind Box, 30%. Does one crystal only unlock 30% of the progress? Suibai dusted off his hands, showing no disappointment. Instead, the curve of his lips grew even colder and more dangerous. Commander Iron Man once said that this crystal is the only proof of victory in Battle Royale. Now he not only has to collect crystals to advance, but he also has to feed the system to unlock blind boxes. What does that mean? This means that others only need to barely survive, carefully collect a few crystals, and then hide and wait for the match to end. And he, Suibai. You must transform into the most greedy and ferocious predator in this S-class death zone. Go on a looting spree. Go on a killing spree. In that case, let's make this killing game even more thorough. Suibai raised his head and glanced at the sky, which was obscured by thick miasma. Beedrill, come back and rest. A flash of red light, and the Beedrill retracted. With a flick of his wrist, Suibai placed the warm, luxurious ball into his hand. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. It's too dark in this swamp. Come out and light a lamp for them. Boom. A raging pillar of purplish-red fire shot into the sky in an instant, burning away the green miasma within a radius of dozens of meters. Clad in dark heavy armor, the Nether Knight gripped the azure flame greatsword upside down with both hands and charged out through the flames. Cheers! The purple ghost flames flickered in the eyes of the azure flame blade demon, its sword intent soaring to the heavens. Dragon will be responsible for high-altitude scouting and surveillance, while Azure Blade Demon will be responsible for the frontal advance. Suibai pulled down his gas mask, resembling a ruthless tyrant, and issued the order to clear the area. Any wild overlords visible in sight, or other contestants? Crush them all. The next 3 hours. For the native overlords of this highly poisonous swamp, it was nothing short of a sudden and catastrophic disaster. Boom! A purple sword beam 10 meters long flashed past, and a LV-53 Overlord class double gas was cleaved in two before it could even use its self-destruct ability. Suibai stepped through the venom-strewn ground and retrieved the second crystal from its lair. Reopening progress, 60%. Half an hour later. Strange. Dorgan descended from the sky, unleashing a ferocious dragon dive that slammed the head of a LV-56 spirit serpent lurking in the mud into the mire, smashing it completely. Suibai retrieved the third piece of crystal from the depths of the mud. Reopening progress, 90%. Wherever it goes, not a blade of grass grows. Suibai and his elf were like a tireless and ruthless meat grinder, frantically reaping the resources of this S-class secret realm at an alarming speed. If only there were one more crystal. This super stone blind box, capable of changing the entire alliance's landscape, is about to be fully opened. At the same time, about 5 kilometers away from Suibai's location, deep in the highly poisonous swamp, there is a relatively open forest of dead trees here. At this moment, a fierce battle is raging here. Roar! A terrifying elf, enormous in size, engulfed in blazing flames, with arms like two giant cannon barrels, was unleashing a furious barrage of firepower. Duckbill Flame Beast. Level, LV-52, Beginner Level, Gym Leader. Duckbill Flame Beast. Fire Blast. Burn these disgusting bugs to death. A young man, dressed in an extremely luxurious custom-made hazmat suit and exuding arrogance, stood in the middle of a group of guards, loudly giving orders. Wang Teng, the eldest son of the Wang family of Jinling. Opposite to him, it was a dense swarm of wild bee hordes, numbering in the hundreds. Deep within the bee colony, at the top of a withered tree, was a core crystal that emitted an alluring purple light. Boom! Boom! From the cannons in the duckbill flame beast's arms, a massive, terrifying flame emanated in the shape of the Huxia character, big, instantly incinerating more than a dozen bead rills to ashes. Besides this ace, Wang Teng also had 8 fully armed elite Wang family bodyguards by his side. Each of them commanded elite elves, forming battle formations to suppress the swarm of bees. This is the foundation of a great and prestigious family. What fair competition! What battle royale! Faced with absolute power and money, they can directly airdrop an entire elite squad to the same coordinates and sweep through the secret realm like a clean sweep. Young master, the bee swarm is almost completely cleared away. The captain of the guards killed one of the escaped iron-shelled pupae and reported respectfully. Well done. Wang Teng gave a smug, cold laugh. He glanced at the multifunctional tactical watch on his wrist. The competition has only been going on for less than half a day, and we've already got 2 crystals. Once we've gathered enough, we'll head to the volcanic region and hunt down those fire-type overlords. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. By the way, has Hound 3 and the others sent any news? Has that little BD named Subai been dealt with yet? The captain of the guard shook his head. The magnetic field interference here is too strong, causing intermittent communication. We haven't been able to get in touch yet. But don't worry, young master. Hound and the other 2 are top-tier assassins, and they even have gauze tranquilizer guns. Ambushing a nobody with no connections is absolutely foolproof. That kid's probably been digested into excrement by the stinking mud in the swamp by now. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng immediately felt much better. Ha ha ha. They dared to snatch something I wanted at a Shanghai auction house, and they even dared to defy me, Wang Teng. This is what happens. Wang Teng laughed loudly, took a step forward, stepped over the charred corpses scattered on the ground, and prepared to pick the crystal from the top of the withered tree. However, just as his hand was about to touch the crystal, sizzle! A piercing sound tore through the air without warning, bursting forth from the green miasma ahead. It was a purplish-black sword beam, like the scythe of death. It moved so fast that it even left a scorch mark in the air, creating a vacuum. Young master, be careful! The captain of the guard was terrified and frantically rushed forward. Bang! The purplish-black sword light grazed Wang Teng's fingers before slashing fiercely at the withered tree. A towering, withered tree that would take 10 people to encircle was sliced in 2 diagonally by this single sword strike, as easily as cutting tofu. The crystal traced an arc in mid-air. It was caught very steadily by a fair hand that suddenly reached out from the shadows. Who dares to steal from the Wang family? Terrified, Wang Teng scrambled back into the guard circle, roaring furiously. The duckbill flame beast and the 8 elite elves instantly went on high alert, focusing all their attacks on the dense miasma ahead. Tap! 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 The crisp, rhythmic sound of footsteps drifted slowly from the mist. Young Master Wang, what an impressive display of power! Accompanied by a cool, even slightly mocking voice. The dense green miasma was forcibly dispelled from the middle by 2 burning purplish-red flames. Subai tossed the core crystal he had just snatched with one hand. Protected by the demon-like azure flame blade demon, he slowly stepped out of the shadows, hands in his pockets. His deep eyes, peering through the gas mask, seemed to be fixed on a group of dead prey, locked onto the deathly pale-faced Wang Teng. You're not dead. Wang Teng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he pointed at Subai as if he'd seen a ghost. Where are the hounds? How could they possibly have missed? Oh, you mean those 3 dogs? Subai smiled gently. He reached into the backpack at his waist and pulled out 3 black nameplates stained with blood and mud. Clang! He casually tossed it at Wang Teng's feet. They felt the road to the underworld was too deserted. So you begged me to send you down with me to keep you company. Boom! Looking at the 3 top-secret assassin nameplates on the ground, Wang Teng and all the Wang family guards felt a bone-chilling cold instantly shoot from the solace of their feet to the top of their heads. Chapter 134. Clang! The faint clanging of 3 black plagues stained with dark red blood and foul-smelling mud in the silent, withered forest was like a death knell striking everyone's heart. The 3 hounds sent to assassinate Suibai not only failed, but also lost their lives in this highly poisonous swamp. You killed them. Wang Teng pointed at the plaque on the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. His once arrogant and domineering face was now deathly pale with extreme fear. He just couldn't understand it. How could 3 well-equipped and ruthless Wang family assassins be defeated by a poor boy with no background? Moreover, judging from the other party's nonchalant demeanor, not a single hair on their head was missing. Murder! Suibai toyed with the core crystal radiating purple light in his hand, a mocking sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Don't put it so harshly. This is an S-level death zone, a battle royale arena. I'm just following the rules set by Commander Iron Man, trying my best to survive. Are you scions of noble families allowed to send assassins to kill me, but I'm not allowed to act in self-defense? Suibai's words were like a resounding slap across Wang Teng's face. Young master! Stop wasting your breath on him. The captain of the guards, forcibly suppressing the chill in his heart, suddenly drew his tactical dagger from his waist and roared. He's all alone. Even if his elf is incredibly powerful, he couldn't possibly take on so many of us at once. Attack together. Tear him apart. Take the crystal back. Accompanied by the captain of the guard's roar. The remaining 7 assassins reacted instantly. They were well trained and immediately commanded their elite-level spirits to form a semi-encirclement and attack Suibai. Ariados, coughing, crossbat. Various poison and flying-type Pokémon bared their menacing fangs in the thick fog. Duckbill Flame Beast. Big Flame Burst. Burn him to death. Wang Teng, as if grasping at a lifeline, frantically directed his ace player, a master-level player. Faced with this overwhelming and suffocating siege, Suibai didn't even move a step. He simply and slowly attached the core crystal he had just snatched to the deluxe ball at his waist. System, absorption. Buzz. The immense primordial energy within the crystal instantly surged into Suibai's body. Ding! High purity S-grade secret realm core energy detected. Energy is being absorbed. Super Evolution Stone Blind Box unlocking progress, 100%. The seal has been broken. The blind box is now openable. In his mind, the system's cold, mechanical voice sounded like the most beautiful celestial music to Suibai at this moment. 100% reopened. The blind boxes are ready to be opened. Since we're going to open blind boxes, let's use you trash as a sacrifice first. The fervor in Suibai's eyes instantly transformed into a chilling killing intent. He didn't rush to open the blind box. Instead, he suddenly raised his head, and a chilling glint flashed in his deep eyes. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Don't hold back. Turn this place into a true hell. Yay! The Azure Flame Blade Demon stood before Suibai like a black statue. At that moment, I suddenly opened my eyes. The purple will-o'-the-wisps in his eye sockets suddenly surged. Boom! A burst of purplish-red flames, more than 10 times more ferocious and intense than those of the duck-billed fire beast, erupted from its body. Sword Dance. 4 illusory lightsabers, formed from pure fire energy, appeared around it and then instantly merged into the 2 swords in its hands. Attack power greatly increased. Whoosh! The Azure Flame Blade Demon moved. Its speed, honed in the Octagon and Starry Sky Dojo, has reached an unbelievable level. It didn't even leave an afterimage. It was like a purple lightning bolt, tearing through the encirclement formed by the assassins. What? The LV-45 Ariados at the very front felt dizzy before it could even see the enemy's movements clearly. Sizzle! The Azure Flame Blade Demon's greatsword, burning with ghostly flames, sliced through the center of its body with remarkable smoothness. Cut it in 2. Instant kill. Immediately afterwards, the azure flame blade demon's body drew a strange zigzag line in mid-air. The sword of regret. The purple sword light, like the scythe of death, relentlessly reaped the lives of the elite assassins. Roar! Hiss! Screams of agony rose and fell. Those elite elves who were capable of standing alone in the outside world were as fragile as paper in front of azure flame blade demon's artistic dual sword style. Every sword strike takes a life. The terrifying life-stealing effect of the regret sword made the azure flame blade demon like a tireless perpetual motion machine, growing stronger with each battle, and the azure flames on its body burned even more dazzlingly. In less than half a minute, the 8 elite warriors were wiped out. Severed limbs, mixed with charred flesh and blood, lay scattered on the ground. Monster! Monster! Seeing the carnage on the ground, the captain of the guard completely broke down. He realized with despair that their proud siege was nothing but a laughable joke in the face of this boy. Stop it! The duckbill flame beast! Stop it! Wang Teng was so frightened that he backed away and fell hard into the mud, screaming at the top of his lungs. Roar! The duckbill flame beast let out a furious roar, and its cannons spewed out even thicker large-scale bursts of flame in an attempt to stop the azure flame blade demon's advance. The firepower of a beginner-level gym leader is indeed not to be underestimated. Want to play with fire? Sui Bai stepped over the pool of blood and walked towards Wang Teng, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Before azure flame, ordinary mortal fire doesn't even qualify as firewood. Azure flame blade demon, absorb it. Cheers! Facing the oncoming great flame burst, azure flame blade demon not only did not dodge, but instead opened its arms to meet the blazing flames. Characteristics: flammable. Boom! The flames spewed by the duckbill flame beast were completely devoured the azure flame blade demon the moment they touched it, as if a mud ox had entered the sea. The purplish-red azure flames on its body completely consumed them without mercy. Having absorbed the flames, the power of azure flame blade demon's fire attribute moves surged once again. How is that possible? Wang Teng was utterly desperate. Flammability. What kind of insane Pokémon is this? Not only is it fast and has high attack power, but it can also heal itself and is immune to fire-type attacks. How can we fight like this? It's over. Sui Bai's voice was like the pronouncement of death. Whoosh! The azure flame blade demon transformed into a purple afterimage and instantly appeared in front of the duckbill flame beast. 2 massive swords, burning with extreme heat, crossed in mid-air. Ambush on vital points. Sizzle! A jet-black, crescent-shaped sword beam sliced through the duckbill fire beast's thick layer of fat and muscle without any hindrance. Roar! The massive body of the duckbill fire beast suddenly stiffened. Then, like a toppled pyramid, it collapsed into the swamp, utterly losing its life. That concludes the discussion. The Wang family's squad in Jinling was completely wiped out. Only Wang Teng and his 8 assassins remained, limp and trembling in the mud like lambs to the slaughter. No! Don't kill me! Wang Teng watched as Sui Bai approached step by step. His crotch was already soaked and emitted an unpleasant stench. He frantically rummaged through his backpack for something. I have a flare gun. I'm quitting the game. I need help. He finally pulled out the red signal pistol, his hands trembling, wanting to aim it at the sky and pull the trigger. Snap! Sui Bai raised his foot and stomped on Wang Teng's wrist without any mercy. Ah! With a crisp cracking sound of bones breaking, Wang Teng let out a pig-like scream as the signal pistol slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. I already said that. Sui Bai bent down, picked up the signal gun, and toyed with it in his hand, his eyes as cold as knives. Since it's a battle royale, you won't need these life-saving gadgets. You're a madman. A demon. Wang Teng was writhing on the ground in pain, his eyes filled with extreme fear. I am the heir to the Wang family of Jinling. If you dare to touch me, the Wang family will absolutely grind you to dust. The Wang family. Subai scoffed. This desolate wilderness is filled with poisonous swamps and hungry wild elves. Who can prove that I was the one who did it? Subai turned around and casually tossed the signal flare into the depths of a muddy swamp not far away. Enjoy this feast of death bestowed upon you by nature, young master. He didn't look at these desperate people again. Carrying the azure flame blade demon, he strode into the deeper, withered forest. And behind him, the wild poison-type poison Pokémon, drawn by the smell of blood, were already lurking in the shadows, baring their greedy fangs. I walked about 2 kilometers. After confirming that the surrounding area is safe, Subai stopped and sat cross-legged under a huge ancient tree. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fervor and agitation brought on by the recent killing. System. He silently recited it in his heart, his voice trembling slightly with intense anticipation. Open the Super Evolution Stone Blind Box. Chapter 135. System, open the Super Evolution Stone Blind Box. Accompanied by Subai's suppressed, fervent roar. On the virtual interface of the complete encyclopedia backpack, the blind box, wrapped in layers of ancient runes and radiating a mysterious aura, suddenly began to tremble violently. Buzz buzz buzz. As the trembling intensified, the runes on the surface of the blind box shattered and dissipated like peeling paint, turning into pure energy that fed back to the system. Ding! Seal broken. The blind box event is starting. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a special item, Gardevoir Evolution Stone. Gardevoir Stone, a magical stone that allows Gardevoir to Mega Evolve during battle. It contains the ultimate fairy and psychic type primal energy. Whoosh! A strange round stone, only the size of a marble, with a dreamy pinkish white color and colorful double helix patterns winding inside, quietly appeared in the system's storage compartment. Gardevoir Stone. Subai suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of extreme astonishment crossing his gaze, which was then replaced by overwhelming joy. It's Gardevoir's Mega Stone. Among all Mega-evolved Pokémon, Mega Gardevoir is undoubtedly a top-tier Pokémon that combines both good looks and powerful abilities. The combination of psychic and fairy attributes gives it extremely terrifying special attack output and a wide range of attack coverage. More importantly, after Mega Evolution, Gardevoir's ability will change to Fairy Skin. Fairy Skin converts normal type moves to Fairy type and increases their power by 1.2 times. This is simply the ultimate nightmare for Dragon-type Pokémon. With Mega Gardevoir present, any pseudo-legendary Dragon-type Pokémon, or even legendary Pokémon, will have to give way. Call. Subai took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Gardevoir stones are good items, that's for sure. But the problem is, he doesn't have Gardevoir in his possession right now, or even Ralts in its original form. It seems this S-rank secret realm is not only a battle royale arena, but also an excellent hunting ground for me to find new companions. Subai stroked his chin, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. This type of complex S-class secret realm has an extremely rich ecosystem, and perhaps in some corner, there is a Ralts tribe with extremely high potential. No rush, good things come to those who wait. Subai carefully put away the Gardevoir Evolution Stone. He stood up and glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. Currently, he has hunted down several overlords in the poisonous swamp area and seized 4 core crystals, 3 of which were absorbed by the system, making him the absolute ruler of this area. It's time for a change of scenery. Subai raised his head, his gaze passing over the thick green miasma, and looked at the active volcano spewing dark red lava at the end of his vision. Go to the volcanic area. There, we should be able to find purer fire-type resources. And while we're at it, let's see if we can run into a few influential old friends. At the same time, S-level Secret Realm, Monitoring and Command Center. Commander Tainan sat in front of the huge holographic monitoring screen, his brows furrowed. Because the magnetic field inside the secret realm is extremely chaotic, conventional monitoring equipment is completely ineffective. They can only roughly judge the situation by the faint vital signs signals on the participants' wristbands. Reporting to the commander. A communications soldier, drenched in sweat, ran over and saluted. Anomalies have occurred in the highly poisonous swamp area. Speak. Tainan said in a deep voice. The Jinling Wang family delegation has all lost vital signs. This includes young Master Wang Teng and 8 elite guards. The communications soldier swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Moreover, according to the last signal location, they disappeared in the very heart of the poisonous swamp. These words immediately caused an uproar in the command center. The competition has only been going on for less than a day. A well-equipped elite team, even with a master-level ace in command, was wiped out so quietly. Have you found out the cause? Was it a large-scale attack by a wild horde of overlords, or? A dangerous glint flashed in Iron Man's single eye. Unable to determine. The communications soldier shook his head. The magnetic interference is too strong, and they didn't even fire a distress signal gun, they just... Tainan fell silent. He knew the character of these scions of noble families all too well. If they encounter an unavoidable danger, they will definitely fire a signal flare to call for help immediately. The fact that they didn't even have a chance to fire the flare gun can only mean it's a one-hit kill. Iron Man tapped his fingers lightly on the table and let out a cold laugh. It seems a formidable outsider has infiltrated this year's national competition. Raise the monitoring level of the toxic swamp area to the highest level, and try to capture energy fluctuations there. I'd like to see who has the audacity to humiliate the Wang family of Jinling on my own turf. S-level secret realm, on the edge of an extremely hot volcanic area. The temperature here is completely different from that of the highly toxic swamp. The air is filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, and the scorching heat feels like it could burn a person's lungs. The ground was covered with dried, dark red magma, and occasionally bursts of fire erupted from the cracks. Hoo! A gust of wind whipped up a cloud of volcanic ash. Step. Wearing all-terrain camouflage, Subai stepped from the edge of the poisonous swamp into this hellish world. Compared to the dark and damp poison swamp, this place is a paradise for fire-type Pokémon. The Azure Flame Blade Demon, who had been following Subai, appeared unusually excited at this moment. Upon contact with the dense fire energy around it, the purplish-red flames on its body suddenly rose several feet higher, burning even more violently. Do you like it here? Subai removed his gas mask, put on windproof goggles, and looked at the excited Azure Flame Blade Demon, asking with a smile. Yay! I love it! The flames here are so pure. Azure Flame Blade Demon swung the great sword in its hand, producing a crisp sword sound. That's good. Subai activated Eye of Insight, his gaze sweeping across the undulating volcanic rock area ahead. In this area, you are definitely a key player. Just then, a violent energy surge suddenly erupted from a crater not far ahead. Boom! 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 With a deafening explosion, a thick column of dark red magma shot into the sky. And at the top of that magma column, 2 enormous elves are engaged in an extremely fierce melee combat. One of them was a fire-breathing camel, its entire body covered in black rock armor and carrying a giant volcanic tortoise shell on its back. The other one, however, is a deep red crab with 2 enormous claws, resembling a heavily armored lobster that walks upright. Water versus fire. Moreover, judging from the size and energy fluctuations of these 2 Pokémon, they are definitely wild overlords who have reached the early stage of gym leader level. A battle between water and fire. Subai stood on a rock in the distance, not in a hurry to approach, but observing the battle with great interest. In the crater environment, which is extremely biased towards fire-type creatures, the water-type giant crab was able to fight the fire-breathing camel to a standstill, and even seemed to have the upper hand. This shows that the giant claw crab's level and aptitude are absolutely extraordinary. But why are they fighting so fiercely here? Suobai frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two elves. Sudden. His gaze was fixed on a protruding black rock on the inside of the crater. There. A multifaceted crystal, even larger than the one seen in the poisonous swamp, radiating a rich red light, was quietly floating in mid-air. Inside that crystal, faint traces of scorching energy, flowing like magma, could be seen. High-level Secret Realm Core Crystal. This is an exceptional crystal that contains far greater primordial energy than ordinary crystals. I see. A knowing glint flashed in Suobai's eyes. Since you've fought so hard, I'll reluctantly accept this top-grade crystal. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly gave the instruction. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Clear the area. Chapter 136. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Clear the area. Accompanied by Suobai's calm yet absolutely ruthless command. Yay! The Azure Flame Blade Demon, which had been gathering its strength, suddenly unleashed a surge of purple ghost fire in its eye sockets. It has no unnecessary words. He stomped his feet hard on the scorching volcanic rock, and purple-red flames erupted from beneath his feet, transforming into an extremely violent propulsive force. Boom! Only a melted crater remained in its place. The Azure Flame Blade Demon's figure had transformed into a streak of purplish-red aurora, hurtling straight towards the two overlord elves fighting in the crater. Roar! Snap! The fire-breathing camel and giant crab, who were engaged in a fierce melee, simultaneously sensed the terrifying killing intent that had recklessly invaded the battlefield. They are the dominant wild species in this volcanic region, with a very strong sense of territory. Faced with this suddenly appearing ghost knight, the two behemoths that were locked in a fierce battle unexpectedly and in perfect unison turned their weapons around. Snap! The giant crab's ridiculously large left claw, capable of crushing steel, was instantly enveloped in a dazzling layer of water-based energy. Water-based physical ultimate move, Crab Claw Hammer. Its massive body moved sideways at incredible speed, and the enormous water hammer, accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air, slammed down fiercely towards the Azure Flame Blade Demon in mid-air. Water overcomes fire. In the wild Pokémon's instincts, this attack was enough to smash this arrogant fire-type Pokémon into a pulp. However, faced with this powerful and overwhelming water-based attack, Azure Flame Blade Demon not only did not dodge, but the ghostly fire in its eyes revealed a hint of contempt. Swish! Its body twisted at an extremely strange angle in mid-air. The great sword in his left hand, instead of igniting flames, was instantly bound tightly by pitch-black evil energy. Ambush on vital points. Sizzle! One black, one blue, two violent energies collided violently in mid-air. No stalemate. All that's left is that tooth-grinding cutting sound. The Azure Flame Blade Demon's indestructible black sword light sliced through the giant claw crab's proud, massive water-flowing iron pincers with the ease of cutting through tofu. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere. The giant crab's massive pincer, along with its prized water-based energy, was severed at the root. Hiss! The giant crab let out a shrill scream as its massive body lost its balance and crashed heavily into the edge of the lava pool below. One sword. A wild overlord, at the beginner level of gym leader, was severely injured. Roar! Just then, the fire-breathing camels behind them launched an attack. The two volcanic shells on its back suddenly erupted with blinding red light, and an extremely terrifying pillar of magma, like a volcanic eruption, spewed wildly towards the back of the Azure Flame Blade Demon. Breathes. Suck it! Suobai stood at a distance, hands in his pockets, his tone still calm. Cheers! Azure Flame Blade Demon suddenly turned around. Faced with that terrifying pillar of magma powerful enough to melt steel, it actually opened its arms and exposed its chest. Characteristics: flammable. Boom! The raging pillar of magma completely engulfed the azure flame blade demon. But the next second, a scene that terrified the fire-breathing camel unfolded. The blazing flames not only failed to cause the slightest harm to the azure flame blade demon, but instead surged wildly into its dark heavy armor like rivers flowing into the sea. The purplish-red nether flame on the shoulder of the azure flame blade demon instantly swelled to over 2 meters tall after absorbing this massive amount of fire energy. Like a demon god reborn from the ashes. Roar! Extreme fear finally appeared in the fire-breathing camel's somewhat dull eyes. Your fire is too mixed. Suibai's voice echoed in the crater. Here you go. Bitter blade. Yay! Having absorbed a massive amount of fire energy, the azure flame blade demon swung its great sword in its right hand with a fierce roar. A terrifying, purplish-red sword beam, over 10 meters long, carrying the terrifying power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, instantly tore through the billowing smoke from the volcano's crater. Pfft! There was no suspense whatsoever. This sword beam, refined to its highest level, pierced through the fire-breathing camel's thick rock armor without any hindrance. Bang! The fire-breathing camel's massive body froze in place, then collapsed with a crash, like a toppled stone statue. Two wild, dominant species, each at the level of a museum owner. Before the azure flame blade demon, they didn't even last a minute before being completely wiped out like dry leaves. Well done! Suibai nodded in satisfaction, and walked slowly and steadily onto the inner side of the crater, stepping on the scorching volcanic rocks. He reached out and grabbed the high-level secret realm core crystal that was floating in midair and emitting a rich red light. Buzz! The moment he touched it, a surge of intense, primordial energy, several times stronger than before, instantly flowed down his arm and into his body. The system notification sounded again. Ding! High purity S-grade secret realm high-level core energy detected. The third layer of the seal on the complete character collection backpack has been significantly improved in its unlocking progress. Current progress, 25%. The effects of high-grade crystals are indeed much stronger than those of ordinary ones. A glint of light flashed in Suibai's eyes. Once he hunts down a few more overlords of this caliber, the third layer of his complete encyclopedia backpack will be fully unlocked. At that point, the god-tier items stored inside will be enough to make him invincible in this battle royale. Boom! 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 Just as Suibai finished putting the crystal away. Above them, the sky, which had been obscured by volcanic ash, suddenly erupted with a terrifying roar like muffled thunder. A massive, suffocating dragon's might, imbued with extreme arrogance and ferocity. Like a mountain pressing down, it instantly enveloped the entire crater. Suibai suddenly raised his head. Both the dragon on his shoulder and the azure flame blade demon beside him simultaneously entered the highest level of combat alert. Whoosh! A thick, orange-yellow beam of light, brimming with destructive power, tore through the volcanic ash and crashed down with overwhelming force towards the spot where Suibai had just stood. Destructive ray! Scatter! Suibai gave a cold shout and nimbly performed a tactical roll backward. Azure Flame Blade Demon and Dragon Knight instantly transformed into afterimages and dodged. Boom! The destructive rays slammed into the edge of the crater. The hard volcanic rock was instantly vaporized like tofu, blasting out a terrifying crater with a diameter of over 10 meters. The violent shockwave whipped up a storm of debris. That's such a rude way to greet someone. Suibai steadied himself, dusted off his camouflage uniform, and slowly narrowed his deep eyes. Through the billowing smoke and dust, he saw a large, plump dragon-type Pokémon, orange in color, with two long, thin tentacles and a pair of small wings, flapping its wings and slowly landing on the rocks opposite the crater. Although it looks somewhat adorable, but that terrifying sense of oppression, belonging to a pure quasi-god and of extremely high level, cannot be faked. Dragonite. And on the broad back of the Dragonite, a long-haired young man dressed in black, with a cold and icy expression, was looking down at Suibai. His gaze was as if he were looking at a lifeless corpse. There were no human emotional fluctuations. I thought I'd have to search for you in this cursed secret realm for several more days. The black-clad youth's voice pierced through the roar of the volcano and clearly reached Suibai's ears. I never expected that the energy fluctuations of the high-grade crystal would actually draw out you, a rat hiding in the shadows. Looking at the extremely dangerous-looking young man opposite him, Suibai immediately recalled the murderous gazes he had seen on the military tarmac. Kyoto Rayquaza. Suibai's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Has Long Yu's leg been set? Long Yu is nothing more than a troublemaking dog raised by our Long family. The young man in black leaped off the Dragonite's back, landing steadily on the scorching rocks, his eyes indifferent. Remember the name of the person who killed you. Kyoto Longjia, Longjia. Long Xiao's gaze slowly shifted from Suibai to the azure flame blade demon wielding two swords beside him. A glint of undisguised greed flashed in his eyes. Is this the mutated elf that crippled the red-faced dragon? It certainly looks like a decent piece of loot. After I kill you, it and that mysterious stone in your backpack will all belong to me. Boom! As Long Xiao's words fell, Dragonite suddenly let out a furious roar that shattered the heavens. Rank, LV62, Heavenly King level beginner. On the first day of the S-level Death Realm, the clash of the Xia Kingdom's most outstanding geniuses, a relentless hunting war, has begun at this moment. Chapter 137. Boom! As Long Xiao finished speaking, Dragonite's terrifying roar, which shattered the clouds, exploded above the crater. LV62. First Dan of the Heavenly King level. Pure blood pseudo-god. These labels, when combined, give this seemingly endearing orange dragon a terrifying, oppressive aura that feels almost tangible, making it difficult to even breathe. The scorching volcanic ash around it couldn't even get within 3 meters of Dragonite before it was shattered by the powerful dragon-type aura emanating from its body. After I kill you, your spirit, and your secrets, will all belong to me. Long Xiao stood on the scorching rock, his cold eyes devoid of any emotion, as if stating a given fact. Dragonite. Crush him. Lightning speed. Roar. Without any unnecessary movements, Dragonite's massive body trembled violently in mid-air. The next second, it's gone. It's not a physical acceleration boost from sheer physical power, but an absolute preemptive skill that breaks the conventional laws of physics. Wow, so fast! Suibai's pupils contracted sharply, even his eye of insight could only catch a very blurry orange-yellow afterimage left in mid-air. Almost at the same instant, a terrifying, overwhelming force, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, slammed violently into the azure flame blade demon that stood in front of Suibai. Stop it! Suibai shouted sternly. The purple flames in the azure flame blade demon's eye sockets pulsed wildly. Its extraordinary combat instincts as the chief swordsman allowed it to, at its limit, suddenly cross the two great swords burning with azure flames in front of its chest. Bang! A terrifying, teeth-grinding roar, like two steel mountains colliding, exploded at the edge of the crater. A visible white sonic boom cloud spread wildly outwards from the point of impact. Snap! Snap! The incredibly hard volcanic rock beneath the azure flame blade demon's feet collapsed instantly. Its body, clad in dark, heavy armor, was as if it had been struck head-on by a high-speed maglev train, propelled backward by the terrifying force. With their bare feet, they carved out two deep, dozens of meters-long furrows in the scorching ground. It slid all the way to the edge of the crater before plunging its twin swords deep into the ground, barely managing to stop itself. Just. The azure flame blade demon let out a muffled cry of pain. Its arms, crossed in front of its chest, trembled slightly, and fine cracks even appeared on its heavy armor. A lightning-fast collision in a single glance. The azure flame blade demon, who had just annihilated 2 dojo master level overlords, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Is this the true value of a celestial level quasi-god? Suibai watched this scene, his expression becoming more serious than ever before. Dragon's Dragonite is more terrifying than any opponent he has ever encountered before. Not only is its level extremely high, but it has also been cultivated to an exceptionally perfect degree. The condensation of its power is undoubtedly the result of countless life and death battles. Oh! It actually blocked it. On the distant rocks, Long Xiao looked at the Azure Flame Blade Demon, who had only suffered minor injuries, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. At an elite level, it withstood the incredible speed of a level 62 Dragonite without being seriously injured or rendered unable to battle. Your mutated sprite not only possesses bizarre attack power, but its defense and bone density also far exceed the range of normal sprites. A cruel and greedy smirk curled at the corner of Long Xiao's mouth. Great! The stronger it is, the more excited I get. Dragonite! Don't give it a chance to catch its breath. Earthquake! Roar! Dragonite let out a ferocious roar, its thick legs suddenly rising and slamming down onto the volcanic rock below with the terrifying destructive power of a champion-level being. Ground-type ultimate move. Perfectly counters fire-type. Rumble rumble rumble. The entire crater seemed to have been struck as if by a magnitude 12 earthquake. The earth cracked and churned violently, with countless scorching rocks being thrown into the air like ocean waves. An extremely violent seismic wave, traveling along the Earth's crust, swept wildly towards the location of the Azure Flame Blade Demon with overwhelming force. Faced with this destructive force on par with nature, any attempt to dodge would seem futile. Since we can't stand on the ground, let's go to the sky. Suibai stood on the violently shaking rock, his body as steady as a nail, his eyes blazing with an extremely frenzied fighting spirit. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Make use of this environment. Jet takeoff. Upon hearing Suibai's command, Azure Flame Blade Demon did not hesitate. The purple will-o'-the-wisps in its eye sockets suddenly contracted, and it stomped its feet hard on the collapsing ground. At the same time, it unleashed the immense fire energy that had just been absorbed from the earth core fire within its body, which was almost overflowing, through the jets on the soles of its feet, without reservation. Boom! An extremely thick pillar of purplish-red fire completely melted the volcanic rock beneath it. Taking advantage of this terrifying recoil force, the Azure Flame Blade Demon's body transformed into a streak of purplish-red aurora, narrowly escaping into the air just a second before the seismic waves engulfed it. Would escaping to the sky even make a difference? Long Xiao sneered repeatedly, trying to fight in the air against a Dragonite? That's practically suicide. Dragonite! Dragon Dive! Slam it back into the lava! Roar! Dragonite's little wings flapped suddenly. Its massive body suddenly unleashed an extremely unreasonable acceleration, its entire body tightly enveloped by a ferocious, almost tangible, blood-red dragon phantom. With a terrifying killing intent capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, it crashed down from the higher sky towards the Azure Flame Blade Demon. There's no way to avoid it. Who said I was going to run away? Suibai, who was below, slowly raised his head. Watching the blood-red dragon fall like a meteorite, he not only showed no panic, but a dangerous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Long Xiao, you seem to have misunderstood something. This is a super hot volcano. Suibai suddenly waved his hand, and his voice, amidst a deafening roar, was like a divine pronouncement. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Detonate this volcano. Yay! The Azure Flame Blade Demon, suspended in mid-air, let out a soul-rending, piercing sword cry. It did not try to block the Dragonite that was falling from above. Instead, quite unusually, he directly reversed the direction of the two great swords burning with purplish-red flames in his hands. Down below, into the deepest part of the crater, which had been completely cracked open by the earthquake and was spewing out dark red magma. It was thrown down hard. What? Long Xiao was stunned. He couldn't understand Suobai's move at all. Does this mean they've given up the fight? Pfft! The two giant swords, blazing with azure light, were like two fuses, deeply embedded in the scorching magma at the Earth's core. Feature: Ignition. Full power reverse release. Stimulated by the purest and most refined netherworld flame of the azure flame blade demon, which was infused with ancient resentment. This was already an extremely active S-class secret realm volcano. Thorough. It's gone berserk. Rumble rumble rumble. A terrifying roar, indescribable in its deafening force, exploded from the depths of the earth. A pillar of destructive fire, over 100 meters in diameter and reaching temperatures of several thousand degrees, a mixture of dark red magma and purplish-red flames. Like an ancient fire dragon roaring as it breaks free of the prison of hell. Soaring into the sky. This is not just the power of the azure flame blade demon, it borrows the power of the entire S-rank death realm, the earth-shattering might of nature. Damn it! Extreme horror finally surfaced on Long Xiao's usually cold face. He never imagined that this madman would dare to detonate a volcano. Roar! The Drago Knight, currently in its dragon dive state, will be the first to be hit. Its proud, blood-red dragon-like coat was torn apart instantly by the extremely violent heat, as if it were made of paper, the moment it came into contact with this 100-meter diameter pillar of mixed magma. Boom! The raging sea of lava completely engulfed the massive body of the Drago Knight. And at the very center of the pillar of fire is the azure flame blade demon. However, protected by the ignite property, it thrives. Bathed in the raging lava and flames, it was like a death god reborn from the ashes, its hands clenching suddenly in the void. Two terrifying giant swords, each over 10 meters long, formed from pure magma and purple fire, reappeared in its hands. Now, Suobai stood on the rock, which was illuminated by the firelight, his eyes like those of a cold-blooded tyrant. Slay it! The ultimate sword of regret. Chapter 138. Accompanied by Suobai's icy voice, as if proclaiming a divine judgment. Bathed in the very center of the towering pillar of magma, the azure flame blade demon's purple flames instantly reached an unprecedented level of intensity. Yay! It gripped the two terrifying giant swords, each over 10 meters long, formed entirely from the extreme compression and condensation of magma and purplish-red flames from the Earth's core. Without the slightest hesitation. Facing the pseudo-legendary Drago Knight that roared in agony amidst the sea of fire, yet still crashed down with the residual power of a champion-level being. Slash down hard. With a swift, crisscrossing motion. This sword strike not only contained the elite-level energy of the azure flame blade demon itself, but also borrowed the immense power of nature from the eruption of an entire active volcano within the S-rank secret realm. This is truly a feat of using the power of heaven and earth to slay a dragon. Sizzle! Two enormous crescent-shaped purplish-red sword beams intertwined in mid-air to form a deathly X mark. Even the space itself seemed to be cleaved into dark cracks by the terrifying heat and sword intent at that moment. Roar! Drago Knight let out an extremely shrill scream. Its proud pure-blooded dragon body, its tough scales strong enough to withstand missile bombardment. Before these two great swords of azure flames, which were imbued with the power of natural disasters, they were as fragile as two blocks of butter under high temperature. No hindrance whatsoever. One swift strike. Pfft! The scalding dragon blood had just gushed out when it was instantly evaporated into a blood-red mist by the extreme azure flames. Even more terrifying is that the extremely abnormal life-stealing property of the regret sword is amplified countless times under the blessing of volcanic energy. Visibly, the immense life force of the king level within Drago Knight was like a flood bursting its banks, rushing wildly into azure flame blade demon's body through the sword. No. Impossible. On the rocks in the distance. Long Xiao, the #1 genius of the Kyoto Long family, always maintained an aloof and superior attitude, as if he controlled everything. At that moment, his eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. His cold face was completely distorted, filled with undisguised horror and despair. That's a level 62 Elite 4 level Dragonite. He is an absolute ace, nurtured from childhood with countless rare and precious herbs and dragon-related secret medicines. He is the source of his confidence in dominating the younger generation. His defense was actually pierced by a single, head-on sword strike from an elite-level mutated spirit. Boom! It was accompanied by a deafening roar. Dragonite's massive body, having completely lost all its strength and vitality, crashed heavily onto the scorching rocks at the edge of the volcano like a falling meteor. The hard volcanic rock was smashed into a huge crater, and countless fragments of rock shot into the sky. Dragonite lay in a pool of blood and scorched earth, his eyes rolled back, his body covered in horrifying charred sword marks, and he had fallen into a deep coma. One strike. We crossed a chasm of 26 levels. Defeat a heavenly king-level quasi-god. Hoo-hoo! In mid-air, the residual force of the volcanic eruption gradually dissipated. The azure flame blade demon dispelled the massive magma sword, which was over 10 meters long, and fell back to the ground. Although it drew upon the power of the volcano, that sword strike nearly drained its physical and mental strength. If it weren't for the regret sword absorbing Dragonite's immense life force to replenish it, it probably wouldn't even be able to stand up now. You've worked hard, come back and rest. Suibai took out the deluxe ball and shot out a beam of red light, which retracted the exhausted azure flame blade demon. Then, with his hands in his pockets, he stepped through the scorching volcanic ash and walked step by step toward the completely stunned Long Xiao. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of military tactical boots crunching on the gravel was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent crater. Every step felt like a heavy stomp on Long Xiao's heart. You stay away. Long Xiao finally recovered from his extreme shock. He instinctively took 2 steps back, frantically reaching for the other pokeballs at his waist. Come out! Salamins! Garcomp! Kill him! Bang! Bang! 2 red lights flashed by. 2 powerful dragon-type warriors, both at the peak of the gym leader level, appeared in front of Dragon Owl, letting out angry roars. Their family's heritage is indeed so profound that it inspires envy. But at this very moment, facing these 2 ferocious dragon-like behemoths, Suibai didn't even lift an eyelid. Do you think that once I take back the Azure Flame Blade Demon, you'll have a chance to turn the tables? Suibai stopped in his tracks, looking at Long Xiao with cold eyes, as if he were looking at a clown. Buzz! Suibai had barely finished speaking. Beside him, a purplish-black phantom energy silently dissolved like ink. A slender elf, resembling a stealth bomber, appeared out of thin air. Dariki! At the same time. Hiss! In mid-air, a high-frequency, chilling flapping sound came from the wings. A giant poisonous bee, its body a blend of dark gold and pure black, its arms like the Grim Reaper's lance, hovered instantly above Long Xiao's head at a terrifying speed that was impossible for the naked eye to perceive. Its scarlet compound eyes were fixed on Long Xiao's throat. Shiny bead rill. A ghost, a poisonous insect. 2 pure, extreme killing intense, like 2 invisible blades, instantly locked onto Long Xiao and the 2 elves he had just released. Roar! The roars of Salamins and Garcomp abruptly ceased. Their survival instincts screamed a warning: if they dared to make a move, that dark gold and venomous insect in the sky would pierce their master's throat in an instant. Gurgle! Long Xiao swallowed hard. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead like a waterfall, stinging his eyes, but he didn't even dare to wipe it away. He finally realized an extremely cruel truth. The boy named Suibai in front of me is a complete monster. He not only possesses a mutated fire-type spirit capable of going toe-to-toe with the Elite Four member. His other elves are also top predators skilled in assassination and reaping. What do you want to do? Long Xiao's voice finally trembled, all traces of his previous arrogant haughtiness gone. This is a Class S secret realm under military surveillance. If you dare kill me, neither the Kyoto Long family nor the military will let you get away with it. Kill you? Subai scoffed. Killing you would not only dirty my hands, but also get me into a lot of trouble. I'm not that stupid. He strode up to Long Xiao and unceremoniously ripped the tactical backpack off Long Xiao's waist. But since it's a battle royale, and since you've come to hunt me down, then I must collect some spoils of war. Subai opened his backpack and rummaged through it. His eyes lit up immediately. He truly deserves to be called the #1 genius of the Kyoto Long family. Inside the backpack, there were 5 ordinary core crystals emitting a purple light, and 1 red high-level core crystal neatly arranged. In addition, there's the piece that Subai just got from the volcano. Get rich quick. I gladly accept these crystals. Without any hesitation, Subai poured all the crystals into his complete encyclopedia backpack. You! Give me back the crystal! A flash of rage and humiliation crossed Long Xiao's eyes, and he instinctively reached out to snatch it. Hiss! The giant bee, suspended in mid-air, suddenly pressed its 2 needles downwards, the cold tips of which pressed directly against Long Xiao's nose, instantly freezing him in place. Besides crystal. Subai's lips curled into a kind smile. He reached out and expertly rummaged through Long Xiao's pocket. He pulled out a red flare gun. Snap! Under Long Xiao's desperate gaze, Subai exerted force with one hand and crushed the life-saving signal gun, which could call for military assistance, into a pile of scrap plastic. He casually tossed it into the lava pool next to him. You're killing people! Long Xiao finally roared in despair. Without the crystal, he will be eliminated. But without the flare gun and his main Drago Knight, in this perilous S-rank secret realm teeming with dominant wild Pokémon, whether he could even survive the night was uncertain. Murder! Subai dusted off his hands and turned to leave. Don't you young masters from aristocratic families love to be high and mighty, setting the rules? I'm just following the rules of this deadly secret realm. Enjoy the upcoming Wilderness Survival Challenge, young Master Long. Good luck! After saying that, Subai, along with Dariki and Beedrill, walked down the volcano without looking back. Only Long Xiao remained, standing alone in the ravaged crater, staring at the signal flare melting into the lava, letting out a desperate and venomous roar like that of a wild beast. We've left the volcanic area. Subai found a secluded crevice in the rocks and sat down cross-legged. He ignored the commotion outside. Instead, he eagerly opened the complete encyclopedia backpack interface in his mind. The 6 crystals I just stole from Long Xiao, plus the high-level crystal I crafted myself. The conditions for unlocking the 3rd layer of the seal on the complete character collection backpack have been fully met. System. Subai took a deep breath, suppressing his inner elation. Absorb all the energy of the core crystal. Unseal the 3rd level. Chapter 139. System. Absorb all core crystal energy. Unseal the 3rd level. Accompanied by a low growl of suppressed ecstasy in Subai's heart. An unprecedented burst of dazzling golden light erupted from the virtual interface of the complete encyclopedia backpack. The 6 crystals taken from Long Xiao, plus the high-grade crystals seized from the volcano, totaling 7 crystals containing the original energy of an S-level secret realm, instantly transformed into a torrent of pure energy, frantically impacting the ancient sealing chains on the 3rd level. Ding! Massive amount of S-level secret realm core energy detected. Energy infusion in progress. Seal release progress, 40%, 70%, 95%, 100%. Click. A crisp sound, as if the shackles deep within the soul had been severed. After a long period of silence, the third layer of the complete encyclopedia backpack has finally burst open. An extremely rich purple-gold light instantly illuminated Suabai's entire sea of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host! The third level of the complete collection backpack has been successfully unlocked. Obtain the ultimate reward for unlocking Tier 3, Rule Level Capture Item, Master Ball *1. Functional Reward, Holographic Radar is now activated. Obtain exclusive top-tier item, Ancient Dragon Fang *1. Hiss. Seeing the series of rewards pop up on the system panel, even someone as composed as Suabai couldn't help but gasp. My heart started pounding uncontrollably. Master Ball. With a thought, Suabai created a special poke ball, the upper half of which was deep purple, with a large pink imprinted on it, and raised round bumps on both sides, which quietly appeared in his palm. Its texture is extremely smooth and warm, and its surface is covered with a layer of mysterious code that even the Eye of Insight cannot fully decipher. What's this? This is the most unreasonable and ultimate cheat code in the world of Pokémon. Ignore level. Ignore status. Ignore defense. Once thrown out, even if the opponent is a high-ranking, world-destroying level 1 divine beast, it still possesses a 100% absolute capture power at the rule level. With this, if we encounter any disobedient wild gods in the future. Suabai tossed the purple master ball with one hand, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. We could just put a sack over their heads and rob them. This is not just a capture tool, but the ultimate nuclear deterrent. Suabai carefully put the master ball into the safest storage compartment of his backpack, then looked at the other two rewards. Ancient Dragon Fang, a top-tier portable item. It contains the pure power of an ancient dragon overlord. When equipped, it increases the power of dragon-type moves by 30% and significantly purifies dragon bloodlines. Doran, this is for you. Suabai took out the enormous dragon tooth that exuded a desolate aura and handed it to Duolongki, who was watching eagerly from the side. Strange. Duolongki let out an excited cry and swallowed the dragon tooth whole. A layer of dark red dragon scales instantly appeared on the surface of its illusory body, clearly indicating that it was rapidly absorbing the power within. Finally, Suabai focused his attention on the holographic secret realm radar. Activate radar. Drib. A gigantic, incredibly detailed 3D holographic map was instantly projected onto Suabai's retina. This is a stunningly clear aerial view of the entire S-level Kunlun Death Realm. The map is covered with countless twinkling dots of various colors. The green dots represent ordinary contestants. The red dots represent aggressive, wild overlords. What attracted Suabai's attention the most was the very center of this vast map, a grey area simultaneously shrouded in blizzards and thunderstorms. There was a huge, deep purple orb of light, pulsating like a heart. Warning, unknown mythical level, SSS level, energy fluctuation detected. Distance from host's current location, 120 kilometers. Mythical level energy fluctuations. Suabai stared at the deep purple orb of light, his eyes gleaming with fervent ambition. This S-rank secret realm actually hides something of this level. It seems the second half of this battle royale has only just begun. At the same time, the S-level secret outer perimeter, the highest monitoring and command center of the Kunlun military region. The massive control hall was currently enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme silence and oppression. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Red alarm lights flashed frantically on the main screen of the control center. Reporting to the commander. A monitoring officer stood up, sweating profusely, his voice trembling and distorted. An extremely unusual high-energy reaction has occurred in the extremely hot volcanic region. Long Xiao, captain of the Kyoto Long family team, has just seen his vital signs plummet to the critical level. And the energy wave of his LV-62 Elite 64 Drago Knight. The officer swallowed hard, as if he had just seen some extremely horrifying data. Completely disappeared. Initial assessment indicates that he has lost all combat capabilities and is in a deep coma. Boom. These words caused an uproar in the entire command center. All the senior officers and technicians stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A Dragonite at the early Elite 4 level. That's a pure-blooded pseudo-god. Even among the elite units of the 4 major military regions, they would be a terrifying fighting force that could serve as the backbone. The competition has only been going on for less than 2 days. The dragon family's top genius, Long Xiao, who possessed Heavenly King level combat power, was actually killed instantly in the volcanic area. Quiet. At the command post, Tainan, the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Theater Command, slammed his hand on the table, a terrifying glint flashing in his single eye. Get me the satellite thermal image of the volcanic area. Yes. On the large screen, the images switched rapidly. Although the image appears somewhat blurry and snowy due to the strong magnetic field interference from the secret realm. But what appeared on the screen still made all the military leaders present gasp in shock. All that could be seen was the once intact active volcano crater. At this moment, it was as if someone had deliberately cleaved it open, creating a terrifying abyss that was hundreds of meters long and bottomless. Lava is gushing out wildly from that smooth cut. What force caused this? A chief of staff stared wide-eyed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Could it be that the most powerful monsters from the secret realm have escaped? No. Commander Tainan stared intently at the cut, his single, battle-hardened eye flashing with an extremely sharp glint. The cut was smooth, but the edges showed signs of extremely high temperature burning and remnants of some kind of dark energy. This is not a natural disaster. This is a sword mark. Sword marks. Silence fell over the command center once again. A sword mark that cleaved through the crater, even borrowing the power of the volcanic eruption. First, the poisonous swamp wiped out the entire Wang family of Jinling. Now, at an extremely hot volcano, he has slain a Heavenly King level quasi-god from the Long family with a single sword strike. A wild, triumphant smile suddenly appeared on Commander Tai's lips, a smile born of a predatory gleam. Check. Get me a complete tracking record of all the participants' movements in and around that area. I'd like to see just what kind of powerful force has infiltrated this national competition. S-level secret realm, on the edge of a volcano. Subai had no idea that his sword strike had driven the military high command outside the city completely mad. He stood up and brushed the volcanic ash off his camouflage uniform. I glanced at the purple light cluster on the holographic radar, located 120 kilometers away, radiating mythical level fluctuations. Let's go, Doran. Subai faced the cold wind carrying ice and snow blowing from afar and adjusted his goggles. Warm up is over. I'll take you to see the true heart of this secret realm. Chapter 140. Kunlun Military Region, S-level secret realm supreme monitoring and command center. The atmosphere in the entire hall was now extremely tense. Have you found out yet? Commander Tainan, like an enraged lion, braced his hands on the holographic command platform, his single eye fixed on the rapidly moving green dot on the screen. Reporting to the commander. We've found out. An officer in charge of intelligence analysis typed rapidly on his keyboard, bringing a top-secret file to the center of the large screen. The photo in the file shows a handsome young man with deep-set eyes. Subai. 18 years old. Born into an ordinary working-class family in Jiangnan province, with no prestigious family background whatsoever. 2 months ago, I officially registered as a rookie trainer, and then at an incredibly rapid pace, I swept through 8 gyms in Jiangnan and Shanghai, securing the highest level qualification to participate in the national tournament. And just yesterday, he achieved a 10-game winning streak in the Shanghai Underground Arena, decisively defeating Water Ghost Base in a LV45 Rogue Panda. The officer's voice trembled more and more as he read the resume. 18 years old? Civilian? Collecting 8 badges in 2 months. He even slaughtered his way through the underground boxing ring, a place where people are prey to be slaughtered. Is this even a resume a normal human being could type? Commoners. Commander Tainan sneered, a sharp glint flashing in his single remaining eye. Could an ordinary person really cultivate a mutated elf capable of cleaving an active volcano in two with a single sword strike, and slaying both the royal family's elite assassins and the dragon family's near-god level beings? There must be a behemoth behind this kid that even the Alliance can't easily touch. However, I don't care who's behind him. Tainan suddenly sat up straight and pointed at Suibai's current movement trajectory on the screen. Where the hell is this kid going? On the holographic map, the green dot representing Suibai did not, like the other contestants, steadily advance in the resource-rich outer areas. Instead, it was like an arrow released from a bow. Straight. Without hesitation, they charged madly towards the deepest part of the entire S-class death zone, that grey forbidden zone that even military detectors couldn't completely penetrate. Commander, his target seems to be the Eye of the Storm. A chief of staff swallowed hard, cold sweat instantly soaking through the back of his uniform. The Eye of the Storm. Commander Tainan's expression suddenly changed drastically. That grey forbidden zone is the most central and also the most terrifying place in the entire S-class composite secret realm. When the secret realm first appeared, the military dispatched a sharp squad of 3 Heavenly King-level experts to investigate. Result: they didn't even get to the edge of the Eye of the Storm. The burst of violent energy from within severely injured 3 Heavenly King-level main forces, forcing them to flee in disarray. According to the top-secret intelligence brought back by the 3 Heavenly Kings, a mythical-level calamity capable of destroying the entire northwestern border resides within. He's insane. This kid is absolutely insane. Iron Man slammed his fist on the command platform. That place, even if I went there myself, I'd be skinned alive. Is he, a complete newbie participating in the preliminary rounds, going there to get himself killed? Immediately activate the highest level red alert. Be prepared to activate the space-based weapon at any time. We absolutely cannot let him awaken that mythical level calamity prematurely. Suibai was unconcerned about the commotion within the military. At this very moment, he was trudging across the wasteland, a tapestry of thick snow and scorched frozen earth, braving a gale strong enough to freeze a person instantly into an ice sculpture, step by step approaching the grey zone ahead. Hoo-hoo! The closer you get to this area, the more extremely harsh and eerie the environment becomes. To the left, a frigid blizzard howled, swirling up thousands of piles of snow. To the right, however, dark clouds filled the sky, and a violent thunderstorm raged, with thick black lightning bolts constantly striking down. An interplay of ice and lightning. 2 completely different attributes of natural disasters have somehow formed a strange balance in this grey space. Even though Suibai was wearing the S-level all-terrain camouflage uniform rewarded by the system, he could still feel a chilling and tingling sensation that pierced his bones and was constantly eroding his body. Strange. And beside him, having devoured the ancient dragon fang, Drorchi's size increased by nearly a third in just a few hours. On its translucent, ghostly body, a layer of dark red, ancient dragon scale patterns, almost tangible, faintly appeared. The purity of the bloodline has been purified to an extremely terrifying degree. Faced with this harsh environment that could wipe out elite-level Pokémon, Draco showed no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, it let out a series of excited low groans. It released a massive amount of ghost and dragon-type mixed energy, forming an invisible barrier around Suibai that kept out the raging ice and snow and the stray lightning. 3 kilometers away from mythical-level energy fluctuations, Suibai glanced at the holographic secret realm radar on his retina. The purple orb representing an SSS-level existence was now pulsating violently on the screen, like a heart beating in the eye of a storm. Let's go see what kind of monster or demon is the master of this secret realm. Suibai reached out and, through his pocket, gently stroked the cold, rule-filled master ball. My sense of security instantly surged. With this thing in hand, even if Arceus really did descend upon them, he would dare to go up and pluck a couple of hairs from his body. Step. When Suibai's military tactical boots officially crossed that invisible grey boundary line and stepped into the core area of the storm's eye. Boom! A terrifying pillar of lightning, over 100 meters in diameter and as black as ink. It was accompanied by an ice storm of absolute zero, strong enough to freeze one's soul. Without warning, it crashed down less than 500 meters in front of Suibai. The earth trembled violently. The entire world seemed to crack like shattered glass under this force. That is. Suibai suddenly raised his head. Braving the blinding light and storms, he finally saw clearly the culprit at the very heart of the thunderstorm and snowstorm, the one that had caused all the natural disasters in this S-class secret realm. It was a terrifying behemoth whose size was beyond description. Its left side was covered by thick ice armor, as if carved from millennia-old ice, radiating a chilling aura that could freeze everything. Its right half of its body was jet black, and its huge tail was like a super-large generator running at high speed, constantly spewing out violent black lightning. A perfect combination of ice and lightning. The sense of incongruity and extreme destructiveness is fully embodied in it. Its vertical pupils, devoid of any emotion and utterly indifferent to all things in the world, pierced through the swirling snow. It stared intently at Suibai, who dared to step into its territory. Ding! Warning! Warning! The Eye of Insight is now at maximum power. Race, Dark QREM. Status, Awakening from Sleep/Extreme Berserk/Disorder of Laws. Rank, LV85, Champion/Level 1 God. Attribute, Dragon/Ice, Master of Exclusive Lightning Laws. Hiss. The moment I saw the long string of blood-red warning text on the system panel, even someone as composed as Suibai couldn't help but gasp at this moment, feeling a chill that seemed to penetrate to the bone. Dark QREM. In the legends of the Unova region, it represents the ultimate fusion of the strongest dragon, ice shell, and ideal lightning. A level 1 divine beast. LV85 is the absolute pinnacle level. No wonder the military's elite squad didn't dare to get close. In front of this god who represents the ultimate violence, an ordinary elite level elf probably couldn't even withstand one of its crossing lightning attacks and would be instantly vaporized. Roar! Dark QREM raised its head and let out a terrifying dragon roar that shattered the dark clouds in the sky. The dark muscles on its right arm suddenly bulged. The lightning generator at the tail was running wildly. Crack! Crack! Countless bolts of black lightning, like a judgment from the end of the world, wove together in the sky into a massive net of thunder, completely sealing off all of Suibai's escape routes. Gods! Suibai stood beneath the lightning net, his clothes fluttering wildly in the strong wind. But there was not a trace of despair or fear in his deep eyes. Instead, an unprecedented, almost manic frenzy and greed surged forth. Since we've already bumped into each other, then please. Without hesitation, Suibai reached into his pocket. He grabbed the ultimate cheat device that emitted a faint purple glow and was marked with the letter M. Get inside my Pokeball. Chapter 141. Since we've already bumped into each other, then please. Get inside my Pokeball. Accompanied by Suibai's almost frenzied roar amidst the raging wind and thunder. His right hand suddenly yanked out of his pocket. Without any hesitation, he hurled the Pokeball, its upper half a deep purple, marked with a pink M and its surface shimmering with mysterious code, at the dark QREM in mid-air, a figure that resembled a demon god capable of destroying the world. Master Ball. The most unreasonable, most domineering, and most unsolvable ultimate cheat in the world of elves. Swoosh! The purple Master Ball traced an unremarkable parabola in mid-air. Compared to the colossal, sky-covering form of Dark QREM, this Pokeball, only the size of a fist, is smaller than a speck of dust. Roar! A flicker of furious rage, clearly provoked, flashed in Dark Qrem's emotionless vertical pupils. A mere ant among humans, not even enough to fill its teeth. When faced with this supreme deity of the Unova region, not only did they not kneel and beg for mercy, but they even dared to throw scrap metal at it. You're asking for it. Boom. 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 The colossal generator at the tail of Dark Qrem whirred wildly, and blinding lightning and frigid ice that could freeze everything were instantly compressed and fused together on its right arm. Exclusive divine skill, Freeze Shock. A beam of destructive light, over 100 meters in diameter and imbued with black lightning and absolute zero, tore through the void and crashed down upon Suibai and the incoming Master Ball. The power of this strike! Let alone flesh and blood, even the crust of the entire S-Class Death Secret Realm would be instantly pierced. Strange. Durongkai, who was hiding next to Suibai, was so frightened that the ghost scales all over his body stood on end. He subconsciously wanted to take Suibai into the other dimension to escape. But Suibai grabbed it and pressed it down. Just you wait and see. Suibai stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes radiating absolute confidence and fervor. In the face of rules, all resistance is futile. The next second, a scene that would horrify even the gods has occurred. When that purple Master Ball came into contact with that devastating beam of freeze-volt light, no explosion occurred. It was not vaporized by high temperatures or extreme cold. The mysterious code on its surface suddenly lit up with a purple gold light, and then, as if it were a ghost that did not exist in this dimension, it completely ignored all the energy impacts. It pierced through the beam of destructive light. It slammed firmly and irresistibly onto Dark Qrem's indestructible ice armor forehead. Bang! A very crisp collision sound. Roar! Dark Qrem's roar abruptly ceased. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, and its eyes finally revealed boundless terror. Because at this moment, it was horrified to discover that the immense energy within its body, belonging to a first-level divine beast, was a power of law capable of tearing apart space. In the instant that it was touched by this unassuming purple sphere, it's completely sealed. A force of rules that it could neither comprehend nor resist had locked it firmly in place. Whoosh! The Master Ball opened from the middle, and a blinding red light burst forth, instantly enveloping Dark Qrem's massive, mountain-like body. There was no struggle. Or rather, in the face of absolute capture rules, even the right to struggle is taken away. With a whoosh, the red light subsided. The terrifying, world-destroying god in mid-air vanished without a trace. Clatter! The purple Master Ball fell from mid-air and crashed onto the frozen ground covered in ice and snow. It doesn't shake 3 times like a regular Pokeball does when capturing a Pokémon. It didn't even move an inch. It produced an extremely crisp sound. Ding! Locking! Capture successful! This is the true value of a Master Ball. This is the ultimate trump card revealed in the 3rd layer of the Pokédex. Whether you're a first-class divine beast or a creator god, once you're hit, you can only obediently stay inside the ball. Hoo! Until that crisp ding sound rang out. The surrounding area was already ravaged by a level 10 blizzard, and black lightning was raining down from the sky. Because the source of energy support has been lost. In just over 10 seconds, it vanished without a trace, like snow falling from the receding tide. The dark clouds dispersed. The long-awaited sunlight pierced through the clouds of the secret realm, shining upon this devastated, grey forbidden zone. Holy crap! Suibai looked at the Master Ball lying quietly on the ground, and even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but swear. That's too domineering. That's so unreasonable. He strode forward, bent down, and picked up the heavy Master Ball. I just got it. In my mind, the system's cold, mechanical voice exploded like firecrackers. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully crossed the boundary between gods and mortals and subdued a mythical, SSS level, Spirit. Black QREM's character card is now unlocked in the character list. Reading Sprite Status. Warning, this spirit has just awakened and its power is incomplete, lacking a portion of the true dragon Reshiram, currently in a period of disordered laws. It is advised that the host not release their trainer into high-intensity battles before reaching the peak of the Elite Four level, otherwise it may trigger the collapse of the secret realm and spatial backlash. Incomplete power? Disordered laws. Subai frowned slightly. But he quickly came to terms with it. This is normal. Dark QREM is the fusion form of QREM after absorbing Zekrom, ideal lightning. If Reshiram, true fire, is added, then it is the most perfect three dragons of the way complete form. They cannot be used as regular combat forces at this time. But this is a level 85, first-class god. Just keep it in your backpack as the ultimate nuclear deterrent. If anyone dares to mess with it, we'll just go down together. I'll just throw out the mythical beast to clean up the mess. Doran, it seems the boss of this secret realm will be following us from now on. Subai turned his head and smiled at Duolonki, who was still in a daze. He casually stored the Master Ball close to his body in the deepest part of his system inventory. At the same time, outside the S-level secret realm, at the Kunlun military region's highest monitoring and command center. The command center, which had been gripped by extreme panic after Subai entered the grey restricted area and was even preparing to activate space-based weapons for a saturation attack, was now in a state of chaos. Now, it was as silent as a graveyard. All the generals, staff officers, and technicians. They all looked like petrified statues, mouths agape, staring intently at the massive holographic radar screen in the center. Just now, right under their noses, that deep purple, terrifying orb of light, representing mythical level, SSS level, was powerful enough to destroy half of the northwestern border. It turns out, without any warning, vanished in an instant. There was no energy decay process, nor any sign of an explosion. It's like being erased from the radar screen with a giant eraser. Is this some kind of ghost or is the machine broken? Commander Iron Man's one eye was wide open, and his hands gripped the edge of the command platform so tightly that deep finger marks were left on the alloy tabletop. Report. The technical officer's voice trembled as he frantically typed on the keyboard. Radar is working perfectly. Not only has the mythical energy source disappeared, even the blizzard and thunderstorms over the Grey Forbidden Zone are rapidly dissipating. The energy level in that area is returning to a normal, safe threshold. Tainan swallowed hard, feeling that his worldview was being severely trampled upon. Where's that kid named Subai? Was he vaporized by a mythical beast? The technical officer's fingers trembled as he pulled up another set of data. When he saw the results, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. No. The vital signs of contestant Subai are not only very stable, but they are even moving leisurely. He survived the eye of the storm. Boom. The entire command center was in complete chaos. The mythical catastrophe vanished, but the 18-year-old commoner who single-handedly stormed in emerged unscathed. What does that mean? Could it be? An extremely absurd and terrifying thought arose simultaneously in the minds of all the top military officials. This kid, he subdued that god. Commander Tainan gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. 18 years old. Civilian. Soloing the core mythic level cataclysm of an S-rank dungeon. Tainan slapped his bald head and gave a wry smile. This doesn't look like they're here for the preliminary rounds of the national competition. This is clearly a living ancestor sent by God to reshuffle the entire Xia Kingdom alliance. Relay my orders. Tainan's expression turned serious, and his voice boomed like thunder in the hall. The highest red alert has been lifted. All data regarding contestant Subai within the eye of the storm has been classified as a top-secret SSS level file by the military. Anyone who dares to divulge even a single word will be charged with treason and executed on the spot. Inside the S-rank secret realm. With the disappearance of Dark Qrem, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the core of the secret realm also dissipated. Those aristocratic geniuses and wild overlords who had previously been hiding in various regions, trembling with fear, finally dared to peek out and breathe some fresh air. This awful weather is finally over. On an ice field 30 kilometers away from the Grey Restricted Zone. Several young men from prominent families, dressed in winter coats, breathed a long sigh of relief as they watched the dark clouds gradually dissipate in the sky. It seems the energy surge cycle in the secret realm has passed. Great! Now it's our turn to shine. Hurry and find the core crystal. If we can get into the top 64, we'll qualify for the main tournament. These self-proclaimed prodigies were still dreaming of making a name for themselves in the national competition. They had no idea. Deep within this secret realm, a demon king who has just subdued a level 100 god and has an invincible cheat code in his pocket. They have already set their sights on them. We've caught all the mythical beasts. Subai stood at the edge of the grey restricted area, looking at the scattered green dots, contestants, on the holographic secret realm radar. He put his hands in his pockets, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Next. It's time to harvest the crystals from you little fat sheep, and while we're at it. The area has been cleared. Chapter 142. 30 kilometers away from the Grey Restricted Zone lies an extremely cold ice field. With Dark Qrem being added to Subai's Master Ball, the blizzard that had been freezing souls in this area finally stopped completely. The long-awaited sunlight shone on the ice, reflecting a dazzling light. Ha ha ha! It's finally stopped. 5 scions of a prestigious family, dressed in top-of-the-line polar cold weather gear, emerged from a hidden ice hole, greedily breathing in the cold but no longer turbulent air. This awful weather almost froze my ivory pig to death. The leader, a young man with blonde hair, kicked a piece of broken ice on the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brothers, the weather's back to normal, it's time for us to get to work. With the 5 of us working together, even the top dojo masters would have to hand over their core crystals. Yes. Take them all. As long as we can gather enough crystals to advance to the top 64, our family's reputation will be firmly established in the national competition. Just as these young masters, who considered themselves the chosen ones of heaven, were dreaming of dominating the secret realm. Tap, tap, tap. A series of extremely gentle footsteps, yet remarkably clear on the vast, icy plain, came from ahead of them. Hey! Someone's here. The blonde-haired youth looked up alertly. It was visible in the backlight. A boy wearing an S-class all-terrain camouflage uniform, with his hands in his pockets, was walking towards them unhurriedly through the thick snow. He was alone, without any elves by his side, strolling leisurely as if he were in his own backyard. A lone wolf? Without even a guard. The blonde-haired youth paused for a moment, then a cruel and greedy smile appeared on his face. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Hey! Kid! The blonde-haired man drew his tactical dagger from his waist, pointed it at Subai, and roared arrogantly. Throw your backpack over here, then put your hands behind your head and kneel on the ground. I'm in a good mood today. As long as you have the crystal in your bag, I might consider not breaking your legs. Upon hearing these words, Subai stopped in his tracks. He slowly raised his head, looking at the 5 ignorant scions of noble families. In his deep eyes, there was no anger, only a trace of pity, as if looking at the dead. Break my legs. Subai's lips curled into a cold smile. This line was said by Wang Teng of the Wang family in Jinling, and also by Long Xiao of the Long family in Kyoto. Do you know what happened to them now? Upon hearing the names Wang Teng and Long Xiao, the blonde-haired youth's expression changed drastically. That's a top-tier young master, renowned throughout aristocratic circles. Someone they usually have to look up to. How dare this commoner address them by their first names, and with such disdain? Stop playing the ghost. A sudden unease rose in Huang Mao's heart, and he abruptly waved his hand. Attack him together. Cripple him. Come forth, Blizzard King. Tundra Bear. Bang. 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 5 red lights flashed, and 5 enormous ice-type Pokémon, each at the mid-elite level, instantly blocked all of Suibai's escape routes. Faced with this menacing encirclement, Suibai didn't even take his hand out of his pocket. He merely turned his head slightly, facing the faint shadow behind him, and whispered. Crimson Flame Blade Demon. Clear the area. Buzz. A ball of purplish-black ghostly energy exploded instantly beneath Suibai's feet. Yay! A crisp sword cry ripped through the icy plains. Clad in dark heavy armor, the Nether Knight appeared instantly in the center of the 5 ice-type spirits, like a grim reaper rising from hell. The 2 giant swords, burning with purplish-red flames, drew 2 tragically beautiful arcs of death in the frigid air. Sword of Regret. Sizzle. Extreme Heat. Extreme Sharpness. Fire type is twice as effective against ice type. Roar. Ah! The 5 elite level ice type Pokémon, before they even had a chance to unleash their skills, were all sent flying backward by this terrifying slash that sliced through the air like tofu. Blood spilled onto the icy plains, instantly vaporized by the azure flames. 1 sword. 5 kills. Thump. The blonde-haired youth's legs buckled, and he knelt directly on the ice, the dagger in his hand falling to the side. He stared in disbelief at the ghostly sprite that resembled a demon, his mind completely blank. No. Don't kill me. I'll give you crystals. I'll give you everything. The blonde-haired man cried out and frantically unfastened the backpack from his waist, dumping all 3 core crystals inside onto the ground. The other 4 scions of prominent families were also terrified and followed suit, scrambling to offer the crystal with both hands. Suibai stepped forward and collected all the crystals on the ground into his complete encyclopedia backpack. Then, he stomped on and smashed the red signal pistol that the blonde-haired man had used to signal for help. The battle royale has only just begun. Suibai looked down at them, his voice as cold as ice. Try to survive on this icy plain. The next 5 days. For all the participants and wild overlords in this S-class death zone, it was simply an endless nightmare. Kunlun Military Region, Supreme Monitoring and Command Center. Reporting to the commander. The radar monitor was covered in sweat, his voice trembling so much he was almost crying. In the eastern ice field region, the vital signs of the participants are disappearing in large numbers at an alarming rate. No. It's not just the eastern ice sheet. The poisonous swamps of the west, the extremely hot volcanoes of the south. That green dot representing contestant Suibai is like a scythe of death, frantically weaving back and forth across the entire secret realm map. Wherever he went, whether it was the green contestant dots or the red wild overlord dots, everything was wiped out. On the big screen, the small green dot representing Suibai moved at an extremely unscientific speed, drawing deadly zigzag lines on the map. Every point of light he touched dimmed completely within a minute. Commander Tainan stood in front of the command platform, his single eye fixed on the screen, his chest heaving violently. This kid, he's really treating this S-rank secret realm like his own personal buffet. He's not only harvesting crystals from other contestants, he's also frantically hunting down those master-level wild overlords for training purposes. That's insane. In the preliminary rounds of every national competition, which contestant didn't tread carefully, like walking on thin ice, avoiding the dominant Pokémon and struggling to survive? And this Suibai is actually actively hunting down the entire secret realm in reverse. Commander, there are only 3 hours left until the end of the 7-day battle royale. The chief of staff wiped away his cold sweat and said with a wry smile. Currently, fewer than 40 participants remain surviving within the secret realm. Furthermore, based on the signal wave pattern, it's likely that very few of these 40 people still possess the core crystal. He snatched them all by himself. Iron Man took a deep breath and waved his hand. Send out all transport helicopters. Head to the central assembly point. I want to see for myself just how much spoils this monster, who dares to put even gods in his pocket, has amassed. 3 hours later. S-rank secret realm, central open area rendezvous point. Boom. More than a dozen huge military attack helicopters slowly landed on the open ground. The propeller whipped up a fierce wind that sent sand and stones flying across the ground. As the hatch opened, dozens of fully armed military examiners came down to conduct the final score calculation for the surviving contestants. However, when they saw the group of contestants gathered in the open space, they were all stunned. How can this person be considered a top national genius? These are clearly a group of beggars who escaped from a refugee camp. They were all dressed in rags, emaciated and pale, their eyes filled with extreme terror and numbness. Some were even trembling nervously, muttering things like demon, purple sword, and death. Long Xiao from the Long family of Kyoto? Wang Tang from the Wang family of Jinling? And several top young masters from Shanghai. The examiner could hardly believe his eyes as he looked at these scions of noble families who were usually so high and mighty, now cowering in a corner like quails. Time's up. All surviving players, immediately hand over your core crystals for points calculation. The examiner, holding a megaphone, announced loudly. But dozens of talented individuals from prestigious families looked at each other, but not a single one stepped forward. Their hands were empty. Forget about high-grade crystals, they can't even produce a single, ordinary purple crystal. That devil stole it all. No crystals at all. The examiner frowned. Does that mean the main competition of this year's national tournament will be cancelled? Just then. Tap. 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 A series of extremely calm and steady footsteps slowly came from the shadows of the jungle. The instant I heard those footsteps, the dozens of geniuses from prominent families seemed to have been electrocuted, trembling all over in fear. As if avoiding a plague, they frantically scattered to both sides, forcefully creating a wide avenue. Under the astonished gazes of all the military examiners, Sudbai was wearing a camouflage uniform that wasn't even smudged with mud, his hands in his pockets, with the scarf-like Darankai still perched on his shoulder. He walked calmly to the checkout counter. He glanced at the dumbfounded examiner and smiled faintly. You're calculating points, right? Sudbai untied the bulging backpack containing the complete encyclopedia from his back. Splash! He simply unzipped the backpack and turned it upside down. The next second, amidst a dazzling display of light that could dazzle the eyes, an ordinary purple core crystal, about the size of a small mountain. Interspersed among them were more than a dozen red high-level core crystals radiating extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. With a splash, it all poured onto the checkout counter. Crystals piled up like mountains. The blinding light even dazzled the eyes of the military examiners. Dead silence. The entire hall was deathly silent. The scions of those aristocratic families stared at the table full of crystals, their eyes practically red with envy, yet not one of them dared to take even a single step forward. Sir, please click it. Sudbai clapped his hands, looked at the stunned examiner, and said calmly. Is this enough for me to advance to the main tournament of the national competition? Chapter 143. Sir, please click it. Is this enough for me to advance to the main tournament of the national competition? Sudbai's calm yet slightly mocking voice echoed softly in the silent central open space. Is that enough? The examiner stared at the mountain of secret realm core crystals before him, radiating blinding purple and red light, and felt a sudden rush of oxygen to his brain, nearly losing his balance and collapsing. Is this something that can be described simply as "is it enough"? In previous national tournaments, the preliminary rounds of the Battle Royale mode were extremely challenging due to the harsh environment of the Secret Realm and the protection of wild overlords. Those top geniuses, if they can form a small team and snatch 3 or 5 ordinary crystals, are already more than enough to secure a spot in the top 64. If you're incredibly lucky and manage to get your hands on a red high-grade crystal, that's an absolutely glorious achievement you can brag about for a lifetime. But now, there were at least 100 ordinary purple crystals on the counter. There were even more than a dozen high-grade red crystals radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. This isn't just about eliminating the wild overlords of the Secret Realm, it's like stripping the other contestants bare. Gurgle. The examiner swallowed hard and picked up the scanner with trembling hands. Beep, beep, beep. As the scanner continued to sweep across the crystal on the table, the numbers on the scoreboard began to skyrocket at an outrageous rate. 126 ordinary core crystals, totaling 1,260 points. High-level core crystals, 18 pieces, totaling 1,800 points. Sudbai's final score. The examiner stared at the astronomical figures on the screen, his voice trembling so much it was completely distorted. 3,060 points. Boom. Upon hearing this score, the faces of all the surviving scions of noble families turned deathly pale. 3,060 points. What does this mean? Compared to this score, the so-called highest record in the preliminary rounds is simply a kindergarten joke. No. It's impossible. At the edge of the crowd, Long Xiao, dressed in rags and with a face covered in filth, gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and filled with despair. His prized champion-level Dragonite was destroyed, and the crystals he had painstakingly collected were stolen. For the past 5 days, he had suffered terribly in the extremely hot volcano, barely managing to survive until this day of reckoning. But he didn't have even a single crystal fragment in his hand. Not just him. Wang Teng of the Wang family of Jinling, along with several other young masters who were usually arrogant and domineering, all had their heads down and were trembling uncontrollably. 0 points. Everyone got 0. This means that this group represents the most elite and privileged class in the Xia Kingdom. In the preliminary stage of the national competition, he was utterly humiliated and completely crushed by an ordinary boy with no background. They were all eliminated. Sir! Suddenly, a disgruntled scion of a prominent family, his eyes red with tears, shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm not having it. He cheated. This is completely unfair. He used his eerie magic to hunt us down throughout the Secret Realm, stealing our crystals. This is deliberate harm. Yes. Disqualify him. Give us back the crystal. Wang Teng, as if grasping at a last straw, joined in the frantic shouting. Hearing these weak and feeble accusations, Sudbai didn't even turn his head. He casually extended a finger and picked at his ear, as if listening to a pack of defeated dogs barking. Fair. Who bribed the dispatcher at the start of the game to find out my airdrop coordinates and then sent assassins to kill me? And who was it, piloting a celestial level near God tier vehicle, who said they would leave me forever in the crater? Sudbai turned around, his deep eyes revealing an icy mockery. Isn't the rule of Battle Royale survival of the fittest? What, you call it tactics when you kill me, but when I rob you, it's called unfair. If you can't handle losing, go back to your mother's arms and nurse. Stop embarrassing yourself here. You. The group of young masters from prominent families were so angry at Sudbai's words that they were almost spitting blood, yet they couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. He's right. Just then, a deafening roar of engines echoed through the sky. A military helicopter carrying heavy weapons hovered directly above the settlement counter. The hatch opened. A burly man in a dark green military uniform, with a black eye patch over his left eye, leaped directly from a height of over 10 meters. Bang! The man landed on the ground like a heavy meteorite, the immense impact causing the surrounding scions of noble families to stagger. Iron Man, Commander-in-Chief of the Northwest Theater. Commander-in-Chief. All the military examiners present immediately stood at attention and saluted, their expressions extremely enthusiastic. Tainan ignored the examiners. His single, sharp eye, as keen as a hawk's, coldly swept over the group of clamoring scions of noble families. I set the rules for Battle Royale. As long as no one dies, looting supplies is a matter of skill and ability. You bunch of useless trash, leading a full-strength squad, and you couldn't even defeat one of their people. And you still have the nerve to bark like dogs here. Tainan's voice was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone to their core. But Commander, if we follow his points system, none of us will get any crystals, then the national tournament's main event. One of the accompanying chiefs of staff wiped away cold sweat and whispered a reminder. Without crystals, everyone is eliminated. Iron Man waved his hand decisively. Having Subai participate in the main competition alone is enough for this national tournament. Even if he were to take on all the geniuses from other war zones single-handedly, I still think he could win. Upon hearing this statement, all the scions of noble families were utterly devastated. The highest military commander personally endorsed it. This is tantamount to a death sentence for these rich young masters. After scolding those losers, Tainan turned around and strode up to Subai. Looking at this boy who was half a head shorter than him, yet whose expression remained as calm and undisturbed as a still well. On Tainan's usually serious and cold face, a rare smile, even tinged with a hint of awe, appeared. Kid. Tainan lowered his voice, speaking in a volume only the two of them could hear, and said deeply. That huge thing in the eye of the storm. Did you bring it out? Subai looked at the Supreme Commander of the Northwest War Zone before him. He neither admitted nor denied it. He simply reached out and patted his seemingly ordinary black backpack. Commander. A secret is a secret precisely because it cannot be told. Subai's lips curled slightly. If the military feels it's unsafe to have that thing with me, they're welcome to try and take it back. Looking at Subai's composed demeanor, which was impeccable and even dared to make a counter-threat. Instead of getting angry, Tainan gasped in shock. It's confirmed. This kid actually put that god who could cause a cataclysmic disaster into his pocket. Ha 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 ha. Tainan suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly, then patted Subai's shoulder heavily. Good lad. You've got guts. Don't worry, the military wouldn't stoop so low as to steal the spoils of an 18-year-old. Besides, that's god-level combat power, anyone who dares to make a move would be asking for trouble. Tainan's smile faded, and he pulled out a special card from his pocket, made of pure gold and engraved with the emblem of the Xia Kingdom Alliance. He presented both hands to Subai with utmost solemnity. This is a golden invitation to the National Championship Finals. At the same time, it also represents the highest level of recognition you receive from the Northwest Military Region. Subai, you've officially advanced to the next round with the highest score in the preliminary round. 2 weeks later, at the National Arena in the Imperial Capital. I look forward to you utterly crushing the dignity of those so-called century-old families into the mud. Subai reached out and took the heavy gold card. He glanced down at the card at the thumbnail of the iconic Bird's Nest Stadium in Beijing. In my mind, the cold, mechanical voice of the complete encyclopedia backpack rang out at just the right moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing to the preliminary rounds of the Battle Royale with outstanding results. Received a large milestone reward. The finals in Beijing. Subai put the golden invitation into his pocket. He raised his head, and in his deep eyes gleamed an extreme sharpness that sent shivers down the spines of all his prey. That suits me perfectly. Chapter 144. The finals in Beijing. That suits me perfectly. Subai pocketed the golden invitation, which represented the highest honor, and strode onto the military-arranged private helicopter amidst the fearful, jealous, and resentful gazes of the scions of noble families. With the roar of the propellers, the helicopter took off and completely left this S-class death zone. Inside the cabin, Suibai leaned back in the comfortable leather seat and closed his eyes. In his mind, the system notification sounds that had been suppressed for so long finally exploded like a barrage of bullets. Ding! Congratulations, host, for sweeping the S-Class Battle Royale preliminary round with a record-breaking score of 3060 points. Rating, SSS rank, absolutely the tyrant of the secret realm. Received Major Stage Reward 1, Super Bracelet. Received Major Stage Reward 2, SSS rank Spirit Egg, Random Holy Potential, *1. Received Major Stage Reward 3, 100 million Alliance Coins. The fourth layer seal on the full character collection backpack has loosened by 10%. Call. Hearing about this incredibly luxurious reward, Suibai suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. It's finally here. With a thought, a specially made bracelet, entirely dark in color and imbued with a texture that blends high technology with ancient runes, appeared in his palm. Super Bracelet, perfectly compatible with the host's mental power, it can embed keystones, making it the perfect medium to trigger super evolution. Without any hesitation, Suibai took out the keystone that he had bought for a staggering 120 million from his backpack. Click. A gentle press. The keystone, shimmering with colorful double helix patterns, was perfectly embedded in the groove of the super bracelet. Buzz. The moment I put on the bracelet, a strange feeling of being connected by blood surged into my heart. With this, in future high-intensity battles, he can activate the power of super evolution anytime, anywhere with extreme stability, without having to forcibly use his mental power to guide it as before. Then, Suibai's gaze fell on the elf egg emitting a soft white light in the system's storage compartment. SSS rank Pokémon egg. System, incubation. Suibai issued the command in his mind. He happened to have a Gardevoir evolution stone that he had obtained from a blind box. If he could get a Ralts, then his team would truly have no weaknesses. Ding! Consuming remaining energy from the secret realm to accelerate incubation. Hatching successful. Click click. Soft light illuminated the cabin. The eggshell cracked. A petite, humanoid sprite, whose face was almost entirely obscured by an oversized white hat, timidly appeared on the seat. Most striking are the two flat, red horn-like structures on its head. As well as its hair and skirt were unlike any other of its kind, displaying a dreamy, light blue hue. Shiny Ralts. Level, LV5, Juvenile Stage. Attribute, Psychic/Fairy. Trait, Telepathy, can read others' emotions, immune to damage from allies' attacks in multiplayer battles. Potential, SSS rank, Sacred. It really is a shiny Ralts. A burst of wild joy flashed in Suibai's eyes. Psychic and Fairy type. This not only perfectly made up for the lack of a special attack mage in his team, but also finally gave that Gardevoir evolution stone its true owner. Ralu. The little guy seemed a little afraid of the roar of the helicopter. It timidly raised its head. Through her long, light blue hair, a pair of large, pure eyes, like rubies, cautiously looked at Suibai. The next second, a faint yet incredibly warm mental fluctuation resonated directly in Suibai's mind. Master, Master. Telepathy. No need to call me Master. Suibai reached out, his voice unusually gentle, and lightly touched the two small red horns on its head that were sensitive to emotions. Just call me Suibai. Welcome to our, slightly violent family. Laru. Sensing Suibai's kindness and pure affection, Ralts immediately lowered its guard and happily jumped into Suibai's arms. Its terrifying SSS level potential, within this small body, is waiting for an earth-shattering explosion. Time flies. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The capital city, the National Stadium, Bird's Nest. This magnificent building, capable of holding 100,000 spectators at once, is now packed with people, with every seat filled. Colorful ribbons danced in the air, and the deafening cheers seemed to lift the heavens. The annual grandest event of the Xia Kingdom Alliance, the National Trainer Tournament Finals, will officially kick off here today. Dear viewers, trainers watching on television. On the commentary booth, the league's top-tier commentator was shouting at the top of his lungs. After a 2-week rest, the 64 strongest geniuses, selected from millions of newcomers across the 4 major regions, are about to engage in their final battle on this arena, representing the highest honor in the Xia Kingdom. This year's competition format is more brutal than ever before. Because it's a no-holds-barred arena battle with absolutely no rules. The fight will not stop until the opponent surrenders. As the commentator's voice faded, the massive elevator platform in the center of the stadium slowly rose. 64 talented athletes, dressed in various colored uniforms and with solemn expressions, appeared before the eyes of 100,000 spectators across the country. And among these contestants, a boy dressed in black casual clothes, with his hands in his pockets and a semi-transparent ghost dragon perched on his shoulder, stood out from the crowd. Suibai. Boom. When a close-up of Suibai appeared on the holographic screen, the most terrifying cheers of the night erupted from the civilian section of the Bird's Nest Stadium. Suibai. It's Suibai. That commoner turned demon king who single-handedly robbed all the young masters of noble families of their crystals in the S-rank secret realm of the Northwest. That's FG awesome. A commoner's pride. Crush those arrogant aristocratic scions. In the 2 weeks prior to this, regarding Suibai's incredible performance in the preliminary rounds, although the military kept the top-secret information about the Eye of the Storm and the Divine Beast under wraps, his deeds of sweeping through the Wang family of Jinling and taking on the Long family of Kyoto spread like wildfire, completely igniting the internet. He is now an icon in the hearts of all ordinary trainers. However, this was in stark contrast to the fervor of the general public in the stands. In the Super VIP box area on the top floor of the Bird's Nest, the atmosphere, however, was terribly gloomy. Is this the BD? Inside box number 1. Long Zhentian, the head of the Long family in Kyoto, stared intently at Suibai on the screen, his wine glass crushed in his hand. Below him is the entrance to the player's tunnel. Long Xiao, who had been eliminated in the secret realm, was now standing there. His eyes were as venomous as a snake's, fixed intently on Suibai in the center of the arena. The Long family used their privilege of being a permanent board member family to forcefully insert him into the list of the top 64. Not just Dragon Owl. The Wang family of Jinling, the Zhao family of Shanghai, all those aristocratic families who had suffered greatly at Suibai's hands had used various privileges to send their top geniuses to the arena. This is a battle targeting Suibai alone. A complete and utter annihilation. First round of elimination matches. The matchups are being randomly drawn. The commentator's voice resounded throughout the stadium. The images on the central screen began scrolling rapidly. Ding! The image freezes. Match 1. Featuring the top-ranked player in the Northwest region, the underdog Dark Horse, Suibai. Battle. Kyoto region seed player, Long family, Long Zhan. Boom! The announcement of the matchup list caused an uproar throughout the arena. It's like Mars colliding with Earth right from the start. They went head-to-head with Long Zhan, the eldest son of the Long family, a local power in the capital, who possessed a top-tier ace skill at the level of a gym leader. In the contestants' area, Long Zhan clenched his fists and let out a sinister laugh. He looked at Suibai and silently mouthed a sentence. Today, I will cripple you in front of 100,000 people. Faced with this provocation filled with murderous intent, Suibai simply stretched lazily. He touched the super bracelet with colorful stones embedded in it on his left wrist. Special privileges for aristocratic families. There was not a trace of warmth in Suabai's eyes. Then let's take away your prized privileges and pride. Crush them completely in front of the whole nation. Chapter 145. Match 1. Featuring the top-ranked player in the Northwest region, the underdog Dark Horse, Suabai. Battle. Kyoto region seed player, Long family, Long Zhan. The moment the match list froze on the giant holographic screen in the center of the bird's nest, the roar of the 100,000 spectators in the entire national stadium seemed to shatter the clouds in the sky. Suabai. Crush him. A commoner god of war, Invincible. The cheers from the commoners' seats were like a tsunami. They desperately needed a hero from humble beginnings to break down the class barriers that had been monopolized by powerful families and wealthy clans for hundreds of years. Meanwhile, the patrons of those aristocratic families, dressed in high-end custom-made clothing, let out a series of cold laughs. A nobody who just got lucky and stumbled upon a bargain in the secret realm dares to be arrogant in front of young Master Long. Young Master Long is an absolute ace, possessing a peak-level quasi-god level weapon at the level of a sect master. This kid won't even know how he died today. Amidst the noise, in the commentary booth above the bird's nest, the top commentator was giving a passionate, heart-pounding explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, this opening match is truly a grudge match. According to inside sources, these two competitors had a private altercation at the Kyoto Dragon-type dojo about 2 weeks ago. We don't know exactly what happened back then, but today, on this grandest stage watched by 100,000 people, old and new grudges will be settled completely. Please welcome both competitors to the stage. Boom! In the center of the bird's nest, a specially made alloy arena, the size of 2 football fields, slowly rose. At both ends of the ring, Suabai and Long Zhan stepped onto the elevator. Suabai. Long Zhan stood at one end of the arena, staring intently at the boy 100 meters away. His eyes were bloodshot from extreme resentment. 2 weeks ago, on the dragon family's home turf, his Salamence was crippled by that armored bug pupa that didn't even have limbs. Even his proud father, a heavenly king-level powerhouse, was forced to bow his head and hand over the badge by a single scale. This is a shameful humiliation that Long Zhan, and indeed the entire Long family of Kyoto, can never wash away. Driven by a thirst for revenge, he has used the most precious forbidden medicine from the Dragon clan's treasury over the past 2 weeks. He not only forcibly healed the flying dragon's injuries but also forcibly raised its level to LV55. Infinitely approaching the critical point of the Heavenly King level. Today, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, I will grind every bone in your body to dust in front of these 100,000 people. Long Zhan roared with a ferocious expression, and suddenly pulled an extremely ornate commemorative ball from his waist. Tear him apart. My Achilles heel. Salamander. Bang. A blinding red light exploded above the arena, accompanied by a furious dragon roar that seemed capable of shattering metal and stone. A terrifying dragon, even larger than it had been half a month ago, with more flamboyant blood-red markings on its wings, crashed down in the center of the arena. Roar! A palpable, bloody aura instantly swept across the entire bird's nest. The audience in the front row even felt their breath catch in their throats and instinctively shrank back. The Eye of Insight, activated. Race, Salamence. Level, LV55, Peak of Master Level. Type, Dragon/Flying. Trait, Overconfidence. After defeating an opponent, your attack power increases significantly. Status, Drug-addicted Berserk/Extreme Bloodlust. LV55? Was that a level forcibly increased by taking drugs? Suabai stood at the other end of the arena, hands in his pockets, looking at the flying dragon that exuded a violent aura, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. So this is all the scions of noble families can amount to. At this time, on the giant holographic screen in the sky, a close-up of Suabai was already being shown. 100,000 pairs of eyes, and hundreds of millions of viewers across the country watching the live broadcast on television, were all fixed on him. They wanted to see which spirit this commoner demon king, who commanded the winds and rains in the S-class secret realm, would send to fight against this terrifying quasi-god who was half a step into the heavenly king realm. Is that the incredibly fast bead rill? Is it that ghost-type pseudo-legendary Dragapult? Boy! Release your Pokémon! Whichever one it is, it's going to die today! Long John arrogantly shouted from the opposite side. However, under the spotlight, Pseudo-legendary didn't touch any of the Pokeballs at his waist. He simply snapped his fingers casually. Snap! Shakira's. That piece of scrap metal that couldn't be smashed 2 weeks ago, today, here, in front of the whole nation. Smash it completely. Buzz. Accompanied by Pseudo-legendary's cold and languid voice. A dazzling white light suddenly shone beside him without warning. Pfft. An extremely piercing, terrifying hissing sound, like the depressurization of a high-pressure boiler, instantly drowned out all the noise inside the bird's nest. The white light dissipated. A strange spirit, its entire body a grayish-blue, radiating a cold, rocky luster, resembling a giant metallic pupa. Using the high-pressure airflow ejected from its body, it hovered extremely steadily in front of Pseudo-legendary. Shakira's. What? What is that thing? A pupa. He actually sent out a transitional Pokémon that didn't even have limbs to fight a level 55 pseudo-legendary Salamence. Are you crazy? This is practically like delivering takeout. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Whether they were ordinary audience members or big shots sitting in VIP boxes, everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. In the grand finals of a formal national tournament, a puppy-type Pokémon was pulled out? This is not just